The Dementor is a malevolent magical creature, devoid of facial features, capable only of discerning the living through scent and the emotions that waft through the air. Wherever they roam, all joy evaporates, leaving behind the deepest fears nestled within the hearts of humanity. Legend has it that beneath the hood of a Dementor lies a visage that can devour souls. Theoretically, this is the case. Cohen Norton does not dispute this. Yet, it does not impede my aspiration to be a good persona, a good creature. With that, Cohen licked the lollipop in his hand, oblivious to the child beside him who wailed inconsolably, having suddenly lost the candy that Cohen had so generously bestowed. Upon him ding, kindness value 1, evil value 1. Note, giving candy only to snatch it back is deemed immoral, and you shall face the pangs of conscience. This is a tale of a jester who traverses into a magical realm, becoming an unwitting subject of nefarious dark magic experiments, while striving to grow positively and healthily. Chapter 1. The Revelation. No more pretense. Your father is a wizard. On the evening of July 15th, 1991, on the lawn of number 6, Privet Drive, Wah, a golden-haired boy, approximately 8 years of age, was sobbing profusely, his small hands still grasping the air as if holding a lollipop, despite being empty. Cohen, a slender 11-year-old boy with impeccably groomed black hair, clad in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, resided at number 5. In his possession was the very rainbow lollipop, worth 50 pence, that he had just generously given to the neighbor's child. Indeed, desserts are far more uplifting, especially if one were free from the menace of cavities, Cohen mused, contentedly savoring the lollipop in his hand. The agony of tooth decay felt distant for a child who was more accustomed to losing teeth than replacing cups. Having been reborn, he believed it all the more imperative to relish the unfettered joys of childhood, while also fulfilling a certain quest. Ding. Kindness value 1, evil value 1. Note, giving candy only to snatch it back is deemed immoral, and you shall face the pangs of conscience. A synthetic voice echoed in Cohen's ear, though he only selectively heard the first part, regarding the system's grievances. Oh, the little system, distressed to discover that Cohen had exploited loopholes to amass double the in-game currency, weeping and wailing. How pitiful indeed. The system did not materialize out of thin air, and Cohen of Privet Drive was certainly no apparition. In truth, it was a car accident over a month ago that had transported Cohen into this familiar, yet alien world indeed. A truck driver from another realm had come to offer there services. On Privet Drive at the adjacent number 4 resided the Dursley family, and among them was the rarely seen Harry Potter. The elements were all present. In an instant, Cohen grasped that he had landed in the illustrious world of Harry Potter. As an earthling who had perused the original text multiple times, Cohen was acutely aware that his childhood, and even his youth, might not unfold as splendidly as he had once hoped. After all, Harry Potter is of the same age, and he possesses the remarkable ability to levitate objects, make them vanish, and teleport through sheer will. Such magic undoubtedly ties him to the enchanting world. Furthermore, in this realm, he is blessed with adoptive parents who dote on him excessively, both of whom are muggles, having shown no signs of magic whatsoever in the memories of the original Cohen. However, Harry Potter's world is far from welcoming to muggles, especially following the resurrection of the ultimate antagonist, Voldemort. To safeguard his parents, Cohen faces two choices, either to flee swiftly from Europe or to eliminate Voldemort preemptively. Me. Battling Voldemort? Is this for real? Soon thereafter, he is confronted with a rather inept system known as the Redemption System. Open the panel. Cohen murmurs. A fragmented, half-black, half-white virtual circular interface materializes before him, revealing a simplistic yet brutal attributes panel in the center. Cohen Norton. Race, Dementor human. Soul integrity, 11. Special abilities, unlocked, none. Soul strength, 11. Current goodwill value, 1250. Current evil value, 250. Upon inheriting the body of this 11-year-old boy, Cohen was utterly incredulous upon seeing the term Dementor. Aside from possessing a mouth-like organ, he found no semblance of a Dementor in his otherwise normal human appearance. Yet, as he delved deeper into the essence of his new form, a chilling truth emerged. It appeared he was indeed a Dementor concealed beneath human skin, capable of perceiving the souls of others, and he harbored an insatiable craving for them. The closer he was to others, the more he felt an uncontrollable urge to draw in their essence from afar. Such an act, of course, was perilous. An attempt on his slumbering adoptive father, Edward Norton, nearly resulted in the extraction of the man's very soul. Although Cohen halted just in time, something was still siphoned away, perhaps a fragment of the soul, or even joy, which was sweet yet not overwhelming. This also explains Cohen's unwavering affinity for sweets, as indulging in confections felt akin to savoring souls. After a minute of reconciling with the harrowing reality of being a terrifying Dementor, Cohen began to explore the intricacies of this redemption system. Initially, the system bestowed upon Cohen a seemingly trivial yet practically invaluable function, enabling him to discern whether to flee or to consume the soul of an adversary. He could perceive the soul strength of any individual, marked as a virtual numerical tag hovering above all living beings. Whenever Cohen wished to see it, the number would promptly materialize. The soul strength served as the criterion for Cohen to determine whether he could feast upon a target soul, for instance. His adoptive father, Edward, possessed a soul strength of 10, allowing Cohen to siphon a bit, while his adoptive mother, Rose, boasted a strength of 20, rendering her entirely beyond his reach. Cohen's soul intensity is intricately linked to the completeness of his soul, which, regrettably, is alarmingly deficient. However, one can aspire to enhance soul completeness, with potential avenues for improvement seemingly available in the system's shop, perhaps even through the consumption of others' souls. During the moment Cohen absorbed Edward's soul, he perceived fluctuations in soul completeness. Had he not halted the process immediately, Edward's essence might have been transmuted into data on Cohen's system panel. Yet, Cohen perceives himself as a being imbued with humanity and would never engage in the malevolent act of devouring the soul of a hard-working father who toils daily to provide for his family. The system encompasses two distinct shops, the benevolent shop and the sinister shop. Whenever Cohen performs a good or bad deed, the system allocates benevolence points or sin points based on the magnitude of the event's impact, which can be exchanged for items in the respective shops. An unforeseen flaw in the system arises when, after calculating benevolence points, Cohen subsequently sabotages the good deed. The system is compelled to continue bestowing sin points upon him, allowing Cohen to effortlessly amass reward from both sides. The system possesses no recourse to address this, resorting instead to veiled insinuations regarding Cohen's actions during each report. The items within the two shops are starkly contrasting. The benevolent shop is filled with cheerful and wholesome items, such as manuals and tomes detailing various positive magical knowledge, fantastical creatures, magical plants, and non-dark magical artifacts. Conversely, the sinister shop harbors an array of ominous items, including numerous tomes of dark magic, nefarious materials deemed forbidden in the magical realm, and even souls. The souls available extend beyond the soul fragments, valued at 1,000 sin points and capable of augmenting Cohen's soul completeness to the very essence of living humans. Tormented human souls, artifacts from another world, applicable in crafting various malevolent magical items, including but not limited to soul vessels and wicked puppets. You can always hear the screams of the souls. Perhaps the next one could be you. Value: 7,000 sin points. This price is sufficient to snatch 7,000 lollipops from children truly wicked. Thus, aside from purchasing soul fragments to enhance his own soul completeness, Cohen refrains from acquiring anything else in the sinister shop, not due to lack of funds. However, the improvement from soul fragments remains disheartening. Upon arriving in this world, Cohen's soul completeness was a mere 10, with soul intensity also at 10. After committing numerous misdeeds, he finally amassed 1,000 sin points, yet his completeness only rose by 1, with intensity barely increasing to 11 points. As for the enigmatic special ability shrouded in question marks, fortunately, it appears that soul completeness does not adversely affect Cohen's daily existence, alleviating the urgency to engage in reckless malevolence to rectify it. This suggests he can leisurely savor his final carefree moments before the arrival of his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. However, a rather unpleasant revelation awaited him as Cohen stepped into the living room of his home. Upon the ceiling of the living room, a small gray owl flitted about in a frenzy, heralding but one possibility. A letter from Hogwarts had arrived. Today marks Cohen's 11th birthday, a time when he would typically expect his acceptance letter to arrive. However, despite waiting all morning, the anticipated missive had yet to materialize, causing his plan for a good deed to be postponed until the afternoon. A middle-aged man with tousled, light golden hair approached Cohen with boundless joy, brandishing what appeared to be a piece of parchment with curled edges. "Oh, Cohen, my dear son, you are to attend Hogwarts." Edward, Cohen's adoptive father, a man in his 40s with little to his name, had for months been seen by Cohen as a mere housebound caretaker, tending to domestic chores. Although his culinary creations were not entirely disastrous, they bore no traces of magic whatsoever. It was baffling. Why would he be so exuberant about his son being accepted into a seemingly obscure institution, one that the Muggle world had no inkling of? According to Edward, this school was the finest private institution in southeast England, with a particular emphasis on its culinary delights, despite Cohen's insistence that he merely enjoyed indulging in desserts and was not a glutton. Food paled in comparison to the educational environment. Thus, one conclusion emerged. Edward must be a wizard who had meticulously concealed his true identity from the family for so long. Was it truly possible for wizards to be so easily ensnared by Dementors, losing their souls yet appearing to slumber like dead swine? Wait, something was amiss. Was the soul strength of an adult male wizard truly so feeble? A mere 10 points? The soul strength of muggles ranged between 5 and 10 points. Cohen had previously thought that Rose's 20 points made her a superhuman among muggles. This was akin to Cohen's own diminished soul strength as a partial Dementor. In fact, he had already surpassed 11 points. Or was it that a normal wizard possessed a soul strength akin to his adoptive mother Rose's? 20 points? Having never encountered another wizard, Cohen could not ascertain what constituted a typical wizard based solely on the vastly differing soul strengths of his parents. Now, Edward, your voice is about to carry to the Dursleys' living room next door. Do not forget Dumbledore's warning. Came a stern voice as a woman in a violet jumpsuit descended the staircase, reprimanding Edward. This woman, with long brown hair, was Rose, Cohen's adoptive mother. Though of the same age as Edward, she appeared remarkably youthful, her pale blue eyes reminiscent of a beautiful spirit concealed within a lake. However, when she chastised Edward, she bore the ferocity of a famished tiger. Yet, when she turned her gaze upon Cohen, her demeanor transformed. Cohen, your mother is delighted that you will be attending Hogwarts. Your father will explain everything shortly, but I must attend a press conference and may be unable to sing at your birthday celebration. Rose leaned down, her smile illuminating her face as she placed a gentle kiss upon Cohen's forehead, her expression shifting with a speed that rivaled the transition from BBC to ITV. But fear not, my dear, for mother shall bring you a birthday gift. Love you dearly. Before hastily departing, Rose cast a stern glance at Edward, admonishing him, do not frighten Cohen. Once the maternal tiger had exited, an exhilarated Edward swiftly lifted Cohen and settled him upon the sofa. Now that the notification has arrived, it is time we divulge some truths to you. Yes. Should you have any queries regarding the magical realm, feel free to inquire. Indeed, Cohen obediently perched on the sofa, attentively listening. Father must reveal his secret. He is a wizard, the kind that wields magic. I, too, have a revelation. I am a Dementor, the sort that feasts upon your soul. Chapter 2. My dear brother, you smell divine. Cohen was certainly not foolish enough to confront his adoptive father with the revelation of his true nature, especially given that his parents harbored no suspicion about him. Do you realize how rare it is for the protagonist to have living parents? Adoptive parents are still parents. Edward successfully elucidated the wonders of the magical world to Cohen with his spontaneous explanations, alongside Dumbledore's admonition to the couple, never reveal your wizarding identity in the presence of Harry Potter. Did you know, Edward sighed, that for all these years, there has been no magical outburst? Your mother and I believed you were merely an ordinary muggle child. I didn't dare to draw my wand at home for fear that you might witness magic, and so, is this the reason you've relied on Mother-S work to support yourself? Cohen inquired earnestly, asking his first question. Edward, who was prepared to answer his son's queries about the magical realm while striving to rebuild his image as a formidable father, was momentarily taken aback. Well, you see, the magical community has very strict regulations. It's best not to use too much magic in the muggle world, especially in plain sight. I mean, don't you find magic at all intriguing? For instance, would you like me to demonstrate how to conjure a bouquet or make pears tap dance? In a flurry, Edward extracted his wand from his pocket, instantly transforming the living room into a chaotic scene filled with dancing fruits and soaring golden birds. His impeccable wand movements and silent incantations showcased that Edward was no mediocre wizard. Cohen was perplexed. Isn't the average wizard's soul supposed to be around 10 or so? To Edward, it seemed his magic had utterly mesmerized Cohen. So what do you think? Would you like to learn some of this magic? Edward ruffled Cohen's neatly combed hair affectionately. You'll learn these things at school, right? Cohen found it impossible to feign enthusiasm for such decorative spells. Instead, he yearned for more practical knowledge. You know, I prefer reading. Perhaps you could just give me the textbooks, and I could study on my own. Although plans tailored for Muggle parents were completely dismissed, it did not imply that Edward and Rose could navigate the next 7 years without peril. The Joyous Childhood initiative had come to an abrupt end. What lay ahead was a 3-year strategy aimed at decisively vanquishing Voldemort and his remnants. In light of this, Cohen needed to amass as much goodwill and malevolence as possible within the relatively peaceful initial 3 years to enhance his magical prowess and soul integrity. After all, if Cohen made no interventions, Voldemort would resurrect in the 4th year. Of course, Cohen would never allow the narrative to unfold in such a manner. By that time, Harry and his companions, as protagonists, would undoubtedly be safe, while he and his parents, as 3 individuals who ought not to exist, would face an uncertain fate. Cohen hoped that Voldemort, a fragment of a soul akin to paper shredded in a shredder, could be vanquished by him, a being of complete soul integrity. Furthermore, the collection of soul vessels is imperative, for Voldemort's fragments of soul represent an exceedingly unstable element. Not to mention, Cohen can consume them with the carefree delight of indulging in dessert. Certainly, we possess textbooks. Both my mother and I have old ones kept at home. Upon hearing Cohen's assertion, Edward exhaled with relief. It is indeed true that Cohen possesses a profound affinity for reading, and seeking knowledge of magic through books is a commendable choice. The immediate practice of magic by novice wizards can be rather precarious. After all, no young wizard approaches the discovery of magic with the same indifference as one might exhibit when learning that dinner has been changed from beef to lamb. What is this expression upon your face? Rest assured, we shall not permit you to utilize the old textbooks. Noticing Cohen's demeanor shifting closer to Rose, Edward hastily provided clarification. By the way, you must not mention anything related to magic to your friends, particularly to Harry next door. The silver lining is that prior to Cohen's arrival in this world, he and Harry were already acquainted. The downside, however, is that during the past month since Cohen's arrival, Harry has not been permitted to leave the Dursley household, thus denying Cohen the opportunity to ascertain the nature of the fragment of Voldemort that resides within Harry. I must contemplate whether this is indeed my singular opportunity throughout the entire month of July to witness the fragment of Voldemort. Standing at the threshold of number 4, Privet Drive, Cohen pondered how to invite Harry out under the pretense of a birthday celebration, likely needing to include Dudley as well. Otherwise, the Dursleys might deem Cohen's family to be peculiar. Even when interacting with the Dursleys as a Muggle family, these two quintessentially mundane individuals were hardly the sort one would wish to befriend, particularly Petunia, who often spied on Edward as he tended to the lawn and subsequently spread dark and heavy rumors within the community, despite Edward's eccentric mouse-shaped lawn being quite unique. Cohen surmised that this unfavorable impression stemmed from the time Lily had transformed the household teacups into mice, leaving an indelible mark on Petunia. Good day, Mr. Dursley. I am Cohen from the Norton family. Upon the door's opening, Cohen feigned politeness by bowing slightly to the opening figure of Vernon Dursley, and watched as Dursley's face transitioned from a pig's liver hue to pale and back to crimson. It was evident that the discussions regarding the Norton family had escalated to the confirmation of wizarding identities, and perhaps Vernon had already reached a unilateral conclusion. The Dursleys appeared to be like frightened birds, terrified that even the slightest brush with magic would lead to their ruin. However, with Cohen's mother, Rose, serving as the editor of the business section for the Times, Vernon clearly dared not show any overt disrespect toward this family, lest his excavation company receive unfavorable reviews. Vernon's exceedingly convoluted thoughts ultimately manifested as a nonsensical, peculiar sound. Today is my birthday, and I wish to invite a few friends here for a visit. My father has prepared a sumptuous feast. Cohen took Vernon's ambiguous response as tacit approval to continue his discourse. Dudley is free to attend, and I have heard you are also going to smelting school. Indeed, it is essential to deepen our connections as future classmates. Mr. Dursley, upon hearing it was an invitation to a birthday celebration, instantly breathed a sigh of relief and readily agreed. However, suddenly, his mind, which rarely stirred at home, sparked with a thought. Wait, you mentioned a few friends here? Harry cannot truly be counted as a child of the Dursleys. I remember there is another boy named Harry. Why not invite him to the party? Cohen inquired further. We have no child named Harry here. Mr. Dursley retorted angrily. He has moved away, but I have seen him. Could it be abuse? Cohen posed with a serious demeanor. My mother adores children, he added, as if issuing a veiled threat. Very well, but I must warn you. He is quite clumsy and likely to cause trouble, and perilous at that. If you still wish to proceed after knowing this, so be it, Mr. Dursley grumbled. Yet when he noticed Cohen showed no signs of backing down, he shouted towards the stairs, Harry, go join the birthday party. For heaven's sake, hurry up. With a clattering sound, a frail, bespectacled boy rushed down from the broom cupboard beneath the stairs. Cohen, Harry exclaimed joyfully. This was clearly something Mr. Dursley wished to avoid, for Harry's happiness would only serve to irritate him. You follow him. Dudley will come over during dinner. Mr. Dursley snapped at Harry. No causing trouble. The tone of his final words seemed to anticipate Harry would indeed stir up mischief, as if he were convinced that Cohen's invitation for Harry to attend the feast was a grave miscalculation. I promise I won't cause any trouble, was Harry's assurance to Cohen after leaving the Dursley home. Yet, Cohen's thoughts were evidently not focused on Harry's assurances. Soul Strength, 7, Sacrificial Protection, Soul Strength, 40. Harry bore two distinctly different labels. It was evident that the one marked with Sacrificial Protection belonged to Harry's own soul, an ancient spell cast by Lily with her life. The entity boasting a soul strength of 40 points was a fragment of Voldemort's soul. What a tough nut to crack. Yet, even if it could not be absorbed, this powerful soul fragment still emanated a sweet aroma, akin to a sumptuous feast in the eyes of the Dementors. Cohen, why are you looking at me like that? Harry swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. Brother, you smell delightful. No, I was just daydreaming, pondering what to eat tonight, Cohen replied. Having only been momentarily captivated by the alluring fragment of Voldemort, swiftly masking his desire and returning to a semblance of normalcy. How bothersome. 40 points, at the very least. I would need to purchase 29 soul fragments from the sin shop, equating to 29,000 sin points. That would be akin to snatching lollipops from 29,000 children. A daunting task ahead. I hope the staff and students of Hogwarts are prepared. Cohen, thank you for rescuing me. I have been confined in the Dursley household for a month. In the Cohen household, Harry savored the overly sweet apple pie crafted by Edward, all the while expressing his gratitude to Cohen repeatedly. You should thank my dad. If he had scheduled my birthday for October, you might have been confined until the holidays end. Mentioning the end of the holiday visibly dampened Harry's spirits. Cohen was the only one willing to overlook the title of freak in converse with Harry, yet with the holiday concluding, Cohen would attend the same school as Dudley, Smeltings, while Harry would be off to another public institution, Stonewall High, a fact that Dudley had mercilessly ridiculed him for. Cheer up. It's not as if we'll never see each other again. Cohen, well aware of what the future held, waved his hand dismissively. Remember, we still have dinner tonight. Don't fill up on pie. Chapter 3. I've cracked. The birthday party was rather subdued. Dudley had not shown up, and the sounds of the Dursleys arguing next door were all too clear. Cohen understood the reason well. Dudley and he had little camaraderie, especially since he had invited Harry, which Dudley deemed a gathering of oddities. Attending such a gathering would surely lead to ridicule from his friends. Mr. Dursley's furious shouts were likely due to his desire to leave a good impression on Cohen's mother, Rose. Public opinion could significantly influence a business's prosperity. Furthermore, in Mr. Dursley's mind, the only way to prevent Harry from wreaking havoc in the Norton household was to have one of his own keep an eye on him. Oblivious to the fact that Harry's mischief often stemmed from Dudley bullying him first. For Harry, this quiet gathering might be the only moment of joy throughout July. However, for Cohen, tomorrow promised genuine excitement, as he would finally seek out more samples to ascertain the soul strength of a typical adult wizard and obtain his very first wand. The sensation of wielding a wand would undoubtedly differ from being wandless. Previously, when Cohen attempted magic, he felt an ineffable energy misdirected. A wizard casting spells correctly would surely not experience such awkwardness. Which one would choose him? When wands select their wizards, do they contain souls? Can souls be extracted? Are they akin to human souls? Do they have restorative properties? If he were to drain all the wands from Ollivander's shop, would Ollivander be furious? The transition from wakefulness to slumber always unfolded in this manner. Cohen began to softly snore, resembling an ordinary human child, so much so that when Rose entered his room, he remained undisturbed. She placed a large box of beautifully wrapped birthday gifts beside his bed and gently kissed him before quietly departing. Outside Cohen's window, a shadow darted away from the windowsill, and beneath the veil of night, it revealed its form as it passed a street lamp. It was a tabby cat, its facial fur suggesting the remnants of glasses, and it approached an elderly man with white hair. The once illuminated streetlights seemed to be pulled away by an invisible hand, gradually finding their way into the silver vintage lighter held by the elderly man. Albus, I must concede that placing Cohen in the care of the Nortons was a commendable choice. The silhouette of the tabby cat suddenly elongated in the twilight, transforming in mere seconds into a woman with a serious demeanor. Minerva, this decision was made by Edward and Rose, not by me, Albus Dumbledore remarked with a smile. His robe adorned with stars and moons harmonizing beautifully with the summer night sky. It brings me joy to witness a child flourishing under the affection of their parents. If indeed Harry is deserving of such love. Minerva McGonagall expressed her discontent, noting that Harry's living conditions were considerably harsher than Cohen's. I fail to comprehend why you would request the Nortons to limit their interaction with Harry, even to the extent of denying this poor child a peaceful afternoon tea at the neighbors every weekend. Different flowers require distinct nurturing methods. Dumbledore playfully winked at Professor McGonagall. Yet there is no doubt that they will bloom into the most exquisite blossoms. Perhaps there is another matter you ought to be informed of regarding Cohen. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, deciding to share her observations with Dumbledore. Cohen frequently performs acts of kindness. I recall the last time I visited. I witnessed him assisting an elderly gentleman across the street. Dumbledore felt reassured about Cohen. Despite his unusual birth, he had grown into a positive and healthy child. He even gifted another child a lollipop today, McGonagall noted. Dumbledore fell silent. Moreover, when assisting the elderly man, Cohen specifically directed him along the way. McGonagall paused. Dumbledore seemed to anticipate what was coming next. That route required an additional mile to reach the destination, while Cohen's destination coincided with the elderly man's. He himself opted for a shorter path that merely necessitated passing 2 shops. McGonagall sighed, finding it hard to imagine what would transpire when he encounters the Weasley twins. Youngsters always possess a variety of novel ideas. Mischief does not equate to malevolence. Dumbledore reassured her, whether for McGonagall's comfort or his own. Even adult wizards can easily become ensnared in the whirlpool of power, losing themselves. However, Cohen restrained his malevolent desires during his most vulnerable moments. He is not like Voldemort. At the mention of that name, Professor McGonagall involuntarily shuddered. Do you recall the day we found him? The rose is adorned with thorns to protect itself, Minerva. We cannot refuse to appreciate its enchanting bloom simply because it bears sharp spikes. Cohen. Before dawn had fully broken, Cohen was awakened by a flurry of urgent calls from outside. I want to sleep. Cohen could barely open his eyes. The thought of getting out of bed to open the door was unbearable. Children must not rise too early, lest they turn into beasts of burden. In his dreams, he saw his mother, Rose, stealthily placing a birthday gift at his bedside in the middle of the night, gently kissing his forehead. He also dreamt of two individuals whom he had never met but had encountered in a film during a past life, Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. The two were engaged in conversation on a street shrouded in twilight, discussing matters concerning Cohen and Harry. The dream felt so vivid that Cohen suspected it might have been an authentic glimpse he had unwittingly observed during a moment of astral projection. Cohen, your father is taking you to Diagon Alley today. Hurry up and get out of bed, or I'll be delayed for my third adventure at the Dungeons & Dragons Club this afternoon. How astonishing it was that a middle-aged wizard would be eager to engage in role-playing games with a bunch of muggle teenagers. If one truly relished Dungeons & Dragons, they ought to venture to those dragon breeding grounds and challenge a dragon directly. Those wizards extracting dragon blood would surely welcome assistance in taming the unruly fire dragons. All right, I'm at a loss with you, Cohen, he grumbled, sleepily changing out of his pajamas, soon noticing something peculiar by his bedside. Wait until I change my clothes. A birthday gift? Cohen's awareness jolted awake. The wrapping of the gift bore an uncanny resemblance to what he had seen in his dream. If the rose he had glimpsed in his dream was indeed real, he hurriedly dashed to the mirror. A faint lipstick mark lingered on his forehead. Could it be that old Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had truly visited his home? Was there truly no semblance of privacy left? They even witnessed the incident of snatching candy from a child. In the dark wizard's laboratory, over 300 lifeless bodies with vacant stares seemed to echo the tale of a young Cohen devouring the souls of those dark sorcerers. Was his previous incarnation truly that formidable? He had initially thought he was merely an underdeveloped Xiaoyan, but perhaps he was akin to Sure Hao, who had been excavated for his supreme bone. However, for the time being, it appeared that old Dumbledore was quite at ease with him. Though it sounded as if he frequently conducted inspections, Cohen's performance evidently aligned with his expectations. At least he didn't have to worry about being eliminated by the forces of righteousness before school began. Dementors were hardly pleasant creatures. Moreover, the matter of Edward and Rose adopting him was rather peculiar. Just yesterday, Edward had mentioned that he had almost mistaken Cohen for a muggle child, seemingly unaware of Cohen's identity as a dark magic experiment subject. Yet, Dumbledore had mentioned that this was Edward and Rose's own choice, implying that they must be aware of most circumstances and the inherent dangers of adoption, yet they proceeded nonetheless. Cohen felt a slight stirring in his heart. The love of these adoptive parents was genuine, and regardless of any lies, it made no difference. Setting aside these trivial matters, Cohen was solely focused on understanding one thing: how he had managed to astral project and eavesdrop on events occurring on the street outside. Furthermore, it appeared that Dumbledore was completely oblivious to it. While many enchantments could facilitate mere peeping, being able to do so without detection by the most extraordinary wizard of the century was indeed a delicate matter. Certainly, Cohen did not intend to pry into whether Dumbledore secretly harbored a stash of Grindelwald's photographs. Rather, he contemplated the remarkably secure means of information gathering that such an approach could facilitate. Imagine, a mere omniscient perspective could turn the tide of a game. How much more potent is the reality of such a divine vantage point, especially one that evades detection? Yet, how could he rekindle that elusive state? Sleep? This method seemed rather lackluster. Nevertheless, his consciousness was vividly alert and exhilarated. The prospect of returning to slumber likely necessitated physical hypnosis. However, upon closing his eyes, Cohen distinctly sensed an unusual phenomenon. It felt as though he had split apart, an apt description, indeed, for his essence felt rent, save for a singular point of tight connection. Moreover, Cohen found he could manipulate the shape of these two halves of his soul and observe the world around him from a soulful perspective, including the body of Cohen lying on the bed. Yet, once his entire essence departed from his corporeal vessel, that body would lapse into a state of suspended animation, devoid of any vital activity, until Cohen's spirit returned to restore it. The soul could elongate, compress, or be shaped into a cloak-like form. Wait a moment, wasn't this akin to a Dementor? After fashioning his essence into a cloak-like entity, Cohen scrutinized its appearance. Astonishingly, it appeared black and tattered, resembling ragged cloth. And with a pair of decayed hands, he could easily apply for a civil service position at Azkaban. After further contemplation, Cohen discovered another intriguing technique. He could position half of his soul within his body while the other half existed externally. This way, he could control his physical form while simultaneously perceiving more of the surroundings. However, due to the singular point of connection, there was a limit to how far the two halves could operate apart. Although this connection could be manipulated, its length remained constrained, approximately 15 meters, which conveniently spanned from Cohen's room to the opposite end of Neighborhood Lane. No wonder he had unknowingly overheard the conversation between Dumbledore and McGonagall on Neighborhood Lane last night. Ding. Special ability unlocked. Soul Shaping, 110. So, this was how the special abilities were unlocked. Cohen had initially thought that the absence of a beginner's gift pack was rather meager, only to discover that one had to explore and unveil these special abilities on their own. It felt rather daunting, compared to the protagonists in web novels. I seemed to be starting at a disadvantage. Now that he comprehended this new trick, the next order of business was to freshen up, have a meal, and then accompany Edward to Diagon Alley to procure his school supplies. Before descending the stairs, Cohen unwrapped the gift from Rose. It was a snow globe, large enough to require both hands to cradle, within which 3 tiny clay figures resided, joyfully cohabiting in a snow-laden village. The joy was palpable, as Cohen could even hear the cheerful laughter emanating from the home where the trio had just entered. Surely, this delightful creation would slumber at night, wouldn't it? Otherwise, having a sphere that emits a whimsical chuckling sound in the dormitory might be rather unsettling. Nonetheless, overall, the gift from Rose is splendid. Cohen has always held a fondness for such heartwarming gifts, especially considering that in his previous life on Earth, he rarely received such overt affection. Cohen is reluctant to admit that he was indeed an orphan in his past existence. However, the clay figure animated by a binding spell lacks a soul, rendering Cohen unable to regard the snow globe as an emergency reserve of sweet comfort. How shall we navigate to Diagon Alley? At the dining table, Cohen successfully gulped down the final slice of buttered bread with the aid of milk and inquired of Edward, who was already tallying galleons and sickles. Flue powder? Apparition with a companion? Driving, perhaps? What other way is there? A magic carpet? Edward rubbed his hands together, estimating the remaining funds, and mused that he might still have enough to choose a pet for Cohen to bring to school. Chapter 4. Was there a mistake in using a wand made from unicorn hair for the Dementor? The Norton family's fireplace was not connected to the Flue network, and Edward felt somewhat uncertain about his ability to apparate with a companion. During my retake of the exam, the examiner added an additional requirement, asking me to apparate with a chipmunk. Fortunately, he did not notice that the chipmunk lost its tail after the apparition, or I might have had to retake it. Edward shrugged. Edward affectionately ruffled Cohen's hair. Today, Cohen seemed more subdued than usual. Since you are about to step into the magical world, next month your mother and I will visit the Ministry of Magic to arrange the Flue network procedures. This will make our travels more convenient. Previously, whenever he attempted to touch Cohen's hair, Cohen would evade him, while Rose never faced such resistance from Cohen. Perhaps Cohen's little mind was busy imagining the wonders of the magical realm. On the surface, he appeared entirely unexcited, yet deep down, he must be eager to see the enchanting worlds of fairy tales at once. As Edward tossed Cohen into the back seat before embarking, he chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Cohen was taking deep breaths repeatedly, merely engaging in self-restraint. Entering social mode meant mingling with crowds, and the presence of numerous souls would evoke a hunger within Cohen due to their sweet essence. To avoid being caught by the Ministry's orders for indulging in soul sweets and ending up in Azkaban alongside other pureblood Dementors, Cohen had to suppress this sensation. The taste of sweet candies closely resembles that of souls, making them a perfect substitute, and he always carried a pocketful when stepping out. On the road, Cohen finally realized that as an 11-year-old with scant knowledge of the magical realm, he ought to exhibit a modicum of curiosity, otherwise it would seem rather peculiar. Are there families like that in the magical world? Cohen feigned ignorance. Of course, where there are people, there are bound to be noble families. Edward swerved around a sluggish vehicle obstructing their path and ran a red light. Edward provided a brief introduction to some of the more renowned families within the wizarding community. There are many families, yet Cohen could only recall a few names frequently mentioned in the original Harry Potter series. Do you and your mother belong to a family? A wizarding one? This inquiry was not merely a pretense on Cohen's part. Genuine curiosity sparked within him. In the past, Cohen was aware of the Bach family, which, despite being one of the Sacred 28, seemed to have fallen into decline. The only remnants of the Bach name visible today are found at the Borgin and Burke shop in Knockturn Alley, yet the sole proprietor one encounters there is Mr. Borgin. With no sign of Mr. Bach, she was disowned by her family due to her association with me. Edward sighed, but according to her, even if she hadn't been disowned, she would not have remained there. The family engaged in dark magical dealings, particularly rampant during Voldemort's reign, and it was no wonder that they had threatened to cast her, a perceived failure, into the heap of corpses. It's no surprise your mother was sorted into Gryffindor. Her courage is something I, a Hufflepuff, could never hope to attain. Though you are somewhat lazy and playful, even forgetting me at the zoo for 3 hours last time, Cohen patted Edward on the shoulder from the back seat. Yet you are a good father, and I unilaterally acknowledge that. Regardless of Edward's minor flaws, he undoubtedly loves his family and Cohen, this dark magic subject. One should cherish and enjoy the existing beauty rather than focus solely on its imperfections. Edward was evidently moved by Cohen's sudden expression of gratitude. Through the rearview mirror, Cohen could see Edward's stubbled face quivering slightly. They arrived at the leaky cauldron. The car stopped between a bookstore and a record shop, and Cohen could see the two gleaming establishments flanking a low, dilapidated pub with a somewhat chipped sign reading, Leaky Cauldron. This is a renowned spot in the Wizarding World and serves as the entrance to Diagon Alley. After exiting the vehicle, Edward discreetly wiped the corners of his eyes, not forgetting to introduce it to Cohen. I was quite the notable figure in Diagon Alley back in the day. Upon pushing open the creaking wooden door, a cacophony of voices and the mingled aromas of various foods and drinks rushed towards Cohen. A few elderly ladies sat in a corner sipping sherry. Soul strength, 27. An impressive soul strength. These elderly women did not appear to be easily trifled with. However, Cohen could not comprehend why one of the grandmothers could drink while simultaneously smoking. Did she possess two esophagi? Behind the bar stood a middle-aged man, Tom, whose almost bald head resembled a shriveled walnut. He was busy polishing glasses while conversing with a nearby patron. Soul strength, 19. Tom seemed to require more practice. His soul strength did not surpass that of Rose, who had lived continuously in the Muggle world. Edward and Cohen's arrival attracted a few glances, yet none recognized Edward, mistaking him for an ordinary passerby. This moment rendered Edward momentarily awkward. As he traversed the bustling long table, Cohen was guided to a brick wall in the bar's backyard. However, through his recent observations, Cohen had nearly unraveled the enigma that had long perplexed him. The soul strength of adult wizards typically ranged from 15 to 40. Without exception within the entirety of the leaky cauldron, Edward's soul strength of 10 was rather abnormally low, potentially concealing some peculiar underlying reason. Yet, respecting Edward and Rose's desire for discretion, Cohen had no intention of prying further. Fortunately, Dumbledore seemed to tacitly approve of Cohen's continued existence as a subject of dark magic experimentation. Otherwise, Cohen might have found himself troubled by issues surrounding his identity. Counting 2 bricks horizontally and 3 vertically, Cohen recited the incantation inscribed on the note Rose had provided, tapping his wand against a specific brick 3 times. The corners of Cohen's mouth twitched as he pondered the design of this stone door in Diagon Alley, which required a gestural password for access. Could it be that Muggles might attempt to enter the leaky cauldron, thus necessitating such a secondary security measure? The brick he had tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small hole that gradually expanded. Within moments, an expansive archway emerged before Cohen, leading into a winding cobblestone street that seemingly stretched into infinity. Oh my! Although Cohen had once imagined himself walking along such a street while reading novels or watching films in his previous life, the experience of stepping into Diagon Alley was nothing short of breathtaking. The morning sun cast its radiant light upon every reflective surface, cauldrons, gilded shop signs, lenses, and various metallic instruments. The air buzzed with the sounds of commerce and the laughter of wizards, creating an atmosphere where the entire world felt encapsulated within this singular street. The throngs of bustling people came and went, pausing, as the air was thick with the sweetness of souls. Cohen couldn't resist unwrapping a toffee and popping it into his mouth to avoid inhaling the sugary scent as a group of young wizards passed by. Under Edward's guidance, Cohen navigated past Potage's Cauldron Shop, the Flying Broomstick Emporium, and the Elop's Owl Emporium. Would you like an owl? Edward inquired as they paused in front of the owl shop. Is it a fairy? Cohen mused, uncertain about the prospect of pet ownership. I mean, can it just eat without defecating? Or perhaps it could neither eat nor relieve itself. What are you thinking? Edward found Cohen's occasionally erratic thoughts somewhat perplexing. Of course, it will eat and relieve itself, but you needn't complicate the care of an owl. He continued, Hogwarts has an owlery. You simply need to feed it some treats occasionally to nurture your bond. Consider what animal you prefer, if you favor kittens, puppies, or newts. We could venture to the adjacent Fantastic Beasts store to select other pets. Noticing Cohen's apparent disinterest in owls, Edward quickly altered his suggestion. Once you have an owl, you won't need to run to the post office to send me letters. An owl would be ideal, compared to other animals. It seems to be easier to care for. Cohen contemplated his experience in pet breeding and concluded that the likelihood of sustaining an owl at Hogwarts was considerably higher, primarily due to the existence of an owlery, in contrast to the absence of similar facilities for cats or dogs. Speaking of which, the souls of animals held little significance for Cohen. Although they could be absorbed, they were akin to tasteless morsels. Previously, he had attempted to extract the soul of a small gray mouse that had appeared in his bedroom, but after merely a sip, he abandoned the endeavor, finding it as insipid as drinking plain water, and it offered no enhancement to the integrity of the soul. Owls would likely be no different, serving no purpose as a soul restorative. Perhaps I shall purchase a few more books. Acquiring knowledge is never futile. Ollivander's wand shop was a small, dilapidated fade, but upon Cohen's entrance, the elongated, profound interior shattered the preconceived notion of its diminutive size. The spaciousness inside surprised him, evoking thoughts of a certain blue telephone booth. The application of the undetectable extension charm in architecture was an excellent specialized tome. A gentle voice remarked that it was a book suited for a curious mind like his. An elderly gentleman descended from a movable lift that glided down from the ceiling, and Cohen noted that even the ceiling was adorned with wand boxes, forming an archway of sorts. "Good morning," he greeted. Ollivander's eyes were of a pale hue, starkly contrasting with Cohen's inky black pupils. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander," Edward politely acknowledged. Introducing his son, Cohen Norton. "Edward, it is a pleasure to see you again. The last time was 30 years ago. With a wand crafted from poplar wood and unicorn hair, 13.5 inches, with moderate flexibility. You still use it, I presume?" "Ah, indeed," Edward confirmed, showcasing his wand and subtly casting a silent cleaning charm behind his back, which Cohen observed. Ollivander, perceptive to Edward's subtle trick, chose not to expose it, but instead turned his attention to Cohen. "Come now, young Norton, let me see which arm you wield your wand with." "My right hand." Cohen detected a sweet fragrance in the air, the scent of souls, yet it did not emanate solely from Ollivander himself. The aroma intensified as numerous souls gravitated towards Cohen's vicinity. Suddenly, he grasped the reason. It was the wands, selecting their wizard. This seemed to be a custom. But Cohen did not appear to be an ideal candidate. Goodness, do wands truly possess souls? Cohen swallowed hard, as if a delectable cake had been thrust beneath his nose. "I have yet to commit any wrongdoing." Ollivander skillfully elucidated the composition of wands and the principles governing their selection of wizards, then began to navigate the shelves, busying himself with selecting several long boxes to bring down. "Let us try this one first, young Norton," Ollivander declared, choosing a box and preparing to open it. Crafted from beech wood and the heartstring of a fire dragon, 9 inches in length and quite flexible. Crack! Before the wand could be drawn from its box, it emitted a cacophony of crackling sounds and a dazzling flash of crimson light, promptly sealing the box with a resounding thud. I had done nothing. Cohen noticed both Ollivander and Edward casting him peculiar glances, prompting him to raise his hands in clarification. "Strange, indeed," murmured Ollivander. "Not this one, perhaps this?" The next unfortunate candidate was a 7-inch wand crafted from maple and adorned with a phoenix feather. With a ripping sound, this wand reacted even more violently, piercing through the box's cardboard seal like an arrow the moment it was opened, darting rapidly towards the back of the shop until it embedded itself in the farthest wall. "No, not this one either." Cohen began to doubt whether Ollivander possessed any effective means of discerning the connection between wands and wizards. Perhaps every young sorcerer would need to try nearly every wand in the shop, just as Harry or he had, to discover one that truly belonged to them. Time passed, and Cohen and Edward found themselves languidly seated in the shop, on the verge of slumber. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander merely needed to scurry about exchanging wands, while Cohen and Edward had far more pressing matters to ponder: when to have lunch, when Cohen would select an owl, and when Edward could rush to attend the Hellfire Club's Dungeons Dragons gathering. At long last, with a sigh of relief, Ollivander opened the final wand box, relieved to not hear an unearthly shriek as the wand fled. Elder, unicorn hair, 12 inches long, a rather peculiar combination, he mused. Cohen curiously rose to peer at this seemingly unafraid wand. Was it strange because it combined elder wood, a symbol of death, with unicorn hair, a representation of goodness and purity? Or was it a grave error to craft a wand from unicorn hair meant for a Dementor? Chapter 5, The Count of Owls. After paying Ollivander 7 golden galleons, Cohen and Edward departed from the wand shop. Cohen pondered over the wand for a considerable time, only to realize that the soul within it seemed to embody merely basic emotions, such as "I favor this wizard, thus I shall remain with him for life," or "I despise this wizard, therefore I shall not assist him." Now, a new emotion had to be added, the instinct to flee upon encountering a Dementor seeking a wand, lest one fall victim to its fate. Considering that wands would shift their allegiance if their master was defeated, Cohen felt these wands resembled somewhat sentient locks. If they witnessed their master being assaulted at the door, they would promptly open for the assailant. In short, they were like fence-sitters, intelligent, yet not overly so. The subsequent acquisition of textbooks, wizarding robes, cauldrons, and potion ingredients went smoothly. For these items did not flee in terror of Cohen siphoning their souls, though perhaps the copy of monstrous creatures tucked away in a corner of the leaky cauldron was an exception. Originally, it was a solitary tome, gnawing at its own pages within an iron cage. However, upon Cohen's entrance into the shop, the book fell silent instantly, cowering in the corner, trembling. Soul strength, 5. How feeble, Cohen mused internally. Just then, a clerk assisting Cohen in retrieving his textbooks happened to notice the suddenly subdued book and concluded that Cohen was his savior. He secretly slipped Cohen 2 galleons along with 7 sickles, imploring him to take the monstrous tome, valued at 2 galleons, away. The clerk even displayed the scars on his hand, which had already healed. This book is utterly terrifying. I can hardly fathom why the proprietor would keep such a volume in the shop. It is as dreadful as the pixies of Cornwall. No. At least those pixies do not bite. Amid the clerk's lamentations of how this thing would turn into a Hogwarts textbook, necessitating an order of 1,000 copies, all of which the owner would have to manage alone since the staff would have long since resigned, Edward pushed a cart laden with books and supplies out of the store for Cohen. Now it's time to purchase you a pet. Edward let out a weary groan, casting a glance at the quietly resting monstrous creature's compendium in the cart, seemingly perplexed as to why the book lay still, as if lifeless. I now understand why your grandmother was so reluctant to bring me shopping. The school supplies for young wizards are rather cumbersome. I hope the little creatures aren't as timid as wands. Just after absorbing the soul of the monstrous book, Cohen was suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. Yet, whether magical creatures exhibit any special reaction to the presence of Dementors remained uncertain. This question was soon addressed as Cohen stepped into the dimly lit owl shop. The once cacophonous establishment fell eerily silent the moment he crossed the threshold. The female proprietor regarded the owl's abrupt quietude with confusion, only to then notice Cohen entering with a purse of coins. Edward lingered outside with the heavily laden cart, for it was impossible to maneuver it into this snug little shop that could accommodate only one person at a time. Moreover, Diagon Alley was not without its pickpockets. Even within the magical realm, there are always those greedy individuals who seek to gain without effort. Perhaps the only place they would dare not pilfer from is Gringotts. Hello. I would like to purchase an owl, Cohen said, feigning ignorance as he addressed the middle-aged woman with curly hair. Never mind that the birds in their cages were trembling. Cohen had not drained their souls. My owls are quite lively. The proprietor's prepared sales pitch faltered in her throat, for the owls now stood rigid, resembling stone statues. May I select one myself? Cohen politely inquired. The owls possessed a mere 2 or 3 points of soul strength, while Cohen had just absorbed a tome with a formidable 5 points, yet his own soul completeness had only increased by 0.5. This meant that the slaughter of a normal owl would yield him even less enhancement than snatching a few children's lollipops. What ultimately swayed Cohen's decision was not the absence of toffee in his mouth, but rather the presence of 2 distinctive owls among the group. One was a pure white snowy owl, exhibiting a soul strength of 7. Which at first glance led Cohen to suspect it was the same Hedwig that Harry would later care for. The other was a large, predominantly brown mottled screech owl, adorned with white eyebrows and black-tipped ear feathers. Of course, an owl's ears do not protrude sharply atop its head. Their true ears are nestled beneath the feathers on either side of the head, and one could even part the plumage to glimpse their sizable eyeballs through the ear openings. Soul strength, 10. Was this a typical soul strength for an ordinary owl? Cohen found himself intrigued by this particular owl, and it seemed equally curious about him. Its eyes fixated on Cohen as it tilted its head clockwise by 90 degrees, as if scrutinizing something peculiar. For reasons unknown, Cohen felt an odd premonition that this creature might extend a black, line-like arm from beneath its wings and extract a half-eaten bag of chips from the side. Wait, why would there be leftover chips in a bird's cage? Do wizards even have chips? What is its name? How much does it cost? This owl appeared to be somewhat aged, didn't he? Edward observed as Cohen held up a screech owl that was considerably larger than the other younger ones, frowning slightly. Its name is Count, Cohen explained. The shopkeeper mentioned it has been there for 3 years. If it doesn't sell soon, it might be sent to the owl post for menial work. Edward nodded thoughtfully. That sounds quite unfortunate. It makes me feel a bit sorry for it. Is that why you decided to purchase it? No, Cohen replied, shaking his head nonchalantly, because it only costs 10 sickles, while the other owls are at least 2 galleons. Acquiring an owl with such extraordinary soul strength for merely 10 sickles was an exceptional deal, even if he could not derive anything from it once it aged. Cohen could tearfully consume it, in both a spiritual and physical sense. Chapter 6. Goodness, the Dementor can speak. With less than an hour remaining in Edward's gaming time, a hurried Edward magically prepared lunch for Cohen before dashing out of the house, leaving Cohen alone in number 5, Privet Drive. An animagus? A cursed werewolf? Or something else entirely? Cohen pulled out his chair and sat down, aligning his gaze with that of the owl, Count. It must be something else. A comically tinged male voice emerged from Count's hooked beak as it opened and closed. My word, you can talk? Cohen's eyes widened in astonishment. An animagus cannot speak in animal form, nor can a cursed werewolf articulate human speech after transformation, as the anatomical structure of other animals simply does not permit the mimicry of human vocalization, except for parrots. Goodness, can Dementors really speak? Count tilted its head, completely unfazed, as if engaging in a light-hearted banter with Cohen. So, you have a human father, which means your mother must be a Dementor. The Earl continued unabashedly, expressing that in all his years, he had never encountered such a peculiar situation. Even for a bird, this was rather bizarre. Cohen's gaze shifted from astonishment to tranquility, ultimately settling into indifference. Why the silence? Was it due to never having seen a talking bird before? The Earl tilted his head, originally askew by 90 degrees clockwise, and now adjusted it to a counterclockwise 90-degree turn, a behavior that would appear endearing in an ordinary owl. But wait, even a Dementor can speak. Is it truly so incomprehensible for a bird to do so? Or perhaps you are unaware that you are a Dementor. Cohen's complexion darkened. Oh no, have I frightened you into silence? Does your father know the incantation to dissolve the owl purchasing contract? You see, a bird cannot wield a wand. But considering your father's willingness to engage with Dementors, I trust he could manage to dissolve a contract without issue. Cohen's forehead grew increasingly furrowed. Naturally, as a form of barter for freedom, I could pilfer galleons from other wizarding households. I am quite adept at this craft. Every wizard believes an owl merely delivers messages, never contemplating that a bird might abscond with their possessions. How does 30 galleons sound? 30 galleons could buy my freedom for the remainder of my days. Wait a moment. I must compose myself. Cohen, with a tense expression, vacated his seat, exited the bedroom, and slammed the door behind him. I wonder if it's too late to return the bird. This is not merely a case of purchasing a counterfeit, but rather acquiring something sinister. The very essence of this soul makes Cohen feel queasy. However, the owl's proposition of stealing galleons from other wizarding homes does seem rather enticing. Yet, having already discerned Cohen's identity as a Dementor, might it blab indiscriminately? Certainly, ordinary wizards are unlikely to possess the high-level magic of the Patronus charm. Following Dumbledore's nature, it is highly probable he merely accepted Cohen's existence as a half-Dementor, while the Ministry of Magic remains blissfully ignorant, allowing him to roam freely in Muggle streets. Maintaining the secrecy of one's identity is crucial in the early stages, especially until one possesses a soul strength surpassing that of most wizards. It is imperative to keep knowledge from those who should not know. This loquacious owl, already privy to Cohen's identity, clearly represents a restless element. Yet, a talking owl is undeniably cool. Cohen wrestled with his thoughts and resolved to grant this owl a chance at survival. Clap. Hoot. Having come to a realization, he felt compelled to clarify certain matters. My mother is not a Dementor, nor is my father a Banshee. Who is Banshee? The Owl Earl expressed his confusion with his large, expressive eyes. The young owl cannot be burdened with such incongruous knowledge. Cohen refused to elaborate on these matters and continued with his previous topic, stating that his parents are quite ordinary, for I was adopted, and Cohen particularly emphasized the conjunction, Dumbledore. You are aware of him, correct? During my last visit to Hogwarts to deliver a letter to a young wizard, I noticed him lost in contemplation, gazing at a photograph of a young man. Would you like to know the name of that man? 3 galleons, it was Grindelwald. Next question. No, do not divert the topic. Cohen admonished. You were the one who asked me first. The Count retorted angrily, you utterly unreasonable creature. After Cohen deliberately licked his lips, the Count ceased his complaints, as if he had been choked by an owl's nut. Please, continue. The Count said dryly. Dumbledore specifically placed me in this household for care, understand? Cohen inquired. The Count pecked at his own wings. Your manner of questioning suggests that you might pluck my feathers one by one, asking me, do you agree? Do you agree? Cohen asked earnestly. I am democratic. Should you disagree, I shall consume your soul. You haven't even mentioned what I am supposed to agree to. In a fit of rage, the Count bit off one of his own feathers. Or perhaps you are oblivious to the fact that owls possess no power of dissent. This owl purchase contract was concocted by your kind of wizards. I swear, when I have devoured every field mouse in existence, I shall begin feasting on wizards, consuming all of you vile creatures who exploit diminutive beings. Wait, are you suggesting that you must obey my commands, correct? Cohen began to grasp the hidden truth behind the Count's grievances. Otherwise, do you truly believe that every owl would be forever subjugated by your whims? The Count retorted with a sharp tone. Allow me to verify, for I am rather insecure. Cohen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I can envision you frequently fretting over an owl attacking you, especially since I harbor a wand, and with every wizard who purchases me, I would shout, you shall soon discover that I am indeed an owl. Do you comprehend, owl? I lack hands to wield a wand. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. Due to the rampant and uncontrollable nature of owl communication, following the establishment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1692, owls were categorized under the regulation of magical creatures prone to exposure. Concurrently, the owl purchase contract emerged, mandating that owl trainers and sellers ensure that every owl circulating in the market was bound by a contractual spell, preventing any irregular occurrences of escape, disappearance, or betrayal. Cohen's endeavors proved exceedingly successful. Merely by thinking the command to silence the Count genuinely became incapable of uttering a single word. Congratulations. You may now live as my messenger, Cohen cheerfully proclaimed to the Count, silently prohibiting any mention of Cohen being a Dementor. Perhaps the Count had never entertained such notions. Yet Cohen opted for caution, ensuring he possessed a talking owl while safeguarding his identity from any unwarranted exposure. In the days that followed, Cohen inquired of the Count multiple times regarding the reason for its ability to speak. In the narrative, It unfolds that a character resides in a dilapidated lighthouse with an elderly gentleman named John, often referred to as the Count, as every street seems to have an old man named John. Year after year, the old John diligently carves wooden sculptures, while the Count whimsically casts these figures into the nearby forest. The scene evokes the essence of a fairy tale, an illuminating lighthouse guiding lost souls through the woods, a silent artisan of wooden effigies, and an eloquent owl. Am I merely a gullible child, easily deceived? Cohen gazes at the Count with his lifeless eyes, observing him savoring a field mouse he had scavenged. Is it not? I mean, the notion of a talking cuckoo is inherently whimsical, and this tale resonates with that charm. The Count left the windowsill, stained with blood. Reluctantly, Cohen dismissed the thought. In a world brimming with magic, there were numerous talking entities. He casually waved his wand, restoring the area to pristine condition. My midnight snack. The Count emitted an indescribable shriek. Ding. Sin value 1. Satisfied with the now immaculate windowsill and the Count's decision to procure his future snacks elsewhere, Cohen climbed into bed to rest. In the month leading up to his enrollment, Cohen had thoroughly reviewed all the spells and standard spells. Beginner. The spells that young wizards learn are predominantly elementary incantations for igniting flames, cutting, and levitating objects, with the more practical ones being restoration and cleansing spells. These posed little challenge, although the textbook provided a digital model of the underlying magic for each spell. It was evident that such concepts were beyond the grasp of an ordinary student. No 11-year-old would delve into three-dimensional function models, and neither would Cohen. He amused himself with a joke. This was certainly not a justification for his lack of diligence in study. After all, despite the scientific principles underlying these magics, their execution was quite metaphysical. One merely needed to follow the prescribed gestures, recite the incantation, and envision the desired effect, and voila, the spell was cast. The only real challenge lay in memorizing the incantations and their corresponding gestures. Perhaps as his experience in casting spells grew, he could even forego the incantations and gestures, or perhaps the wand itself. However, at present, Cohen could only legitimately self-study from standard spells. Beginner. As Edward and Rose had jointly emphasized that young wizards should not advance too far in their spell learning without guidance, lest they inadvertently create chaos from a seemingly innocuous spell. Even adult wizards can encounter mishaps. There was once a wizard named Barufio who mispronounced a spell and found himself sprawled on the floor with a bison standing on his chest. Thus, Cohen practiced solely from this ordinary textbook during the day, while at night, he practiced with the compendium of positive spells, which he had purchased from the Goodwill shop for 250 Goodwill points. Perhaps due to the higher demand for magical prowess, Cohen's attempts were merely superficial, allowing him to peruse the book for a fleeting thrill. To aid young wizards in grasping the effects of spells more intuitively, the textbooks featured dynamic illustrations beside the recorded incantations, showcasing spell testers repeatedly casting or being subjected to the corresponding spells. In the following month, Cohen intended to reveal to Harry that he too was a new student at Hogwarts, hoping to delight him with the news. This led Cohen to almost believe that Harry had discovered his secret of feeling like a Dementor. As the holiday swiftly passed, Cohen was roused early in the morning by Rose. Today marks your first day at school. Your mother simply must make you look splendid, she said affectionately, arranging Cohen's hair and attire. Mama, those are words reserved for dressing up girls, Cohen replied bashfully, yet he did not resist Rose's gentle hands, even as she attempted to affix a pink bow tie to his collar. It clashes with your hair, Rose lamented, discarding the pink bow tie aside. These things will all be changed for your school uniform once you arrive at Hogwarts, Edward remarked, leaning against the doorway with a tone of sagacity. Is that so? Rose silenced Edward with a mere glance, sending him downstairs to prepare breakfast. Throughout the journey, Cohen was enveloped by an uncomfortable sensation in his formal attire. Observing Rose in the passenger seat occasionally dabbing at the tears that flowed from her eyes as she faced the reality of her child being away for at least a term. Hogwarts will take good care of the children. We all manage just fine back in our day, Edward consoled. The scene caused Cohen to feel as though he were not embarking on a school journey, but rather a marriage. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Cohen followed Edward and Rose as they passed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, arriving at platform 9. The Scarlet Steam locomotive stood majestically at the station, surrounded by an ethereal mist. Amidst the bustling crowd were the sounds of children's chatter and the calls of some flustered parents filled the air. You must adhere to the school rules, never venture into dangerous areas, do not oppose the professors, study diligently, eat well, drink plenty of water, and remember to write to us weekly, and do ensure you are sorted into Gryffindor, if you dare to end up in Slytherin. All right, Rose. Do you not fear that Cohen might leap from the train and run off to any house? Edward swiftly interrupted Rose, whose anxiousness had led her to speak without restraint. He then knelt down, affectionately ruffling Cohen's hair. Cohen, simply focus on enjoying your school life, without placing too much pressure on yourself. The courses at Hogwarts are quite manageable, at least easier than those at Smelting. I understand, I will manage to dress myself and take care of my meals. Do not worry, Mom and Dad, Cohen replied quietly, tugging at his collar which felt increasingly suffocating, before hastily boarding the train. Outside, Rose leaned against Edward's shoulder. Watching Cohen swiftly pass by the train window, her expression a mix of pride and tears. Edward, do you remember when we first met on the train? She asked. Indeed. He replied, stiffening. I was being bullied by a few unruly children. They were nothing but cowards, Rose reminisced. After you scared them off. You gave me a beating as well, Edward said, his lips twitching. That was because you were a whimpering coward at the time. I have little patience for such weakness. Rose replied with a fond smile. Rose leaned closer to Edward's face, but there was something distinctly different about him. You're a coward who dares to accompany me in raising Dementors. Rose planted a kiss on Edward's lips. Cohen will be fine, right? Of course he will. He is a good boy. The spot where Edward was kissed turned a bright shade of red. Hogwarts has Dumbledore, and when we went to buy school supplies, he remarked that I was a good father. Dementors, devoid of love, cannot exist, can they? Meanwhile, Harry wished to keep Uncle Vernon waiting a moment longer before departing. Kid, I don't have time for your nonsense, Uncle Vernon grumbled, standing by the car. Dudley needs to go to the hospital. You have 2 minutes. Having received permission, Harry dashed to Cohen's doorstep, knocking hurriedly. In recent days, Harry had longed to share with Cohen the wonders he had encountered, the owls and letters, the towering giants, the extraordinary magic, all the marvelous things that had suddenly emerged on his birthday. However, Hagrid had informed Harry that he must not disclose any magical matters to Muggles, not even to his closest friends. Thus, Harry had been avoiding Cohen, fearful that he might inadvertently reveal everything when faced with Cohen's inquiries. Moreover, he dreaded contemplating the discomfort of knowing his friend possessed magic while he did not. Nevertheless, before departing Privet Drive, Harry ultimately resolved to bid farewell to Cohen. As he waited for Cohen to open the door, he rehearsed his prepared farewell speech repeatedly. Regrettably, no one answered. Kid, did you really think the Norton boy would wait for you to say goodbye before school starts? No one would want to associate with someone like you. Uncle Vernon derided from a distance, venting his ire at Harry. If it weren't for that damned pig's tail, Dudley wouldn't have needed to delay his start. Harry paid no heed to Uncle Vernon's words. He gloomily climbed into the car, casting one last glance toward Cohen's bedroom, feeling that the joy of returning to school was utterly eclipsed by a profound sense of loss. On the other side, Cohen eagerly stuffed his suitcase haphazardly beside his seat in the empty car trunk, slamming the trunk door shut with a sharp clap. Then, he began to struggle with the buttons of his overly tight collar. Damn, a mother's love truly can be suffocating. And why must I, a member of a race marked by Dementors, still require breath? Is it that flesh and blood are simply too frail? You resemble a werewolf on the brink of invasion, the Count remarked, tilting his head at the undressing Cohen. You look like a perverted alchemist peeping at a child's body, Cohen retorted without hesitation. At last, Cohen donned his school robes in advance and resolved that before returning to school, he must cast a subtle expansion charm on the tightly fitted attire to prevent being metaphorically murdered by a garment and leaving behind a lasting infamy. Before departing, Rose entrusted a jingling bag of pocket money to Cohen, for the train boasted a snack cart, and children often gravitated towards these whimsically processed treats rather than the dry lunches their parents packed in their bags. However, Cohen believed that today he had no need to spend this pocket money, as a wealthy gentleman was about to enter the carriage at the rear of the train, one who could obtain everything with a mere wave of his hand. Hello, may I sit here, Cohen? Harry pushed open the carriage door, and upon seeing the occupants, he froze in the aisle. Excuse me, we need to get through, the students from the opposite carriage remarked, as they prepared to leave the compartment and found Harry blocking the way. Oh, my apologies. Harry quickly turned to apologize, squeezing into the carriage with his suitcase. His movements so abrupt that Hedwig, the snowy owl within the cage atop the suitcase, protested with a sharp hoot. Cohen noticed that ever since Hedwig's appearance, the Earl's gaze had not strayed from the pure white owl. Not so fast. I haven't even introduced the main character yet. Why are you trying to steal the spotlight? Cohen whispered threateningly to the Earl. The Earl cast a disdainful glance at Cohen, as if to say, what can you do about it if I cavort with the other birds in the Ollery at night? Cohen, I thought you weren't here. I assumed Harry was just struggling to find his words. What a coincidence, Harry, you're also attending Hogwarts, Cohen said earnestly. Your reaction is a tad slow. Harry felt his expression stiffening as he noted he had already been seated for 30 seconds. I'm clearly not adept at being sentimental, Cohen sighed. You didn't come to see me last month. I was hoping to discreetly share some insights about the magical world with you. But Hagrid said I couldn't tell Muggles, and at that time, you didn't know I was a wizard, right? Harry asked, anxious and bewildered. Who is Hagrid? Cohen inquired decisively. With the topic opened, Harry eagerly began to recount the marvelous experiences of his birthday. An 11-year-old child is easily captivated, with just a smidgen of temptation. They can forget their initial intentions. Cohen was thus able to remain silent, relishing the opportunity to listen rather than speak, especially as the snack cart had yet to arrive. Chapter 8. The Sorting Hat. Sometimes I really want to call the police. The train rumbled onward, and soon, a freckled boy with fiery red hair pushed open the sliding door of the compartment, oblivious to the smudge on his nose. Is anyone sitting here? He pointed to the seat beside Harry, addressing both Harry and Cohen, as the other spots were occupied due to the Earl's birdcage beside Cohen. Harry hesitated, uncertain of Cohen's intentions, glancing towards him. Cohen shrugged. No one. Go ahead and sit. Ding. Kindness level 1. How benevolent. Cohen felt his self-assessment had always been quite accurate. Ron took a seat, casting a fleeting glance at Harry before quickly averting his gaze, pretending nothing had occurred. It felt reminiscent of a secret crush. Cohen clicked his tongue in astonishment, remaining silent as he decided to peruse his compendium of charms. To be honest, the title of this book was utterly pedestrian. One could only wonder which genius had concocted such a name. If this book were to be displayed in public, it would undoubtedly elicit laughter from onlookers. However, Cohen sensed that the two 11-year-old wizards before him might not even distinguish between stalactites and stalagmites, and thus were unlikely to scrutinize the title of the book he held. After the Weasley twins, Fred and George, had made their rounds, Ron seized the opportunity to initiate a conversation with the age-old question, "Are you really Harry Potter?" A typical opening for children of their age, who believed that once acquaintances were made, they would be friends for life. Their dialogue meandered from Harry's notoriety to wizarding families, until at last, they finally acknowledged the presence of another individual in the compartment. Of course, Cohen raised his gaze not to regard Ron or Harry, but in an attempt to glimpse the snack trolley through the window. Goodness, when would the refreshments arrive? He was on the verge of starvation. The only drawback of the last carriage was that the snack trolley was perpetually the last to arrive. If this hunger persisted, Cohen feared he might resort to cannibalism. At long last, as Cohen silently awaited, the snack vendor opened the compartment door. "Dearie, would you care for any refreshments?" Harry sprang to his feet, for he had eaten nothing that morning. Cohen remained composed in his seat, fully aware that he had no need to pay for food. Harry would soon unleash his monetary prowess. "I'll take it all," he declared. Ron stared wide-eyed as Harry clutched the assortment of snacks, dumping them onto the small table before them. "Are you hungry?" "Starving," Harry replied, immediately seizing the nearest pumpkin pasty and taking a hearty bite. Ron, having produced his sandwich, eventually relented after Harry's repeated refusals and began to indulge in Harry's treats. "Cohen, would you like some?" Harry inquired, his cheeks bulging with food, as he prepared to turn and invite Cohen to join. Yet, Cohen was one step ahead, having already immersed himself in the pile of snacks. "What?" Emerging from the heap of goodies, Cohen took a bite out of 2 chocolate frogs' heads. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to swallowing a live frog. Yet the explosion of flavor from the chocolate in his mouth was undeniably delightful. Having satisfied their appetites, one might expect a shift toward more indulgent pursuits. Yet here, there were merely 2 11-year-old wizards and a semi-ghostly being of the same age, leading them to other forms of entertainment, such as watching Ron perform magic. At the moment Ron extracted Peter Pettigrew, transformed into the rat Scabbers, the creature emitted an eager cooing sound, as if it had spotted dinner. Clearly, even a magical owl that could discern Cohen's true identity could see through an animagus's disguise. However, Cohen had no intention of capturing Peter Pettigrew at this juncture, even though Peter's soul had weakened to an alarming extent. Exposing him now would yield little goodwill for Cohen, as he was merely a fugitive evading black. However, if Cohen were to expose a nefarious individual attempting to resurrect Voldemort, the potential for goodwill generated would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, should it be revealed that Cohen was the mastermind behind Voldemort's resurrection, only to later betray him, the magnitude of both malevolence and benevolence attributed to him would be staggering. At the very least, once Sirius Black escapes and gains Dumbledore's trust, capturing Cohen would allow him to contend with the cowardly Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who is undoubtedly reluctant to admit that the Ministry mistakenly imprisoned an innocent for a decade. As Ron raised his wand to cast a spell, the door to their compartment swung open. Neville appeared before them for the second time. Earlier, while Cohen was still hungry, this round-faced boy, with tears in his eyes, had visited in search of his toad. However, this time, he was accompanied by a girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, Hermione Granger. After inquiring fruitlessly about the whereabouts of the toad, Hermione noticed Ron practicing his spell and stayed to watch the entire unremarkable performance. "I really hope I'm not sorted into the same house as her," Ron muttered glumly, tossing his wand onto his suitcase. Harry inquired about Ron's brothers' houses and expressed a rather pessimistic view about the house he would soon join. When Ron broached the subject of Cohen, he replied, "Me?" Recalling Rose's words just before he boarded, he grimaced slightly. "My mother said she would kill me if I ended up in Slytherin. I distinctly saw her lips form those words. So, Gryffindor is probably the best choice. Speaking of which, the Sorting Hat should recognize me, right? A Dementor's soul is quite distinct from that of a young wizard, especially when I observe my own soul. It's its essence is extraordinarily typical. However, Dumbledore must have warned it. Or else the Sorting Hat would likely shout Azkaban, instead of assigning me to some ordinary house. Your mother? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Your mother is a witch. Actually, my dad is too, Cohen replied nonchalantly. But they kept it a secret from me until I received my acceptance letter because I'm adopted. And they thought I was just a muggle child. How I wish I were adopted by Mr. Norton, Harry sighed. The disparity in their circumstances was stark. Cohen thrived in the indulgence of his adoptive parents, while Harry could only endure a childhood spent in a cupboard. This heavy topic did not linger long, as the two individuals before Cohen quickly shifted their focus to other subjects. Ron and Harry transitioned from discussions about their houses to Charlie in Romania, then from the vaults of Gringotts to Quidditch, showcasing the breadth of their knowledge. Of course, there were minor frictions along the way. Is it true? Draco Malfoy inquired, standing at the compartment door. Everyone on the train is buzzing, saying Harry Potter is in this compartment. So it must be true, right? Yes, Harry replied. Clearly not fond of the boy, Ron let out a soft laugh, only to be singled out and criticized by Malfoy. After several encounters, Draco Malfoy, the aristocratic scion, expressed his desire to befriend you. You promptly agreed and apologized, for I, Harry Potter, take great pleasure in confronting those who are self-righteous. Do you wish to fight? Malfoy sneered. Unless you leave this moment. Harry, lacking confidence yet resolutely stepping forward, spoke up. As Malfoy's lackey, Goyle, reached for the pile of snacks in front of Cohen. Cohen could no longer contain himself. Go for it, Earl. Cohen decided to directly open the birdcage. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the vicinity, as the Earl unfurled his wings, large enough to deliver a slap to the faces of 3 small children, and soared up. Malfoy and his companions, startled by the unexpected onslaught of the owl, hastily scattered, colliding into one another and falling in disarray. The Earl even took the opportunity to discreetly relieve himself atop their heads. Harry and Ron erupted into joyous laughter. If you don't run, I'll claw your little eyeballs out, the Earl asserted menacingly. After the Earl spoke, a profound silence enveloped the air. Even Harry and Ron, who had just been laughing, found themselves frozen in their seats. Ultimately, it was Malfoy and his companions who screamed and fled first. No one wished to lose their own eyeballs, especially with such a threat issued by an owl. Can owls speak? Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide. Something's off, Ron remarked, suddenly alert. Even in the magical world, it is rare for owls to converse. Cohen, my father once said, if you cannot discern where its brain is hidden, you should never trust anything that claims to think. Do you want me to pluck my feathers so you can peer through my ear hole and see where my remarkably magical brain resides? The Earl vehemently denied Ron's assertion. Owls inherently possess brains, Ron, Cohen sighed, and there exists a magical contract between owls and wizards, it merely. Cohen pondered how to define the Earl. Perhaps it was an owl born from a hybridization with other magical creatures. You are the hybrid. Your entire family, the Earl retorted, furiously hopping around in the cage, which momentarily eased Harry and Ron's concerns. After all, it was unlikely to harm them in such a furious state. As the train approached Hogwarts, Harry and Ron donned their school robes. The temperature in the Scottish Highlands was significantly lower than in London, causing many young wizards to sneeze as they disembarked the train, taken aback by the sudden chill. Cohen, however, felt no discomfort. He feared heat, not cold. Following Hagrid across the Black Lake, Cohen glimpsed a colossal creature beneath the surface. Soul strength, 50. Bushgate. Is that you? The fragments of Voldemort's soul only possessed a mere 40 points of soul strength. Clearly, Hogwarts' giant squid harbored some secrets. Yet, it was beyond Cohen's current abilities to investigate. The squid was too immense to comprehend fully. In contrast, Hagrid's 30 points of soul strength appeared quite normal, likely due to his half-giant heritage, as Hagrid's soul strength surpassed that of the vast majority of ordinary wizards. The newly enrolled young wizards found themselves in the range of 7 to 8 points, while the adult wizards hovered around a score of 1540, alongside the impressively formidable sorcerers. Soon, Cohen received the answer he sought, Professor McGonagall, with a soul strength of 50. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be more pronounced than that between humans and swine. This exemplified the composure of the elder professors at Hogwarts, effortlessly surpassing the limits of soul strength observed among the second- and third-rate wizards in Diagon Alley. After Professor McGonagall elucidated the sorting and the house cup, the group of young wizards was swiftly escorted to the Great Hall. While they awaited their turn, Ron exaggeratedly recounted to Harry and Cohen the details of the sorting ceremony, as relayed by Fred, leading Harry to believe he would have to battle a troll. Despite his ignorance of what a troll actually was. Whatever you do, don't poke a troll's nostrils with your wand. You'll thank me later, Cohen kindly advised Harry. At last, the sorting ceremony commenced. At the far end of the hall, Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before them and set atop it a tattered and patched wizardess hat that was quite filthy. Then, under the gaze of all, the hat began to twist and split open, forming an aperture resembling a mouth. It sang, You may think me unattractive, but do not judge by appearances. If you find a hat more beautiful than I shall eat myself. Come, wear me, do not fear. There is no need for alarm. In my presence, though I have not a single hand, you are utterly safe, for I am a thinking hat." As the hat concluded its song, the hall erupted in applause. It bowed to each of the 4 tables before settling motionless upon the stool. Harry and Ron visibly exhaled in relief. And Cohen did the same. The soul strength of the professors in the hall did not reach any terrifying heights. Most ranged between 45 and 50. With the diminutive Professor Flitwick slightly surpassing Professor McGonagall by a single point. Of course, Professor Dumbledore was not included in this tally. He resembled a top student who scored 99 out of 100, as his soul strength was an astonishing 99. The figure seemed somewhat skewed, clearly beyond the realm of normality. Fortunately, Dumbledore was not a Dementor. The soul strength merely represented the difficulty Cohen would face in dealing with him. Wait, why would Cohen confront Dumbledore? Shouldn't he simply align himself with the right team and safely accumulate experience? Puzzled, Cohen tapped his forehead. Nevertheless, Cohen felt he had grasped the distribution of soul strength among wizards. Ordinary wizards typically range between 15-40, while some particularly exceptional wizards boasted soul strengths in the 40s. Yet, none would exceed 60. Dumbledore was an exception among exceptions. Whatever he had done, this old man possessed a daunting soul strength of 99, placing him at the pinnacle. However, no matter how formidable the strength of the soul, it could not prevent the fatal curse. In the original narrative, Dumbledore ultimately succumbed to a killing curse cast by Snape. Now, I shall call out names, and whoever's name is called shall don the hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment, Professor McGonagall declared. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with golden pigtails, stepped forward. Yet Cohen repeatedly reassured himself that her youthful age was the reason for his thoughts. Surely, he mused, he could not be destined to marry a beautiful Dementor in the future, could he? Hufflepuff. Thus, steadfast Hannah joined her most loyal house, Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Cohen languidly awaited the turn of the initials of surnames, standing behind Neville and Malfoy. As Neville was sorted into Gryffindor and Malfoy into Slytherin, it was finally Cohen's turn. Cohen Norton. Cohen sensed that Harry beside him was even more agitated, nearly shaking with anticipation. Compliantly, Cohen seated himself, and Professor McGonagall reluctantly placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sorting hat remained silent, and so did Cohen. Not a whisper echoed in his mind or near his ears. Was this some sort of game of statues? The immobile, seemingly lifeless hat perplexed Cohen immensely. Had Dumbledore not given the hat a proper warning? The awkward stalemate with a newly enrolled young wizard was rather uncomfortable for the hat, he thought. Deciding to shatter the silence, Cohen quietly prompted, "You're not broken, are you? I'm quite adept at mending souls. Would you care to give it a try? I've never received a negative review, you know." Chapter 9. Dinner. Wait, what kind of dinner are you offering? A peculiar sound emitted from the sorting hat, akin to the hissing of a deflating balloon. "Ah, child, I can perceive your kindness," the hat murmured, its voice low and coaxing, reminiscent of a cat nudging a precariously balanced cup at the edge of a table. You possess cleverness and ambition, perhaps Slytherin." Cohen's stomach audibly grumbled. "Oh, I suddenly realized that, as a rather unique child, having the courage to enroll is indeed a brave act." The sorting hat twisted awkwardly upon Cohen's head. Speaking in a hushed tone, Cohen felt satisfied with the hat's second assessment. He would not have to be pursued by Rose. "Gryffindor," the sorting hat proclaimed in a raspy, quavering voice. On the way to Gryffindor, Cohen gestured encouragingly to Harry, who was still among the dwindling few in line. He even adjusted his position deliberately so that his display of friendship and goodwill would be noticed by the faculty, particularly Dumbledore. A flawless sequence. Cohen felt increasingly adept at embodying the spirit of a healthy, sunny, and optimistic half-Dementor. Once seated, he began to observe Harry's sorting with keen interest. However, the sorting hat spoke so softly to the young wizard that Cohen could not hear the tug-of-war between the hat and Harry. Observing a nearly motionless pantomime certainly lacked entertainment. It was challenging to predict which house Harry would be assigned to, Gryffindor, perhaps? Following the sorting hat's proclamation, a moment of silence enveloped the hall. The next instant, a deafening cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, as if it were about to lift the very roof of Hogwarts. Harry, his legs trembling slightly, made his way to the Gryffindor long table. The Weasley twins were shouting, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Percy stood as Harry passed, offering a firm handshake, as if greeting a significant international figure. Other Gryffindor students expressed their joy in various exuberant ways, creating such a cacophony that the sorting hat had to loudly announce the next student's house before the hall could regain its composure. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor, but only a few of his brothers congratulated him. "You scared me." Harry, sitting beside Cohen, still felt a tremor of anxiety. "I almost ended up in Slytherin. Stay calm." Cohen rubbed his hands together, already picking up his knife and fork, awaiting the arrival of the feast. You too. Harry leaned closer, whispering in a tone audible only to Cohen, his expression one of astonishment. Uh-huh. It first said I was going to be sorted into Slytherin, but I refused because Rose would hunt me down. Cohen understood that Harry was still preoccupied with the hat's initial decision. Children often feel uneasy about being different, but that discomfort can be alleviated by the reassurance of companionship. Harry was evidently in such a situation. Phew. Harry seemed to exhale in relief. In his eyes, the hat's first decision was not entirely accurate. Cohen possessed none of the malevolent traits associated with Slytherin. Welcome. Dumbledore beamed at the students, arms wide open, as if nothing pleased him more than the sight of them all gathered together. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. Nincompoops, crybabies, dregs, twists. This statement symbolized the biases each house held toward the others. It might serve as a reminder to the children of the futility of such prejudices, or perhaps a light-hearted jest. No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than a sumptuous array of dishes appeared on the table before them, setting aside some of England's more dubious culinary offerings. The majority of Hogwarts food was quite delectable. After all, it was no small feat to make pork chops and beef unappetizing, especially considering that a host of house elves, with their rich and refined culinary expertise, prepared the meals. However, Cohen felt as though something essential was missing from the experience. Was there something that ought to have appeared at Hogwarts that had yet to materialize? Never mind, let us begin dining. Just as Cohen was about to redirect his attention to the food and took a hearty bite of the large leg of lamb on his plate, a cacophony erupted. Aya! A pained male voice emerged from the table before Cohen, and he detected an odd flavor in the lamb leg. Why did the spicy lamb have a hint of sweetness? In an instant, Cohen comprehended what had accompanied the meat into his stomach. A ghostly apparition, adorned in a ruffled collar of pearlescent hue, sprang forth from the table. Soul intensity, 10. Nearby, numerous other spirits emerged from beneath the tables and walls, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the first-year students. Each ghost bore an identical soul intensity of 10, compelling Cohen to ponder whether this was the minimum threshold for the souls of adult wizards. Indeed, he had never encountered an adult wizard with a soul intensity lower than 10. The ghost, whom Cohen had taken a bite from, floated midair while cradling its own head, murmuring something about adhering to the headmaster's advice and keeping a safe distance, casting a cautious glance at Cohen. Cohen recognized this unfortunate figure as nearly headless Nick, for his head appeared precariously on the verge of detachment. It was likely that Dumbledore had specifically cautioned the ghosts against presenting themselves too close to Cohen's mouth. No wonder the ghosts, who were supposed to meet the first years earlier, had delayed their appearance until now. However, Cohen felt that their late dinner reveal was a far worse idea, particularly for Nick, who had nearly lost his head to Cohen's ravenous bite. Yet, Nick said nothing. Having been consumed, could he expect Cohen to regurgitate him? Bound by Dumbledore's request to avoid disclosing Cohen's identity as a Dementor to prevent inciting panic among the students, Nick opted to introduce himself from a distance. I know who you are. Nearly headless Nick. Upon Nick's introduction, Ron slapped his forehead, recalling what his two older brothers had mentioned about the ghost of Gryffindor. I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. But how did you come to be nearly headless? In response to persistent inquiries from the light-haired Simon Finnegan, Nick impatiently tugged at the fresh gap atop his head, the result of Cohen's earlier bite. Cohen, engrossed in his meal, did not lift his gaze to behold the gory cut. Just like this, Nick stated flatly. Clearly, he was reluctant to discuss the matter, as his rather unfortunate state had become a rare source of jest among ghosts in their monotonous existence. Nick could not refute it, for indeed, he could not engage in ghostly bowling with a head in such a condition. Nevertheless, the reactions of the young wizards pleased him. Ghosts relished in the art of frightening, as it allowed them to feign a semblance of life. Chapter 10. A night of colorful creatures. After satisfying their appetites, the first-year wizards began to delve into various topics of conversation. When the discussion turned to their families, it seemed they all had an abundance of tales to share. Simon recounted the incident when his muggle father was startled by the revelation of his wizard mother's identity. Cohen felt that Edward's situation was quite similar, as his duties revolved around cooking, grocery shopping, and playing Dungeons and Dragons, which bore little distinction from that of a muggle. The only distinction he had from muggles might lie in the clandestine use of magic to alter the dice rolls during board games when he encountered a significant failure, a roll of 1. It seemed Cohen had suddenly grasped the reason why Edward always triumphed in their games of Ludo. What about you, Cohen? Asked Simon with curiosity. Me? Cohen raised his eyebrows. It wasn't until my birthday that my parents revealed to me that they were wizards and I was an adopted child. They had initially believed I was a muggle. In truth, Cohen suspected that Edward and Rose were certainly aware of their true identities. Dumbledore had mentioned it was their choice, and to raise a creature rescued from a dark magic laboratory undoubtedly required immense courage. Now that he had arrived at Hogwarts, the original plan needed to be put into action. Cohen's gaze traversed the long table of the faculty, landing upon the staff section. It was easy to identify Quirrell, who was adorned with a purple scarf. As he was engaged in conversation with Snape, his head turned towards the students. However, Snape's attention was not on Quirrell, but rather fixated on Harry beside Cohen. Soul Strength, 9, Fragmented, 25. Soul Strength, 408. Quirrell's initial soul strength had been a substantial 25 points, but it appeared that a considerable portion had been siphoned off by Voldemort, who clung to the back of his head, thus having it and augmenting Voldemort's own soul strength. It seemed that the fragments of Voldemort's soul and his primary essence maintained a remarkably stable value of 40. What could be the underlying principle? How high must Voldemort's original soul strength be for even the divided fragments to possess a solid 40 points? Or was it possible that the division of soul fragments did not adhere to simple arithmetic? Nevertheless, this was not detrimental news for Cohen. For Voldemort was incapable of reassembling his soul, making him, in Cohen's eyes, merely an elite creature with a soul strength of either 1 or 8 instances of 40 points. Thus, the plan to accumulate sin points would commence tomorrow. After satisfying their appetites and relishing dessert, Dumbledore addressed the new students, highlighting numerous school regulations that required attention. First-year students, please note that the forested area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Our older classmates should also heed this warning. Dumbledore's bright eyes deliberately glanced towards the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Lastly, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid unforeseen accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the right side corridor on the 4th floor. Harry burst into laughter, though only a handful joined him, prompting him to glance at Cohen as if seeking his opinion. He can't be serious, can he? You know, to entice people to a certain place, one must first designate that place as forbidden, Cohen whispered to Harry. Cohen was well aware of what lay hidden in that corridor on the 4th floor, the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemical creation said to turn stone into gold and grant immortality. To put it plainly, Cohen desired that object. Money is not the primary concern. Moreover, one does not necessarily need immortality, for Cohen harbors grave doubts about his own mortality. No one has ever heard of Dementors being categorized as old or young. Through a brief experiment, Cohen discovered that even without a corporeal form, his soul could detach itself from his body and seek another vessel. However, such an act seemed rather morbid. Cohen has always maintained that he is an optimistic creature, believing that in any realm, the virtuous tend to navigate life with greater ease in its early stages. Yet, he is deeply curious about whether the Philosopher's Stone can mend a soul. After all, the human soul does age, just as the soul of a young wizard continues to evolve. The pursuit of immortality involves overcoming not only the decay of the body, but also the fragmentation of the soul. If the Philosopher's Stone truly possesses the ability to restore Cohen's soul, he could forego the need to pilfer countless sweets. And the children of Hogwarts would certainly bestow upon him favorable accolades. The first-year Gryffindors, led by Percy, traversed various moving staircases and concealed doorways behind draperies. Finally arriving at the entrance to the common room, there hung a portrait of a plump woman clad in a resplendent pink gown. Password, the fat lady inquired. Dragon Dome, Percy replied. The fat lady's portrait swung open like a door, revealing a circular entrance. The Gryffindor common room was a cozy, circular chamber, adorned with plush armchairs and a roaring fireplace that crackled merrily. Such an environment was ideal for sipping afternoon tea on a leisurely winter's afternoon. However, at that moment, Cohen was too fatigued to consider such pleasures. His physical exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, his eyelids engaged in a battle of their own. All he wished for was to curl up in bed and sleep until the end of the world. Harry, Cohen, Ron, and Seamus were assigned to the same dormitory, their luggage already delivered, including the excited Screech Owl, which was impatiently biting its cage. Let me out. The nightlife is about to begin. Hurry, hurry. The Earl urged upon seeing Cohen. And that Harry Potter, your owl informed me she wishes to behold the Highlands today. Has he fallen for Hedwig at first sight? Ron inquired of Cohen. It is not love at first sight. He is merely a lecher, Cohen remarked. No. Did you hear that? The owl spoke. Seamus exclaimed, covering his mouth in astonishment. Cohen opened the Earl's cage, and Hooty immediately burrowed into the bedding. Harry, too, felt the weight of sleep upon him, but complied with the Earl's request to open Hedwig's cage before settling into bed. Ron, unfazed, assisted in opening the window to let the two birds fly out for their rendezvous. Hedwig appeared to have been duped by a scoundrel, for the Earl had previously been fixated solely on field mice, and only wild owls would seek such prey. Meanwhile, the Earl followed Hedwig into the night sky, soaring alongside her while murmuring, "You smell delightful. What fragrance do you wear? Your wings are truly magnificent. Shall we compare their sizes? Your eyes are exquisite. May I touch them?" Suddenly, a single red feather descended in an uncanny manner and landed precisely atop the head of the Count, who was flirting with the impassive Hedwig. Coo, coo, coo. The Count's demeanor shifted abruptly, as if he had grasped something significant. In a flash of fire, the raucous owl vanished into thin air. Hedwig, puzzled for a moment, circled in place a few times, unable to locate the Count, and then turned to fly towards the Gryffindor Tower. For surely Harry's owl nut would offer more delectable morsels than this peculiar owl's field mouse. Chapter 11. The Count's Summons. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a burst of flame, the Count found himself in a spacious, circular chamber adorned with portraits of headmasters of various ages. He was seated at an enormous table, facing a jovial old man with a white beard. The Count noticed a vibrant red-feathered phoenix perched on a nearby bird stand. Regrettably, he preferred birds that were smaller than himself. How does one describe such a preference? You know I do not indulge in such matters, he reminded the old man. Oh, in my old age, I often find myself bewildered by the novel expressions of the youth, chuckled Dumbledore, undeterred by the Countess' affront. I apologize for interrupting your rendezvous. How deeply do you apologize? The Count inquired, tilting his head. Let us be swift. If you have inquiries, do ask. For I still have time to catch a field mouse. You wizards are perpetually dawdling, hence your failure to capture mice. Even in the magical realm, articulate owls are a rarity. Dumbledore gazed at the Count through his crescent-shaped glasses. May I know your name? Perhaps I should first introduce myself. Albus Dumbledore. I am rather hungry and desire a field mouse, the Count stated flatly. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a lively gray mouse to the table. The Count's eyes gleamed, and he swiftly seized the mouse by its neck, blood splattering forth. Dumbledore, however, paid no mind to the crimson stains marring his desk or the expensive silverware. Ah, you are far superior to those little wizards who merely profess their affection, the Count declared with satisfaction as he feasted. Since you are so accommodating, I shall grant you a wish. I can assist you in pilfering the undergarments of that old man Grindelwald. In truth, my wish may be somewhat simpler than that, Dumbledore interjected before the Count could finish. The gaze of a bird cannot conceal its intentions, yet the Count appeared rather oblivious to subtle cues. This owl knows too much. Oh, the Count's head spun around again. You wouldn't dare. A look of realization dawned upon the Countess' face. I wish to ask you 3 questions. Dumbledore exhibited no excessive reaction to the Count's jest. Proceed. You still owe me 2 field mice. Where do you hail from? Dumbledore inquired calmly. Why have you sought out Cohen? Dumbledore continued with his questioning. Who is the father of that little rascal? The Count's large, awestruck eyes were filled with wonder. No, you have already, he stammered, struggling to find an appropriate descriptor. Finally, he uttered, a person cannot, or at least should not. A decade prior, I, along with several wizards, uncovered Cohen from a dark magic laboratory. Dumbledore leaned back in his armchair, his robe adorned with patterns of stars and moons, appearing like an ordinary, weary old man. This child is but an experiment. You were about to mention a weapon, weren't you? That little rascal is indeed a wicked creature. The Count immediately became alert. People outside claim you are a formidable wizard. Can you nullify the owl purchase contract? I wish to leave the Scottish Highlands. No, the entirety of Britain, indeed. Europe at once. Regrettably, I do not possess that spell. Dumbledore gently shook his head, but one need not be so pessimistic about a child. A person's origins hold little significance. What truly matters is the individual they become, provided, of course, that they are indeed a person. The Count nervously flapped his wings. He realized that the mouse bones and dried blood on the table had vanished. You should not have merely discarded him upon discovery. The Count gestured as if to slice his throat. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have attempted that, Dumbledore sighed. A dreadful decision. Yet the good news is that Cohen has survived. My goodness, I must see if I can apply for the Owl Lunar program, the Count mused. The Dementors surely would not venture into outer space, where there is neither memory nor soul. Cohen is a good child, Dumbledore stated earnestly. I hope you can assist him. Thank heavens, I shall soon teach him to catch field mice, the Count replied, pecking at his own wings. Once he masters that, I will instruct him in delivering messages. He will undoubtedly become an exceptional owl, provided he grows wings and talents. One need not wield a wand or recite incantations to aid others. Dumbledore winked at the Count. Sometimes, assistance is merely companionship or comforting words among friends. Thank you for tolerating an old man's ramblings at this hour. Dumbledore waved his wand once more, and the windows of the headmaster's office opened. Wait, you exchanged that field mouse for 3 questions, and you have yet to ask the last one. Oh, I nearly forgot to inquire about the 3rd question. Dumbledore's expression shifted as he recalled it. The Count looked stiffly at the cheerful Dumbledore. I hope you are speaking sincerely. With a flick of his tail, the Count soared into the night sky. Dumbledore appeared to be a kindly figure. Cohen, in his spectral form, witnessed everything unfolding outside the headmaster's office. It was plausible that Dumbledore orchestrated this performance, fully aware of Cohen's presence. Such a notion suggested that the old man was rather bored. Cohen felt assured that he would not transform into a slaughtering, immortal Dementor. Did Dumbledore not mention that many Aurors had attempted to eliminate Cohen, yet to no avail? Suddenly, Cohen grasped the origin of his fragmented soul's integrity. No wonder that young Cohen, despite having consumed the souls of over 300 individuals, still possesses such a low integrity of soul. Chapter 12. A New Life of Sin begins. On the first day of school, Cohen gained a new understanding of the depth of human slumber. Even the frigid touch of his hands, slipped beneath the covers of Harry and Ron, proved futile in rousing them from their deep sleep. They lay there as if waiting for Ginny and Hermione to enter the boys' dormitory and awaken them from their slumber like sleeping beauties. Are they truly not going to wake up? Humph. Ron emitted a soft snort from his nose. Weevee made an effort. Cohen. Seamus shook his head. If we don't head to the Great Hall soon, we will miss breakfast. Cohen shrugged in resignation. Fine. They should awaken before class begins, my lord. Do remember to try rousing them later. Very well, very well. The owl's wake-up service incurs an additional charge. The Lord's head nestled beneath his wings, languidly replied. Merlin's trousers. Seamus widened his eyes once more. Was last night not a dream? As long as you accept that an owl can speak, Cohen raised an eyebrow. And what of it? Seamus hurried to catch up with Cohen as they exited the dormitory, eager to discover where such a talking owl could be procured. Did you acquire your owl from a special owl shop? Would it be expensive? I wish to ask my mother. Seamus shivered at the thought of Cohen's owl's rather boorish manner of speech. I still feel that my own owl suffices. At least it doesn't suddenly point at my nose to scold me. By the time the two arrived at the Great Hall, breakfast was already half over. Choosing a spot, Cohen prepared himself a bowl of oatmeal, accompanied by 2 sausages and a fried egg. The Roll King truly evokes a sense of guilt in those who are lackadaisical. But Cohen paid it no mind. Eating was simply eating. He resolutely avoided anything related to studies unless he had unfinished homework that required attention during breakfast. Cohen, what are you doing? Hermione, having finished her breakfast, looked at Cohen with bemusement as he carefully wrapped the 2 sausages in oil paper and tucked them into the outer pocket of his robe. You know, Hogwarts randomly refreshes small creatures. Feeding them can enhance your rapport, Cohen said with utmost irreverence, and sometimes, one can even earn credits. You must be joking. Hermione raised an eyebrow, feigning confidence as she held her head high. Small creatures do not grant us points, I've inquired with the upperclassmen. Only remarkable performance in class counts. As one of the first students to arrive in the classroom, Hermione swiftly claimed a seat in the front row. She noticed a quiet tabby cat on the podium, but in her eagerness to be a diligent student, Hermione quietly prepared her textbooks at her desk. However, as Cohen passed the podium, he retrieved the snacks he had prepared in advance. He placed the wrapped sausages beside the cat. Ding. Kindness level 1. Cohen also received a grateful glance from the cat, as if acknowledging his kindness. Ding. Sin level 1. Cohen's clumsy attempts to pet the cat elicited a stern glare from the feline, prompting her to leap onto the podium, distancing herself from him. Wasn't he supposed to stroke the cat gently? Cohen. Hermione quietly urged him from below to hurry down, as she sensed an almost watchful presence in the classroom. Yet, when Cohen descended, Hermione graciously made space for him in the front row. However, Cohen's ambitions clearly lay elsewhere. He settled contentedly in the back corner by the window, his homeland. Unfazed by Hermione's disapproving glance from the front, he took his place in the furthest corner of the classroom. As students trickled in, it wasn't until the class bell was about to ring that Harry and Ron rushed in, lamenting the absence of Professor McGonagall. Their surprise was palpable when she transformed from cat to human, leaving them startled as they approached the only remaining vacant seat beside Cohen in the last row. For some reason, it seemed that all the young witches and wizards were eager to sit closer to the front. Cohen attributed this to their youthful curiosity. He believed that it wouldn't be long before these children were dissuaded by the intricate and perplexing theories of magic and the 3-dimensional models of magical energy, subsequently vying for the seats in the back. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall declared sternly. Anyone who misbehaves in my classroom will be asked to leave and will never be permitted to return. I have warned you. The presence of such a formidable instructor immediately instilled a sense of obedience in the students, silencing the previously murmuring classroom. Cohen was not astonished merely by the act of transformation. However, McGonagall's form of transfiguration was evidently extraordinary. He witnessed the desk transform into a pig's head, marked with the notation, Soul Intensity 3. This indicated that McGonagall's transfiguration granted a soul to an inanimate object. Did all forms of transfiguration possess this capability? Or was it unique to McGonagall's? Cohen intended to find an opportunity to inquire about the distinctions among various transfigurations, of course, merely to ask about the differences. McGonagall was correct in her assertion. This indeed represented the most intricate aspect of Hogwarts' curriculum. If charms was straightforward, then transfiguration involved the challenge of equating X and Y. To manipulate the magical input, one must first analyze the structure of the target object using an existence charm. Naturally, as first-year students, they were not required to learn such advanced magic, merely needing to cast spells on specific items according to established formulas. The first transfiguration experiment for the freshmen involved the simplest transformation between two fundamental variables. Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each young witch and wizard, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle. Most of their efforts were in vain, as they had not heeded McGonagall's instructions, relying solely on brute force. The remainder was left to chance, but alas, transfiguration does not yield miraculous results through sheer strength. Merely avoiding the mishap of launching the needle at a classmate in front of them was considered a success. Cohen adeptly transformed a matchstick into a silver needle, earning Gryffindor an additional 5 points from Professor McGonagall. Shortly thereafter, Hermione's magic also manifested, altering her matchstick's material. Although Professor McGonagall awarded her points and offered a compliment, Hermione appeared less than pleased. "Cohen, how did you accomplish that?" she inquired anxiously, rushing to his side after class. "I merely followed the textbook and my notes." Chapter 13. Gamp's Laws of Transformation. "Less reading, more sleep," Cohen remarked, instantly recognizing the dark circles under Hermione's eyes, a clear indication that she had diligently prepared to keep pace during the first lesson. "It's magic after all. There's no need to be so serious," he stated, speaking the truth, as he too had not delved deeply into theoretical models. In this world, two unfathomable and maddening subjects existed, Cthulhu and mathematics. However, transfiguration was governed by structured formulas and theories, yet Hermione remained steadfast in her beliefs. "Miss Granger, we are studying magic," Cohen continued, eager to consult Professor McGonagall regarding the intricacies of living transformations. He realized he lacked any tricks to assist Hermione. Magic primarily resided in the power of belief, and the foremost condition for a successful spell was the wizard's conviction in its efficacy. Most wizards likely wouldn't devote much thought to complex theoretical aspects until adulthood, save for those aspiring to innovate and refine magical practices. Thus, during exam weeks at Hogwarts, one could always find a multitude of eager young witches and wizards scrambling to memorize their notes. Successfully casting a spell necessitated an unwavering belief in its potential to work. Yet, how could one believe in its success without prior experience of its efficacy? Hermione felt that Cohen's assertions were merely dismissive. Ron's remark evidently targeted Hermione, for as soon as he spoke, her cheeks flushed a brilliant scarlet. Edward was correct. Hogwarts often resembled a playful learning environment, particularly concerning magic, which required minimal investment of time if a young wizard's sole aim was to pass their final exams. "Do you truly have a question for Professor McGonagall?" Hermione asked dubiously, her cheeks reddening further. "Or are you planning to mock me with your friends?" "Why would I mock you?" Cohen raised an eyebrow. "Mock you for being the top student in Transfiguration, surpassing 99 others? The trolls must be the proudest creatures on Earth, given their dismal knowledge." A chuckle escaped Hermione, but she quickly composed herself. "So, what question do you intend to pose to Professor McGonagall regarding whether a transformed object, once animated, is classified as living or non-living?" Cohen replied, stowing his textbook into his bag and rising from his chair. "Aren't you curious?" "Of course, I want to join you," Hermione asserted, unwilling to be left behind. Unfortunately, she felt like a mere shadow of her former self, her emotions reduced to a mere semblance of kindness, devoid of any true intent towards others, be they humans or young girls. Moreover, Cohen was certain that when his identity was unveiled before Hermione, the little girl would recoil just as she did upon first discovering that Lupin was a werewolf. In truth, Dementors are far less favored than werewolves, after all. A werewolf transforms only one night a month, while Dementors may only exist within fairy tales, if such tales even exist at all. Knock, knock, knock. Professor McGonagall's office was a quaint study located at the end of a second-floor corridor. Cohen and Hermione rapped gently on the wooden door of the study. "Come in." Professor McGonagall's voice was markedly softer than during class, yet it still carried an air of formality. The room was illuminated by a roaring fireplace, with sparks dancing merrily upon the logs. Outside the window, the Quidditch pitch was visible. Professor McGonagall had always harbored a fondness for the sport. "Mr. Norton, Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall was preparing lesson plans for her next class when she looked up to see her two most outstanding students from the previous lesson. Assuming they had encountered some academic difficulty, her lips, which usually pressed together, broke into a smile. "Have you encountered a challenge in your studies? I would be delighted to assist eager young wizards with their queries." "Professor, during class, I noticed you transformed the desk into a living being." Cohen slightly altered his question, omitting the aspect of the soul, as he was aware that Professor McGonagall had discussed his lineage with Dumbledore. He deemed it prudent not to express his curiosity and longing for knowledge about souls too early. Transforming inanimate objects into living ones is knowledge reserved for your third year, and it is limited to the transfiguration of small items. Transfiguration is both perilous and intricate. I do not wish for you to attempt these things prematurely, as it can be quite dangerous. Professor McGonagall assumed Cohen's intent was to learn how to transform the podium into a pig and sternly reminded him. Even if you achieve success in your initial transfiguration practice, do not be overly ambitious, Mr. Norton. My inquiry lies elsewhere, Professor, Cohen interjected. I do not possess a strong desire to attempt advanced spells. Rather, upon witnessing the podium transformed into a pig, I pondered a question. Is it possible to bestow life upon an inanimate object through transfiguration? Or, during the transfiguration process, is the object alive? Hermione, seated beside him, listened intently to the dialogue between Cohen and Professor McGonagall. She had even drawn out parchment and quill, poised to record the questions and answers. Engaging in thoughtful contemplation without reckless experimentation is indeed commendable. Professor McGonagall acknowledged Cohen's genuine thirst for knowledge. In fact, this question already had a well-established answer, though it was not included in your beginner's guide to transfiguration. Transfiguration can affect magical transformations between various materials, yet it adheres to a fundamental set of principles known as the Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration. Mr. Cohen, your inquiry happens to be one of the 5 notable exceptions to Gamp's Law. Living beings and inanimate objects cannot be permanently converted through transfiguration. Noticing that both students were listening attentively, Professor McGonagall felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to elaborate for their benefit. Even though the transformed beings exude a semblance of life, their essence remains that of mere inanimate objects, animated solely by the sorcerer's arcane power. Thus, the soul intensity that Cohen observed on the podium post-transformation was, in fact, a manifestation of McGonagall's magic. If he were to absorb a soul composed of such magic, would it enhance his soul's integrity? Chapter 14 raises an intriguing question. Could there truly be young wizards who fear to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Further inquiries into the soul would undoubtedly seem suspicious. Before thanking Professor McGonagall and taking his leave with Hermione, she gifted each of them a small bird transformed from a teacup. Cohen was uncertain whether Hermione would spend the entire morning studying her teacup bird. As for his own, he certainly had no intention of observing it for that long. Hermione headed to the library, parting ways with Cohen on the 2nd floor. Cohen ascended the staircase, not with the intention of reaching the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, but rather to a seldom-trodden corridor on the same level. Here, a massive tapestry depicted a scene of trolls mercilessly battering a foolish wizard with wooden clubs, while to the east, a contraption attempted to teach trolls how to dance. Opposite the tapestry lay a blank expanse of castle wall, but that was soon to change. I require a room for isolation and surveillance. I need a room for isolation and surveillance. It felt unnecessary to repeat himself so many times. Before he could even contemplate a 3rd iteration, the door to the room of requirement materialized. After ensuring no sentient entities were in sight, Cohen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The space transformed into a small room, its walls adorned with distinctly etched patterns, seemingly no larger than half of their dormitory. The intricate runes resembled some form of spell inscribed upon the walls, devoid of any shimmering effects, yet they imbued the atmosphere with a solemn gravity. Cohen could not decipher their meaning, but he was profoundly impressed. At the center stood a round table with a lion's paw base, accompanied by several armchairs upholstered in crimson cushions. A warm fireplace crackled invitingly, rendering the entire room exceedingly secure. Curiously, a single bed nestled in the corner beckoned. Had it not been for the risk of detentions for nocturnal escapades, Cohen might have genuinely considered residing here. Tossing his bag aside, Cohen drew up an armchair beside the table, placing the teacup bird bestowed by Professor McGonagall atop it. This bird was far quieter than the Count, remaining mute throughout its journey in Cohen's pocket. Soul intensity, 3. The creatures conjured by Professor McGonagall each possessed a soul intensity of 3, which Cohen could utilize to experiment whether a soul composed of magic could serve as an effective morsel for him. Should it prove viable, he could potentially liberate the sin points typically expended on soul fragments to acquire other illicit items from shadowy vendors. With a slurp, he absorbed the diminutive soul, feeling as though he had slurped up a noodle the length of half a finger. Cohen Norton. Race, Dementor human. Soul integrity, 116. Special ability unlocked. Spirit shaping, 110. Soul strength, 116. Current goodwill value, 1107. Current evil value, 477. Previously, after consuming a nearly headless Nick, Cohen had noticed a brief flicker in his soul integrity, yet it remained unchanged. However, after devouring this magically constituted soul, Cohen's soul integrity transformed. Though it was merely a 0.1 increase, it was a mere teacup bird conjured by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell. Can magical power be considered a soul? Or perhaps there exists a profound connection between a wizard's magical prowess and their soul. Alternatively, could it be that Cohen is not truly a soul monster, but rather a mere magical creature? Regardless, this news is indeed auspicious. Cohen now conceives a brilliant plan to transfigure small objects, then absorb their souls, and repeat the process. Transforming magical energy into soul integrity is akin to grinding experience points in a game to level up. Yet, Cohen appears overly optimistic regarding his own transfiguration skills. He attempted to replicate Professor McGonagall's teacup bird using the incantations and gestures from his tome, the Compendium of Positive Magic. Undoubtedly, Cohen could produce a bird that bore an uncanny resemblance to the original. However, despite its ability to flit about and emit a melodious chirp, Cohen could discern no trace of a soul within it, even if a soul were to exist for just a fleeting moment. He felt disappointment wash over him as he dispelled the magical energy. Encountering the transfiguration expert, Professor McGonagall, who could effortlessly conjure a soul as potent as a monster, left Cohen pondering whether he should request a multitude of small animals from her. Based on the fragments of Nick's soul combined with a teacup bird, one could elevate the soul integrity by 0.1, suggesting that if the subsequent soul integrity requirements do not escalate progressively, Professor McGonagall would only need to provide Cohen 8 or 900 small creatures. Professor, might I request a few more transfigured small animals? Oh, a few? How many do you desire? Not too many, perhaps 8 or 900 to start. 8 or 900. Do you think this is a meal? Cohen realized he would undoubtedly be ejected from the professor's office. Yet, frequently asking for such favors would not bode well, as it would portray him as a creature addicted to small animals. When God opens a window for someone, they often lock both the window and the door just as that person yearns to breathe in the fresh air. Nevertheless, Cohen remained undeterred. Cohen, where are you headed? While passing through the Gryffindor common room, Cohen encountered Harry, who had just emerged. To the Forbidden Forest. Would you care to join me? Given Harry's penchant for attracting trouble, Cohen felt that bringing him along could prove beneficial, as perhaps Harry could lure more exquisite small creatures within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Oh, to the Forbidden Forest? Harry initially failed to grasp the significance of the term. What? The Forbidden? Shoo. Cohen hastily covered Harry's suddenly raised voice. For a student had just rounded the corner from the end of the corridor. However, the headmaster had explicitly stated that entry to that area was prohibited. Harry, still new to Hogwarts, held a faint respect for the school rules, yet here he was, breaking them right from the start. Spending an entire day cooped up in the castle would certainly lead to a sense of monotony. Cohen shrugged and declared that he would venture out alone, for there would be ample opportunities to explore with others in the future. Surely, there couldn't be a Gryffindor wizard who truly feared entering the Forbidden Forest? Everyone knew that prior to Harry's arrival, the student mortality rate at Hogwarts had not exceeded 1 in the last 50 years. Although students were strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, it was commonly understood that the forest posed little genuine threat to young witches and wizards. Most benign or neutral magical creatures would likely assist them in times of crisis, such as unicorns and centaurs. However, Cohen felt that he might not be fortunate enough to receive aid from creatures like unicorns, as such a scenario would evoke an absurdity akin to Voldemort stumbling and being kindly helped by Dumbledore. Chapter 15. The youthful Dementor and the boy unlikely to encounter the noseless old one. It was infuriating. In the game Hogwarts Legacy, one could directly use flu powder to teleport into the Forbidden Forest. The location of the Forbidden Forest was quite evident, and so was Cohen's position. There was a vast, flat expanse of grassland separating the castle from the forest, making it nearly impossible to traverse unnoticed during the day. Nevertheless, Cohen managed to sneak in by feigning a friendship-seeking visit to Hagrid, cleverly taking a detour to slip into the Forbidden Forest. The price of his ruse was a pocket filled with rock-like rock cakes, which he could use as makeshift projectiles should danger arise. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, the once bright sunlight was now filtered through the dense canopy of trees. The ground was littered with intricate, gnarled roots, and towering ancient trees extended their branches overhead, forming a thick protective network that made it hard to imagine navigating this terrain on a flying broomstick. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. As Cohen glanced around, he occasionally spotted mushrooms and herbal plants documented in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. However, he did not encounter any creatures with a soul strength greater than 2, which meant that thus far, he had only seen insects. Yet, Cohen had no desire to consume the souls of worms, as their soul strength was merely 1 point. This was simply the system's minimum designation. It was possible that even consuming a castle's worth of worm souls would not fill his soul gap. With a rumble in his stomach, the thought of feasting on souls reignited Cohen's hunger. Fortunately, he had brought along some sweets to quell his cravings, preventing him from enduring the journey on an empty stomach. Finally, after some diligent searching, Cohen discovered a nest of a magical creature with a soul strength of 3 within a tree hollow, fire ash snakes. Remarkably, he had arrived just in time to witness the final moments of the fire ash snake's egg laying. For the creature only lived for 1 hour and would turn to ash after laying its eggs. If I do not consume it, it shall still perish. The forest nourishes the fire ash snake, yet the fire ash snake gives nothing in return to the forest. With that thought, Cohen consumed the soul of the fire ash snake mother in one swift motion, feeling little sensation, perhaps even less than that of Professor McGonagall's transfiguration creations. As Cohen observed the ash-gray serpent mother transform into ashes after laying her eggs, his attention shifted towards the clutch of ash-gray serpent eggs. A faint hiss escaped his lips as he felt his long-dormant conscience stir. Surely, these little creatures, once hatched, would incinerate this tree. It is everyone's responsibility to prevent forest fires. A clutch of eggs with a mere 1 soul strength, combined with a single ash-gray serpent boasting 3 soul strength, had elevated Cohen's own soul strength by 0.1, which was, nonetheless, quite sufficient. Quantity, after all, can accumulate into a mountain, and the forest is not lacking in ash-gray serpent eggs, born from uncontrollable magical flames and reproducing through parthenogenesis. The emergence of a single clutch heralds the formation of a vast population of ash-gray serpents. This species is frequently hunted, primarily due to its numbers and the pest-like dangers it poses, as well as its medicinal properties. The eggs serve as an ingredient in aphrodisiacs and are also utilized in the treatment of malaria. Once elusive creatures, hidden within the crevices of stones and the hollows of trees, ash-gray serpents became easier to locate due to Cohen's unique advantage, his ability to perceive soul strength labels through various obstacles. Thus, he diligently eradicated ash-gray serpents along his path, freezing their eggs and collecting them. The rock cakes provided by Hagrid played a crucial role as well. Cohen discarded them along the way to free up space for the serpent eggs, eliminating any chance of getting lost. He even needn't worry about the cakes being pilfered by passing forest creatures, for aside from Hagrid, no other beings could manage to consume such fare. In addition to the ash-gray serpents, the forest occasionally revealed a few lost 8-eyed spiderlings, malevolent little creatures. Now, 2 bewildered 8-eyed spiders had joined the ranks. It was evident that these 8-eyed behemoths were a notch above the ash-gray serpents, as even their juvenile forms possessed a soul strength of 4. Cohen swept through the forest like a reaper, collecting the souls of passing creatures, feeling as if even a stray dog might fall prey to his appetite. Naturally, if a small animal appeared particularly adorable, he would let it go, such is the nature of double standards. The Count paused by a broken tree trunk near Cohen, clutching a black mouse in his mouth and emitting indistinct sounds. One must understand that cuteness grants one the liberty to act as they please. After stuffing the last frozen, rock-hard ash-gray serpent egg into his already bulging robe pocket and releasing a drowsy yet charming moonlit beast, Cohen rolled his eyes at the Count, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Oh, you continue your species extinction plan in the forest while I have come to deliver a message. Harry Potter sent me to find you and inquire if you would like to join them at Hagrid's at 3 o'clock this afternoon." "Sure," Cohen replied, contemplating how he would take advantage of Harry's connections to procure some valuable unicorn hair. "Tell Harry I'll be out at 3. There's no need for him to wait for me in the castle." The Hogwarts bell could be heard even at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Cohen was unconcerned about missing the appointed time. The temperature here has suddenly dropped, the sunlight almost entirely obscured by the trees, with occasional flashes of unknown creatures boasting a soul intensity of 7 or 8 points, perhaps even 10. Cohen is already contemplating whether to conclude this leveling journey at this juncture. Through his relentless endeavors, the ash serpent family from the Forbidden Forest and a few lost juvenile 8-eyed giant spiders have contributed a remarkable 34 points to Cohen's soul integrity. His soul intensity has now reached 15 points, a far swifter ascent than exchanging sinful values for soul fragments. However, Cohen has encountered a dilemma. It appears that his enhancement in soul integrity has hit a plateau. He had already achieved 15 points of soul intensity upon demolishing the 5th-to-last ash serpent nest. Yet since then, the subsequent digits in his soul integrity have not increased, even by 0.1. It seems these lesser souls can no longer provide him with any elevation. Suddenly, as Cohen prepared to turn back, he spotted glistening silver bloodstains brushing against the leaves of the bushes. This was the blood of a unicorn. The trail of blood led deeper into the Forbidden Forest, obscured by thickets that bore signs of having been trampled through, branches bent and broken. The mingling of magical energy with the sweet scent of souls made Cohen's heart race. At present, Voldemort possessed a soul intensity of 40 points, far beyond Cohen's capabilities. The shop does not offer a 5-minute True Man experience card to instantly reach a soul intensity of 100 points. Confronting Voldemort now would be tantamount to courting death. The Auror's failure to eliminate Cohen does not signify that Voldemort, with his extensive experience in dark magic, would not be able to do so. What if he possesses a specialized spell for slaying Dementors? Suddenly, a loud neigh echoed from behind Cohen. "Evil creature, leave our territory." What? An evil creature? Had Chilo been driven out by the centaurs? Behind him, amidst the chaotic sound of hooves, Cohen could not discern whether it was Chilo fleeing. However, with the centaurs arriving, Chilo would likely not dare to act recklessly. Cohen turned to glimpse the fleeing figure of Voldemort, but it seemed that the scenario was not as expected. Cohen's lips twitched. There was no sign of Chilo behind him, only centaurs. A mere glance revealed at least 10 of them. The centaurs, bows drawn like crescent moons, had their sights firmly set on Cohen. Current soul intensity, 15. This was precisely within Cohen's capacity. Yet he had no intention of slaying the centaurs unless they sought to kill him first. The leader, sporting a wild beard, appeared proud and untamed. He stared at Cohen for an extended moment before eventually exclaiming in a peculiar tone, "What is this? A strange foal, Bane, yet we never harm foals." Beside him, a melancholic centaur with red fur intercepted Bane's arrow, asserting that the one who harmed the unicorn was not him. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot forth from the direction of the unicorn's bloodstains. Cohen reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the projectile just in time. It then dawned on him that he could dispatch a fragment of his soul to scout the surroundings. Had he known earlier that the centaurs and Voldemort were present, he would have slipped away a good 15 meters in advance. Whoosh! Another arrow followed closely, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of hooves. Clearly, the centaur contingent pursuing Voldemort was not alone. Another group was flanking him from the side. Cohen could even hear the rapid crackling of underbrush as someone navigated through the thickets at his waist height. If he did not flee immediately, he risked being mistakenly slain by a hail of arrows from another band of centaurs. Cohen was particularly fond of his current form. Not only was it endearing, but he feared that should he change bodies, Edward and Rose might grow distant. The last thing Cohen wanted was to awkwardly inquire of his parents whether their affection was for his soul or his corporeal shell. At the very moment Cohen resolved to bolt, an unnamed Quirinus, devoid of a nose and clad in a hooded black cloak, emerged from the underbrush. Instantly, Cohen pulled his hood up, donning a form of anonymity. Revealing one's true name would only lead to embarrassment. Within 2 seconds, Quirinus matched Cohen's position. Their escape routes nearly identical, as this was the only path through the forest that was relatively flat. What a coincidence, are you fleeing to? Chapter 16. The innately malevolent Dementor minion prepares to join Voldemort's army. Amidst the escape, he did not forget to draw his wand, poised to cast the killing curse upon Cohen. Avada, stop, you fool. Voldemort's growl was loud enough for Cohen to hear, resonating in both ears. He is of great use. Remember him. Cohen felt indifferent to the killing curse, as it was intended to extract a person's soul from their body, thus extinguishing both body and spirit. However, Cohen's soul could traverse freely in and out of his form, and once separated, his body would be as lifeless as if it had perished. Cohen was prepared for his soul to preemptively vacate his body, for one cannot slay a corpse that is already dead. Cohen remained unperturbed. What did Voldemort mean by claiming he had great use? Did he wish for the inherently wicked Dementor minion, Cohen, to assist him? Excellent. Splendid. Marvelous. Would he truly come? Cohen was currently preoccupied with accumulating dark points by carelessly discarding trash around Hogwarts and pilfering lollipops from first-year students, pretending to aid a villain destined for defeat, only to turn against him at the last moment, culminating in a wand pressed against Quirinus's skull, declaring, "Voldemort, cease your actions. Outside is filled with Dumbledore." The mere thought of such a plot was exhilarating. A peculiar gust of wind swept through as Quirinus waved his wand beneath his cloak, forcefully dislodging Cohen's hood. Unsurprisingly, Quirinus beheld Cohen's face. However, as Cohen had yet to attend a defense against the dark arts class, Quirinus could not recall who this student was. Nevertheless, this was sufficient, as the only living instructor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Quirinus found it all too easy to identify a student based on a mere visage. After memorizing Cohen's appearance, the figure in the black had slipped into the edge of the forbidden forest while fleeing alongside Cohen towards its exit. Life was busy. Not only did he have classes to attend, but he also had to assist Voldemort in capturing unicorns. Watching Quirrell's retreating figure, Cohen clicked his tongue in sympathy, realizing he also had to shave off all his hair. In light of these circumstances, he decided to offer a semblance of relief to Quirrell, for even the outwardly aloof Cohen possessed a warm and tender heart. Cohen, behind Hagrid's hut, Harry spotted Cohen, his robes speckled with dry leaves and mud, and called out in a hushed tone, "What? Is it already 3 o'clock? Knock, knock, knock. Harry, what are you doing outside?" Ron poked his head out of the back door of Hagrid's hut, also noticing Cohen emerging from the forbidden forest. "Has your friend Cohen arrived?" Hagrid's gruff voice echoed from within the hut. Cohen hurried into the garden, pretending to admire Hagrid's pumpkin seedlings rather than admitting he had just been chased out of the forbidden forest by centaurs. Hagrid was a good man. After Harry reintroduced Cohen to Hagrid and mentioned that Cohen was his only friend from before, Cohen was rewarded with a bounty of rock cakes and toffee that could serve as an adhesive. Even Hagrid, who was on the verge of tears, gifted Cohen a leather satchel to carry these treats. The leather appeared remarkably similar to that of the billy wig from Edward's old textbook, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. "Is this the hide of a billy wig, Hagrid?" Cohen mused, feeling the coins in his pocket beckoning him. "I thought they lived in mountainous regions." "Oh yes," Hagrid replied with a tinge of sadness. "The Gruff used to dwell in the mountains, but he was too old and was cast out. If you don't fancy the billy wig, I have a deer hide bag instead," Hagrid suggested, thinking Cohen might have reservations about the billy wig leather. However, Cohen would not forsake the billywig leather for a deer hide. Its material was even sturdier than dragon hide, and most spells had little effect on it. Cohen had already envisioned turning it into a vest, seeking out the house elves in the kitchen to assist him in crafting it into a magical bulletproof garment. Perfect. Afternoon tea always passed swiftly, and reluctantly they departed from the cozy hut, arriving just in time for herbology class in the greenhouse. The first lesson in herbology consisted of theoretical knowledge, and the bizarre magical plants in the greenhouse could only be observed, not touched. Mind your wand in your pocket, Mr. Finnegan. It's spitting sparks, Professor Sprout warned loudly, as the dry nettles were particularly sensitive to fire. Cohen did not enjoy this class, not due to Professor Sprout or the subject itself, but because of the magical plants. Some of them even emitted sounds and moved within their pots like animals, yet Cohen could not see any soul intensity labels. Why did plants lack souls? Frustrated, Cohen yearned to voice for the plants. Am I not alive? Am I truly not alive? As the evening drew to a close and I arrived at the banquet, I found that most had already dined. Norton, Mr. Norton, stammered Quirrell, standing before the trio. His gaze lingered on Harry for a fleeting moment. Yet more time was spent fixating on Cohen. Harry and Ron remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, mistakenly believing that Cohen had skipped lunch to wander the forbidden forest and had been discovered by a professor, thus promptly distancing themselves by a foot from him. You need not be so quick to draw boundaries with me, Cohen muttered through clenched teeth. I heard Professor McGonagall mention your commendable performance in Transfiguration class. Quirrell rubbed his hands together, resembling a penitent employee who had just erred. I have a few books on Transfiguration. I suspect you might find them intriguing. You merely take me for a peculiar uncle who enjoys observing goldfish, do you? Chapter 17. You've stripped down, and this is what you show me? Quirrell led Cohen away from the Great Hall, ascending 2 flights of stairs before arriving at an office on the 3rd floor. Quirrell abandoned Cohen to peruse the bookshelf. The peculiar uncle began to undress. Cohen blinked several times. Not to your liking, Mr. Norton. He would have felt more at ease had his companion been a white-haired, red-eyed, two-dimensional little girl. Is this all? Cohen observed the tome titled Theories of Transmutation and a stack of current Transfiguration magazines from a few days prior. Where was the diabolical plan to subvert Hogwarts? What of the directive to assassinate Harry Potter? The map to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Or at the very least, a touch of dark magic to set the mood? This was akin to successfully securing a date, only to find oneself in a room presenting not a pack of condoms, but rather a poster of Kevin Durant's basketball exploits. Would he engage his girlfriend in discussions about which basketball player executed steals with greater flair? Ah, yes, I adore it, Cohen replied dryly. Haha. As long as you like it, Quirrell chuckled nervously, before hastily ushering Cohen out of the office under the pretext of it being too late. Despite the fact that curfew had yet to be enforced within the castle. Norton, Mr. Norton, this book should not be opened in front of friends, Quirrell stammered, for I fear your companions might grow envious. It appeared that even the fragmented Voldemort had not descended to such depths. He intended to play a game of allure and retreat, ensuring that the contents of the book were anything but mundane. Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret. Subsequently, Cohen boldly opened Theories of Transmutation in the common room. Aside from Hermione and Percy, the other Gryffindors would certainly harbor no curiosity towards the tome, even if it were titled The Secret Chronicles Between the Pink Marsh Witch and the Minister of Magic. As for Hermione and Percy, one was likely studying in an empty classroom while the other patrolled the halls, leaving only Harry and his companions familiar within the common room. The warm flames danced within the fireplace as Cohen nestled comfortably in an armchair near it. If this book were enchanted, he could easily cast it into the fire. Cohen, what book did Professor Quirrell gift you? Ron, who was engaged in a game of chess with Harry, leaned over to inquire, but upon glimpsing the densely packed words, he quickly averted his gaze, as though the text were a demonic entity capable of tainting the soul. It appeared that Quirrell had not cast any dark spells upon this tome, for all seemed well with Cohen at present. Yet, Quirrell had not concealed the true theory of transfiguration beneath this cover. Instead, it was a compendium of dark magic, detailing nefarious spells such as necromancy and malevolent fire. Cohen began to comprehend why the magical community so vehemently rejected dark magic. Its barriers to entry were practically non-existent. Even a fool like Crabbe, who could not read, could unleash its horrors. The lethality of such magic was solely contingent upon the wielder's magical input and the intensity of their negative emotions. In essence, it was akin to a collection of deadly firearms accessible to children, with every wizard carrying their own ammunition. The potent combination of power and extreme negativity could cloud one's judgment, transforming them into heartless demons. Thus, Cohen embarked on a fervent study of the spells contained within. What concern was it to him if the mind were to be beguiled? After all, he was not merely a human. What malevolent force could rival the darkness of a Dementor? He had saved a substantial amount of malevolent points by refraining from purchasing spells from the shop. Thanks to Professor Quirrell's gift, Rather than indulging in frivolous pursuits, he chose to delve into online literature. Quirrell's intention in presenting this book was unmistakably clear, a game of seduction and entrapment. Although Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, might have sensed the dark aura or sinister soul within Cohen, they evidently overlooked one crucial detail. The spirit residing within Cohen was not a confused, naive child. It would not be so easily swayed by dark magic, nor would it succumb to despair simply upon receiving an introductory guide to the dark arts. As the clock approached 10, the young witches and wizards in the common room began to yawn. Hermione had just crawled in through the portrait hole, cradling a large stack of borrowed books from the library, while Harry and Ron concluded their final chess match. Upon returning to the dormitory, Cohen curled up in his bed. That night, he refrained from venturing out in his soul form to spy, as he grappled with the frustration of being stuck at a soul completeness of 15. It seemed that once he reached 15, the feeble souls of the fire snake creatures could no longer assist him, which was reasonable, after all. One could not construct a person merely from the souls of fragile little animals. Therefore, it became evident that Cohen needed to seek out stronger, more communal souls to level up. Alternatively, he could engage in mischief within the castle, provided he did not cross Dumbledore's boundaries. Much like the Weasley twins, he could orchestrate pranks to earn malevolent points and acquire soul fragments. The latter strategy, while somewhat slow, was steady. 1,000 points could be exchanged for one. If both activities were to occur simultaneously, Cohen preferred to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone, hunting for creatures until he could no longer find any souls to aid his advancement. Only then would he spend his accumulated malevolence points to achieve a significant boost. As he fell into a deep slumber, Cohen dreamt a peculiar dream. He envisioned himself trapped within a smooth, rounded vial, surrounded by the piercing wails of souls. With the atmosphere so dense that he could scarcely discern anything else, he indulged himself within the vial until the anguished cries of the souls faded away. And as the vial shattered, Cohen awoke. The dream's vivid details quickly faded upon waking, leaving only a few remnants in his memory, the vial and the souls. It prompted him to ponder whether he should seek out the dark magic laboratory that had birthed him. "Cohen, hurry. I absolutely must have breakfast today," Harry urged, having risen unusually early alongside Ron, perhaps a consequence of being reprimanded by Professor McGonagall the previous day. However, there were no classes with McGonagall scheduled for that morning. Chapter 18. How unfortunate. It turns out the brain closure spell is not considered magic. Professor Quirrell's Dark Arts Defense class was highly anticipated by the young wizards. And even Harry, who had never before encountered the magical realm, was filled with unrealistic expectations under Ron's influence. In the great hall during breakfast, Hermione, sitting opposite the three boys, put away her pre-studied textbook and corrected them with her head held high, stating, "We will not learn how to fight in the first lesson. We shall first study the fundamentals of dark magic and the methods to defend against it, followed by practical application." "Yes, Professor Granger," Ron smirked, as if she had already attended the class. "Honestly, I feel she is a bit too fond of lecturing," he lamented to Harry and Cohen. "Shouldn't we refrain from mocking her?" Harry replied uncertainly. "Ron, she does have a point," Cohen said as he finished his last spoonful of porridge and slung his bag over his shoulder. "The first class should indeed be theoretical." He glanced towards the empty staff table. "Let us not forget that it is Professor Quirrell teaching us, who stutters over his words. I am quite dubious about the quality of his instruction." Cohen's observation was not unfounded. Quirrell's class had devolved into a catastrophic farce. The room was permeated with the stench of garlic, as some claimed Quirrell employed it to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania. However, Cohen knew that the potent garlic odor was merely to mask the putrid smell emanating from him. Due to Voldemort's possession, Quirrell's body was likely beginning to decay, much like the small creatures possessed by Voldemort in the forests of Albania. The first 5 minutes of class proceeded normally, as Quirrell began by reading from his notes. But when Seamus eagerly inquired how to defeat a wraith, Quirrell panicked. His face flushed crimson as he mumbled incoherently about the weather. Due to yesterday's encounter where Quirrell had approached Cohen with a hook, Cohen felt an inexplicable sensation today, as though Quirrell were intentionally casting glances in his direction, seemingly awaiting a conversation after class. However, Cohen was not inclined to engage in a deeper interaction with Quirrell just yet. The first encounter had merely been an exploration. Should there be a second meeting with the intent to form an alliance, Cohen was acutely aware that, given Voldemort's nature, Quirrell would undoubtedly employ the legilimency spell to assess Cohen's loyalty. Uncertain whether he, as a half-wraith, could withstand such a spell, Cohen resolved to first conduct a personal test, or at the very least, to learn the art of mental occlusion. After all, Quirrell's current proficiency was not particularly formidable. A modicum of study should suffice for protection. Otherwise, as depicted in the original text, he could have easily employed legilimency on Harry while he stood before the mirror of Ariste, thereby discerning whether Harry had indeed secured the Philosopher's Stone. "You are right, Cohen. I have never endured such a grueling class," Harry lamented, though it was evident that he was somewhat premature in his joy. For Harry, or rather for the majority of Gryffindor students. The most arduous lessons would eternally be Severus Snape's potions class, followed closely by Professor Bin's history of magic. The afternoon charms lesson proved to be considerably more bearable. Professor Flitwick, despite needing to stand atop a pile of books to reach the lectern, surpassed expectations with his teaching prowess by numerous degrees. Even the most tedious theories, when accompanied by Flitwick's engaging anecdotes and intermittent humor, could captivate the young wizard's attention. Following dinner, Quirrell did not seek Cohen out as he had the previous day, which indeed raised suspicions. Cohen intended to procure some literature on the art of mental occlusion. Mental occlusion? Madame Pants, the librarian, regarded Cohen with skepticism. A first-year student who had only attended 2 days of classes should not be delving into topics that fell outside Hogwarts curriculum. Is this something one cannot learn? Cohen gazed at Madame Pants with an expression of feigned distress, feeling as though tears might soon well up. He genuinely had not found any texts regarding mental occlusion, having diligently searched through the entirety of the spell section. It was not that mental occlusion was forbidden. Madame Pants was not swayed by Cohen's pathetic demeanor. In truth, mental occlusion was a safe practice, as it was even documented in The Power of Sadness, with a borrowing period extending up to a week. She placed a thick, somewhat tattered book before him, cautioning, "Please take care of the book. Should you tear, soil, damage, or otherwise mistreat this tome, I shall ensure that you face the direst consequences within my power." The warning on the borrowing slip, pinned by Madame Pants herself, conveyed the depth of her disdain for those who would defile books. Upon acquiring the book and the borrowing slip, Cohen finally grasped why he had been unable to locate anything in the spell section. Who could have imagined that The Power of Sadness would be a tome documenting the art of mind closure? This book resides in the realm of magical principles, an area predominantly filled with dry structural theories, akin to the foundational concepts of magic, rather than the evolved branch spells. Cohen, have you lost your mind? Upon returning to the lounge, Ron gazed incredulously at Cohen, who had just burrowed into another hefty book. It's only been 2 days since the term began. I had no intention of this, but Hogwarts does not permit gaming consoles. Cohen shrugged, indicating that aside from reading, I have little else for entertainment. You could join us for chess, or engage in a round-robin match, or seek out Fred and George. They are currently occupied with figuring out how to groom a pink puffskein. Ron pointed towards the throng gathered around the hearth. The Weasley twins each wielded a pair of scissors, confronted by a puffskein that had inexplicably wandered into Gryffindor Tower. These creatures, resembling large, fluffy spheres of cotton candy, are among the most beloved pets of wizards. Many adore the charming puffskeins, provided they are unbothered by the fact that their diet may include human nasal mucus, typically docile. This particular puffskein seemed less inclined to fear, as it now clambered onto the face of either Fred or George, inciting gasps from the onlookers. Perhaps not, Cohen thought. As goosebumps prickled his skin, having a fur ball crawling on one's face would undoubtedly be quite itchy. Cohen chose a relatively quiet corner, intending to delve into the intricacies of mind closure. After all, in the book, Harry was told by Snape during one-on-one instruction that one must simply close their mind. Surely, a spell must accompany such a magical process? Chapter 19. Well, you are now adept at mind closure. The answer is affirmative. There is no magical involvement whatsoever. It relies solely on willpower. However, willpower is notoriously difficult to quantify, which necessitates finding someone to hurl legilimency at oneself in order to ascertain any improvement in one's mind closure. So, whom could Cohen enlist for this task? Or rather, whom could Cohen trust to be the voyeur? On Wednesday afternoon, within Cohen's ever-responsive chamber, Goo-goo, the Count gazed at Cohen as though he were a fool. Did you not express your desire to wield a wand? Here's your chance. Cohen placed his wand before the Count, suggesting, join me in practicing mind closure, and I might secretly procure a wand for you, if Ollivander is willing to sell me one. You're aware that the Ministry prohibits non-wizarding folk from using wands, right? Little rascal? The Count tilted his head, adding, and you are quite the mischievous one. You could use your new one to catch field mice. The freezing charm is far more efficient than claws, Cohen pointed out, and the blazing flames would allow you to enjoy cooked meals. I must let you in on a secret. Harry mentioned that Hedwig has a fondness for honey-glazed meat. What's the incantation for the deal? The Count immediately acquiesced. Legilimency. Cohen reminded him. The middle part needs to be repeated. All right, Patronus charm. That joke falls flat, Cohen remarked with a scowl. Lacking a sense of humor, indeed. The Earl let out a huff, flapping his wings to grasp Cohen's wand, struggling in midair to position it so that the tip could align with Cohen. How do you featherless beings aim with a wand? The Earl circled about, failing to find a suitable angle. The wand's tip was thinner than a field mouse's tail. Just recite the incantation. The more you utter, the better your chances of hitting. Cohen leaned back in his armchair, awaiting the Earl's barrage of spells. Among all in Hogwarts, his utmost faith resided in the Earl. Nothing fosters trust quite like an unbreakable vow, which perhaps explains why wizards concocted such solemn oaths to ensure cooperation. The first spell went awry. The second one landed in the fireplace, Who knows if the charcoal possesses feelings, but the Earl certainly did. Damn it. Finally, the Earl's incantation struck Cohen. Both man and bird exchanged bewildered glances. You didn't really manage that, did you? Nonsense. I conjured light. Did you not see it? It glowed. Given that the Earl was a bird, Cohen was uncertain if he could genuinely cast magic. Thus, to ascertain whether that earlier outburst had been deflected or if the Earl had simply failed, Cohen instructed him to attempt several more spells. Cohen now harbored doubts about the Earl's magical prowess, having never witnessed him utter or employ the Patronus charm. To his surprise, all other spells were executed flawlessly, particularly the Patronus charm, which summoned a corporeal guardian, a magnificent owl. Uncertain whether it was due to the earlier cleaning of its midnight snack or the Earl's clumsiness, the Patronus delivered a resounding thump to Cohen's head. The impact left his mind buzzing, feeling more injurious than the killing curse itself. Cohen snatched the wand, momentarily stripping the Earl of his feathers. As the Earl emitted an indescribable shriek, attempting to shield himself with his wings, Cohen couldn't help but wear a triumphant smile. Evil points, 10. Note: even the most nefarious dark wizard would not pluck the feathers of a bird for casting a Patronus. You were simply the trembling Earl screeched. A wicked little fiend. A perverse creature. Not even human. Huh, did you just realize that? I have never been human, Cohen retorted fiercely, having initially intended to procure a wand for him, but now deemed it a task for another lifetime. After this flurry of activity and experimentation, Cohen gleaned some understanding. He had become a master of the brain-sealing spell. It appeared that this incantation could hardly target him, much like it couldn't affect Dementors. He seemed to have inherited nearly all the traits of a Dementor, save for the burden of a human body. Cohen even tested himself with an Avada Kedavra, leaving the now featherless Earl in stunned silence for several seconds, forgetting to berate Cohen. Curiosity may kill the cat, but it shall not vanquish the Dementor. Everything unfolded precisely as Cohen anticipated. The incantations directed at thoughts and souls proved entirely ineffective against him. You are correct, yet Cohen remains unfazed. However, a singular concern lingered. The Guardian could potentially encounter Cohen, and with a greater force, might even dislodge him from his corporeal vessel. Perhaps enhancing his soul strength would allow him to withstand a more formidable Guardian's assault. Yet in this relatively secure magical realm, Cohen need not ponder such matters. For malevolent dark wizards are incapable of wielding the Guardian charm. Thus, he could safely engage with Voldemort, who sought to recruit him. It was unfathomable, an orphan, a dark magic experiment, a half-wraith, with a penchant for the dark arts. Stained with the blood of over 300 witches and wizards, how could such sinister attributes coalesce within an 11-year-old wizard? Surely, this must leave you utterly beguiled. The only true concern might be whether Voldemort would, out of jealousy, attempt to extinguish this promising talent. As Cohen contemplated strategies to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, the shivering Count, his body bereft of fur, spoke up. Have you finished drooling? His voice trembled. Cohen sincerely inquired, for he truly did not know the counter curse for the vanishing spell. Chapter 20. Dear brother, I have never asked you for anything in this life. Eventually, Cohen had no choice but to empty his backpack to allow the Count to burrow inside, subsequently delivering him to Professor Ketterburn, the instructor for the care of magical creatures class. The animal-loving Professor Ketterburn sternly reproached Cohen for his casual application of magic on the owl. Which house do you belong to? Professor Ketterburn's grizzled beard quivered with irritation, resembling a sieve. This eccentric yet generally kind-hearted professor now wore an exceedingly serious expression. I am from Slytherin. Slytherin loses 10 points. Bad child, should I catch you doing this again, sinister points, 10. The inter-house competition for points often unfolded in such a straightforward, simplistic, yet effective manner. Professor Ketterburn tenderly cradled the bald Count, placing him into a soft, furry nest while the Count cast a venomous glare at Cohen. After rummaging through his collection of potion vials, he ultimately dripped a murky potion onto the Count's head. In an instant, the Count's feathers began to sprout wildly, and within mere seconds, he regained his original glossy, fluffy appearance. Cohen stealthily sidled into the back row of the classroom, where Harry and Ron were indeed asleep, proving that academic underachievers often find common ground. Hermione, however, was different. Even as Professor Binns lectured in a manner reminiscent of a vacuum cleaner grumbling, she remained engrossed at the front. Cohen had no time for frivolity, referring to the history of magic class. It held no utility for him. He did not believe that knowing the date of the Goblin Rebellion or the reasons behind the failure of the Werewolf Code of Conduct would aid his future in any manner. Throughout the entirety of the lesson, Cohen immersed himself in the intriguing theories presented in the borrowed tome, The Power of Sorrow. This book posits that the emotions of a wizard serve as the most vital source of magic. The more intense the emotion, the more wild and fierce the magic unleashed. Conversely, a wizard with subdued emotions wields magic that is tranquil and feeble. Desire, hatred, anger, fear, and love, each is a potent emotion. Even the most indifferent wizard, when casting spells, embodies the fervor of a conductor leading an orchestra. However, there exists an exception, the inmates of Azkaban. Cohen, astonished by his own prowess, realized he had yet to experiment with consuming the emotions of others. After all, with the sumptuous feast of souls laid before him, it was easy to overlook the other delectable offerings a person might possess. It was akin to compelling someone to lick the frosting off a Christmas pudding without allowing them to take even a single bite of the pudding itself. With a surge of excitement, Cohen furtively glanced at the two slumbering companions beside him. Surely, it wouldn't be too audacious to sample a morsel of emotion? After all, Harry had endured numerous encounters with Dementors in third year without any adverse effects. Upon careful scrutiny, Cohen discerned a myriad of ethereal, fluid-like substances surrounding the soul. These were the visual manifestations of emotion, and he could extract these emotional essences effortlessly, without even needing to part his lips. The farther he drew from a source, the weaker the effect became, yet his range nearly encompassed the entirety of the history of Magic Classroom. He refrained from immediately targeting the students around him, as he sensed that Dumbledore would likely intervene, appearing in a flash to unleash his Phoenix Patronus, ready to thwart Cohen with a barrage of spells designed to combat dark creatures. Selecting from Harry and Ron, he noted that Ron's emotions were particularly vibrant, likely due to some delightful dream he was experiencing. Cohen siphoned a delicate wisp of Ron's emotion, presumably joy, and found himself enveloped in a delightful euphoria. A shiver coursed through him, leaving him tingling all over. Ron, however, was a different story. He trembled slightly, his sleeping visage betraying the terror of a nightmare. Oh, this emotion is rather exhilarating. It is no wonder that Dementors first feast on emotions before consuming souls. It is a testament to the finesse and composure of seasoned artists. Unable to resist, Cohen drew another wisp of emotion, for Ron was still lost in slumber, an endless stream of feelings emanating from him. Ron's shuddering intensified. My apologies, Ron. I couldn't help myself. I took another sip. Evil points, 30. Suddenly, Ron awoke with a start, his nightmare jolting him into consciousness, and hastily covered his mouth under the bewildered gazes of the entire class. Mr. Fauble, is there a problem? Professor Binns, swaying slightly, lifted his head to regard Ron. Yet due to his less than stellar memory, he mispronounced Ron's name entirely. And no, nothing, Professor, Ron stammered, his ears flushed crimson as he attempted to hide beneath the desk. The atmosphere in the classroom, which had briefly come to life, dissipated in mere seconds as Professor Binns resumed his monotonous lecture. Ron, what's the matter? Harry inquired curiously. Noticing Ron's posture, which suggested he was quite cold, with his arms wrapped tightly around himself, Harry then glanced past Ron and spotted Cohen, who was feigning nonchalance. Cohen, when did you arrive? We almost thought you were skipping class. How could I skip class in the first week? I merely misplaced the Count's feather, Cohen explained, embellishing his words slightly, before turning his concern towards Ron alongside Harry. It's terrifying, Ron lamented, feeling as though he were still trapped in that nightmare. I was dreaming that I had become the head boy of Gryffindor and was even on the Quidditch team. And then? Harry asked, perplexed. Isn't that good news? I feel as if I'm still in that dream, Ron shivered. Ding. Special ability unlocked. Emotion absorption, 110. Good buddy, your efforts are not in vain, Cohen consoled, patting Ron on the back in solidarity. Though it was not a time for laughter, he found it difficult to suppress a smile. Chapter 21. What about the next day? Thursday was the day most despised by students, for it was filled with back-to-back classes. The students' grievances ran as deep as the ravines in the Daily Prophet's popular section featuring alluring witches, especially since the eagerly anticipated flying lessons would not commence until the following week. At breakfast, Harry received a letter from Hagrid, inviting him, Ron, and Cohen to visit his hut that afternoon. I can't make it, Cohen replied, raising his hands in exasperation. I must return a book to Quirrell. He is keeping me in suspense. The book only has half its content, and it precisely halts at a crucial moment. The afternoon was designated as Cohen's social time, with the esteemed benefactor of mischief, Lord Voldemort, as his companion. Cohen felt he had trained himself well, no matter how humorous the situation became. He wouldn't allow himself to laugh. Each time he recalled Quirrell's dandruff clinging to his scarf and inadvertently finding its way into Voldemort's mouth. He struggled to suppress a chuckle. Snape's animosity towards Harry was glaringly evident, especially after Neville had exploded his cauldron, a fact that nearly every student in the class had recognized. Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the porcupine quills? Do you think his mistake reflects poorly on you? Gryffindor has lost another point because of you. He despises me. I can tell, Harry mumbled despondently after potions class. He detests you for assigning me extra homework when I was clearly mocking you, Cohen remarked, equally perplexed. Is Snape some sort of overprotective guardian, permitting only himself to bully Harry? Merlin's beard, what a terrifying Englishman. You dare bring it up, Harry exclaimed, immediately grasping Cohen by the neck. In class, you were the loudest in laughing at me. I thought your ears were too red to hear anything. I heard it. Both of my ears heard it. In the afternoon, Harry and Ron set off to find Hagrid, while Cohen, clutching the half-complete book on the dark arts, arrived at Quirrell's office door. Strange noises emanated from within. "Please, my master, there must be another way," a voice pleaded. What novel game are they playing in there? Although Cohen knew it was Quirrell conversing with Voldemort, he felt it might be somewhat inappropriate to intrude at that moment. Suddenly, the commotion within ceased abruptly, as if the occupants were aware of someone eavesdropping outside. Realizing that failing to knock would be rather rude, Cohen rapped gently on the door. "Please, come in," came the response. He pushed the door open, just in time to witness Quirrell hastily wrapping a large purple scarf around his head. "Ah, Mr. Norton," Quirrell managed to force a twitching smile, increasingly adept at feigning nervousness. "Is there something you wish to inquire about?" "I perused the book you provided me," Cohen stated directly, though it bears little relevance to Transfiguration. "I found the spells within quite captivating." "Really? Truly?" Quirrell stammered, his delight evident. "But, Mr. Norton, I'm not certain that you, such a young wizard," he faltered, attempting to project an air of integrity. "Isn't this the book you wished me to read?" Cohen gazed earnestly at Quirrell. "I assumed your perspective on the dark arts would be more open-minded. Let me speak with him." Voldemort's voice resonated slowly. "But, my master." Quirrell's subsequent murmurs were lost to Cohen. "Very well." Quirrell cast a spell towards the office door, slowly turning his back to Cohen while unwinding the scarf from around his head. Cohen understood Voldemort's intention, to entice him or perhaps to erase his memory. For beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze, he dared not harm a student. The purple scarf fell to the ground, revealing Quirrell's head completely. Where once there had been the back of Quirrell's head, now lay a ghastly white face, with red eyes seeming to emit light, and beneath them, two snake-like nostrils. Voldemort, flexing his stiff features, turned his gaze toward Cohen. Yet, he found no trace of fear upon Cohen's face, which surprised him. However, Voldemort interpreted this as Cohen's desire for power overshadowing his dread of the horrific, which would serve his plans well. Trust is not the foundation of collaboration. It is self-interest that binds. "Very brave, child," Voldemort rasped. "I have always admired courage. You seek to learn more powerful magic, do you not? Are you Professor Quirrell? Or?" Cohen tilted his head, feigning ignorance, for Voldemort had been dead for a decade. An 11-year-old could only know the name, not recognize his visage. "Who I am is of little importance," Voldemort seductively replied, "but I can impart knowledge that Hogwarts dares not teach you. Powerful knowledge." "Oh, how powerful?" Cohen expressed reasonable skepticism. "I have personally slain hundreds before me, each one utterly defenseless." Voldemort hissed, "I can grant you power that surpasses all others, enabling you to wield authority and even conquer death." Cohen pondered his past achievements, questioning, "But what about the next day?" Voldemort paused for several seconds, the atmosphere becoming uncomfortably silent. "What I mean is, if you kill hundreds in a single day, what follows?" Cohen inquired earnestly, recalling Dumbledore's words about how he, at just 1 year old, had slain over 300 in an instant. "Lying is not an act of instruction. Master, he speaks the truth," Quirrell timidly reminded Voldemort, turning away from Cohen. "It was a test subject from the Bach family. Over 300 souls were drained from laboratories a decade ago. Such a creature hardly needed to learn dark magic. It was a curse in itself." Voldemort felt a surge of frustration at Quirrell for not mentioning this sooner. 10 years ago, he had been drifting in a spectral form, unaware of such matters. "Very well, it is understandable if your kills are not numerous. Given the scarcity of wizards," Cohen mused. "How about this? You teach me more magic, and I shall fulfill one of your wishes." "What do you say?" Voldemort had never required the assistance of others to achieve his desires. It was always those timid wizards who sought his favor. Cohen's proposition seemed to diminish his stature. "Do you have a wish to be realized?" Cohen pressed when Voldemort remained silent, knowing he had no intention of genuinely granting any wish. "Steal a hoard of galleons? Purloin treasures from Hogwarts? Or perhaps assist you in claiming a few thousand more lives? From what you just said, it seems killing brings you great satisfaction. Hogwarts lacks many things, but certainly not living souls." Chapter 22. You are a bit extreme. Dumbledore will not allow you to succeed. Voldemort had never anticipated that such words would escape his lips. Yet, all he desired now was the Philosopher's Stone. Even this inherently malevolent, sinister dark magic experiment could not triumph over Dumbledore. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have allowed such a creature to enroll. If he could merely acquire that wretched stone, he could effortlessly regain a corporeal form and return with vengeance. However, if his actions were too conspicuous, Dumbledore would surely uncover his plans, rendering them futile. "In truth, my demands are rather modest," Voldemort replied in a whisper-like tone. "I seek a stone, hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor of Hogwarts." "Oh, I see," Cohen responded. "So, how do you intend to steal it? Release a monster into the school?" he suggested. "What about a dragon? That creature would certainly wreak havoc among the students," prompting Dumbledore to act swiftly. "You are being excessively extreme." Voldemort dismissed Cohen's notion outright, setting aside the feasibility of acquiring an adult dragon. Merely transporting such a creature into the school was an impossible endeavor. It was larger than the gates of Hogwarts itself. Furthermore, if any students were to perish, Voldemort sensed that he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of an enraged Dumbledore, who would stop at nothing to bring him to justice. The bell of Hogwarts tolled, and Quirrell was far from as leisurely as Cohen in the afternoon. He still had classes to attend. During the weekend afternoon, Voldemort had mentioned the time for their next meeting to Cohen. Subsequently, Quirrell hastily waved his wand, wrapping the scarf around his head once more, adjusting his facial expression, and reverting to his stammering, neurotic demeanor. Mr. Norton, I trust you shall keep this matter confidential, Quirrell warned as he cast a spell in Cohen's direction before departing. Should Quirrell discover that his secrets were revealed, a potent Avada Kedavra curse would instantaneously unleash upon Cohen. Cohen obediently nodded. How terrifying. It's the killing curse. I'm doomed. Such matters will certainly remain unspoken. In the room of requirement, Cohen inquired of the Count. What are you scheming this time, my dear? What was that you just said? The Count's pupils suddenly constricted. Dark wizards, blowing up the school, fire dragons. Are these matters fit for a young wizard? Wait, which dark wizard? When did Cohen associate with dark wizards? Just days ago, the Count had been entrusted by Dumbledore with the important task of educating Cohen, and now, it seemed, the mission had come to an abrupt end before it had even begun. Indeed, a naturally malevolent Dementor, it required no dark influence to become wicked and cruel. Blowing up schools and aiding dark wizards were secondary. Primarily, Cohen had never encountered a living fire dragon. Rubbing his hands together, he lamented that the dark wizard deemed him a tad too extreme. You are indeed rather extreme, the Count remarked, having realized Cohen was jesting. But the issues of dark wizards and mischief were likely genuine. There are no wild fire dragons around here, not in the entirety of the Scottish Highlands. Cohen sighed, wishing for an opportunity to glimpse a dragon. How did you get involved with dark wizards? The Count inquired, tilting his head. Haven't you been at school this whole time? There's one at school. You know Voldemort, right? Cohen recounted the incident involving Quirrell and the noseless old man to the Count. Aren't you going to inform the other bald fellows? Like that old man with the white beard? The Count asked. No way, I don't want to die. Cohen immediately rejected the Count's suggestion, looking rather pitiful as he explained, that guy cast a spell on me, and if I speak of it, I'll be met with an Avada Kedavra curse. Upon hearing this, the Count regarded Cohen with a skeptical expression, as if to say, do you think I believe you? Had Cohen not cast a death curse on him 2 days prior, this claim might have been more convincing. You just want to have fun, don't you? But bringing a fire dragon into the school would indeed be quite remarkable. There are no fire dragons in the Scottish Highlands. The Count exclaimed exasperatedly. Go entertain yourself. I'm off to London for refuge. What about the troll? Then, just as it's about to harm someone, I could heroically arrive, consume the troll's soul, and earn a hefty dose of goodwill. Perfect. At least it's better than a fire dragon. I believe I saw a troll's den while I was out catching field mice over yonder in the hills. It is quite reassuring that Cohen has not fixated on the fire dragon. The giant troll is at least more manageable, as any professor in the school could easily subdue it. Goodness, I find myself worrying about this school on behalf of a mere bird. It is all the fault of that old man with the white beard, who has instilled in the Count the notion that if Cohen were to get into trouble, it would reflect poorly on his teaching abilities. During the following days, Cohen enjoyed a perfect yet incomplete weekend. He did not visit the library, did not engage in a battle of wits with Voldemort, nor did he venture into the Forbidden Forest to contend with the centaurs for souls. Whenever he wished, he could lounge by the fireplace in the common room until nightfall. Just on Saturday morning alone, Cohen, Fred, and George accomplished no fewer than 5 mischiefs, including but not limited to shaving Lady Loris's hair, tossing 7 dung bombs at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, and peddling seemingly innocuous hiccup sweets to their classmates. Due to the notorious reputation of the Weasley brothers, this task was primarily undertaken by Cohen, as no one would suspect a first-year student. In addition to the joy he experienced, Cohen also accrued nearly 100 points of evil. Previously, Cohen maintained the philosophy of not overlooking minor misdeeds, consistently earning dozens of evil points daily. Now, his tally had reached a sum sufficient to purchase soul fragments. Current goodness points, 1207. Current evil points, 1077. However, with a harvesting plan in the Forbidden Forest next week, he was not in a hurry to buy soul fragments. Beyond soul fragments, the system shop offered other intriguing items. Beginner's Dementor Disguise. Value, 500 evil points. Chapter 23. Extracurricular assignments are truly a malevolent invention. It is widely acknowledged that if something resembles a Dementor, possesses abilities akin to a Dementor, and believes itself to be a Dementor, then it undoubtedly is a Dementor. Cohen purchased this seemingly inconsequential, yet practically ineffective necklace. Regardless of its strength, it was simply quite cool. Eagerly, he rushed to the room of requirement with his backpack full of assignments. Although Cohen's playful spirit had recently flourished, neglecting his homework would mean earning detentions in Transfiguration and Herbology the following day. As he was dozing off, The Count was startled by the sudden appearance of a creature draped in a black cloak that nearly filled the entire room, causing him to screech and frantically collide with the still-closed windows in an attempt to escape. "It is I." Cohen reverted from his transfiguration. The beginner's Dementor disguise worked splendidly. Scaring a bird is quite the thrill, is it not? Upon witnessing the enormous Dementor suddenly shrink into the form of an annoying child, the Count, irate, exclaimed to Cohen, "My patience is limited." Despite having recognized Cohen and already experiencing a scare moments earlier, he was startled anew by Cohen's silent transformation. "You." The Count longed to nip at Cohen's nose. "Hey," Cohen replied playfully. "What does he even mean?" Ding. Evil point 1. Note: are you completely neglecting your responsibilities? Cohen enthusiastically assisted the Count in opening the window, watching him soar towards the Ollivander before comfortably settling by the fireplace, spreading his assignments across the table where the Count had just been seated. Initially, Cohen had intended to write in the lounge, but upon discovering his talent for mischief, George insisted on taking Cohen to pilfer from Filch. According to George, Filch possessed a plethora of intriguing contraband, including the Hogwarts map of secret passages that he and Fred had liberated from a drawer filled with confiscated goods deemed highly perilous. Cohen was indeed eager to join, were it not for the impending Monday. "Well then, let us commence with the transfiguration assignment." Cohen eagerly dipped his quill in ink, inscribing a title on the unfurled parchment, "The impact of magical input on transfiguration outcomes." Should I write to Rose? She seems to have requested a letter from me every week. A sudden thought crossed Cohen's mind as he penned the first letter of his essay. It seemed to him that familial bonds outweighed academic obligations. "Dear Rose and Edward, should you be present." Cohen pulled over another piece of parchment, biting the quill's tip as he wrote, "I am enjoying my time at Hogwarts. The teachers and classmates are quite amiable, and I have made numerous animal friends, though they seem indifferent to me." 10 minutes later, Cohen had filled 10 inches of heartfelt correspondence. Once he neatly folded the letter and placed it into a prepared envelope. His gaze lingered momentarily on the untouched essay devoid of any complete words. "Ah well, let me send the letter first." After half an hour successfully delivering the letter to the Ollivander and spending another 10 minutes coaxing the Count, Cohen stood contentedly in the brisk wind atop the castle, watching the Count take flight. It seemed all excuses for procrastination had been exhausted. Cohen trudged downstairs towards the main castle. "No, Mr. Norton." As Cohen passed by the second floor, the stammering voice of Quirrell emerged from behind him. "Almost forgot." Cohen suddenly recalled his one-on-one dark arts tutoring session scheduled for that afternoon. Thank goodness. Subsequently, the flustered Quirrell found himself hastily ushering the eager Cohen into his office. Quirrell then watched as Cohen busily rearranged his own desk with Quirrell's own tools, effectively seating the teacher in his own chair. Quirrell felt as though it was not he who was teaching Cohen, but rather Cohen who was instructing him. "Come on, let us begin our lesson." Cohen inquired with anticipation. "What shall we study first? The soul-binding curse? The Cruciatus curse? Let us skip the killing curse. I already know that one." Quirrell was adjusting his speaking manner, realizing there was no need to stutter in front of Cohen. According to the Dark Lord, it was permissible to grow closer to this child, as Cohen was a favored candidate for the Death Eaters, possessing a thirst for power, an inherently malevolent heart, and a soul intertwined with various dark magical creatures. "I recall you initially wished to learn the soul-binding curse, correct?" Quirrell gazed intently at Cohen's expression, mindful of the Dark Lord's straightforward command to teach him all he could and, by any means necessary, to lure Cohen to his side. Then, he was to accompany Cohen into the abyss of carnage, ensuring the boy was utterly ensnared by dark magic. After all, a mere verbal promise of a delayed death curse would hardly deceive this child for long. In reality, the last spell Quirrell had cast upon Cohen was merely a tracking charm. "Oh," Cohen visibly displayed his disappointment. "Is there a body here?" "Without one. It seems rather difficult to practice. Shall we go?" I have one, Quirrell quickly replied. "What about the man with no nose on the back of your head?" Cohen inquired, peering at Quirrell's nape. "I thought he would come to teach me." The current incantations were not overly complex. Quirrell could handle the instruction without revealing the fact that Voldemort was presently quite weak. He endeavored to cultivate an illusion of Voldemort's formidable power, one that was not easily revealed. Alas, Cohen seemed to be aware of everything. The soul-summoning charm was a dark magic intended to resurrect corpses, though not in a genuine sense. It animated the dead to serve the spellcaster. Such magic was nearly impossible for a young wizard to successfully perform. Yet, Cohen appeared to possess a terrifying aptitude for dark magic, starkly contrasting his repeated failures with advanced spells in the compendium of positive magic. "Am I truly a born miscreant?" Cohen mused, observing the nameless muggle corpse he had commanded to rise slowly. His brow arched with curiosity. "A remarkably successful spell, Mr. Norton. Avada Kedavra." Cohen cast the killing curse at the freshly animated body. A flash of green light erupted, and Quirrell's expression mirrored that of the corpse, wide-eyed in shock. Since the revived body was merely a lifeless entity, the curse detonated upon it, reducing it to mere dust in an instant. Unfortunately, it was too weak. My minions cannot be useless, Cohen remarked, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The strength of the animated corpse did not align with his expectations. Surely, a dark magical creation capable of troubling the Ministry of Magic should possess some unique abilities. Instead, this mere shadow had only slightly greater strength, lacking any remarkable qualities, and was even afraid of light and fire. There is no room for waste in Cohen's garden. Chapter 24, Astonishment. The Hogwarts headmaster did such a thing to a student. At least the Muggle corpse, unearthed after who knows how long, would no longer suffer the indignity of wizardly desecration. Deep within, Cohen's heart remained kind. This session of dark magic instruction was a resounding success, moving Quirrell to tears. After all, it was an 11-year-old child who had unleashed a spell capable of causing a massive explosion, one that, had Cohen's aim deviated even slightly, would have obliterated not just the body but Quirrell himself. Indeed, those whom the Dark Lord targeted were anything but ordinary individuals. Of course, Quirrell stammered anew. Is there anything else you wish to learn, Mr. Norton? Can I not submit next week's defense against the dark arts assignment? Well, you may forego next week's paper, or even the one due the week after. How could Quirrell possibly disagree? It is akin to witnessing a diminutive child brandishing a Glock pistol, inquiring if he might procure the soda from your hand, while a menacing gang leader, instructing him on how to shoot, looms behind. Chilo would wager that Cohen would undoubtedly struggle to graduate normally. For such a wicked little imp to linger at Hogwarts for a full 7 years would indeed reflect Dumbledore's lack of discernment. Just as Chilo was preparing to dismiss this little tyrant, Cohen suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. Chilo felt a cold sweat break out. Did your boss not suggest that I assist you in pilfering the item concealed in the corridor on the 4th floor? Cohen queried. I will find a way to manage that, at least to seek an opportunity, Chilo replied, appearing somewhat flustered, as he had yet to devise a feasible plan. The professors at Hogwarts were overwhelmed with their schedules. Did I not propose the idea of unleashing a fire dragon into the school to attract the attention of the faculty and students? Cohen reminded him. A fire dragon might be a bit excessive. Upon reflection, I concede that a fire dragon would indeed be difficult to smuggle in, Cohen stated earnestly. What about a troll? There is a troll cave on the mountainside. When there is a grand event in the school hall, I can lure the troll far from the 4th floor corridor. Cohen meticulously outlined the plan, undoubtedly inspired by the original text, as this was the only relatively safe method he could conceive, ensuring no students would be harmed. If Dumbledore were to inquire later, Cohen would simply attribute the entire scheme to Chilo's threats. Chilo and Voldemort were involved too. Indeed, that is a commendable idea. Chilo was almost accustomed to Cohen's enthusiasm for stealing the Philosopher's Stone, which surpassed his own. He won't know a thing. I am very discreet, Cohen vowed fervently. Ultimately, Cohen completed his homework on Sunday evening. He had come to realize that procrastination was utterly futile. Homework was the most nefarious of burdens, infringing upon the most precious leisure time of student life. Homework is of utmost importance. Cohen, you must write it yourself next time. I shall not lend you my work for a second time. In the empty classroom, Hermione sternly warned Cohen. Do not squander your time frolicking with those boys. You are well versed in both the theory and practice of these spells. Once you have mastered something, there is no need for incessant repetition. Cohen understood that Hermione, though stern, was soft-hearted. Having lent her work once, he was certain he could borrow it again in the future. He declared her the goddess of homework. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to. Hermione pursed her lips in exasperation, her expression reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. She evidently did not believe Cohen, as she had heard that Filch was frantically searching for a student named Colson Golden due to a dung incident, an obviously contrived pseudonym left by Cohen on the wall. The Weasley twins had been extolling Cohen's exploits in the common room all day. Fred, did you see? Filch's face was as red as a baboon's backside all day long. Ah, boys. Fortunately, Cohen managed to catch Hermione, who was studying in the charms classroom. Otherwise, completing 4 essays within an hour would have been impossible, especially given that Hermione's lectures consumed a considerable amount of time. Cohen, you must have finished your homework, Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he rushed towards Cohen upon entering. Help, Harry echoed in agreement. The good news was that under Cohen's supervision, Harry and Ron partially completed their assignments. Another piece of good news, they would start flying lessons on Thursday of the second week. For the time being, there were no bad tidings. On Thursday morning, Cohen endured Ron's 18th retelling of his thrilling flying experience and was forcibly compelled by Hermione to listen to her recount the flying instructions from the marvelous Quidditch ball. Riding a broomstick is just like driving a car, Cohen reassured her. At most, you might crash, but you'll be fine. But there are no seatbelts, Hermione fretted, anxiously tugging at her disheveled hair, clearly overwhelmed by the prospect of a class that could not be prepped for. Good heavens, you are a witch, Cohen sighed. The seatbelt is your wand, not a strap on the broomstick. The arrival of the owl post interrupted Hermione's almost palpable anxiety, and the surrounding young wizards displayed expressions of relief. Cohen, too, disliked anxiety, for it tasted sour. For reasons unknown, or perhaps Cohen knew the reason. Every time the owls passed by his vicinity, they would always take a wide detour, with only the Earl daring to stop beside him, casually clutching a chicken leg. "A letter from your mother," the Earl mumbled, dropping a thick envelope beside Cohen, along with a package filled with sweets and snacks sent by his father. Harry cast a glance of envy but quickly averted his gaze after a mere glimpse. "It's only September," Cohen remarked with a twitch of his lips. "This seems rather early." The reason for not bringing Cohen along remained a mystery. Perhaps it was due to his identity or some other reason. If he had to stay at the school, playing in the dormitory from dawn till dusk was not an unacceptable fate. On the other side, Neville received a gift as well, a memory ball, filled with white smoke that would turn red if one had forgotten something. Cohen recalled that this ball would trigger a series of events, such as Malfoy provoking Harry only to be met with a retort, and the Quidditch prodigy being discovered by Professor McGonagall, not due to being frightened away by the broomstick, but rather, "Is Cohen Norton here?" A senior student intruded upon the flying lesson area. "Huh, me?" Cohen pointed at himself, somewhat bewildered. Had Filch finally discovered that the dung bomb was thrown by Cohen? Or was the Earl bullying the other owls? "It is class time, Mr. Smith." Madam Hooch frowned at the senior student. "It's a request from Professor Dumbledore." The student named Smith quickly retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to Madam Hooch. The note was inscribed with a series of sentences in a winding, elongated script, and Cohen discreetly sent a part of his soul to sneak a glance at it. Above, there are slender, intertwined letters. "Please ask Gryffindor student Cohen Norton to the principal's office for a cup of tea. Due to special requests from his parents, he is exempt from attending Hogwarts flying lessons." Chapter 25, The Good Boy Cohen. What? When did Rose and Edward mention the exemption from flying lessons? Cohen does not recall any mention of this in the letter sent from home that morning. It seems to be an old trick from the headmaster, and as a child, one must be particularly cautious, especially in the presence of an elderly gentleman with a white beard who happens to be the head of the school. Cohen followed the senior named Smith into the castle, ascending the staircase to stand before a gargoyle that resembled a dripping stone beast on the 8th floor. Throughout the journey, Cohen attempted to forge a friendship with the senior, yet he appeared somewhat reserved, offering vague responses to many of Cohen's inquiries. "Do you have a girlfriend? Why are you with Professor Dumbledore? Do you prefer older or younger people? I'll let you in on a secret. Professor Dumbledore is currently single." The senior, Smith, with a face as pale as a lemon, glared at the gargoyle watching the performance, his fist clenched tightly. "If you like ice cream, that is acceptable too," Cohen analyzed earnestly. "After all, it's cool and refreshing, and I feel it's at least better than armed helicopters and Walmart shopping bags." Smith swiftly covered Cohen's mouth, forcefully ushering the incessant chatterbox onto the spiral staircase behind the gargoyle. Cohen wiped his mouth. The senior had nearly lost his footing, and Cohen had almost swallowed Smith's spirit in one gulp. Upon reaching the door to the principal's office, Cohen paused, feeling the lingering effects of the spell Quirrell had cast upon him. He was aware that there was no delay in the Avada Kedavra curse, but Cohen could feign ignorance, using Quirrell's name as an excuse for mischief. Who would blame a poor, death-threatened first-year Dementor? "Knock, knock, knock." Cohen politely tapped on the door. "Come in." Dumbledore's aged voice resonated steadily, sounding as though he were seated behind his desk. Cohen slowly pushed the door open, peeking inside the principal's office. Even though he had already seen it in spirit form during his last visit, the circular office's walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all of whom were snoring. Yet Cohen distinctly noticed a few pairs of eyes peeking open slightly. Was he truly that intimidating? These portraits, devoid of souls, were incapable of absorbing anything themselves. "Cohen, come. Sit." Dumbledore beckoned, magically pulling a chair towards him, gazing at Cohen with warmth. "Very well, Professor Dumbledore." Cohen approached the chair with small, hesitant steps and plopped down into it. He spotted the magnificent phoenix, Fox, perched nearby. How infuriating. Others have birds that are grand and beautiful. Why is my bird so peculiar and unseemly? Perhaps it is true that a bird resembles its owner. Cohen felt the beginnings of an auditory hallucination near his ears, reminiscent of a count. As the conversation flowed, Dumbledore stroked his long beard and chuckled softly. "Oh, I nearly forgot. Would you care for some tea?" The elegant tea set on Dumbledore's table began to dance sprightly towards Cohen. "Milk? Or perhaps pumpkin juice?" Cohen pondered the notion of milk tea, ultimately preferring the sweetness of that delightful blend of milk and tea, a common indulgence in the Muggle world. "Oh, certainly," Dumbledore exclaimed, delighted by Cohen's fondness for Muggle beverages. "I share your appreciation for such drinks. It is a pity that many wizards seem unable to cast aside their biases against Muggles to enjoy the simple pleasures of life." The teapot poured a generous cup of pale brown milk tea, reminiscent of a harmonious infusion of black tea and fresh milk, while a small pile of sugar cubes appeared on the table, into which Cohen eagerly poured. Kindred spirits often find themselves in mutual admiration. Dumbledore's own diet was also rich in sugar, and thus, with every glance at Cohen, he felt increasingly convinced of the boy's goodness. Nevertheless, essential guidance remained imperative. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand, Cohen. After Cohen took a substantial sip of his milk tea, Dumbledore clapped his hands. First, regarding your flying lessons. I must inform you that your mother, Rose, has written to me requesting an exemption for you from the flying course. Really? Is that true? Cohen's surprise was genuine. Why would I suddenly be excused from flying lessons? Did my mother discover my recent transformation into a flying Dementor, and thus deem me unfit for the course? Surely that is far-fetched. Rose mentioned in her letter that you have a slight fear of heights, Dumbledore explained. Hogwarts does not compel students to undertake tasks beyond their capabilities. Ultimately, whether or not you participate in the flying course is contingent upon your own desire. Perhaps, in a mother's eyes, a child remains forever a child. Dumbledore winked through the lenses of his half-moon spectacles, suggesting that Rose simply worried about her little Cohen's acrophobia and the possibility of him falling from a broomstick. Wait a moment, Cohen thought. Was all of this merely to discuss my exemption from flying lessons? And another point of concern, Dumbledore continued. I have heard that you sought out Professor Quirrell twice within a week. Have you encountered difficulties in defense against the dark arts? His azure eyes seemed to shine brightly upon Cohen. Yet, Cohen remained resolute, impervious to the probing gaze. Professor Quirrell called for me, Cohen muttered. His gaze cast downward in trepidation. What did he say to you? Dumbledore inquired with genuine concern. Do not fear, Cohen, Dumbledore reassured him gently. At Hogwarts, nothing shall harm you. Yet, I must ask, is there anything you wish to share with me? Cohen trembled, his nerves getting the better of him, and accidentally knocked his teacup to the floor, shattering it. No, Professor, he replied, hastily scribbling a word in the spilled tea on the table. Thank you for the milk tea. That little one is lying, exclaimed the portrait of Phineas Black after Cohen departed. I understand, said Phineas Nigellus Dumbledore calmly, as he circled the table to the spot where Cohen had just been seated. Yet he is merely a child. Fear and anxiety may lead him to make erroneous judgments. The spilled milk tea on the table formed a word, threat. It appeared that Tom had developed an interest in Cohen as well. Dumbledore mused to himself. He has placed a tracking spell on Cohen, perhaps deceiving him into believing that this enchantment would bring him harm should he reveal any secrets. Why not clarify things with the boy? The portrait of Headmaster Black interjected with a snort. What if he truly aligns with that Dark Lord? Cohen is a good child, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. He would not genuinely side with Quirrell. As an 11-year-old, he risks his life by leaving that word with me, showcasing a courage that transcends death. Are you advancing your plans? Headmaster Black inquired. Sometimes, unyielding protection merely fosters complacency. Only through tempestuous storms can trees grow tall. Chapter 26. The good child. I believe the killing curse is rather inefficient, Cohen remarked. This is precisely why I wish to learn the soul curse. 3 days had elapsed since his last conversation with Dumbledore, and Cohen returned to Quirrell's office that weekend. The incorrigibly wicked Dementor offspring, if someone must take the blame. One could act with greater boldness, of course, while ensuring not to truly harm the students. Is it true that the soul curse can only affect one individual at a time? Cohen expressed his profound disappointment as several rabbits, under the influence of the soul curse, danced around him in a comical manner. But the unforgivable curse operates in such a fashion, Quirrell said, breaking out in a cold sweat. Isn't it sufficient for a spell to kill or control a person? Is there no magic that could bind a multitude of wizards together, allowing one killing curse to vanquish them all at once? That would be far more efficient. Had Quirrell not witnessed Cohen's casual casting of the unforgivable curse, akin to a mundane spell, he might have deemed the statement a sign of madness. However, as it was Cohen who spoke, Quirrell could only conclude that the boy was a natural-born Dark Lord. Currently, there is not, Quirrell replied cautiously, or at least, I have not heard of one. What sort of negative emotions could a child possibly harbor to wield unforgivable curses so readily? Truly, a child chosen by the Dark Lord himself. I find you more dangerous than the Dark Wizard, the Count remarked. A kind-hearted owl would not receive the rabbit legs I roasted. Life should be spent in the room of requirement, roasting rabbits at will. At that moment, the room of requirement had expanded to accommodate Cohen's desires with an additional kitchen, complete with a brand new grill and a secret passage to the school kitchen. Cohen had procured a plethora of barbecue seasonings from the house elves. Cohen was growing increasingly fond of this place. It felt like paradise. He contemplated residing in the room of requirement for a lifetime, secretly moving in on graduation day, and becoming a pest within Hogwarts. Ultimately, the Earl succumbed to the allure of roasted rabbit, conceding his willingness to collude with Cohen, and promised to accompany him in search of the troll's lair. Over the remaining weekend, Cohen stealthily made his way into the Forbidden Forest, with souls to consume. He had no intention of dining at the evening feast. His previous attempt at the genocide of the fire ash snakes had left his soul integrity stagnant at 15. prompting Cohen to shift his focus to another creature inhabiting the depths of the forbidden forest. Within the dimly lit heart of the forest, the setting sun struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting an ambience akin to twilight. The only sources of light were the luminescent fluttering creatures and the pale blue bioluminescent mushrooms adorning the trunks and exposed roots of the trees. A solitary eight-eyed giant spider emitted a menacing click of its massive pincers, having ventured out for a mere snack, only to encounter a peculiar being. This entity was cloaked in what appeared to be a tattered, waterlogged shroud, with scabrous hands and a decaying, hollow body that floated through the air like a rag. Despite being several trees away, an instinctual terror compelled the solitary eight-eyed giant spider to retreat, accompanied by its threatening clicks. Soul Strength 7. Cohen had to act immediately in his Dementor form. In the next moment, he lunged at the eight-eyed giant spider, his wide, decaying robe billowing ominously in the wind. Fortunately, unlike other Dementors, he did not need to engage in a kiss to extract the soul. Remaining within a meter or two of his target sufficed. Cohen eagerly consumed the spider's soul, witnessing a noticeable shift in his system panel. 151. The soul of the young eight-eyed giant spider was surprisingly potent. Once the soul of an animal is extracted, its body will soon succumb to death. However, Cohen did not allow the now lifeless spider to wander aimlessly. He rendered it a small service. Thus, he could safely procure venom from the giant spider's pincers. A mere pint of eight-eyed giant spider venom could fetch 100 galleons. And Cohen mused that Hagrid was akin to a gold mine, nurturing all manner of precious species to the point of overabundance. This bounty of galleons would be claimed by Cohen. After extracting a small vial of venom, he observed the spider's venom sac visibly deflate. It appeared somewhat weak, suggesting its effects would be short-lived. Cohen lamented this outcome. For some reason, he had never sensed emotion from these creatures, indicating that their souls were devoid of flavor. Perhaps elucidating why other Dementors refrained from preying upon animals? The tribe of eight-eyed giant spiders was not difficult to locate. Following the direction in which the young spider had fled, Cohen soon spotted the thick, sticky webs woven between the ground and the tree trunks. These spiders favored a burrowing lifestyle, seldom residing on the webs, which were primarily designed to ensnare prey. Cohen had just witnessed a frantic stag collide with one of the webs. In the next moment, a colossal eight-eyed spider, in pursuit of a stag, swiftly leapt from the forest's depths. Its fangs sank deeply into the deer's abdomen, and after a series of convulsions, the stag succumbed to death. At the very instant of its demise, an increasing number of spiders began to emerge from the surroundings, including several offspring that appeared to be no larger than hounds. Soul Strength 7. Soul Strength 8. Soul Strength 6. Due to the scarcity of food, the population of the eight-eyed spider had struggled to expand, constrained by the boundaries set by humans and centaurs. However, today, their savior, Cohen, had arrived. Cohen assisted in culling half of their kin, thereby allowing them to breed unabashedly. As Cohen continued his slaughter, they continued to reproduce. Cohen reveled in the satisfaction, as did the spiders, a resounding victory. The eggs of the eight-eyed spider required merely 6 to 8 weeks to hatch, and Cohen surmised that he could sell their venom at a price comparable to that of the fire ash snake eggs. The potion makers would likewise find delight in this. Yet another triumph. Slurp, crack, slurp, crack. Under the cloak of night, Cohen consumed the souls of the eight-eyed spiders from the periphery of their swarm, while the spiders themselves feasted upon the robust stag they had just captured. In life, they had all found satisfaction, and Cohen mused that if spiders possessed emotions, this place would resemble a pool of honey. Before long, he had completely drained the souls of 16 adult spiders and 3 juvenile ones, raising his soul integrity to 17. He had yet to reach the next threshold, and although Cohen intended to continue hunting spiders, an ancient creature made its appearance. Crackle crackle. The sound of more spiders, denser and more numerous, emerged from all directions, encircling Cohen, who bore the visage of a soul harvester. At the forefront was an exceedingly aged spider, Aragog, whose 8 eyes glimmered with a milky hue. Soul Strength 20. Besides Aragog, several of the elder spiders nearby possessed soul strengths in the range of 17 to 18. Infuriatingly, only 30 more spiders stood between him and total annihilation. Intruder, leave this place. Aragog's voice was laden with anger and gravitas, discontent with Cohen's brutalization of its progeny. Oh! Cohen consumed the soul of another 8-eyed spider nearby, raising his soul integrity to 171. Though he would not ordinarily exhibit such cruelty towards sentient beings, his disdain for this spider clan was profound. Hagrid had nurtured and sheltered them, yet during the Battle of Hogwarts, they had turned their allegiance to Voldemort without hesitation. Thus, being fickle, reason held no value here. Elimination was warranted. Kill it. Aragog hissed, witnessing Cohen's obstinacy. The slightly more formidable spiders surrounding it lunged towards Cohen almost in unison. Yet they were oblivious to a vital truth. Cohen was not limited to hovering just a foot above the ground. In fact, he could ascend much higher. Thus, as Cohen soared upwards, the spiders predictably missed their mark. Spider silk and venom sprayed towards Cohen, but with a slight evasion, he was able to avoid them effortlessly, simultaneously diving and ascending, dispatching several spiders along the way, perhaps even an elite creature with a soul intensity of 17. His soul completeness rose to 19. He could afford to ease off a bit. Cohen hovered in the forest, counting the number of spiders below. Ding. Kindness value, 33. Indeed, it was a benevolent act. Thank you for your hospitality. May you thrive in your progeny, and I shall return another time. The eight-eyed giant spider cursed. Chapter 27. Cohen had also acted. After retreating from the depths of the forbidden forest, the sky had fully succumbed to night. A full moon hung in the clouds, and in the distance, the faint howls of werewolves could be heard, but Cohen was not inclined to travel such a distance tonight. Observing his soul completeness at 19, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he lifted the Dementor form at the outskirts of the forbidden forest. If he were to fly to Gryffindor Tower in this state, it was likely that Dumbledore would strike him down instantly. Heaven knows if that old man's Phoenix Patronus could scatter Cohen's soul in a single peck. Especially with the Elder Wand in hand. Crafted from the same Elder Tree, why couldn't he learn a thing or two from it? Cohen directed his thoughts towards his wand. However, the wand's soul remained withdrawn within its core, leading Cohen to momentarily suspect it had perished. Ah, got you. Filch's gritted voice erupted as he emerged from the shadows, clutching a yellow oil lamp like a specter. I knew it was you mischievous Gryffindors. Was it you who left that dung bomb last time? Forget it all. Cohen promptly cast a forgetfulness charm behind him, believing that morality was reserved for students in detention. He had no desire to waste time cleaning the castle or skinning flobberworms. Seizing the moment while Filch was momentarily distracted, Cohen swiftly slipped away. Fortunately, he could discern the dark staircases, despite not knowing the mechanics behind it, as pure-blood Dementors possess no eyes. Otherwise, he felt he would have been ensnared by those treacherous stairs, which often caught one's legs. After all, while Filch could enforce his will with spells, the school's staircases were another matter entirely. Damaging them could lead to a weekend of detention at the very least, and worse, it might summon parents. Cohen had no desire to see a furious Rose in the headmaster's office. Before the fat lady's portrait, Cohen was surprised to find her still awake so late. Oh, are you all off to some secret gathering tonight? The fat lady inquired, her curiosity piqued. Has the pig-nosed one emerged as well? After issuing the password, Cohen followed up with a question. Just as he climbed inside, he discerned who else had broken the school rules that night. You all, what are your eyes for? Hermione's voice sounded furious. Didn't you see what it was standing on? On the floor? Harry's voice chimed in. I wasn't looking at its feet. I was too busy staring at its head. No, not on the floor, Hermione retorted angrily. It was standing on a living trapdoor, clearly guarding something. I hope you feel proud of yourselves. We nearly got bitten to death, or Hermione's words were interrupted by Cohen, who had just crawled into the common room. Cohen initially intended to wait until the discussion among the others concluded, but remaining on all fours in a narrow passage was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Within the common room were four individuals, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, who appeared as though he might never speak again. Now, the room was graced by Cohen, who had just emerged from the hole, his robes speckled with dirt. Perhaps my timing is less than ideal, Cohen mused. Cohen's done it, Harry exclaimed, pointing at him. What? Cohen's eyes widened in surprise. I haven't bothered any of you. I'm referring to the nocturnal escapade, Hermione, Harry clarified, directing his explanation toward her. You're taking the rule-breaking too seriously. At least Cohen didn't venture to the fourth-floor corridor. Hermione articulated each word with precision, casting a disappointed gaze at Cohen, utterly oblivious to her own status as one of the most serious rule-breakers. If you don't mind, I'm heading to bed. Ron stared at Hermione's retreating figure, his mouth agape in astonishment. Go to sleep. We have no objections, he said. What on earth is this? As if we were forcibly dragging her over. Wait, where did you go? Cohen could not shake the impression that the group had indeed visited the three-headed dog on the fourth-floor corridor. However, he recalled that Harry had received his broomstick from Professor McGonagall the day after their flying lesson and had joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Yet, Draco Malfoy, who was supposed to come and provoke Harry and Ron into a midnight duel, had never shown up. Cohen had thought he misremembered. But it now appeared Malfoy had deliberately chosen a moment when Cohen was absent. It's Malfoy, Ron spat vehemently. He deceived us, claiming at dinner that he wanted to duel at midnight. But he's nothing but a coward. And Cohen, why didn't you come for dinner? Harry inquired. His curiosity piqued, particularly regarding the dirt on Cohen's robes. Did you go to the Forbidden Forest again? Anything is better than going with her to the fourth-floor corridor. Ron scoffed, though he too was intrigued about Cohen's escapade in the forest. What did you see in the Forbidden Forest? I heard Fred say there are many dark magical creatures there. Perhaps, Cohen replied cautiously, raising an eyebrow. But I didn't see many living beings. Just a few spiders and some ash snakes. At the mention of spiders, Ron shuddered. I hope I never have to go there in my lifetime. Cohen decided to designate Harry as Hogwarts' second information vault, the first being Hagrid. "Cohen, what do you think lies beneath that trapdoor?" Harry inquired, lying in bed, unable to sleep, pondering what Hagrid had brought from Gringotts. "Perhaps a potion capable of turning everything into candy." Cohen's voice emerged muffled from under the covers. "The Philosopher's Stone is certainly worth a try. Who knows, a single stone could greatly enhance Cohen's soul integrity. But how could one safely acquire the Philosopher's Stone? Should I allow Quirrell to threaten me into tasting it? If Dumbledore believes that, he must truly be losing his mind. In order to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone from the clutches of malevolent individuals, did you truly swallow it whole? What exactly have you protected?" Cohen was inexplicably haunted by these words. Despite a night filled with headaches, he could not unravel the mystery. With matters as they stood, it was best to retire for the night. Chapter 28. The distinction between catgirls and owls. During breakfast the following day, Harry and Ron commenced an unabashed discussion regarding the potential treasures or dangers concealed beneath the trapdoor. "It could be either exceptionally valuable or extraordinarily perilous," Ron asserted. "Or perhaps it encompasses both," Harry deduced, adopting the demeanor of a detective. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had narrowly escaped the jaws of a three-headed dog alongside these two, had already distanced herself from them, choosing to sit at a considerable distance during breakfast. Cohen had little inclination to indulge in Harry and Ron's antics, for he had plans to experiment with magic in the room of requirement following their transfiguration class that morning. Earlier, he had successfully cast a few advanced spells that had previously eluded him, including the Bubblehead charm. It seemed that with the enhancement of his soul's strength, Cohen's magical proficiency would also witness an elevation, freeing him from the need to wait until he matured like other young wizards to master complex incantations. As he unfurled his tome, the Compendium of Charms, Cohen began to methodically attempt the spells he had struggled with before. "Earl, come forth." The Earl, dozing by the fireplace, emitted a hoot of surprise as his body suddenly became uncontrollable. "Silencio." The Earl's exclamations faded into silence. Following Cohen's trials, it appeared that the majority of spells from the book posed little challenge for him. Perhaps only the potency of the spells left him wanting, as his magical input remained capped at a fixed value, impervious to his emotional calls for enhancement. Several more intricate and demanding spells, such as the Goblet of Fire and the Time Turner charm, remained beyond his grasp for now. Through this experimentation, Cohen began to comprehend the additional significance of his soul's strength, unlocking more formidable spells and enhancing his magical capabilities. He found himself increasingly curious about the essence of his being. After all, he was a weapon painstakingly crafted by dark wizards, not merely a specter with a human form capable of casting spells and uttering crude remarks. It sounded reminiscent of alchemical pursuits, unless there existed a field of hybrid studies within the magical realm. "Do you have to treat me as your damn target every time?" Cohen only recalled the need to lift the spell from the Earl just before his departure. Blood Mother of Hell. The Earl's words were always laden with meaning. Yet Cohen felt unfazed, as long as he could accept that his biological mother might be some specter, dark sorcerer, or an unknown species. Even the most formidable hunter could not breach his defenses. In a certain sense, Cohen was perhaps the most fitting young wizard to care for the Earl, as the other young wizards genuinely had mothers. His school life had nearly transformed into a series of fixed points. During class hours, Cohen refreshes in the classroom. While outside of class, he appears sporadically in the auditorium, the request room, the library, Shiloh's office, the Forbidden Forest, and the dormitory. Hermione, who often frequents the library, has developed a new perspective on Cohen, a student who refuses to compromise his integrity alongside Harry and Ron. Regrettably, Cohen only shows up before Hermione on weekends, hastily completing his assignments by copying hers. "What on earth are you studying?" she questions. "Homework is the most time-consuming endeavor in existence, and I have always despised wasting time." As Cohen munches on a cream stick, he single-handedly copies his work. After several weeks of school life, Cohen has accurately gauged each professor's minimal expectations for assignments, thus opting to meet only the bare minimum, ensuring there are words on the page that do not appear to be handwritten. Suddenly, he recalls that it is 1991. Hermione intends to educate Cohen but struggles to devise a method, as he indeed possesses a remarkable talent for spells, often providing her with inspiration. Unfortunately, Cohen vanishes shortly after finishing his assignments. This time is no different. After leaving a pile of honeydew sweets for Hermione, he hurries away, oblivious to the fact that she is the daughter of a dentist and does not indulge in such excessively sugary confections that could lead to cavities despite diligent brushing. Cohen rushes directly to the library, having waited several weeks for the opportunity to borrow books like a comprehensive guide to alchemy and the soul in the clay, which are perpetually checked out. The inability to access these texts feels like a loss of something precious: his patience, kindness, and affection for the school. After completing the borrowing process, he steals a glance at the previous borrower of the book. According to library rules, no individual can borrow the same book for several weeks consecutively. Yet there is one exception at this school: Dumbledore. Really, old man? Do you still need to reference a comprehensive guide to alchemy when you are already a master of it? Cohen muses. Or is it merely that Dumbledore wishes to withhold information regarding his own lineage? Moreover, if Dumbledore genuinely desired to prevent Cohen from accessing those texts, he could simply remove them from the library altogether, as a headmaster has the authority to do as he pleases. Due to the presence of the Count, this room often transforms into Cohen's secret base, alternating between him and the Count. Having a talking bird is undeniably cool. The Count seems to willingly adapt to this arrangement, and the space accommodates his needs with additions like owl perches and beds. The Count lazily lounges in his nest by the hearth, opening one eye. Aren't you quite fond of animals transforming into humans? I heard you asking a stray cowcat to turn into a catgirl last time. Rest assured, the Count yawns. Even if I were to transform into another species, I would not choose to become one of your upright apes. Chapter 29, Exploration of the Birthpoint Plan. May the Count seize the opportunity to survive. Subsequently, Cohen began to peruse a few books he had borrowed from the library. The first was on alchemy, where he encountered a familiar term, albedo. The corners of his mouth twitched in realization. Was Dumbledore's name derived from a term in alchemy? The origins of alchemy trace back to Egypt, where a sorcerer named Hermes distilled it into 13 phrases, inscribing them upon a tablet of emerald known as the Smaragdine Tablet. The alchemical texts within the wizarding community primarily consist of analyses and expansions of those 13 phrases, with the ultimate goal being the Philosopher's Stone. How ironic it was to await theft within the confines of a school. Studying this seemed futile. If one were to research it, why not simply steal it? Cohen sighed. Alchemy revolved around a singular ultimate aim, the Philosopher's Stone, while other alchemical creations were mere trifles, akin to the creation of gunpowder in Eastern alchemy. Nicholas Flamel was indeed the architect of the downfall of ancient alchemy, having produced the Philosopher's Stone, which led nearly all alchemists, whose ultimate ambition was to create it, to abandon their pursuits. After all, if someone had already succeeded, why not simply steal it? This also resulted in Flamel frequently encountering attacks after he crafted the stone in 1383, though the assailants always found themselves bewilderedly abroad, discovering that a finger had turned to gold. No one ever succeeded, and thus, fewer attempts were made to pilfer or seize the Philosopher's Stone from Flamel, allowing him to enjoy several centuries of tranquil retirement. Subsequently, alchemy branched out into various disciplines, with some merging into potion-making and others into runes and symbolism. Contemporary alchemy presented a plethora of topics, among which Cohen discovered a term known as the homunculus. Why did homunculus sound so familiar? He felt a sense of recognition, as if it had echoed in his childhood. Given that he was a product of an uncontrollable experiment from a dark magic laboratory, it indeed resembled the creation of a homunculus. Was it possible that the people in that laboratory had recited the term beside the youthful Cohen? The homunculus, from the moment of its birth, possessed a myriad of knowledge. It stemmed from the material within the vessel, yet transcended it, representing one of the most arcane and intricate fields of contemporary alchemy. However, the synthesis of life is a taboo subject, and this text shall neither introduce nor elucidate it. Do I appear to be a fool, my lord? Cohen inquired stiffly, glancing at the dozing Count. The Count cast a fleeting glance at Cohen, maintaining a rather undignified posture for a bird as he continued to slumber. Cohen retorted indignantly. The brief introduction to the homunculus in this volume, a comprehensive study of alchemy, was inscribed on a nearly blank page, and the lettering bore the elongated, artistic style exclusive to Dumbledore, almost conspicuously indicating to Cohen that this was something he was not meant to see. He should pursue other studies instead. Perhaps it is out of concern for your potential misdirection, given that you are inherently a malevolent soul-sucking creature. The drowsy Count mumbled, yet I concur with your sentiment. He indeed need not interfere excessively in this matter. In truth, you are already recklessly traversing a misguided path. I merely seek to ascertain my own identity, much like a child yearning to discover the identity of their biological mother. The Count concluded, I have never contemplated this issue, for from the moment I hatched from an egg, the first being I laid eyes upon was a serpentine monstrosity, which is universally acknowledged as my not being my mother, and it is quite likely that it devoured her. However, that is of little consequence. You understand, it is the one who raises you that warrants your utmost concern. That is a falsehood, Cohen retorted in a tone reminiscent of Voldemort. Last time, you claimed that John brought you into the lighthouse and hatched you in the stove. Did I? Is that truly what I said? The Count inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Indeed, you are a habitual liar, Cohen declared, having no intention of placing any trust in him. The last time Cohen extended his trust and allowed him into his wardrobe, it had been filled with the bones of field mice. Now, Cohen harbored little hope for the next book, which had been prematurely borrowed by Dumbledore, certain that it would be altered wherever it contained sections unsuitable for young Cohen. Cohen believed that Dumbledore ought to serve as the head of the broadcasting authority rather than the principal of Hogwarts. The souls in the clay pot. This tome expounded upon a theory positing that the soul and magical power are derived from the same source, devoting considerable discourse to elucidate various experiments concerning souls, albeit somewhat grim in nature. However, as it was authored by the Department of Mysteries within the Ministry of Magic, the manuscript endeavored to maintain a veneer of official righteousness, thus glossing over the selection and species of the experimental subjects. The notion that the soul and magical power share a common origin seemingly elucidates Cohen's current predicament. The strengthening of the soul symbolizes an enhancement of magical prowess. Could it be that Edward represents the foundational threshold of the wizarding community? If so, how does he manage to cast complex spells such as the Silent Charm? Or is it that the two are merely comparatively linked, with an increase in soul strength correlating to a rise in magical level, while a decrease in soul strength does not necessarily result in a decline in magical capacity? This perspective appears more reasonable, for even with Voldemort's soul fragmented into 40 pieces, he still managed to suppress a multitude of formidable wizards. If soul strength and magical level were to be in constant equilibrium, any random professor at Hogwarts should easily be able to subdue him. Are you truly eager to uncover your origins? The Count, disturbed from his slumber by Cohen, turned over in his owl bed and queried, "Why not simply venture to the ruins of that laboratory and investigate? Can you guess why I haven't set off?" Cohen pouted, "I have thoroughly scoured the library's archives, and the Ministry of Magic has reported nothing on this matter. Moreover, Rose and Edward certainly would not divulge this information to me, and the professors at school are even less likely to speak of it." "I am aware," the Count remarked unexpectedly. Cohen fixed his gaze on the Count. "I know what you are about to say. Why did you not mention it sooner?" The Earl continued in a leisurely manner. "Now, let me inquire of you. Who would ever seek the counsel of an owl, even if it were an owl wise enough to be your forebear?" Chapter 30. Seek the Giant. In Northumberland, at a grand estate, the piercing wails of souls could be heard from a distance of 180 miles. Northumberland lies a mere 3 miles from the Scottish Highlands, and Cohen felt as though he could soar over, hoping to remain unseen. It is said that muggles cannot perceive the Dementors, so Cohen might only frighten a handful of wizards who catch a glimpse of the Dementors in the sky. After Cohen had attempted a plethora of spells on his own, his classmates were finally ready to learn their first incantation. Thus, I assert that homework serves no purpose. Cohen whispered to Harry in their charms class, "Homework is the most nefarious invention in existence." "Agreed," Harry nodded in affirmation. Ever since their escape from the three-headed dog, Hermione had scarcely spoken to the two of them, and when she was assigned to sit beside Ron, she appeared decidedly displeased. "Now, do not forget the subtle wrist motion we have been practicing," Professor Flitwick exclaimed from atop a towering stack of books. "A flick and a swish, remember, a flick and a swish." It is also crucial to pronounce the incantation correctly. Do not forget about Professor Baruffio, who mispronounced it and found himself on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. This magical practice was conducted in pairs, and Cohen was fortunate to be paired with Neville. At least Neville was preferable to the rather troublesome Seamus beside Harry, sparing Cohen the concern of his feathers suddenly exploding. Cohen had hardly practiced this spell at home, and thus assumed that the practice of magic was a rather simple endeavor. However, it appeared that for other young wizards, merely articulating the incantation correctly was a formidable task. Wingardium Leviosa. Neville, his partner, had recited the spell no less than 100 times. Yet the feather before him remained utterly still. "Please, something must happen," Neville groaned. It seemed he would rather summon a buffalo like Professor Baruffio than flail his wand about like a muggle. "You forgot the gesture," Cohen kindly reminded him, as Neville was merely reciting the incantation, his hand holding the wand unmoving. "Ping. Kindness value 1. You've got it wrong," Hermione interjected sharply towards Ron. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosar. The Leviosa must be pronounced long and clear. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try?" Ron retorted angrily. Uncertain of what transpired, Cohen remarked, "Though the classroom is devoid of anyone hanging from the ceiling in blood, someone seems to be in a fury." "What is blood fury?" Neville asked Cohen, puzzled. "Is it a requirement of the spell?" Cohen gestured towards Ron, signaling Neville not to miss this spectacle. For Ron now appeared as though his face were ablaze. Just moments ago, Hermione, having instructed Ron, rolled up her sleeves and waved her wand, declaring, "Leviosa, Wingardium." Hermione's spell succeeded, causing the feather to rise from the table. In that moment, Ron's face appeared not merely flushed but on the verge of exploding. Throughout the remainder of the lesson, Cohen effectively instructed Neville on the proper technique for casting spells. Now, Ron stood among the few in the class who had failed to make the feather float. The more anxious one becomes, the more likely they are to stumble. It was not until near the end of the class that an exceedingly frustrated Ron finally accomplished the task at hand. "Thank you, Cohen." Neville repeatedly expressed his gratitude while packing up his belongings, "or else I surely would have faced detention. You were simply too tense. Both your incantation and movements were commendable." The kind-hearted Cohen reassured him. Ding. Kindness value 5. Cohen vowed that his display of kindness was not motivated by the pursuit of accolades. The other young wizards had already gathered their things in preparation for the next class, while Cohen sluggishly packed his bag, remarking to Neville that he needed to lure a troll to the school for the remainder of the afternoon, with the Earl guiding him. Cohen swiftly flew to the mountainous region north of the Forbidden Forest, where he discovered a troll's lair constructed from rounded stones. I can hardly believe I'm bringing a Dementor to a troll's den. The Earl perched upon a stone before Cohen, who had already dispelled the Dementor form. Realizing that scaring off the troll was not an option, God must surely be mad. Whether God was mad or not, Cohen knew he was certainly losing his mind. Observing the black stone beneath the Earl, he stepped back in awe. What the hell? The Earl hastily flapped his wings and took flight. No entry without a proper wash for the Room of Requirement in Gryffindor Tower, Cohen insisted. How the hell am I supposed to wash my own claws? The Earl retorted. Can't you just cast a spell? After dealing with the Earl, Cohen began setting up traps to capture the troll. He emulated Newt's approach. Rummaging through the Room of Requirement's refuse to find a somewhat peeling, old trunk, he applied a non-marking extension charm and a strengthening charm, during which he also discovered the Ravenclaw diadem hidden among the refuse. This Horcrux contained a mere 20 points of soul fragment. Cohen needed just a bit more to consume it, so he left it in his base within the Room of Requirement. Everything progressed smoothly as Cohen opened the trunk at the entrance of the troll's den and transformed the ground into a smooth marble surface, ensuring that the troll would slip right into the trunk upon emerging. Subsequently, Cohen ventured into the dark cave. The sounds of the trolls snoring faintly echoed from the depths, and a foul stench mingled with the smell of mildew permeated the air. After taking just one step, Cohen hesitated, reluctant to delve deeper. Bang! Chapter 31 Troll? What are you doing here? Cohen blasted a corner of the cave entrance, not to entrap the troll within, but merely to create a commotion to lure it out. Although trolls are dim-witted, they are not deaf. The noise Cohen generated sounded as though other trolls were preparing to invade its territory. Could it withstand such an uproar? After all, it had just learned to swing its club. With a sudden crash, it burst out of the hole, charging furiously into the trunk. The task was completed. Cohen snapped the trunk shut, satisfied as he clapped his hands together. Fortunately, he had reinforced it with a charm. Otherwise, the giant beast would have surely wreaked havoc, damaging the trunk. The lesson was already missed, and Cohen intended to explore the Forbidden Forest again, where he suspected the spiders had hatched a number of younglings. Before Cohen could eliminate half of them, there must still be unhatched spider eggs. With the presence of the young, he could hardly be blamed for dispatching the adults. You have already found the path to death. Why are you back again? Deep within the Forbidden Forest, Aragog detected a familiar scent. His furious voice mingling with the sound of his massive pincers clashing, perhaps the closest a spider could come to grinding its teeth in ire. Cohen stealthily ventured deeper, leaving a trail of the slain Acromantulas in his wake. If souls carried weight, Cohen would be quite sated by now. Mosasag and I have only just begun. You seem to be thriving, your kind reproducing at a remarkable pace. There are no significant issues. Cohen observed the cluster of young spiders behind Aragog, enough to sustain a small tribe. However, the other creatures of the Forbidden Forest would not allow for their unchecked expansion. It was for your own good. You insolent creature. Aragog hissed. He intended to threaten Cohen, yet he felt utterly devoid of any leverage, entirely unaware of what Cohen truly was. After all, no Dementor had ever ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore forbade such things from approaching the school, Cohen being the sole exception. Until next time, Cohen called out, having raised his soul integrity to 20. Unsurprisingly, he was now faced with yet another plateau. The sky beyond the forest gradually darkened, and Cohen spiraled upward, gliding toward the castle. Strangely, during the past fortnight, he had not heard any centaur calls, which once echoed through the area. On one occasion, he even encountered a centaur. Yet it merely gazed at him as he drifted toward the Acromantula territory, showing no signs of aggression. It seemed the centaurs had tacitly accepted Cohen's predation of the spiders. Upon reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Cohen beheld the illuminated Hogwarts castle beneath the night sky. He chuckled with glee, shaking the trunk in his hands. Choosing an empty underground classroom, he released the giant beast from within. Initially dazed, the creature soon focused solely on one thought upon seeing the living being before it, to kill this creature. As the giant let out a low growl, Cohen dashed out of the classroom, slamming the door shut and casting a locking charm. After all, it was Dumbledore's refusal to allow Cohen access to the crucial sections of the alchemical text that drove him to this destruction of the school, fulfilling a dream left unaccomplished in his previous life. Ultimately, the blame would fall upon Quirrell. Cohen was merely coerced by him. Ding. Sin level, 200. Note, your malevolence has led you to forsake this school. You have lost your noble morals and conscience. These things cannot be consumed. Cohen harbored considerable dissatisfaction with the system. Had benevolence points the potential to exchange for soul fragments, his focus might have shifted towards performing virtuous deeds. This system seemingly obstructed any path to a benevolent conclusion. Moreover, Cohen felt that his actions were measured and justified. Everything he did was to safeguard the beauty of this world. If he did not grow stronger, how could he defeat Voldemort and protect his family? Could benevolence points achieve that? Could they? Cohen? The voice of Quirrell echoed from the doorway of the adjacent classroom, inquiring why he was not in the hall. Quirrell. Cohen's eyes widened as he observed Quirrell mirroring his own actions, also clutching an empty suitcase. Only Quirrell would retain implements of mischief. Cohen had destroyed his suitcase the moment the troll emerged. Are wizards limited to using suitcases for carrying living beings? Newt, too. And young Barty Crouch, Cohen mused. What brings you here? Quirrell had even forgotten to feign a stutter. Bringing in a troll? Did we not agree on that last weekend? Cohen retorted confidently. I thought you meant for me to find a troll instead. Before Quirrell could finish his sentence, 2 trolls from the adjacent classrooms simultaneously smashed through the doors of those underground chambers. Run. Cohen was abruptly pulled away by Quirrell, both sprinting toward the hall. They need not worry about being pursued, for the trolls moved at a sluggish pace, especially in the convoluted and multi-layered confines of the castle, where they could hardly run. You go eat first, then I'll head to the hall to report, taking advantage of the teacher's absence to venture to the 4th-floor corridor. Quirrell explained the plan as they jogged. The Dark Lord is pressing hard, but do not expose yourself. Rest assured, I could never betray our position, Cohen promised. Cohen, where have you been? We didn't see you all afternoon. After squeezing onto the Gryffindor long table, Ron, his mouth full of food, mumbled inquiringly. It felt as though 2 gazes from the staff table were fixed upon him. Dumbledore had likely noticed, and perhaps the other gaze belonged to Snape, who had been observing Quirrell closely. Now that Cohen was near Quirrell, he was certainly keeping an eye on him as well. Yet those favored by fortune remained unperturbed. Troll. 10 minutes later, Quirrell suddenly burst into the hall, his scarf askew upon his head, his face awash with terror. All conversations in the hall ceased, and every gaze was fixed upon him. Quirrell staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily against the table, gasping. 2 trolls are fighting in the underground classroom. I thought you should know. Is this what you call an old actor? Chapter 32, The Mountain Troll's Heavy Reliance. We're doomed. A troll has entered. The sky is falling. Help. I'm not ready to die. What is a troll? The students erupted into chaos, like ants sizzling in a hot pan. Dumbledore was compelled to unleash several bursts of enormous purple fireworks from the tip of his wand before the young witches and wizards in the hall settled down. Head boy. Dumbledore spoke in a low, resonant voice, instructing that all students be escorted to their dormitories at once. Percy skillfully gathered the first-year Gryffindors, leading them away in an orderly fashion. However, within the queue, 3 individuals exhibited a distinct lack of order. How could a troll possibly infiltrate the school? Harry inquired of Cohen and Ron. How else could it have entered? Cohen, the instigator, mingled nonchalantly between the 2. And what about Hermione? Cohen reminded them, lest Harry overlook the fact that he certainly couldn't leave Cohen to rescue Hermione alone. What would become of the 2 useless men surrounding Hermione in the future? Ding. Kindness value 10. She hasn't appeared all afternoon, Harry explained, but suddenly recalled something, grabbing Cohen and Ron's arms, whispering urgently, Hermione, what has happened to her? Ron asked. Do you remember? On our way to the feast, Parvati mentioned that Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Then let us go rescue the damsel, Cohen encouraged. Otherwise, how will you handle your assignments this week? Ron had just uttered a remark about her earlier. Harry elaborated to Cohen. All right, Ron gritted his teeth, quickly making a decision, but let us not let Percy see us. They stealthily blended into the crowd of Hufflepuffs, successfully slipping towards the girls' restroom. Cohen felt this mission would likely be more manageable than the original narrative suggested, as the 2 trolls were undoubtedly engaged in a brawl in the underground classroom. Regrettably, the plot did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. However, through the door, Cohen seemed to hear a cacophony of suppressed screams, something emitting guttural roars from deep within, followed by a series of rapid, thunderous sounds. By the time Cohen attempted to stop Harry, it was too late. The door had already been flung open by Harry. Creak. Harry and Ron witnessed a scene they would never forget. Inside the restroom stood 2 trolls. One was tall and the other short. Yet both stood at least 12 feet high, their skin dull and granite-like. Their massive, clumsy bodies intertwined in a chaotic embrace, resembling 2 sloping hills pressed together. 2 oversized wooden clubs, once wielded as weapons, lay carelessly discarded. They no longer required such implements, for they had more pressing matters to attend to. I vaguely heard some noise earlier and wanted to stop you, Cohen remarked, his lips twitching, though it seemed a bit too late. Why were the trolls brought by Quirrell a male and a female? No, why did they immediately engage upon meeting? Was this some bizarre, grotesque game? Cohen felt as though the divine should compensate him for witnessing such a scene. I'm sorry, Harry murmured softly to the trolls. We'll leave at once. Ron felt as if his face had been struck by a petrification curse. The 2 retreated a step, aligning themselves with Cohen. Bam! The restroom door was slammed shut by Harry, yet the 2 trolls had already caught sight of them. The trolls' roars echoed clearly even through the door. Following this was a piercing scream from Hermione, accompanied by the sound of a bursting pipe. The minds of the ogres are quite limited. They must have randomly shifted their attack to the nearest living creature. Hermione. Both Harry and Ron exclaimed simultaneously. Cohen, momentarily distracted by the explosive scene, had forgotten their primary objective of rescuing Hermione. It could be said that the discourse surrounding the ogres and goblins was excessively engrossing. Cohen had just been contemplating how to capture this moment on film and submit it to the Daily Prophet. The two anxious boys fumbled slightly, prompting Cohen to pull them apart forcefully. Alohomora. He incanted, and with a click, the door lock sprang open. Harry and Ron hurriedly squeezed inside, with Cohen following closely behind. Soul Strength, 7. Soul Strength, 8. These two ogres were significantly weaker than an adult acromantula, both in terms of spiritual essence and intelligence. Cohen found dealing with them as effortless as consuming jelly. However, he felt a wave of nausea at the thought of devouring the souls of these two creatures, exacerbated by the pungent odor lingering in the air, a repugnant reminder of the ogre's presence. Hey, Harry shouted, seizing a tap and forcefully hurling it against the wall. The two ogres slowly turned towards the source of the noise, their wooden clubs now less than a foot away from Hermione. Hey, you big oafs. Ron dashed to the other end and hurled a stone at one of the ogre's heads. With a crackling explosion, Cohen directed a stunning spell at the other ogre's skull. What could have been resolved with two Avada Kedavras had now necessitated a roundabout approach due to the audience. Cohen planned to dismantle the roof above the ogres, intending to stun them with the bricks from Hogwarts. Their souls were of little use now, and Cohen's soul strength had plateaued at 20. It seemed only mature acromantulas with a strength above 10 could elevate it further. This way, he could avoid feeling nauseated for the entire day after consuming the souls of these foul creatures that had disrupted the school. Hermione, hurry over, Harry urged, as the two ogres had now focused their attention on Ron and Cohen. Yet, Hermione, merely an 11-year-old girl, was petrified in the corner, pressed tightly against the wall. Cohen aimed his wand at the ceiling, waiting for the ogres to draw nearer, ensuring that the falling debris wouldn't inadvertently harm anyone else. However, Harry's next action forced Cohen to abandon his plan. He abruptly leaped onto one of the ogre's backs and thrust his wand into the creature's nostril. In the next moment, the other ogre swung its club towards Harry, who had unwittingly positioned himself as the target. Must it be this way? Cohen exclaimed, exasperated. An anxious Ron, brandishing his wand, was at a loss and hurriedly cast his only spell, Wingardium Leviosa. The swinging ogre missed its mark. Yet, a single club could not incapacitate both ogres. And this time the blow was lateral. Even when Ron's magic dissipated, the club would merely strike the ground rather than the head of one of the ogres. With no other option, Cohen resolved to exceed the limits of his magic. With all my strength, repel. The spell Cohen aimed at was not directed towards a particular giant, but rather at Harry, who was on the giantess' head. He cast a cushioning charm to prevent himself from becoming a villain in the act of murdering the savior. With the nuisance dealt with, the two giants became manageable. In a final effort, Cohen cast his last spell at the ceiling, causing a massive, irregular stone to crash down, simultaneously toppling both giants to the ground. Chime. Kindness value 100. Chime. Kindness value 100. Current kindness value, 20002000, has reached the threshold. Unlocking the kindness side quest and activating the backpack system, Cohen found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Was it truly necessary to accumulate kindness and evil points to unlock side quests? Chapter 33. He, Mr. Voldemort. One can only hope that all systems in the world come with user manuals. Just as Harry and Ron were relieved by the outcome of the two giants being knocked unconscious, Professor McGonagall hurriedly burst into the restroom, followed closely by Snape. And lastly Quirrell. Quirrell appeared somewhat taken aback by Cohen's presence, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if the notion of Cohen saving someone was as absurd as giants performing ballet. Yet, the drama queen Quirrell feigned fright, letting out a feeble whimper before collapsing against a toilet, clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to inspect the giants and cast a peculiar glance at Cohen, likely due to the improbability of Cohen surviving such an encounter. What on earth are you playing at? McGonagall's initial concern morphed into a cold fury. Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed by them. Why were you not dutifully confined to your dormitory? Harry and Ron were at a loss for an explanation. And just as Cohen was about to speak, Hermione interjected. Professor McGonagall, they came looking for me. Miss Granger. Hermione struggled to rise from the corner. Yes. I was searching for the giants because, you see, I've read extensively about them and am quite knowledgeable. During her last reading, she recalled that the soul in Ravenclaw's crown had only a mere 20 points of soul strength, while Cohen had now amassed 20 points through the selfless contributions of the spiders, allowing him to consume that fragment of Voldemort. If they hadn't found me, I would surely be dead now. Hermione took the blame for violating school rules upon herself. Ron and Harry exchanged brief looks of surprise at this scene, and then made a concerted effort to feign familiarity with the story. Professor McGonagall awarded 5 points to each of the three, while deducting 5 points from Hermione. thus granting Gryffindor some credit for their mischief. Hermione was the first to dart away, while Cohen, Harry, and the others strolled leisurely towards the common room. I thought Cohen should have received more than just 15 points, Ron mumbled in discontent. The spell you used, Cohen, I've never even heard of it. Then perhaps you should reflect upon your own shortcomings, Cohen replied with a shrug. They're all spells from the book, just not listed under standard spells, beginner level. Only 10 points. Plus the deductions from Hermione. Harry reminded them, but Hermione's words indeed extricated them from trouble. Professor McGonagall held a particular fondness for Hermione. Am I even human? Cohen quipped. I too have been striving to earn points with Professor McGonagall. Yet you frequently take leave. Every time she calls the roll, her expression is rather grim. Ron remarked. One can only blame Quirrell for his classes overlapping with Transfiguration. There is an abundance of dark arts to learn, and weekends alone are insufficient. Upon returning to the common room, Hermione stood at the entrance, thanked the trio, and hastily departed. Cohen quickly finished his meal and slipped out of the common room. Everyone was engrossed in the Weasley twins' fireworks display, oblivious to his exit. It was no wonder Cohen was in such a hurry. It was akin to reaching level 20 in a game to unlock a coveted reward, only for one's mother to interrupt, insisting it was time for bed and to continue gaming the following day. A normal person would undoubtedly acquiesce, only to sneakily check their phone under the covers, curious about the contents of the reward. Upon entering the room of requirement, Cohen immediately spotted the Count and Hedwig, two owls entwined in an affectionate display within the Count's cozy nook. The sight evoked memories of the two trolls in a compromising position. Witnessing the Count and Hedwig in such proximity was rather reminiscent. You can't just barge in without knocking, the Count exclaimed in terror. This is my domain. Cohen retorted fiercely, adding, and you needn't wear that affronted expression as if I were taking advantage of you. I've seen enough to know your assets are not larger than my fingertip. The Count, a mischievous little cad, flapped his wings, rising with Hedwig and soaring out of the window. Cohen had grown somewhat immune to the Count's petty grievances. He retrieved an ancient crown from the cabinet, its gems still gleaming in the firelight, though the framework had begun to tarnish and darken due to the malevolent influence of the Horcrux. No need to hide. I can see you, little Mr. Voldemort, Cohen said, tilting his head towards the small soul nestled within the gems. Why do I feel like a villain? The sight of the soul trembling in the depths of the gem stirred a twinge of guilt within Cohen, yet no amount of feigned weakness could alter its fate. Just as Cohen intended to extract the soul from the Horcrux, the fragment of Voldemort seemed to grasp that its pitiful act would not spare it from this terrifying entity. A dark essence surged forth like a tide, coalescing into a grotesque humanoid form, preparing to strike while Cohen was distracted. Burp. Cohen, suddenly overwhelmed by an unexpected fullness, belched. He hadn't even inhaled, yet it had already wormed its way into his mouth. One step to the stomach. So this is what it feels like to slide into a tiger's den, Cohen thought, clicking his tongue in regret. Opening the system panel, Cohen beheld the enhancements bestowed upon him by this Horcrux. Cohen Norton. Race, Dementor human. Soul integrity, 22. Special ability unlocked. Spirit shaping, 110. Emotion drain, 110. Soul strength, 22. Current goodwill value, 2000. Current evil value, 711. With a soul integrity of 2, it is akin to having contended with 20 adult 8-eyed giant spiders. Voldemort truly had an insatiable appetite. However, Cohen was particularly intrigued by another aspect. The moment the goodwill value reached 2000, the goodness quest and backpack system emerged. Initially, Cohen presumed his system to be merely a rudimentary marketplace, yet it appeared to be far more complex. The backpack system proved to be exceedingly convenient. Upon opening it, Cohen's data interface was supplanted by a square screen featuring 9 compartments. He experimented, discovering that a tangible item occupied a single compartment. Although each compartment displayed the item count, they could not be stacked, for there are no 2 identical leaves in existence, nor could Cohen find 2 sheets of parchment that were absolutely the same. The items conjured by the duplication spell were composed purely of magical energy and could not be stored within. Living creatures were also disallowed. The solitary rabbit he had rescued from Cairo remained, which Cohen had intended to use as a backup food source. He decided to temporarily utilize the backpack as a repository for his wand, thus eliminating the hassle of retrieving it from his pocket. The system allowed items to materialize directly in Cohen's hand. Next came the Goodness Quest. Goodness Quest, 17. 1. Prevent Tom Riddle from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Reward, 1000 goodwill value, Death Seeker's Cloak. Note, subsequent Goodness Quests will evolve based on your choices. Please be mindful of your stance. The nature of this cloak remained a mystery, yet it sounded rather impressive. What of the evil quest, one might wonder. Cohen speculated that reaching 1000 in evil value might also unlock an evil quest, with rewards perhaps on par with those of the goodness line. Chapter 34. The Mischief Maker of Hogwarts. When a man possesses a goal, even the most daunting challenges can be navigated through a plethora of ingenious methods. Cohen swiftly and securely accumulated evil value. Over the ensuing fortnight, he engaged in a series of highly efficient pranks targeted at his peers and second-year witches and wizards. "You must explain yourself, Mr. Norton." Professor McGonagall stood resolutely at the entrance of the potions classroom, her eyes ablaze with fury. According to Mr. Macmillan, his hair turned green after only coming into contact with the candies you bestowed upon him. "Perhaps those candies had spoiled," Cohen retorted cunningly. "Or it might have been my father's prank. I overheard him expressing a desire to dye my hair green. Oh, and the hairpin you gifted Miss Ibwa that suddenly squeaked and transformed into a mouse was also your father's prank, was it, Mr. Norton?" Professor McGonagall emphasized her tone. "That was my mother. Detention for 1 week." Professor McGonagall decreed. "Over the course of 2 weeks, over 100 students have come to report you. Several even screaming that you are the Dark Lord. You ought to feel shame. Classmates are meant to support one another through trials, not to serve as targets for your foolish pranks. The accusations directed at these individuals have strayed somewhat from reality." Cohen merely indulged in sharing terrifying tales narrated in his own voice, while subtly siphoning a modicum of their joyful sentiments. Cohen opines that, were it Voldemort, what would be vanquished would be their very souls and lives, rather than the whimsical rainbow unicorns and diminutive bunnies residing in their hearts. Spells are not mere playthings to be trifled with. One must comprehend that a single misstep could precipitate dire consequences. Professor McGonagall devoted nearly half an hour to educating Cohen on the importance of treating his peers with kindness. And only after Cohen repeatedly nodded in solemn agreement that such a situation would not recur was he reluctantly released. Indeed, Cohen concedes that he may have overstepped his bounds. Yet, aside from the fact that his reckless expenditure of dark points has hindered his ability to accumulate the requisite 2,000 to unlock the side quest, are the students of Hogwarts entirely blameless? Are you truly devoid of reason? Upon returning to the room of requirement, the Count scoffed at Cohen's moral quandary. "I am merely 11 years and 4 months old. Such immaturity is to be expected." Cohen reclined on the bed in the corner of the room, stretching comfortably. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, Cohen finally amassed his dark points. Current dark points, 1999. Just a hair's breadth away. Who could be the final target of his prank? It is truly a conundrum. Cohen's gaze settled upon the incessantly chattering Count. Ah! It once again reveled in the joy of shedding fur. Ding! Dark points 1. With the wool nearly stripped bare, Cohen had initially intended to continuously extract dark points from the Count. However, the Count had developed a sort of resistance. If he persisted in his mischief, the dark points yielded would dwindle, to the extent that even transforming the Count into a cup during his rendezvous with Hedwig yielded no dark points. Fortunately, the recent unexpected method still allowed for a small gain, leading Cohen to ponder whether the acquisition of dark points was somehow related to the target's receptiveness. Current dark points, 2,000, have met the threshold. Evil side quest activated. Note: you, inherently wicked wretch, Dementor, I intend to download Genshin Impact into your system. Cohen sensed that he might never again bear a sunny smile. Wait, Dementors are inherently incapable of producing sunlight. That task belongs to sunflowers. Evil side quest, 17. 1. Prevent Harry Potter from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Reward: 1,000 dark points. Morning Frost, weapon. Note: subsequent evil side quests will evolve based on your choices. Please be mindful of your stance. It is simple. I merely need to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, correct? With that, Cohen's breath was no longer concealed. This time, he need not seek out Professor Kettleburn for reprimand, for he had now mastered the counterspell to the vanishing charm. However, it seemed the incantation bore an abundance of consequences, as it not only returned the Count's recently vanished feathers, but also the feathers that had previously been transfigured by Cohen. As November dawned, the climate in the Scottish Highlands began to grow rather harsh. The autumn chill had settled in, and within merely a month, frost had enveloped the grounds. Cohen harbored doubts regarding Dumbledore's decision to have Filch labor within the castle. It seemed nothing short of cruel to task him with scraping the frost from the cobblestones without the aid of magic. Fred and George contributed significantly to Filch's torment, sneaking out nightly to sprinkle water at the castle's entrance, ensuring the ice was even more challenging to remove. Cohen joined in their mischief. "You must have a few bites of breakfast, Harry," he remarked kindly on a clear Saturday morning, observing Harry, who looked as if he were preparing for a daunting examination. "I don't wish to eat anything," Harry replied, nursing a headache. He had also witnessed a horrifying scene. Severus Snape, bloodied on one leg, a result of an encounter with the three-headed dog lurking in the fourth-floor corridor. "I can't say for certain, but I suspect he is indeed responsible," Cohen sided with Harry. "Surely, Snape must be the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? The likelihood of Voldemort being involved is quite substantial as well. Quirrell is concealing himself too effectively." "Who on earth is Quirrell?" Cohen pondered. Chapter 35. Don't be foolish. Harry and I are like brothers. Cohen found himself summoned to Quirrell's office. "The Dark Lord has devised a plan," Quirrell stated, firmly closing the office door and casting a soundproofing charm before leaning in closer to Cohen. We shall conspire to eliminate Harry Potter. Thank goodness you've finally come to your senses. Cohen feigned relief. What do you propose? How shall we execute this? Today. With numerous teachers and students watching, we shall wait until he mounts his broomstick and together cast a curse upon it, disguising it as a tragic flying accident that results in his demise. After all, it is only natural for a newcomer to falter during their first match. Cohen nodded in agreement. And the spell is? Quirrell looked at Cohen quizzically, expecting him to show interest. Given Cohen's previous enthusiasm for harming small creatures within his office, a gaze more sinister than that of Voldemort himself, Cohen extended a hand. What are you doing? Quirrell asked. Puzzled, thinking Cohen was initiating a high five or a handshake, placing his hand atop Cohen's. What on earth? Cohen recoiled, shaking off Quirrell's hand. I want compensation for assisting you in this risky endeavor. After all, I have paid my tuition. Should the murder of a classmate be discovered by the other professors, who will reimburse me for my losses? This matter is trivial. The Dark Lord's objective far outweighs a mere handful of galleons. This child's aspirations are still far too modest. Quirrell lamented, producing 3 galleons and placing them in Cohen's palm. Harry is my dearest friend, my brother. We even share a bed each night, Cohen sighed. 3 galleons? Are you jesting? Professors at Hogwarts earn no less than 150 galleons a month. Quirrell could scarcely believe his ears. More funds are required, Cohen insisted. Ultimately, after securing 180 galleons from Quirrell, Cohen acquiesced to the plot to eliminate Harry. In truth, this plan is destined to fail. With so many teachers on the field, even if Harry were to fall, he would not suffer any significant harm. Cohen suspects that Voldemort issued this command merely to vent his frustration, especially after Harry had bested him with an unexpected counter-curse. Do you remember the spell? Quirrell inquired anxiously. I do, Cohen replied, demonstrating the spell as the enchanted scarf adhered to Quirrell's head instantly fell away, revealing Voldemort, who had sneezed due to the sudden chill in the air. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate again. No need. Quirrell hastily interrupted, quickly rewrapping the scarf atop his head before Voldemort could unleash his fury. The sudden exposure of his bald head sent a shiver down Quirrell's spine. TSK. It's no wonder bald men wear hats in winter, Cohen remarked with a sympathetic expression towards Quirrell's gleaming scalp. Shortly thereafter, he was unceremoniously dismissed by Quirrell. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students were fervently preparing their viewing paraphernalia, which included, but was not limited to, a banner crafted from a bedsheet sullied by the mischief of Peter Pettigrew, emblazoned with the words Potter for the win, a plethora of intertwining red and gold support sticks, and some sort of tubular object capable of amplifying sound. Not all wizards possess the amplification charm. Cohen, look at Hermione's spell, Ron exclaimed excitedly, waving the banner. The paint seemingly animated. No need to wave it. I can see just fine, Cohen hastily dodged, as he wished to avoid any contact with a bedsheet stained by an unknown substance from a middle-aged, diminutive, lecherous rat of a man. Now Harry will surely see what you have in your hands, Ron said enthusiastically, suddenly noticing the pouch of coins Cohen held. It's pocket money for working with the professors. All those weekends spent at Quirrell's Haven Tea Bin in vain, Cohen explained with a shrug. When is the Quidditch match? Shall we find a good spot? Preferably at the top for a broader view, he added, primarily to keep an eye on Harry. However, despite having accepted Quirrell's money, Cohen had no intention of genuinely assisting him. With Snape, Quirrell, and Cohen's spells layered upon Harry's broomstick, Quirrell would likely remain oblivious to Cohen's actual involvement. Upon Cohen's reminder, the Gryffindor students promptly dashed towards the Quidditch pitch at precisely 10 o'clock, eager to secure the prime seats before the Slytherin students could claim the topmost positions, as if their contest for placement could somehow influence the outcome of the match. Upon arriving at the circular stadium, they found a scattering of students already seated. The weather was delightful, and everyone was keenly interested in Harry, the first-year seeker to join the Quidditch team in a century. Hagrid, you're here so early? Cohen noticed Hagrid seated in the topmost row, appearing somewhat anxious. Of course, it's Harry's first match. Hagrid rubbed his beetle-like eyes, as a sound akin to a sob escaped his nose. Are you all sitting over here together? Except for Cohen, Ron, and Hermione. The other young wizards dared not sit next to Hagrid, the imposing giant. It is not solely due to Hagrid's imposing presence, but rather the expansive gestures he often makes that make it all too easy to be elbowed while seated beside him. Nearly simultaneously, Cohen and Hermione unearthed their books from their bags during the 5 seconds of anticipation before the commencement. But this is Saturday, Ron exclaimed incredulously, glancing at the 2 individuals beside him who even chose to read in the Quidditch stadium. The match is bound to be dreadfully dull, Cohen asserted with conviction. You see, we only have 7 years at Hogwarts, and with holidays deducted, that leaves us with merely 266 weeks. Time is of the essence. Hermione nodded in agreement beside him. This sentiment echoed the complaints of my distant uncle, who lamented after contracting dragon pox, always bemoaning the brevity of his existence. Ron's lips twitched slightly. We still have several hundred years until graduation. Only 6.5 years left, Hermione corrected, yet her gaze remained glued to her book. Not several hundred years, Ron. You must prioritize your studies. Cohen chose to remain neutral on this remark, for the mention of 266 weeks was merely a pretext. He had not intended to be the studious one at such a moment. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to swiftly learn the counter curse for Quirrell's jinx, lest he inadvertently cause Harry to fall, if only to feign participation in the spellcasting before Quirrell. Chapter 36. Who ordered the buffet? As the hour approached 11, it seemed as though the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students had brought binoculars, and Cohen felt he ought to have one as well, for distinguishing Harry among the distant figures clad in similar colors proved quite challenging. As the two teams emerged from the locker rooms below, the stadium was engulfed by the deafening cheers of the spectators. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the crowd, Cohen felt a profound thirst, more intense than ever before. The faces of the students and their voices faded away, leaving only the colorful, fluffy emotions hanging in the air, reminiscent of soft, airy cotton candy. There was food everywhere, although he could usually dismiss this hunger with rationality. Being placed in such an emotionally charged environment made it difficult for Cohen to resist. Little gluttons are often susceptible to such temptations. It is no wonder that the Dementors in books would be drawn to Quidditch matches. It truly resembled an all-you-can-eat buffet. Cohen? Cohen! Harry's taken off. Ron's voice called from Cohen's left, but upon turning, all Cohen could see was a feast of joy, perhaps intermingled with a touch of tension and anxiety. Shaking his head, he pondered whether this sensation mirrored the world seen by a drugged Dementor devoid of eyes. If Dumbledore were to hold him accountable later, Cohen could justify it as practicing the counter curse to protect Harry. However, if he truly succumbed to the emotional feast on the pitch, there would be no absolution. After all, they were merely first years. He needed to establish a respectable image. Cohen retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, letting it dissolve in his mouth. A wave of sweetness flooding his throat, pure bliss. Once again, it is a day when Harry must rescue Hogwarts from his own hands. Where's Harry? Cohen's eyes have finally returned to normal, or rather, he is no longer as famished. Harry is circling the field in search of the golden snitch. But it seems he has yet to spot Ron, who is visibly anxious. How barbaric! Hermione exclaimed as she witnessed Slytherin's Flint deliberately collide with Harry. Harry's broom abruptly veered off course, but fortunately, he clung tightly to it. Foul! The surrounding Gryffindors erupted in furious shouts. Send him off. Referee. Red card. Dean Thomas, seated in front of Cohen, bellowed. This is not football, Dean, Ron remarked, leaning far over the stands, keeping his eyes on the unfolding match while reminding Dean. You can't send players off in Quidditch, and what is a red card anyway? Given the blatant and despicable foul just witnessed, it was rather challenging for Gryffindor's Lee Jordan, serving as commentator, to remain impartial. Jordan, Professor McGonagall bellowed from beside the commentary booth. I mean, after that open and disgraceful foul, Jordan, I must caution you. All right. Flint nearly caused Gryffindor's seeker to meet his demise. I believe such things can happen to anyone, thus Gryffindor gets a penalty. Just then Cohen, who had been observing Harry intently, discerned traces of a dark curse. Having previously studied dark magic under Quirrell, Cohen had also learned to identify magical signatures, displaying a natural talent for it. Magic is indeed closely intertwined with the soul. By activating his perception of the soul, Cohen could clearly see the varying intensities of magical trails in the air. Quirrell had already begun his incantation. Harry's broom suddenly shook violently, and then it began to erratically weave through the air. I can't fathom what Harry intends to do, Hagrid muttered, peering through his telescope at Harry. If I didn't know him so well, I'd think he was incapable of controlling his broom, but he simply cannot. Cohen followed Quirrell as he cast a curse towards Harry for 3 seconds. As long as the magical trail was visible, it would suffice to prevent Quirrell and Voldemort from believing Cohen was slacking off. Harry's broom shook even more violently, as if he were about to plummet, for he was now relying solely on his arms gripping the broomstick to remain aloft. Cohen perceived the trajectory of a third spell striking Harry's broom, originating from the teacher's booth. Snape had made his move. Was the broom malfunctioning when Flint collided with him? Whispered Seamus from the front row. Impossible, Hagrid shook his head. Unless it's powerful dark magic, nothing can interfere with a broomstick. A child could not cast such a spell on a Firebolt 2000. Suddenly, Hermione seized Hagrid's telescope. She did not glance at Harry, but instead began anxiously scanning the crowd. What are you doing? Ron began to ask. I've suspected it for a while, Hermione panted. It's Snape, look. She handed the telescope to Ron. He is up to no good. Cohen, noticing Cohen mimicking Snape's actions almost identically, exclaimed, What? I am not causing trouble. Rather, I am safeguarding Harry. If I cease the counter curse, he will fall. Cohen hastily began to recite the counter curse. You can do that, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, yet she chose to trust Cohen. Surely, someone was casting the counter curse. Otherwise, Harry would have plummeted long ago. At present, Harry's broom was precariously balanced, neither spinning like a washing machine nor hovering steadily in the air for him to climb aboard. It seemed as if two invisible beings were vying for control of the broom. "I have a solution," Hermione declared before vanishing from the stands. In less than 2 minutes, a commotion erupted at the teacher's table. Snape was furious, quite literally. Hermione had stealthily ignited the hem of his robes. At last, Harry managed to mount his broom. "Neville, you can watch now," Ron exclaimed excitedly. Just moments ago, Neville had been weeping in Hagrid's jacket. The instant Harry climbed onto the broom, he began a rapid descent toward the ground, and he covered his mouth as if on the verge of vomiting, landing awkwardly on all fours. "I caught it," he exclaimed, spitting out a golden object. "Gryffindor wins," Madam Hooch announced. Chapter 37. The orphan's visit is quite peculiar. He did not catch the golden snitch. He nearly swallowed it. Even as most had departed the pitch, Flint from Slytherin remained irate, shouting in frustration. Yet no one paid him any mind. Even if Harry had clutched the golden snitch with his backside, Gryffindor would still earn 150 points. "He looks like a baboon robbed of its banana," Cohen remarked as they strolled toward Hagrid's hut. "It was Snape," Ron explained to Harry. "We all saw him casting a curse on your broom. If Cohen hadn't been there reciting the counter curse and Hermione hadn't set his robes on fire, you might have been in grave danger." "Nonsense," Hagrid still refused to believe it. "Why would Snape do such a thing? Perhaps he had a past grievance with your father?" Cohen mused, pleased that no one suspected him. He could only imagine how Harry would feel if Quirrell revealed that Cohen had also conspired against him. "I remember my father mentioning something," Harry said. "What? Your father knew mine?" Harry, upon hearing this, forgot the recent peril posed by Snape and eagerly yearned for more details about his parents. "They were friends once, you know. With only one school in England, Hogwarts, and about 10 students per house each year, it would be hard not to be friends." Cohen raised an eyebrow. This afternoon tea was not particularly harmonious, as Hagrid inadvertently divulged 2 pieces of information under their relentless questioning: that the 3-headed dog belonged to him and the name Nicholas Flamel. Consequently, Hagrid appeared to be quite upset with himself. "We must visit the library to investigate this name. Perhaps we can discover what the dog is guarding." "Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist," Cohen suddenly interjected. Hermione turned to Cohen. "You weren't even asked." Cohen innocently shrugged, stating that he had concocted the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical artifact capable of transmuting base metals into gold, and could also be utilized to create the elixir of immortality. The Philosopher's Stone represents the pinnacle of ancient alchemy, as the ultimate aspirations of the alchemists were always the creation of gold and the attainment of eternal life, a notion I had previously encountered in a detailed explanation of alchemy. "The concern, however, lies not in this, Ron," Hermione expressed anxiously. "This alchemical artifact must be exceedingly precious, and no one would hesitate to steal such an enticing object. We must prevent him from doing so," Harry declared, embodying the voice of the protagonist. Cohen nodded in agreement, realizing that it was indeed imperative to thwart any attempts to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, although he himself harbored intentions of acquiring it. A plan had already begun to take shape in Cohen's mind, a reasonable scheme to seize the stone, contingent upon Dumbledore's cooperation. Aware of the existence of the stone, they refrained from further inquiries with Hagrid, leading him to believe that they had lost interest in the matter. By December, both Harry and Cohen outwardly appeared to be compliant. Kill. Someone must perish. Why not a spider?" In the room of requirement, the Count languidly remarked, as the weather grew increasingly frigid. He rarely strayed far from the warmth of the hearth. The act of slaying spiders had grown dreadfully mundane, Cohen dangerously asserted. "Oh, are you ready to take on the young wizards and centaurs? Marvelous. Dumbledore will surely come looking for a duel," the Count exclaimed with glee, reassuring him that their odds were evenly matched. "I often dream of single-handedly defeating him," Cohen shot back with a glare. "No, I meant he would defeat you 5 times in 5 seconds, the Count corrected. "When will you give me the wand you promised?" Hedwig has become increasingly elusive. I saw her entangled with a rather unsightly yellow owl in the shed. "Can orphans use the term visitation?" The Count inquired curiously. "I mean, you have no idea what constitutes your own being. I suspect you are in dire need of a feather plucking," Cohen retorted coldly. On a mid-December morning, they anticipated the holiday break after enduring the day's classes, many students having already packed their belongings. Malfoy seldom troubled Harry in Cohen's presence, as Cohen was certain his father, Lucius Malfoy, had written to caution him. It seemed a myriad of individuals were aware of Cohen's true identity, yet he could find no record of it himself. Fudge was genuinely apprehensive about the prospect of headlines proclaiming, "Shock. The Wizarding World is plagued by an indestructible dark magic experiment creature." Outside the castle, snow had accumulated to several feet, and the lake's surface was encased in a solid layer of ice, with the giant squid occasionally surfacing beneath the frozen expanse, evoking the eerie ambience of a horror film if one were to venture onto it at night. Cohen's visitation plans were now officially set in motion. "I have never seen you so diligent when delivering other correspondence," Cohen remarked with a smirk. "Delivering your letters is a duty. Procuring my own wand is a necessity." The Count philosophically replied. This is what I rightfully deserve. Cohen allowed the Count to amuse himself with the wand in the room of requirement throughout the night, while he discreetly removed all essential items to prevent them from being inadvertently struck by the Count's errant spells. Cohen refrained from signing the attendance list to allow ample time for exploring the abandoned estate. Halfway through the journey, after passing under an archway, he veered into a nearby thicket, parting ways with the other young wizards heading towards the train station. The estate in Northumberland. Was it truly possible to unearth records from a decade past? Chapter 38. Alas, it seems the one I just incapacitated might be a relative. A distance of 3 kilometers is hardly considered lengthy for either the Earl or Cohen. A peculiar creature and a bird ascended into the clouds, ensuring that Cohen remained unseen by the wizards. The Dementors were primarily contained within Azkaban, and the sudden appearance of a rogue one would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Recently, Cohen had modified the bag made from the skin of the thestral that Hagrid had gifted him, enhancing its capacity to hold more items. The inventor of the undetectable extension charm was nothing short of a genius. Cohen intended to delve into the research of new magic himself, feeling that the Wizarding World's spells were still rather antiquated, retaining the rudimentary characteristics of medieval incantations, sprinkling fire, dousing with water, deflecting arrows, and so forth. It was akin to humanity having only devised nails, planks, and wheels, yet failing to assemble them into vehicles. Nevertheless, these considerations were not paramount as he and the Earl were nearing the estate. The once magnificent main residence of Bach Estate now lay in ruins, reduced to fragmented stone walls and scattered charred beams, its foundation deeply buried beneath stones and snow. The estate was encircled by an ever-growing ring of evergreen trees, warded with a muggle-repelling charm to prevent any foolhardy muggles from encroaching upon this place. Even after a decade, Cohen could perceive through his magical sight the varied remnants of spells upon the ruins. Some dark magic-esque influence was so profound that time could scarcely erase it. Cohen floated above the ruins, contemplating the spells that appeared as if they could still be lethal after 10 years. How perplexing it was. Who had cast these incantations? The Earl remarked dryly. No wonder you featherless wizards have stationed a guard here. A guard? Who? Cohen inquired, scanning for any sentinels of this desolate site. Had it not been for the sudden wisp of smoke rising, he might not have discerned the outline of a structure amidst the forest, its roof laden with snow, camouflaging it almost entirely with the wintry landscape. The occupant of the inner circle was undoubtedly a wizard, living in seclusion, perhaps tasked with regularly renewing the surrounding muggle-repelling charms, a role either of a civil servant or a prisoner. Once assured that no one was in sight, Cohen and the Earl descended into the thicket. I wager you intend to eliminate him. I bet a field mouse on it, the Earl declared from a tree branch. You could hardly rummage through that ruin without making a sound, so in my view, someone like you that's called speciesism. Be wary, or I shall spread word of your discrimination against non-human races. Cohen raised a middle finger at the Earl, acknowledging that while Dementors are indeed malevolent beings, it does not hinder my endeavor to be a good person, or rather, a good creature. Arriving at the threshold of the wooden cabin, he could hear the sound of water boiling, accompanied by the low hum of a man. The occupant was humming a Scottish ballad, Loch Lomond, displaying a certain cultured taste. Knock, knock, knock. Donning his hood, Cohen rapped on the door, intending to demonstrate to the Earl that he was a reasonable individual. Who goes there? Came a wary voice from within. Moments later, the door creaked open. Stupefy, stupefy. Cohen and the man inside simultaneously cast their spells. The trust between them extinguished before it could even begin. All right, you win. Cohen conceded to the Earl. I initiated the confrontation. The man inside lay rigidly on the ground. Both he and Cohen's spells had struck true, with the man's spell unexpectedly hitting Cohen in the head. He had certainly not anticipated that the stranger at his door would be an 11-year-old child. It was likely he also did not foresee that the visitor would be a Dementor. Cohen, with a hint of regret, mused aloud. If only I had cast the Patronus charm, I might have had a chance to stun him, but alas, stupefy. Has anyone ever witnessed a Dementor rendered unconscious by stupefy? Cohen stepped inside, finding a gaunt middle-aged man sprawled on the floor, clad in tattered, patched clothing, with unkempt black hair streaked with white. The cabin's interior was sparsely furnished, a small bed laden with worn blankets, a wooden table scarred with knife marks against the wall, a rickety chair, and an iron pot perched over the fire. Something was simmering within, and upon peering in, Cohen recognized it as a rabbit stew, reminiscent of a rabbit he had previously roasted. Had he forgotten he resided in a wooden house? The Earl leaned against the table, tilting his head to observe the roaring flames. A proper fire ought to be encircled by stones, yet this blaze was merely a pile of wood stacked haphazardly. It was nothing short of miraculous that the wooden floor beneath had not ignited. Magic, how wondrous it is, Cohen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He was rummaging through the unconscious man's clothing, convinced of his criminality by the shackles on his right wrist, for only prisoners would bear such cuffs, adorned with a half-length iron chain. Moreover, these shackles exhibited traces of magic akin to a tracking charm, leaving no doubt about the man's identity. Are you truly seeking to extract information from a man? The Earl questioned incredulously. If you cannot speak, then hold your tongue. Do not incite in me the urge to end your life. Cohen shot a menacing glance at the Earl. He had just discovered a sizable assortment of items in the prisoner's jacket pocket, a multitude of crumpled notes, a broken quill, and some silver sickles and copper nuts. Cohen spread these items across the wooden table. He was indeed destitute. He felt almost ashamed to take the coins. As Cohen swept the pitiful coins into the corner of the table, he began to unfold the notes, turning them over one by one to scrutinize their contents. They detailed participation in inhumane and nefarious dark magic experiments and the illegal trade of dangerous creatures of a perilous classification or higher. What Cohen discovered was an ancient verdict. The joint punitive decision mandated a lifetime of confinement at the remnants of the Bach Manor, specifically in the Wisingham courtroom, which still harbored numerous hazardous enchantments. The name inscribed upon the document belonged to none other than Herbert Bach. Cohen glanced at the criminal sprawled on the floor, then back at the name on the verdict. The Bach family, Bach Manor. Previously, Edward had mentioned that his adoptive mother, Rose, hailed from the Bach lineage. Could it be that this man was my uncle? Chapter 39. Every adventure story ought to possess a secret underground chamber. A disquieting premonition washed over Cohen. Surely, the Bach family had not been entirely obliterated? The estate was lost, yet here was a surviving Bach, confined by the Ministry of Magic as a mere gatekeeper. Cheer up, at least you remain unscathed. Observing Cohen deep in thought, the Count endeavored to offer a modicum of comfort, despite his usual ineptitude in such matters. Damn it, I had hoped to eliminate them and inherit the family fortune, Cohen lamented. They must be destitute now. Those forbidden creatures command exorbitant prices, with Class A contraband fetching thousands of galleons. The Count fell silent for a moment, knowing that Cohen was incapable of holding his tongue. To prevent his dear Uncle Herbert from disrupting his plans upon awakening, Cohen cast a binding spell on the chair, securely fastening the criminal. Finished, Cohen clapped his hands, admiring his handiwork as Herbert was now bound like a dumpling, with only his nostrils left free for breathing. This should prevent any mischief. Cohen planned to release him only when he was ready to depart. If Herbert were to perish, this hazardous area would lack a guardian, and the ministry would surely take notice. Any investigation could expose Cohen. Aren't you coming with me? Not a chance. I haven't yet hit a home run with Hedwig, and I'm not about to seek death. The Count declined, wary of the remnants of dark magic lurking in the ruins. Very well. You stay here and keep an eye on this fellow. Here's your wand. Cohen produced the wand he had previously purchased for the Count from his pocket. It seemed prudent to provide the Count with an item akin to an interdimensional pocket, as a wand of such length could hardly be concealed on an owl. Alternatively, he could tie a small, inconspicuous bag with an undetectable extension charm to the Count's left leg, allowing him to retrieve the wand with his right claw. Should an owl's talons be capable of such dexterity? After tossing the wand to the Count, Cohen plunged into the snowy expanse outside. The snow melted away. At the entrance of the manor's ruins, Cohen waved his wand, and the surrounding ice and snow began to dissipate, revealing the charred remains of the estate and the ground beneath. With the main house having collapsed, Cohen could only discern the layout of the various rooms through the remnants of the walls. The dark curse slithered through the air, as certain forms of dark magic, once unleashed, become exceedingly arduous to eradicate completely. Yet, the residual incantations, which should have been overtly aggressive, exhibited no hostility towards Cohen. Instead, they began to merrily swirl around him. Observing the familiar dark mist enveloping him, Cohen furrowed his brow. The black fog seemed to resonate with him intimately, as if. Suddenly, a wisp of darkness darted straight into Cohen's body. Then another, and another. The incantations that had merely been swirling began to infiltrate him one after another. Soul Integrity, 221. Soul Integrity, 222. Soul Integrity, 223. As Cohen gazed at the rapid increase in his soul integrity, he relinquished his wand, which he had intended to use to halt the dark mist. Were these fragments of his own soul? He experienced an unprecedented sense of rejuvenation, a delightful sensation of having awoken from a profound slumber, as his soul integrity surged within the span of a mere minute. Ultimately, after the last wisp of black fog entered his being, his soul integrity settled at 27. This indicated that a mere fraction of his soul fragments had rendered the entire estate uninhabitable. He realized he had become a significant source of dark magical contamination. The other fragments of his soul must have scattered, leaving behind only a small portion. Nevertheless, even just 5 fragments were a pleasant surprise for Cohen. After all, the spiders in the Forbidden Forest could no longer provide him with substantial soul contributions. Once his soul integrity reached 20, any souls below 10 points became utterly worthless to him. Even the formidable 8-eyed giant spider offered minimal soul strength, and it took several months for them to mature from juvenile to adult, far too slow for Cohen's needs. He required a more effective method for cultivating higher-quality souls. Having absorbed the black mist, Cohen's focus shifted to the ruins themselves. It is a well-known trope that protagonists exploring ruins invariably discover a hidden basement teeming with secrets. Secrets that previous explorers, despite the easily accessible entrance, would fail to unearth. Cohen located a pile of ruins where the traces of spells were most evident. After using a whirlwind charm to clear away the rubble and dirt, a cracked floor emerged. Reveal, he intoned, casting the revealing spell upon the ground. However, the anticipated invisible staircase did not materialize. Instead, the cracks in the ground began to writhe, as if alive, eventually forming several words. Show your compassion. Show your compassion? Does Hogwarts teach any spell bearing such a name? No, my friend. Is there even a compassion spell in Harry Potter? Avada Kedavra. A green light erupted from the tip of Cohen's wand, shattering the floor into fragments. It seemed that using the killing curse as an explosive spell yielded satisfactory results. Cohen had no inclination to engage in a deciphering game with this slab of stone. Show compassion? Avada Kedavra was his version of compassion. Thanks to the absence of a soul within the stone slab, Cohen was spared the torment of experiencing the despairing kiss of a Dementor, which would have been far worse than death itself. Once the slab shattered, a staircase leading into the dimly lit basement revealed itself before Cohen. The flicker of luminescence danced in the air as he ignited the tip of his wand and descended the stairs. Below lay a shadowy corridor, flanked by numerous rooms, each sealed by closed doors adorned with slightly faded gilded plaques indicating their respective numbers. At the end of the corridor stood a grand double door, larger and more intricately decorated than the others, likely leading to the most significant location within the entire estate. Cohen felt he should not be found here. For if Dumbledore and the others had ventured this way, it would not remain unnoticed. Soul strength, 67, weak. The system's notation appeared in the room at the end of the corridor, beyond that door, where Cohen could discern nothing of the occupant. What entity had survived here for a decade without succumbing? A dark magical creature? A fantastical beast? An experimental byproduct? Or perhaps a human? Chapter 40, Mother. Even the emergence of a ghost from the basement would seem more normal than the current scenario, although the presence of a ghost would also be peculiar, as the souls of the deceased should have been consumed by Cohen long ago. However, the mere presence of a 67 soul strength label did not deter him, especially since it was followed by the term weak. Moreover, even if he were to face a formidable opponent, Cohen felt confident in his ability to flee. Surely, it could not be another Dementor lurking behind that door. As Cohen approached the end of the corridor, an odd sensation spread from his heart throughout his body. It was as if a voice whispered, "Child." The feminine tone resonated within his mind, seemingly conjured from thin air. This was the first instance of such a mental magic. It should not have been able to target Cohen at all. Mother? Cohen blurted out, feeling as if an unseen force, akin to a familial hand, pried his mouth open, compelling him to utter the word. The notion of blood relations in the magical realm felt exceedingly uncanny. He surmised he might need to acclimate to this phenomenon, considering the 5 racial identifiers on his system panel, suggesting he could have more than one mother, and perhaps even multiple fathers. His parental lineage could be as diverse as the world itself. In the future, he might encounter a peculiar creature that would exuberantly exclaim son and embrace him, offering a trove of gold, silver, magical artifacts, and powerful items, while proclaiming, "This is your father, mother, compensating you for your hardships over the years. Accept it with gratitude." Such thoughts were too abstract, likely stemming from his insecurities as an orphan. Shaking his head to dispel these fanciful notions, Cohen recognized how distant such melodramatic scenarios were from his reality. Just moments ago, he had envisioned a scene where 5 fantastical beast parents clashed upon meeting. As a precaution, Cohen decided to send a portion of his soul through the door to ascertain the situation within, as the ethereal form could escape more swiftly than his corporeal body. Behind the door lay a dimly lit basement. Even in the darkness, Cohen was able to discern every detail through his soul form's night vision. To the left of the entrance stood a long wooden table, cluttered with an array of jars and bottles. The floor was overrun with intertwining devil's vines, resembling tentacles, which often proliferated in such subterranean spaces. However, Cohen's attention was drawn more to the right side, which appeared somewhat barren compared to the left, laden with tables and alchemical flasks. There, a wide metal cage stood, nearly the height of an adult, rendering the large creature inside unable to stand upright. Within the cage was a black horse, reminiscent of a nightmare, yet more robust than the emaciated variety. This was the creature that had just called Cohen child. Soul strength, 67, weak. Suddenly, it lifted its head, fixing its gaze upon Cohen's position. Its eyes, nearly white, coupled with its form that blended seamlessly into the darkness, were profoundly unsettling. At that moment, Cohen noticed a single horn, a silver, spiraled horn, akin to those he had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. Only unicorns possessed such a sacred horn, capable of neutralizing nearly all toxins, making it an exceedingly precious ingredient for potions. Before it raised its head, the horn was dull and nearly indistinguishable from the night and its dark mane. Yet upon its elevation, the once dim horn regained its lustrous sheen, shimmering brightly. A moment of realization struck Cohen. He was in soul form. If even Dumbledore could not perceive this unicorn, how could it see him? Child, do not be afraid. The creature's voice resonated once more in Cohen's mind. Let me see you, my child. Having lacked a mother in his previous life, the sudden influx of maternal figures in this one left Cohen feeling somewhat disoriented. With a sigh, he mused. It was evident that this unicorn harbored no malice towards him. It even considered him its child. No mother would harm her offspring. This was a fairy tale, after all, and fairy tales ought to embody the essence of such narratives. Cohen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The devil's vines recoiled into the corners of the walls, driven back by the light from his wand. As he approached the cage, "Do not be sad. I can live for a long time and keep you company." The creature assumed Cohen's melancholic demeanor was due to witnessing his mother in captivity. In truth, he was not as distressed as it believed. Cohen responded with a somber expression. Primarily, the Count could now genuinely harm him, which was somewhat disconcerting. The mood the creature had cultivated was abruptly shattered by Cohen's words. However, was your previous statement true? Cohen inquired, locking eyes with its almost entirely white orbs. Would you truly accompany me for a long, long time? He had even forgotten to ask who the Count was. Of course, Mother will always protect you. Can you release Mother? Certainly, Cohen replied cheerfully. But I have been deceived before. Will you trick me? Mothers, being unicorns, do not lie. It gazed affectionately at Cohen, who was bewildered by the tenderness emanating from the entirely white-eyed equine visage. Perhaps it was some sort of psychological trickery. You swear that a Chinese person does not deceive another Chinese person, nor does a unicorn deceive a soul stealer. I swear. The visibly impatient black unicorn tapped its hoof against the metallic bars of the cage. What is its name? Black horse? Moldy unicorn? Or something else altogether? The Count, grasping his wand, aimed it between Cohen and the black unicorn, only to realize he was utterly unaware of the creature's name. The unicorn, slightly vexed, exhaled a huff but refrained from uttering a word. It simply wished to escape this place, regardless of what this absurd oath entailed. It was acutely aware that no curse could bind it, or rather, it embodied the very essence of curses, even if it were to violate the oath. What curse could befall it? Alexia. Cohen found its name inscribed on the cage's plaque. Oh, very well. You little rascal, you go first. The Count prepared for the indomitable oath, and for the first time, Cohen felt grateful for a talking bird. Alexia, will you come to my aid when I am in need? Cohen inquired of the unicorn. I will. A slender, radiant tongue of fire erupted from the Count's wand, resembling a glowing, heated metal thread, entwining around their hands and horn. The first oath was successfully forged. The most reassuring aspect of this enchantment lay not in the fatal consequences of breaching the vow, but in the unyielding nature of the oath's concept. Once spoken, its entirety became fixed, leaving no loopholes to exploit. The other party could not distort the initial declaration with their own interpretations. Thus, when Cohen's first request was activated, the unicorn began to sense something amiss. What happens if this oath is violated? Do you willingly agree to obey my demands for eternity, without deviation? Cohen articulated the second phrase, dismissing any concerns. They could either amicably complete the entire process, or he could simply depart with his bird, his choice. I will. The unicorn's voice was tinged with barely concealed irritation. It yearned to escape this wretched place, yet this was not the manner it had anticipated. This creature, which bore a trace of its own bloodline, had previously displayed utterly normal behavior. Was it not akin to a compassionate mother? It had even heard Cohen call out Mom from beyond the door. A typical, solitary, and slightly more conscientious experiment would have unhesitatingly released its mother's shackles. The child should have immediately opened the cage and wept in its embrace. A second tongue of fire erupted from the tip of the Count's wand, leaving a distinct mark upon the unicorn's horn. A Chinese person does not deceive another Chinese person. I am neither Chinese nor human. It unveiled its true nature. A sharp voice piercing Cohen's eardrum with pain. There was no turning back. Vows had been made, and you must heed my every word. Cohen let out a sinister laugh, urging, now recite the final oath with me. Do you vow never to harm me or the other lives I cherish? I do. The utterance of those 3 words nearly drained all of its strength. It seemed that escaping or remaining captive made little difference, paradoxically. It felt freer within the confines of the cage. A third tongue of flame erupted from the tip of the Count's wand, completing all 3 oaths, which Cohen had meticulously crafted. You wouldn't truly believe I am so foolish as to trust a unicorn whose hair has turned black, would you? Cohen rubbed his hands together, asserting, even if you are my mother by blood, it matters not. I have at least 5 fathers or mothers. This is hardly rare. You will grow accustomed to it. The Count spoke to the unicorn, Alexia, with the sagacity of someone experienced. Though you are a shade more foolish, you chose to dive into the cage yourself. The unicorn was ensnared by a rune-etched metal of isolation, rendering Cohen's spells ineffective. He could only search the corners of the room for a key. At last, Cohen discovered the key and liberated the furious unicorn from its prison of over a decade. "Why do you appear so discontent?" Cohen inquired. "I am no slave master. As I mentioned, those earlier measures were merely precautions. Aside from assisting me, you are free to govern your remaining time as you wish, except for your weapons." Suddenly, with a resounding crack of apparition, a red spell beam struck Cohen, sending his wand flying. Two men in black robes materialized in the basement, one tall and one short. The taller one deftly caught Cohen's wand, while his own wand pointed menacingly at Cohen, its tip spewing dangerous sparks of magic. The shorter wizard served primarily as a backdrop, brandishing his wand to illuminate the scene with flickering light. "Do not make any sudden moves. You are under arrest." The tall wizard squinted, disdainfully remarking. "Dumbledore suggested we trust you, but I have always maintained a zero-tolerance stance." Both were Aurors, and Cohen had a fleeting recollection of the tall one. His face was etched in Cohen's memory from when he was just 1 year old, accompanied by a flash of green light. He had attempted to cast the killing curse on Cohen, albeit unsuccessfully. "You mean to say you wish to eliminate me at the tender age of 1? And now you intend to do so without hesitation?" Cohen tilted his head, inquiring. "Return to the manor and release the dark magical creatures. You have already embarked on the path of a dark wizard, or perhaps you were always on that path." The tall Auror spoke coldly, labeling him as a monster. "Some wicked breeds are born of evil. I still adhere to my opinion from a decade ago. You should have been eliminated then." He appeared to harbor no favorable view of Cohen, convinced that creatures birthed from dark magic would invariably remain malevolent. "So, it appears there is nothing left to discuss?" Cohen raised an eyebrow. "Thus, I am left with no choice." This utterance immediately prompted the tall Auror to react. "Armor." The tall Auror cast the ironclad charm. However, Cohen did not resort to wandless magic, nor did he launch a direct assault. Instead, he inhaled deeply. Mother. Chapter 41, Maternal Charge. Soul Strength, 21. Soul Strength, 17. In truth, Cohen required no wand to defeat these two. At this distance, he could devour their souls in an instant. Yet, he opted for a more entertaining form of combat. For heaven's sake, a maternal charge is an exceedingly cool maneuver. Could anyone else replicate it? The two Aurors were momentarily stunned by Cohen's unexpected call to his mother. Nevertheless, Cohen and the ominous black unicorn, his mother, showed no mercy due to the Auror's brief lapse in attention. Although the unicorn, Elixia, was reluctant, she was bound by the unbreakable vow she had just made with Cohen. When Cohen was in need, she was obligated to assist him, and these two Aurors were clearly a problem. She sensed the potency of the spell. Breaching the vow could indeed lead to death. Consequently, she directed her spiraled horn towards the tall Auror in front, unleashing a dark binding curse that pierced through the ironclad charm he had cast. The tall Auror struggled to roll aside to evade the unicorn's charge, but his legs were immobilized by the peculiar creature's magic. Most arrogant wizards often disdain the magic of non-human entities, such as house elves, fairies, or even the malevolent variety of unicorns. Yet, when they found themselves in combat with these beings, they would panic, realizing they had neither memorized nor studied spells to counter them. "Your weapons." 3 wands soared into the air in an instant, the Count maneuvering them with precision. "Damn it, I swear I will ask God for 100 hands in my next life." With both claws occupied gripping his wand, the Count was unable to catch the wands that were being pulled toward him by the spell, and could only watch as they tumbled to Cohen's feet. "Then it shall become a centipede," Cohen remarked, retrieving his own wand from the ground. How unfortunate it was that the tall Auror had chosen this phrase for his last words. They arrived precisely after the Count had completed the unbreakable vow, leaving the two entirely unaware that this bird could indeed speak. Otherwise, they might have managed to struggle slightly, at least avoiding a sneak attack from the Count. "Help!" The short Auror, who had merely been a backdrop until now, cried out in terror, his first and last utterance. With a swift thrust, Elixia's horn pierced through both of their bodies, as if threading meatballs. They were lifted high, but due to the constraints of the basement ceiling, the two, who should have soared upward, instead collided with the hard stone above, ultimately crashing down to the ground. The inky black curse of death erupted instantaneously upon the two individuals, causing visible decay to manifest in the gaping wounds of the Aurors, the corruption rapidly expanding in its reach. The intensity of the maternal attack was formidable. Cohen swiftly devoured the souls of the two, for the pace of this maternal onslaught was alarmingly swift, nearly leaving him bereft of sustenance. However, as Cohen's soul strength surged to 27, bolstered by fragments of himself amidst the ruins, the prospect of further enhancement grew increasingly arduous. These two had merely increased by a mere 0.2. To accumulate further strength, he would need to consume the souls of all the graduates from 7 years at Hogwarts, not accounting for the idle or less talented wizards, many of whom possessed soul strengths barely exceeding a score. Perhaps seeking retribution against the ministry officials who had once opposed him a decade ago might prove advantageous. as Cohen surmised that those individuals likely shared a perspective akin to that of the fallen Auror before him. Humph, they have chosen the path of death. Moreover, that cowardly Minister Fudge of the Ministry must have either committed or orchestrated these actions. The remaining deficit in soul completeness would likely necessitate purchasing with sin points or searching for scattered fragments of Cohen. With a snort, Alexia emitted a sound akin to a horse, her hooves anxiously scraping against the floor. Someone has assisted you in slaying. Hasten to conclude your spell. Did I specify that I required your aid for but one task? Cohen innocently blinked at Alexia. You declared your intent to accompany me for eternity, Mother Number 2. What does Mother Number 2 even mean? Rose is my actual mother in a meaningful sense. You can only be considered. Let us say Cohen raised an eyebrow. A mere ingredient? Oil of blending, the Count interjected. Care to insult me again? Cohen shot a deadpan gaze toward the Count. You have indeed transformed into the very semblance they desired, Alexia remarked coldly. Who are they? The dark wizards who perished here before? Cohen inquired with curiosity. Did they foresee my learning of this maternal charge today? It is difficult to articulate how a unicorn might exhibit such a look of exasperation. Enough of this squabbling. I had not intended to treat you as a mere slave. After all, I am but a feeble, pitiable, and helpless 11-year-old student, incapable of much. You are still rambling. Alexia calmly reminded him. From now on, you shall reside within my pouch. There are no black unicorns outside. If you were to venture out, you would undoubtedly be captured for research, Cohen stated bluntly, lifting his hand to display the pouch. I can offer you safety and a relatively free environment. Thank you, little one, Alexia replied dryly. May I join your private conversation? The Count perched on the railing above the cage, urging Cohen with a hint of boredom. I can only hear you speaking alone. Chit-chat time is over. I must quickly scour this place, for I am famished. Cohen illuminated the room with the tip of his wand, surveying his surroundings. On a table cluttered with alchemical liquids, a row of bookshelves embedded in the wall came into view, previously obscured by a web of devilish enchantments that had initially eluded Cohen's notice. Flames ablaze. In the center of the room, Cohen ignited a bonfire, causing the surrounding devilish webs to retreat into the crevices of the walls. Startled by the sudden burst of light and heat, now, Cohen could thoroughly examine the materials present. By the way, what was your name? Cohen abruptly turned to Alexis and inquired, Alexis, right? Aren't you supposed to call me Mom? Alexis quipped, shaking her dark ponytail. I will only call for my mother when I need her to charge forth, Cohen replied matter-of-factly. Then I shall call you Alexis. You know, it saves on characters. Alexis. All right, Alexis. Ignoring Alexis's seemingly nonsensical insistence, Cohen continued with his earlier query, having been a test subject here for so long. What do you know about the previous experiments conducted in this place? Chapter 42. Surprisingly, it wasn't entirely unexpected. The good news was that Alexis was the earliest synthetic creature created in this laboratory, thus she had witnessed the entirety of Cohen's birth experiment. Do you also call me Big Brother? Cohen asked curiously while perusing the books on the shelf. With only the whites of her eyes visible, Alexis appeared to be perpetually rolling them. Although she couldn't comprehend, Cohen's request was one she felt compelled to fulfill, and she proceeded to narrate her origins. I hatched from a unicorn fetus, steeped in a liquefied curse. Wait, what is a liquefied curse? Cohen inquired. Forgive me, but Hogwarts textbooks do not cover this. I don't know. I've never seen one. You can find it in the 4th book on the 3rd shelf. I overheard those people discussing it. Alexis curled her legs beneath her as she lay on the ground, her dark mane seemingly capable of devouring the flames. She had spent her entire life confined within that cage, possessing the heritage knowledge of unicorns since birth, yet due to her cursed origin, she was unable to unleash those sacred magics. Following Alexis's directions, Cohen extracted the sticky book. After cleaning it, he noticed its cover bore the title. This book was a handwritten copy. Cohen understood why, as the original manuscript by Ollivander resided with Dumbledore. It contained detailed methods for crafting Horcruxes, though Cohen had no desire for such things. Some individuals desperately sought to tear apart their souls, while others labored to restore their soul's integrity. Cohen had no intention of fragmenting his soul anew. The latter half of the book was predominantly filled with the research findings of a single individual, a man notorious by the name of the Despicable Erbo. Erbo was known as one of the most powerful and influential dark wizards in history, the first to create a Horcrux, invent numerous malevolent curses, and even the first to discover that incubating eggs with toads could yield basilisks, as he was among the earliest speakers of Parseltongue, rendering basilisks incapable of resisting his commands. Within these pages were also details regarding the liquefied curse. It was a liquid magic, coalesced from numerous mixed curses within an alchemical vessel. Due to the inherently uncontrollable chaotic properties of most potent curses, these fluids did not exist in a stable state of fusion. Rather, they were in a constant state of entangled strife, akin to a spellbound breeding ground of malevolence. Any ordinary organism that came into contact with this solution would succumb to a multitude of utterly disparate curses within mere seconds. The nefarious Airbo had once conducted experiments using liquefied curses on several wizards. They appeared to enter a chaotic state of transformation, alternately swelling into grotesque, putrid masses and then shrinking into desiccated, emaciated corpses. However, certain noble beings would not perish under the onslaught of these mixed curses. Instead, they would emerge reborn in entirely new forms. For instance, the Phoenix, though Airbo had failed to capture one, leaving no records of such an event. Similarly, unicorns, which inherently possess a remarkable tolerance for curses, have their very blood infused with the essence of rebirth. To drink their blood is to be granted a new lease on life, albeit at the cost of one's soul, rendered half-dead from the slaughter of pure, fragile beings. Yet, the magic of their pristine horns can heal curses, ensuring that the curses within their blood do not affect them. Immersing a recently deceased unicorn foal in liquid curses would lead to decay, yet this decay is not an end. The liquid curses would replace its flesh and blood, birthing a new entity. Airbo dubbed it the Nightmare, as he believed this creation epitomized the essence of a nightmare creature more fittingly than a skeletal steed. What were the inhabitants of this laboratory attempting to achieve? To amalgamate all known, most wicked beings into the creation of the most malevolent creature in history? Cohen found it somewhat absurd, particularly as this experiment transpired before Voldemort's downfall. Surely Voldemort would not desire to conjure something beyond his control. Would someone grant them the title of the most wicked entity in the Guinness World Records? They never spoke of such matters. They merely immersed themselves in research, occasionally exchanging insights on the progress and challenges of their experiments, even referring to their subjects by code names rather than species names. Yali stifled a yawn, rendering the atmosphere less sinister. Can't you invade their minds? Cohen mused, assuming Yali possessed some telepathic ability, given that it could project its voice directly into his mind. Yet, Yali shook its head. You can hear my voice simply because we share blood. They used my bones and blood to create you, perhaps alongside other creatures. I recall them referring to you as the one in the bottle. Yali contemplated. The one in the bottle. There must be experimental logs or similar documents here. Cohen was determined to continue his search for other components. You need not waste your time, Yali cautioned. The important, precious items have already been stolen. Cohen's alertness surged. Stolen? By whom? I remember a short, somewhat plump man who previously engaged in dealings with the researchers, Yali replied. I believe he was named Montangas Fleisch. Cohen recalled this individual. It was a surprise, yet not entirely unexpected. Montangs was an old thief, having pilfered an array of items in the original text, often engaging in the smuggling and sale of stolen goods. There was a sense of disbelief mingled with a strange acceptance of the notion that if it were he, it would make perfect sense. I recall the sounds of explosions shortly after that, added Ali. I believe he is merely cowardly, Cohen corrected, if it were indeed him. Enough of this for now, Cohen sighed. Although Montangs, the rogue, had likely sold off all his ill-gotten gains, Cohen was determined to find him eventually and deliver a beating. There was no justification for this action, merely malice. Cohen proceeded to transfer all the books from the entire shelf into his pocket, followed by a cage crafted from runic metal, which, after employing a spell for seamless expansion, could accommodate a significant volume. As for the empty flasks and discarded instruments on the table, Cohen left them behind, as Hogwarts possessed such items. Wake up, Count, we are leaving. Chapter 43. How many more secrets do you hide from me? Before departing, Cohen picked up 2 wands from the ground, including Herbert's wand from the cabin, marking the 3rd wand he had acquired, and he dealt with the 2 fallen Aurors. His intent was to eliminate these malevolent beings. But this did not imply that he would directly declare war on the Ministry of Magic. Those who harbored ill will towards Cohen would undoubtedly retreat like turtles upon realizing his formidable nature, then demand that innocent wizards perish at the behest of the Ministry's higher-ups. In such a scenario, countless families would be shattered by conflict, and the ruling narrative could easily depict Cohen, the subject of dark magical experimentation, as a nefarious overlord, significantly impacting his idyllic existence. The essence of this idyllic life was paramount. Cohen cherished attending school, confronting Voldemort, and occasionally corresponding with his foster parents. The vile individuals deserved to be eliminated in a manner befitting their depravity rather than allowing them to continue their repugnant existence. Cohen had 2 methods to deal with Fudge and those Aurors who still plotted his demise. The first was assassination, as long as their soul strength was inferior to his. Cohen faced little difficulty in dealing with them, perhaps only needing to navigate the challenge of proximity within 2 meters. However, once he mastered apparition, this consideration would become moot. This method, however, lacked a certain satisfaction, as instantaneous death seemed insufficiently gratifying. I sense you are devising some nefarious scheme, the Count remarked, perching on Cohen's shoulder. Could you not be a bit more serious? It frightens me. I might take you to a nightclub tonight, Cohen replied casually. I'll tell my mother you took me. Would that ease your concerns? Then you should continue crafting your wicked plans, the Count responded dryly. The second plan involved covertly seizing power, after the battle against Voldemort. Hermione could ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, and Cohen was certain he could do the same. Once Cohen reaches a development level of 40, he can commence the resurrection of Voldemort, the once feared figure of the magical realm. Under the guise of creating a malevolent dragon, he can personally assume the role of the hero who vanquishes this beast, necessitating no sacrifice, perhaps just a single canalifuge. Leveraging Voldemort's prior notoriety in the magical community would suffice to seize power and sow discord. Am I to be labeled a dark wizard? How does that feel now? Thus begins the first 5-year plan to subvert the magical world, initiating with the continuation of nefarious deeds. Cohen instructed Ally to conceal herself within the cornered beast's skin pouch. For bringing a nightmare into the school would be an egregious act that Dumbledore, surely familiar with revealing the secrets of dark magic, would not permit. Cohen had explored other rooms in the subterranean corridor, but they were utterly barren, likely plundered by the thief Mundungus. Yet, Mundungus had not taken the tomes from the main research room's shelves, possibly due to the runes etched upon them, which may have rendered them hidden at the time. Upon exiting the cellar, the sky outside seemed to darken once more. If you are well, it is a sunny day, he mused. Having just witnessed the demise of 2 individuals, making the snowfall seem rather ordinary. Cohen did not even know their names, but this was of little consequence. They would soon grace the pages of a newspaper with headlines like mystifying disappearance of a ministry or suspected resurgence of dark wizardry. However, as Cohen emerged and cast his gaze towards the wooden cabin, he noticed Herbert seemingly awakened, unbinding Cohen without the aid of a wand, though it was more likely the assistance of the recently deceased Aurors. Soul strength, 22. The situation appeared manageable. Herbert stood at the cabin's entrance, quietly observing Cohen, who was conspicuously evident due to the cleared snow around him. It seemed Herbert was awaiting Cohen's approach, not fleeing but remaining steadfast at the threshold. Your uncle seems eager to converse with you, the Count remarked. To validate this little wager, Cohen approached Herbert. The Count twirled his wand in the air, vigilant for any sudden developments, not particularly concerned for Cohen's safety. After all, what peril could a Dementor pose to someone for whom even the killing curse felt like mere tickling? His concern was solely for his own safety. As he was Cohen's accomplice. You have arrived, Herbert rasped, his hair now white. I have come. You should not have come, he replied, his gaze towards Cohen laden with complexity. I am here now, and even if you were to perform the entirety of the ancient dragon novel before me, I would not readily return your wand, Cohen replied, regarding Herbert with a deadpan stare. They are dead, Cohen stated flatly. Without a wand, Herbert could not apparate away. Cohen could eliminate him at any moment or cast a forgetting charm. However, as the last living criminal of this estate, Cohen sought to extract more information from him. Surely he possessed more knowledge than the unicorn ally, who had been confined in a cage. Upon hearing of the 2 Aurors' demise, Herbert appeared to exhale in relief. Come in and have a seat. I wish to observe you closely. Herbert appeared resolute that Cohen would comply, turning to enter the room, leaving behind an exceedingly peculiar remark. A sense of foreboding washed over Cohen, particularly concerning identity. Just how many clandestine secrets did this group harbor? Within the humble abode, there were no Aurors lurking, nor were malevolent curses suddenly cast upon Cohen. Herbert arranged a chair for Cohen and settled himself upon the bed, allowing for a face-to-face conversation. What is our relationship? Cohen inquired directly as he took his seat. We have none, Herbert replied, gazing at Cohen's visage as if it were a masterpiece of art. Rose adopted you, did she not? Cohen raised an eyebrow, curious about the inquiry. She is my sister. Oh. My father mentioned that someone from the Bach family threatened to throw her into a pit of corpses. That person wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Cohen tilted his head, asking, if so, you're in luck, for I just learned the heart-piercing curse last week. Such threats I have never made. Rose is my dearest sister, and I would never harm her. Herbert spoke with a tranquility akin to an elderly man facing his demise. Are they treating you well? Who do you mean? Rose and Edward? Or the professors at Hogwarts? I mean your current family. Herbert's voice quivered slightly. So your son has perished. And those individuals conveniently sought to conduct experiments promising to resurrect him, leading you to surrender your son's remains to them, correct? Cohen deduced. They were not mistaken, indeed. Your resurrection has rendered you a genius. For heaven's sake, hasten to reveal your intentions. I am famished and might consume a soul. Cohen could scarcely contain his impatience. As Herbert continued to meander through irrelevant discourse. May I stay here for one night? Just one night, Herbert implored, adding, then you may consume my soul or kill me outright, at least. Chapter 44, Christmas Gifts. Cohen regarded the man, who seemed to have aged from middle age to the grave in an instant, contemplating whether to point out that, in truth, he was no longer Herbert's son, neither in body nor spirit. According to the principles of alchemy, the ultimate product transcends the original materials, rendering them irrelevant. Just as the atoms constituting the human body originate from the stars and humanity are fundamentally distinct. Ding. Kindness value, 100. Cohen awaited this announcement from the system. If assisting a wretched soul during an interminable imprisonment could be deemed a good deed, he could only conclude that Herbert was deceiving him. However, it presently appeared that Herbert was sincere. The system had not been misled. At least not by an elderly man on the verge of madness. Splendid. Herbert seemed to rejuvenate by a decade, his hands fidgeting with the tattered fabric of his clothing. Cohen could observe his trembling excitement. What should I do? You mentioned you were hungry, correct? Allow me to fetch you something to eat. Herbert hastily rose, intending to kindle a fire, but the hearth had long extinguished, and his wand lay with Cohen. Yet, he refrained from asking Cohen for it. Can Al speak? Herbert glanced at the Count, then furtively at Cohen, his gaze quickly shifting back to the iron pot before him. Anxious that Cohen might alter his mind due to something he might say. I still have some money. Herbert fumbled in his pocket, only to discover that his meager change was piled on the table, accompanied by a gold galleon that should not have found its way between the silver and copper coins. Those Aurors were not inclined to charity, for there was nowhere to spend money here. It could only be Cohen. The boy seemed untouched by any malevolent influence, resembling a little angel. The thought choked Herbert, as if his throat had tightened. You're not going to cry, are you? Just a heads up, I don't coddle adults. I'm not your mate. You look to be in your 40s or 50s, surely not like this. Cohen interjected quickly, observing Herbert's demeanor as if on the verge of tears. A touch of sentimentality is enough. Don't get too emotional. Cohen feared he might genuinely be moved. One set of parents was sufficient, after all. Perhaps it would ease Cohen's heart if he thought Herbert harbored ulterior motives. No, it's just the sand in my eyes. Herbert wiped his eyes with the tattered sleeve of his robe. I'll go find something for you. Suddenly, he realized he had nothing to offer Cohen. Instantly, he deflated like a punctured balloon. Shall we discuss the past? Cohen provided a direction, and Herbert's emotions became a tangled mess. Joy, distress, anxiety, sorrow, like a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans ground to dust and stirred into a cup of pumpkin juice. Is this what it means to be human? Complex, chaotic, and laden with pain. I know some, but not all. Herbert's throat bobbed. I don't want you to think of yourself as. Actually, I am already aware of part of it. Cohen pursed his lips. There's a mix of human blood, Dementors, nightmares, unicorns in my lineage. But I don't really care, as no one can discover it anyway. Due to the dismal weather outside, the firelight within the room appeared exceptionally bright. Shall we start from the beginning? Herbert's eyes reflected the flames behind Cohen, his lips quivering slightly. Can we start from the middle? Cohen quipped. At that moment, you and I couldn't. Herbert stammered, trembling as he struggled to utter the words died. What if I used the Patronus charm? It would be quicker, Cohen suggested. Herbert silently nodded. It seemed as if uttering those words would lead to his own demise. Or perhaps he understood deep down that the child he once was had long perished. To speak that word again meant he must confront this truth. Patronus charm. Cohen pointed his wand at Herbert's forehead. A silvery, wispy spell connected the tip of the wand to Herbert. He remained entirely unguarded. Even though Cohen could manipulate his mind at any moment, all of Herbert's memories resided here. However, Cohen primarily focused on matters concerning himself. In 1976, 33-year-old Herbert and his wife Belvina Black welcomed their youngest son, Cohen Bach, after already having a son and a daughter. Tragically, in 1978, Herbert's eldest son perished, amidst a time when dark wizards roamed freely, leaving the circumstances of his death shrouded in uncertainty, whether it was the result of a deranged dark wizard's actions or something else entirely. The Bach family, at the height of their prominence, would never admit that their progeny could be victimized by their peers. Particularly, Herbert and his sister Rose were notably close, both infamous for their family's disgraceful behavior, displaying an abnormal attitude towards Muggles and occasionally expressing an affinity for the filthy Muggles. Consequently, the Bach family suppressed any news of this tragedy, and Herbert found himself powerless to avenge his child, even unaware of where his son's remains lay. In 1979, Herbert's daughter lost control of her magic, resulting in the deaths of several bullying relatives, prompting the then leaders of the Bach family to impose a death sentence upon her. 2 Avada Kedavra curses were cast, one aimed at Herbert's wife Belvina, who had bravely shielded her daughter, and the other at his daughter herself. From that moment onward, Herbert was left with only his young son, Cohen. Rather than seeking retribution, he chose to flee this terrifying and tyrannical family. Herbert relocated to Godric's Hollow with Cohen. That same year, his sister Rose severed ties with the family, marrying the impure blood Edward Norton. In 1980, Cohen met a tragic end due to an inexplicable curse. Herbert could not fathom why anyone would wish harm upon his son. The loss of Cohen nearly shattered Herbert, leaving him utterly bereft of family. In 1981, with the downfall of Voldemort, while the surrounding wizards rejoiced, a young member of the Bach family approached Herbert, demanding the corpse of a young wizard of Bach lineage. The research yielded both success and failure. The being contained within a bottle stabilized, but simultaneously unleashed destruction, annihilating nearly all within the manor. It acted like a black hole for souls, consuming almost every living essence, save for the unicorn hidden underground and Herbert himself. Subsequently, Herbert was apprehended by the Ministry of Magic and sentenced. As Cohen could not be killed, he was adopted by Rose upon Dumbledore's recommendation. Following this was an excruciating decade of waiting, which culminated in Cohen's return, albeit their initial encounter was far from amicable. During Herbert's binding, 2 passing Aurors noticed the peculiarities of the manor's ruins, freeing Herbert from his constraints and rushing into the basement that Cohen had previously obliterated. What followed was everything Cohen witnessed. After viewing Herbert's memories, Cohen began to piece together the events of the past, regrettably noting that Herbert had consistently supplied materials for the research but had never participated in the experiments himself, as he lacked the necessary skills. Thus, Cohen was entirely incapable of determining the nature of the 2 remaining bloodlines through Herbert's memories, which were tied to dark magical beings. One could only say that this journey yielded some results, albeit not the kind Cohen originally sought. Race, Soul Reaper, Human Nightmare? Do I appear foolish? Herbert mused with self-deprecation. The curse cast upon Herbert's son was instigated by the Bork family, who had long since included him in their schemes. In essence, Herbert was sold out by the Bork family, yet found himself counting their gains. The deception stemmed from the malice of the deceiver, not from the foolishness of the deceived. Cohen raised an eyebrow, remarking, "This is what you call victim blaming. However, all is past, as I have devoured every last one of the Bork family." "You speak the truth," Herbert replied faintly. The 2 Aurors were not regular patrollers. They merely happened to pass by, and would likely remain untraceable after their sudden disappearance. Cohen, in a moment of unexpected kindness, spent the night with the unfortunate Herbert. The Count ventured out in the middle of the night to visit Rose and Edward, intending to bring gifts for Cohen. Originally, he was meant to leave the previous evening, but in his excitement over acquiring a wand, he had completely forgotten. The bed was left for Cohen, while Herbert curled up in a blanket on the floor. Ding. Kindness value, 300. Note, congratulations, you have learned compassion. A reward of 300 raw stones has been granted. Cohen was awakened early by the system's announcement. Outside, the sky remained overcast, nearly indistinguishable from the night before. Fortunately, Cohen possessed a mechanical watch, enabling him to discern the time. 7:35. It was time to stir. By this hour, the Count should have delivered the gifts to the Gryffindor common room, and lingering outside seemed pointless. The bed was not particularly comfortable, and Cohen found himself longing for the dormitories of Hogwarts, for in terms of living conditions, Hogwarts had triumphed over 999 other schools. Herbert was still asleep last night. Cohen had heard him tossing and turning, likely unable to rest due to excitement. Cohen had no intention of awakening him, as upon seeing Cohen preparing to depart, Herbert might very well contemplate despair. After levitating Herbert from the floor to the bed, Cohen penned a brief note on a piece of parchment left over from his homework and placed it upon Herbert's desk, pressing Herbert's wand atop it. It bore an oddly reminiscent tone of, "You had quite the night. I have left some money on the table, and I am off." Cohen muttered to himself in exasperation. However, leaving Herbert a glimmer of hope was a kind gesture, as when Cohen ascended to the head of the Ministry of Magic, he could seek to absolve his transgressions. At that time, he could also engage in a public relations campaign surrounding a narrative of paternal love spanning over a decade, sure to evoke tears from the housewives, while simultaneously tarnishing Fudge's reputation. Subsequently, Cohen pointed his wand at the snoring Herbert. All memory shall fade. Cohen did not erase too much of Herbert's memory. He merely removed the visage of himself and the recollection of the 2 Aurors' visit, while also adjusting Herbert's memories concerning his purpose and actions during his stay, to prevent any inquiries from the Ministry of Magic. Now, Cohen publicly claims that his sole purpose for this journey is to visit his biological father, which is perfect. The system's announcement indicates that good deeds indeed yield significant rewards. Unfortunately, the goodwill value provided by Herbert has begun to decline, suggesting that no matter how Cohen continues to assist him in this manner, he will no longer receive substantial rewards. Cohen had previously labeled this phenomenon as the system's reward resistance, just as the wicked value received from bullying the Count has diminished to the point of being negligible. Upon leaving the hut and ensuring that no traces of his visit remained, Cohen took advantage of the night to soar back above the thick clouds. He contemplated returning to Hogwarts, sensing that even without seeking information on Nicodemus, Harry would inevitably disregard school rules and indulge in nocturnal escapades once he acquired the invisibility cloak. The inherently malevolent traits of bad seeds are indeed hereditary. Chapter 45, Placement. In the dim light of winter dawn, Cohen made a detour to visit the Acromantulas. Regrettably, they were nearly invisible on the ground due to Cohen's oppressive evil and merciless slaughter. Aragog, with his remaining offspring, had retreated deep into their lair. Cohen felt that his prior actions were perhaps excessively drastic. However, this was of little concern. The young spiders, still too immature, could not contribute to the 272 soul integrity that Cohen required. Their meager souls, barely in the teens, could not even advance Cohen's progress by a fraction. It seemed that only middle-aged spiders with a soul strength of 15 points or more, along with Aragog possessing 20 points, would be of any use to him. He decided to wait and return at the end of the term. Cohen was aware that spider eggs took about 9 weeks to hatch, but the duration it took for the young spiders to mature remained a mystery. The Forbidden Forest was as harmonious as ever. The centaurs kept their distance, observing Cohen's presence. It appeared they now understood the danger posed by the spiders, which Cohen had managed to quell within just 3 months. They ought to be grateful to him. Strangely, as Cohen passed through the corridor outside the Great Hall, he noticed many ethereal souls near the garland, seemingly devoid of physical form. Nargles? He recalled a creature not recognized by conventional wizards. Unfortunately, these diminutive beings possessed too weak a soul to warrant consumption. Like many ordinary small creatures, they were classified with a soul strength of merely 1 point, which was the system's minimum designation. Cohen needed to settle Arya in his enchanted pocket, as the Room of Requirement should be able to create an independent area mimicking the outdoors for him to care for animals. Upon returning to the Room of Requirement, Cohen found the Count collapsed on the soft cushioned bed for owls. Your entire family owes me the transportation fee for this trip. I suspect your father wants to murder me. The items he sent with me weigh at least 50 pounds. The Count complained the moment he saw Cohen. He sent you a bomb. Don't be ridiculous. If a bomb could kill me, I would have perished at the age of 1. Edward is foolish, but he cannot be that dim-witted. Cohen beheld the considerable pile of gifts amassed in the Room of Requirement. Aside from a box of candies from Rose and an indeterminate large square gift from Edward, there lay another heap of bulging paper packages. Among them was a batch of rock cakes from Hagrid. Had he foreseen this, Cohen would not have feigned such enthusiasm in Hagrid's presence for those biscuits. There were also hand-knitted sweaters from Mrs. Weasley and a box brimming with homemade fudge. It seemed that Ron had indeed mentioned Cohen to his parents in correspondence. Or perhaps the Weasley family shared a close rapport with the Nortons, given they were all contemporaries standing on Dumbledore's side during such tumultuous times. The sweater Cohen received was white, adorned with the initial of his name intricately knitted in deep blue yarn. Let us see what Edward has concocted for me, Cohen mused as he unwrapped the parcel gifted by Edward. This rectangular enigma, measuring 1/12, was a transparent display case. Is Edward proposing to purchase a property for me? Cohen pondered as he gazed into the case, observing castles and villages, quickly discerning that these were not the same as the models presented in real estate offices. Inside, the mountains were complemented by a profound mine, guarded by a fire-breathing dragon protecting its gleaming treasure. A troupe of animated clay figures was embarking from the castle, traversing forests, swamps, and mountains, inching their way toward the cavern. This was a living chessboard of dragons and dungeons. Not surprising indeed. Cohen smirked slightly. While this contraption held little utility for him, it could serve as an ornament of sorts. The Wizarding World did not indulge in such games, indicating that Edward had likely crafted everything here himself, undoubtedly investing considerable effort. Cohen resolved to praise him in his next letter to uplift his spirits. Sufficient emotional value fostered familial harmony. The plan to care for Allie was progressing smoothly, and in line with Cohen's hopes, an additional door appeared in the room. Behind it lay a faux outdoor space adorned with a night sky, complete with grass, streams, trees, and even a suspended crescent moon amidst a tapestry of stars. A clear indication that this sky was fabricated. The brightness of the moon would render the stars invisible in reality. Cohen released Allie, who curled up wearily on the ground. He initially assumed the creature had exhausted its energy due to the curses cast on the two Aurors. A gentle reminder arose. Magical creatures are not akin to inflatable dolls. They do not require electricity to move autonomously. The Count sharply pointed out the fallacy in Cohen's reasoning. You flew too erratically. I feel quite dizzy now. Ollie's voice clarified in Cohen's mind. Subsequently, it settled into slumber within this secure environment. Very well. Cohen had initially intended to investigate what special effects he might have inherited from this creature's lineage, but it appeared that was not feasible at the moment. After tidying up the gathered books and arranging them on the room's bookshelf, Cohen stepped outside to the common room. Curious whether Harry and the others had conjured any curiosities or, like the original narrative, encountered the mirror of Ariste. Cohen ventured through the circular hole behind the portrait of the fat lady, and, as he emerged, he immediately spotted Harry, who was sitting by the fireplace. His eyes shadowed with dark circles. Harry appeared to have been lost in thought, and looked as though he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Nonetheless, there was an undeniable excitement radiating from him. In Chapter 46, titled Alas, It Contains Poison, Cohen had already surmised as much. Harry had followed Dumbledore's plan to locate the mirror of Ariste, an endeavor that seemed rather peculiar for a mere 11-year-old boy from South England. Cohen felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. What are you saying, Cohen? Harry inquired, having not quite caught Cohen's murmured words. However, he had more pressing matters to discuss. You must listen. Last night, I saw my parents. Yet, Cohen, who had just taken 2 lives, appeared no better off than Dumbledore himself. I seem to have suddenly found clarity, Cohen sighed. What did you just say? I saw my parents. In a mirror, Harry exclaimed, his voice rising uncontrollably before he hastily lowered it, despite the fact that no other students were yet awake. The things in the mirror are illusions, Harry, Cohen cautioned, urging him to confront reality. No matter how handsome you may appear in the mirror, the truth remains unchanged. But I have never seen my mother and father. Harry seemed to be desperately searching for any evidence that the mirror was not merely a figment of his imagination. Perhaps it was even a glimpse into the future? Cohen was reluctant to shatter Harry's dreams, especially after having been momentarily moved by Herbert just the day before. Do you want to join me tonight? Harry asked eagerly. Perhaps you could see them too. I mean Mr. and Mrs. Norton. Are you not afraid of being caught? Cohen feigned ignorance, despite knowing that Harry possessed an invisibility cloak. Getting caught on a night excursion could cost us 50 points, and Gryffindor has very few to spare. How could I forget to tell you? Harry exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He quickly pulled from his robe pocket a thin, shimmering object that resembled liquid silver. Someone gifted me an invisibility cloak. Cohen gazed at Harry's present with a hint of envy. If he possessed such an item, how could he not ambush his foes with ease? By Grandma's whiskers. Who would dare provoke me? I would simply don this cloak, and in a flash, I would materialize behind them, and, in truth, he had never actually siphoned the soul of any creature mouth to mouth. That seemed rather grotesque. Typically, a Dementor needed to aim its kiss at the target's lips. But Cohen appeared to disregard such conventions. It could be due to some wondrous alchemy, or perhaps the unique traits inherited from his lineage. Very well, I shall accompany you. Cohen consented, motivated by the desire to examine the mirror up close, thereby preparing himself for the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. It would be most advantageous if, during a pivotal moment, the antagonist were to procure the Philosopher's Stone before Harry, thus achieving the dual objectives of thwarting Voldemort's acquisition of the stone while simultaneously preventing Harry Potter from obtaining it. Should both parties falter, it would effectively equate to a stalemate, a remarkable feat in promoting peace within the magical realm. I propose an increase of 10,000 points to the system. Concerning Quirrell, Cohen is quite confident. Quirrell's soul has become exceedingly fragile due to Voldemort's parasitic presence and consumption. Cohen could have absorbed it since his enrollment. Although he cannot currently absorb the fragment of Voldemort's soul, which possesses a strength of 40, the latter's use of the killing curse would not significantly impact Cohen. Hence, the Dark Faction is deemed devoid of any threat. The only consideration now is to rationally secure the Philosopher's Stone, which is destined for destruction in the future, into his possession. This hypothesis is fundamentally flawed, as Cohen's adoptive parents are still alive, rendering it devoid of any reference value. However, excessive hope often leads to a dulled perception. As Dumbledore wisely stated, one must not become so enraptured in dreams that they neglect reality. With the sunlight outside the castle and the call of friends, we shall inevitably awaken from our slumber. According to Ron, Harry has been in a state of despondency all day, neglecting both lunch and dinner. Meanwhile, Cohen has another task at hand. He has yet to thoroughly examine all the books retrieved from the basement or investigate Ollie's species abilities. Ollie remains in a deep slumber. Cohen opts to nestle in an armchair within the room of requirement, perusing the tome titled Origins of Dark Creatures from his collection. The first entry discusses the Dementor, a most vexing entity in the wizarding world, for they are not corporeal beings and cannot be killed, only repelled. Their danger is considerable, with attacks that are nearly indefensible. Only a handful of spells can counter them, the Patronus charm being the most effective. Albeit exceedingly difficult to conjure, few aurors from the Ministry of Magic can summon a corporeal Patronus. As a non-corporeal life form, Dementors are challenging to use as an incremental material for the bottled individual. Removal is suggested. This statement was crossed out in red ink, indicating that experimental procedures should be the result of collective discussion rather than unilateral decisions by a leader. From this point, the ensuing annotations descended into argumentation. Unknown Researcher 1. You could include basilisks and phoenixes. The effects would be similar. Unknown Researcher 2. The only known phoenix with a confirmed location in Britain resides with Dumbledore. If you disagree, go steal Dumbledore's bird. Researcher 1. What? Me? Confront Dumbledore? Seriously? The subsequent dialogue was trivial. The experimental results ultimately indicated that they opted for Dementors as the foundation, with Cohen approximately comprising 60 Dementor, while the remaining composition included nightmares and 2 other peculiar species of unknown origin, each accounting for 10. The other Dementors wouldn't call me a mudblood, would they? Cohen pondered warily. Then you would eliminate them under the pretext that Azkaban has become overly urbanized, correct? The Count, while stealthily indulging in Cohen's candies, remarked at this point. Nothing you do would surprise me. Cohen disregarded the Count and turned to the next marked point. The second entry was the nightmare. Precisely the kind described in Revelations of Dark Arts. Nightmares are vile creatures conjured by the despicable Airbow, the once sacred unicorn, destined to remain untainted. Can fall from grace when a thick, liquefied curse seeps into the body of its embryo. Even the heavenly messengers may be dragged into the depths of hell. What? Let me see. The previously languid Count excitedly leaned in. After shooing away the exuberantly curious brown-feathered creature, Cohen resumed his perusal of the subsequent content. Despite being called nightmares, this was clearly just Erbo's morbid sense of humor. These beings possess no dream-related abilities, aside from their unicorn-like appearance and the curses coursing through their veins. They share little in common with their noble counterparts. The benevolent magic of unicorns is entirely absent in nightmares. However, nightmares are inherently skilled in curses, capable of unleashing potent dark magic through their spiraled silver horns or directly inflicting curses upon their adversaries through physical piercing. Their blood is a liquid curse, yet it evaporates rapidly upon leaving their bodies. Cohen experimentally made a small incision on his own hand. Goodness! Cohen watched in astonishment as his blood transformed into a black mist of curse-like smoke. Those who had been close to Cohen over the past decade were indeed fortunate. Had he sustained serious injuries, such a mere touch could cost a life. Ding! Special ability unlocked. Liquid Curse, 110. The system emerged at that moment. The degree of special ability unlocking was 110, indicating that Cohen's blood was not a fully realized liquid curse. Yet, this revelation brought forth a terrifying question. If blood is a curse, what about bodily fluids? What if, when he matures and seeks companionship, he carries toxins within? Cohen took a deep breath. Terrifying, if left unaddressed. It seemed tantamount to a life sentence of solitude. However, at the tender age of 11, he felt he need not concern himself with such matters just yet. Shaking his head, Cohen continued to delve into the content. Nightmares could infiltrate unicorn herds because the unicorns cannot discern the differences in curses. Their own blood flows with curses, rendering nightmares merely as differently colored kin in their eyes. It appears unicorns possess quite the tolerance. Nevertheless, Cohen had no intention of placing Allie in the Forbidden Forest. Just because unicorns might not recognize the distinction does not mean Hagrid or other forest creatures would be equally oblivious. A black unicorn hardly resembles anything normal in Ollie's eyes. With their stark whites, are truly unsettling. The innate abilities of Dementors allow Cohen to absorb souls and emotions, along with the state of immortality pertaining to souls. While nightmares endowed him with a talent for dark magic curses and the hidden weapon of toxic blood, the book only lists these two creatures. And Cohen's other two unknown bloodlines certainly do not belong to any other species mentioned within its pages. The remaining stack of books consists solely of specialized texts on alchemical runes and instruments, devoid of any content regarding malevolent beings. Thus, in order for Cohen to comprehend the origins and abilities of his remaining bloodlines, he likely must acquire the experimental reports from the past. It appears that he must have a serious conversation with Montague during the holidays. After spending a day in the request room, Cohen met Harry in the common room that evening. The invisibility cloak effortlessly concealed the figures of the two 11-year-old boys, and their nocturnal adventure commenced smoothly. However, the subsequent step proved less fortuitous. Harry realized he could not recall the route to the empty classroom housing the mirror of Ariste. Cohen was equally perplexed. Hogwarts boasts hundreds of empty classrooms, and it was anyone's guess where Dumbledore had hidden the mirror. Yet Harry was certain the location was not far from the library, as the area he had wandered through last night was the restricted section of the library. Did I not already mention the matter of Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen whispered to Harry. Well, it seems that those who transform Gryffindor into a lesser version of itself are indeed of a singular lineage. Cohen sensed that Dumbledore undoubtedly had myriad ways to guide Harry into the carefully orchestrated development plan he had devised. Furthermore, Cohen also felt that Dumbledore was scheming regarding his own growth plan. Had the game already begun? The ultimate objective of Dumbledore was to eradicate Voldemort before his own demise. A matter of little concern to Cohen, as his name was absent from the prophecy. As long as Cohen refrained from becoming a murderer within the school, he would be fine. Here, Harry suddenly pointed in a direction beneath the invisibility cloak. They were now in a secluded corridor adjacent to the library, a place rarely visited due to its dead-end nature. At the end of the corridor stood a small classroom, its dilapidated wooden door barely able to close securely. If Harry had hastily fled from the library, he might have instinctively sought refuge in such a concealed spot, as logically, Filch would likely be stationed at the library's exit rather than here in the dead end. Within the abandoned classroom lay numerous desks and chairs stacked against the walls, casting a large, dark shadow under the night sky, alongside an overturned wastebasket. An object within this room was strikingly out of place compared to its surroundings, situated directly opposite their entrance. It was an imposing mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, with a golden frame supported by claw-like feet. Inscribed at the top with a single line of text. If viewed in reflection, the inscription read, "This is the mirror." Harry joyfully removed the invisibility cloak and hurried to stand before it, where his family smiled back at him. Cohen's gaze, however, was not fixed upon the mirror or Harry. As Harry had just heard the creaking sound of the wooden door being pushed by the wind, he assumed it was merely a draft. However, Cohen held a different perspective. The concept of a wind with a soul intensity of 99 points was perplexing. Initially, he had thought it was merely the peculiarities of an elderly headmaster who, having lived for over a century, harbored a twisted psyche, a fondness for sweets, and an unsettling penchant for trailing 11-year-old students. Indeed, Dumbledore's disillusionment charm was of an astonishing caliber, rivaling that of Harry's invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. Had it not been for Cohen's ability to perceive souls, he might never have noticed Dumbledore's entrance. To avoid alerting Dumbledore to his awareness, Cohen curiously glanced toward the doorway before swiftly returning to Harry's side. "Can you see my family?" Harry exclaimed, pointing at the figures reflected in the mirror. Yet, from Cohen's vantage point, the mirror displayed only Harry's solitary shadow. "Harry, I see nothing," Cohen confessed. "The mirror reveals only your image. Perhaps it's a matter of position. Stand here, in front of me," Harry suggested. Believing the issue to be one of perspective, he stepped aside, allowing Cohen to take his place directly before the mirror. In the fleeting seconds it took Cohen to approach, his mind conjured various possible images that might appear within the mirror: Voldemort's corpse, scenes of camaraderie with Rose and Edward, even moments shared with Ally and Herbert. Yet, the mirror remained devoid of any such visions. Furrowing his brow, Cohen soon discerned that the alchemical runes inscribed upon the mirror were likely intended for probing the spirit. Yet it seemed that mental intrusion could not pinpoint Cohen's essence. "What is the matter?" Harry inquired, glancing between Cohen and the mirror. Cohen could feel Dumbledore's gaze sharpen behind him, likely pondering the depths of Cohen's desires to ascertain if he had strayed from his path. "Still nothing visible. But I have a peculiar sense that I know what to do," Cohen mused, feeling an inexplicable urge to make contact with the glass. He extended a finger toward the mirror of Ariste, gently tapping the cold surface. It felt akin to a warning prompt appearing during a software installation on a mobile device, asking whether to proceed. At 14, Cohen would have disregarded such warnings, leading his life to become vibrant from that moment onward, particularly in hues of yellow. Harry, though somewhat perplexed, patiently awaited Cohen's actions. Changes began to manifest within the mirror's reflective surface. "Do you see anything?" Harry asked eagerly, noticing the warmth that had transformed Cohen's previously calm expression. Upon hearing that Cohen had also glimpsed his parents, a weight seemed to lift from Harry's heart. Perhaps this mirror indeed had the power to unveil loved ones. Yet, Cohen's adoptive parents were still alive. A wave of sadness washed over Harry, realizing that his own parents could be seen only within this enchanted glass. "It's a beautiful sight, Harry," Cohen remarked, stepping aside. "But I believe we ought to shift our focus back to reality." "But it's the holidays," Harry replied, settling himself in front of the mirror, his gaze never wavering from the reflections of his family. "At least I can see them." Harry was reluctant to leave, and Cohen was similarly hesitant, especially with Dumbledore observing them. The old man seemed unfazed by the prospect of a sleepless night. Departing now would evoke a chilling sense of betrayal towards his friend. Cohen believed that if he were to perform, he must do so entirely, crafting a flawless portrayal of a virtuous individual. Though, in truth, Cohen was inherently good. Bored, Cohen moved a chair and began to practice magic in the corner. Naturally, incantations like Avada Kedavra were not suitable for practice under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Instead, Cohen aimed to conjure a spell that would affirm his innocence. A stream of silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand, the presence of fog indicating the initial success of his incantation. Harry remained fixated on the mirror, oblivious to his surroundings, while Dumbledore was different. Cohen caught a glimpse of the old man's gaze, which had shifted from Harry to himself. Chapter 48. Apologies for the mess. The mist did not dissipate. It lingered, swirling like ordinary fog along the ground. Is this what the Patronus charm was meant to resemble? Cohen mused, feeling that it bore more resemblance to the thick haze created during a Dementor's attack. However, this mist was infused with joy, and Cohen could distinctly perceive happiness floating through the air. Cohen attributed this failure to his physical condition. His incantation and emotions were undoubtedly correct, leaving no reason for an error in casting. It appeared that Dumbledore was not surprised by Cohen's unsuccessful Patronus. Yet the fact that he could emit a trace of silvery mist indicated that he was not engulfed in dark magic. Dark magic required extreme malevolent emotions to wield, and a wizard steeped in it would be incapable of producing even a wisp of fog with the Patronus charm. Harry, choked by the encroaching mist, hastily scrambled to his feet. Where did this smoke come from? Normally, the smoke from a Patronus should not be suffocating, yet Harry was oblivious to such nuances. It must be quite profound, he thought, gazing down at the magical mist that resembled the dense fog of a forest, suddenly struck by a realization. Harry felt something peculiar about Cohen's recent words. A raspy cough echoed through the room. Dumbledore should not be affected by his own mist, leading Cohen to suspect that the old man was merely feigning exhaustion to encourage Harry and Cohen to retire for the night. What was that sound? Harry whispered cautiously, immediately searching for his misplaced invisibility cloak. If Filch caught them, Gryffindor's points would plummet. They were already down to a mere 80. Quick, Harry urged, shaking off the invisibility cloak as if lifting a bed sheet, anxiously beckoning Cohen to join him. If Filch discovers us, we're doomed. For Harry, merely glimpsing his parents had become a luxury, even if their reflections lingered in the ethereal mirror. On their way, they encountered Filch, who lacked the ability to see through the invisibility cloak, and thus could only follow Mrs. Norris, his cat, as she traced their scent. Upon returning to the common room, Harry and Cohen nestled into their respective beds amidst Ron's snores. Harry found himself unable to drift into slumber, as his mind remained preoccupied with the visage of that mirror. Cohen, too, was wide awake, for he had just uttered a falsehood. What he had witnessed in the mirror was far from a tender familial scene. Instead, he beheld the specter of Voldemort, devouring the very essence of his soul, witnessed the ministry of magic strewn with corpses, and saw numerous dark creatures feasting upon the fallen. He even glimpsed the malevolent empire of Dementors he had conjured. One might think he was watching a horror film. Could it be that he was, by nature, an evil being? He had never felt such inclinations before. While the desires lurking within him appeared grotesque and savage, they were not entirely malevolent. Voldemort undoubtedly deserved to be vanquished, which was a virtuous endeavor. Some of the bureaucratic thugs within the ministry also warranted extermination, and that too was commendable. The only potential discord with societal values might lie in the notion of a Dementor empire, yet to Cohen, this was not an ill-conceived aspiration. With this newfound clarity, he stretched contentedly and shifted into a more comfortable position for sleep. What wickedness was this? He was merely a savior, resting beside another savior who was still in pursuit of his mother, while Cohen was already envisioning a bright future. At the break of dawn, Cohen groggily rose, only to find Harry absent. He suspected that Harry had once again spent the night awake. At this rate, he might be on the brink of collapse. However, Cohen had no time to accompany Harry on his quest for the mirror today. He needed to ponder the intricacies of the Patronus charm and skim through the pile of books he had unearthed from the basement of Borgin and Burke's. Though last night's attempt at the Patronus charm had been a complete failure, Cohen felt a peculiar sensation during the incantation, as if the spell could indeed function correctly, albeit with an incorrect approach. It was difficult to articulate, akin to manipulating several disparate professions simultaneously, yet only the mage class could conjure a fireball. Thus, casting it as a warrior would yield an error message. In the empty common room, Harry was nowhere to be seen. Yet Cohen caught sight of the Earl outside the window. Upon opening the window, the Earl swept in, covered in fine snowflakes, scattering icy crystals across the carpet. Fortunately, it was the house elves who maintained the cleanliness of the common room. Had it been Filch, he would likely have yelled threats at the Earl, declaring he would have him executed and would confine Cohen to detention. With a few strides, he insisted on delivering a message as though he had no legs. Were it not for the repugnant visage plastered on his head, Cohen would have surely pulled out all his hair. Fuming, the Earl hurled a letter at Cohen. A missive from Quirrell, requesting Cohen to visit his office before lunch. The reason was not disclosed, likely out of concern that Dumbledore might intercept the correspondence. Was it time to commence preparations for the heist of the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen felt an insatiable itch for action. Chapter 49. Cohen, I have an idea. After Cohen had breakfast, he hurried to Quirrell's office, where the pungent odor of garlic was more pronounced than ever, indicating that Voldemort's influence on Quirrell's body was deepening. Soul strength, 5, fragmented, 25. Soul strength, 4010. Voldemort had seized a full 20 points of Quirrell's soul strength, while the temporary value transferred to Voldemort's own soul was merely 10 points. Once Voldemort departed from Quirrell's body, the temporary increase would vanish, so Cohen need not worry excessively. Mr. Norton, come in, Quirrell stammered as he ushered Cohen into the office, anxiously peering outside to ensure no one was watching. Subsequently, he locked the door and cast a protective spell over it. Cohen, the Dark Lord is in urgent need of that Philosopher's Stone. I must accelerate the pace, Quirrell said, his complexion ashen. Voldemort must have been pressuring him, akin to a video game teammate urging the remaining players when others have met their demise. The Cerberus, a magical beast from the depths of hell, was virtually impervious to spells that could threaten its life, leading past wizards to believe it was a guardian from the underworld. Its sole vulnerability lay in its susceptibility to music, which would lull it into slumber. Cohen had intended to express this directly, but Quirrell pulled out a large, dark egg from the desk. You told me I couldn't bring a dragon into the castle, yet you have one with you? Cohen remarked with a stiff expression. This is for deceiving Hagrid, Quirrell explained. Dragon eggs can still be procured on the black market, though transporting adult dragons poses certain challenges. Could you procure a few for me as well? Cohen inquired eagerly. That way, I could experiment with various spells. You know, capturing living beings would be easily detected by Dumbledore, but raising small creatures is different. I could practice my magical concepts on them, like the killing curse and other spells. After all, dragons have a high resistance to magic. Dragon eggs are quite expensive, Quirrell replied, flustered. I've exhausted my savings. Those smuggling dragon eggs are utterly mad. Voldemort believes that after your success, you would follow him in learning. Quirrell expressed his confusion towards Cohen's aspirations. Knowledge and credentials are not synonymous, Cohen imparted solemnly. You remain too confined within the academic realm. What I seek is not merely knowledge, but power. With credentials, I could infiltrate the Ministry of Magic and ascend step by step through the use of the soul curse and assassination. This is what I term a peaceful coup. I have extensively studied the legacies of the two previous Dark Lords. Their methods were too brutish. You see, the populace often favors more gentle transitions. Once I dominate the ministry, I will incite conflicts between muggles and wizards over a few years. Quirrell was left astounded by Cohen's elaborate plans. Good lad. Your strategy indeed possesses merits. Voldemort's voice echoed languidly from beneath Quirrell's turban, but there are numerous flaws. Detecting dark wizards is not as simplistic as behavioral observations. Oh, Cohen raised an eyebrow, drawing out his wand. What if I present this? Expecto Patronum. A dense cloud of white smoke billowed forth from the tip of Cohen's wand. How is this possible? Chilo's voice rose several octaves as he gazed incredulously at Cohen's Patronus. Though intangible, it was indeed manifest. Yet Cohen had wielded dark magic hundreds of times over the past 6 months. The creatures he had dispatched in Chilo's office could nearly carpet the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Magic is truly wondrous, is it not? Yet, does Chilo not recall that the experiment at Bach Manor was likely a fusion of those dark magical beings? I visited there the other day. Cohen mentioned that despite some setbacks, they had nearly unraveled the reasons and processes behind that experiment, attributing it to the addition of peculiar creatures. Viewed in this light, Chilo assimilated Cohen's ability to masquerade as an ordinary wizard into the plan Cohen had just articulated. Could this young man genuinely accomplish such a feat? How could the Ministry of Magic prove that Cohen is a malevolent entity? Could they claim he is a Dementor, an evil dark creature? Which Dementor could conjure a Patronus? Indeed, most within the Ministry do not even know this spell. Thus, should you hinder my plans, I will not hesitate to feign betrayal to safeguard my identity. Cohen cautioned. However, you are commendable partners, and our objectives align. Cohen alluded to the chaos sought by Voldemort in his quest for power. Surely, we shall have further opportunities for collaboration. Voldemort's voice slithered like a serpent, yet for the moment, he acquiesced to Cohen's terms. So, how do you intend to rendezvous with Hagrid? You cannot approach him in your current guise to sell dragon eggs. Cohen redirected the conversation to Chilo. Perhaps at the pub in Hogsmeade? Chilo suggested, recalling Hagrid's frequent visits to the Three Broomsticks. You plan to conduct illicit transactions there? Cohen expressed mild exasperation at Chilo's scheme. At the very least, consider the Hog's Head. Here's what we'll do. I'll inform Hagrid that I desire a butterbeer from the Hog's Head. And you can wait for him there. Once he arrives, engage him in a game of cards, wagering a dragon egg. He will undoubtedly succumb to temptation. But how will you persuade Hagrid to fetch you butterbeer? Chilo questioned, somewhat apprehensive about the plan. I have long cultivated a rapport with Hagrid. Do you think I merely traverse the school grounds for exercise? These are connections. The future of the British magical community resides within Hogwarts. Cohen waved his hand dismissively. And I possess a condition he cannot refuse. Aside from Cohen, there is but one individual at Hogwarts who would not panic or dismiss the sight of a nightmare unicorn. Hagrid would be irresistibly drawn to such a creature he has never encountered and would certainly acquiesce to the unicorn's request, should it desire butterbeer from the Hog's Head. Chapter 50. I have a unicorn that drinks butterbeer. Would you like to see it? Observing Cohen's unwavering conviction, Chilo chose to place his trust in him. Choosing Cohen signifies choosing success. That much is indisputable. In the entire school, there exists only one instructor for the defense against the dark arts course, the beleaguered Quirrell. Were it not for Dumbledore's neglect in assessing the teacher's performances, Quirrell would have surely succumbed to despair. As Cohen stepped into the room of requirement, he was greeted by the boisterous voice of the Count. However, it was not Cohen who was the object of the Count's discourse. The Count and ally were ensconced in the faux outdoor room designated for ally, with the door ajar, revealing only a glimpse of the artificial grass and simulated starry sky within. What are you gesturing about? What are you trying to convey? The exasperated sound of allies huffing punctuated the air. Are you indicating a tree? No, perhaps a rock? The Count appeared to be struggling to communicate effectively with ally. Is that not a stone? Is it a large something? No. Could it possibly be that large? The sounds emanating from within resembled the clatter of hooves on the ground, intermingled with the flapping of wings. What are you two up to? Cohen sensed it was time to intervene. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld the Count soaring above, while ally expelled frosty breaths toward him. The temperature within the room of requirement notably warmer than the frigid winter outside, even amidst the faux grassy expanse. Goodness, this mute is mad. You ought to manage her. The Count shrieked as he swooped down to perch on an owl stand inside the room. I was just about to inquire where you had ventured off to. Your absence left me uneasy, as if I were confined in another cage, ally explained to Cohen. But it seems he failed to grasp my meaning. I went to assist a minor antagonist in devising a nefarious scheme, as is customary among Hogwarts students. There is something I need your help with. Cohen proceeded to elucidate the plan to Ally. Are you suggesting that you intend to escort a black, rather peculiar-looking unicorn to a half-blood giant's hut, and inform him that this unicorn enjoys butterbeer, particularly from the dirtiest, most dilapidated pub in Hogsmeade? The Count calmly reiterated Cohen's proposal. Is there a problem? Cohen tilted his head, glancing at the Count. Do you not quite comprehend humanity? The Count mirrored Cohen's gesture. No, it is you who fails to understand Hagrid. At the edge of the forbidden forest, blanketed in thick snow, within Hagrid's hut, Cohen released Ally from his magical pocket. By Merlin's beard, Hagrid exclaimed upon beholding the unicorn. Its mane a deep shade of ebony, a spark of wonder igniting in his eyes. Is this a child of a unicorn and a thestral? Goodness, I can hardly fathom how you came by this creature. Unbelievable, Ally intoned, dismissing Cohen's words. What a magnificent unicorn. Hagrid was oblivious to Cohen's comments. His mind consumed with thoughts on how to care for this extraordinary creature, admiring its mane, horn, hooves, and tail. You are equally unbelievable, Ally's voice, audible only to Cohen, clearly referred to Hagrid. Hagrid remained oblivious to the fact that Ari had already deemed him a pervert. He wiped away his excited tears and began rummaging through the cabin. What does she enjoy eating? I have an abundance of food here. Unicorns typically favor fresh hay, but she is so extraordinary. Perhaps she prefers something else. And eggs, frog liver, or flobberworm. She mentioned liking the butterbeer from the Hogshead Inn. Cohen interjected. Hagrid's fluffy head turned toward Cohen, then glanced at the unicorn. Ari. Butterbeer? Ari nodded in accordance with Cohen's plan. Yet she began to feel that the Earl's assertion might hold some truth. No sane individual would believe that a unicorn would relish butterbeer from some rundown tavern. This explanation is utterly foolish. If he doesn't believe it, that's not my concern. Ari had already given Cohen a heads up. However, Cohen merely responded with a look that said, just wait and see. I knew it. Hagrid appeared more delighted than Cohen, who had succeeded in the plan, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Which pub's butterbeer do you prefer? Cohen pretended to ask Ari. Ari cooperatively nodded in response before casting a suspicious glance at Cohen. Are you truly going to leave me beside this giant? You wouldn't sell me, would you? Rest assured, Hagrid will take good care of you. He looks after half of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest and is quite experienced, Cohen assured Ari, nearly bringing Hagrid to tears as it was the first time he encountered a student with similar tastes. By the way, Hagrid, I checked in the library. And it seems that raising Ari's species is illegal, Cohen reminded him. It's fine. If no one discovers it, it's not illegal, Hagrid asserted confidently. In matters concerning animals, he possessed little awareness of legalities. In Hagrid's mind, delightful magical creatures far outweighed the cold rigidity of the law. The plan was a success. Upon learning that Cohen had resolved things with Hagrid in less than an hour, Quirrell received another scolding from Voldemort. Cohen, eavesdropping through the wall, overheard remarks suggesting that even children could accomplish tasks more efficiently than him. Human joy and sorrow do not resonate with one another. Cohen merely found their bickering noisy. It was akin to believing that as long as the engine could run, attaching a few wheels would surely get it moving. Chapter 51. To hell with Dementors and Patron Uses. To thoroughly study Patron Uses, Cohen had specifically borrowed several books from the library. Upon returning to the room of requirement, Cohen nestled by the warm hearth and embarked on a new round of spell research. Practical application was indeed far more engaging than theoretical coursework, which explained why Harry and Ron lacked interest in studying. The Earl was pleased that Cohen did not release Ari from his pocket again. Could she be kept with Hagrid from now on, provided the centaurs in the forest do not cause her trouble? Cohen was not particularly fond of this suggestion, as the centaurs would never permit those excessively violent and malevolent creatures to infiltrate their woods, which undeniably included Ari, who bore no resemblance to a typical unicorn. Cohen was not primarily concerned about Ailey's safety. Rather, he was apprehensive about the potential devastation that Ailey's curse might unleash upon the Forbidden Forest. The consequences of such an event would undoubtedly increase Cohen's malevolent score significantly, while simultaneously provoking Dumbledore's ire. Furthermore, should chaos ensue, Cohen would be deprived of the opportunity to indulge in the souls of other creatures residing within the forest, such as werewolves. It was simply not safe to harbor her here. When the Count realized that subtle hints were futile, he bluntly expressed his desire to eliminate Cohen. Your excessive verbosity is the problem. What could it possibly intend towards you? To pierce your wings? To rend your mouth apart? Cohen retorted. I fear it wishes to tear apart my prostate. The Count, with a semblance of rationale, speculated about the direction of the threat. If you persist in this line of discourse, I shall be the one to rend your prostate, Cohen warned, casting a menacing glare at the Count. After producing a series of chattering sounds to shoo the squirrel away to its nest, Cohen turned his attention to the books. In Miranda Goshawk's analysis of ancient spells, there was a comprehensive exploration of the Patronus charm, which provided more historical insights and foundational research than Cohen's compendium of positive magic. The Patronus charm is renowned as one of the most formidable spells known to wizards and serves as a powerful defensive mechanism. It is an exceedingly intricate incantation that conjures a semi-corporeal positive force, known as a Patronus. This magical guardian can repel Dementors and Lethifolds, which lack alternative defenses. Cohen had experienced firsthand the dizzying effects of this charm. Although it was not lethal, yet it certainly felt precarious. Most dark wizards either met with results akin to Rakitian's fate or failed to manifest this spell, akin to firing a blank. Cohen found himself at odds with the theory posited in the book, which suggested that individuals with negative personality traits could not conjure a Patronus. After all, Umbridge had successfully summoned a Patronus in the form of a cat, despite her evident negative traits. Cohen felt utterly disconnected from the notion that he embodied any of those traits. When he took lives, whether of humans or animals, it was a release for them. Whether devouring souls or casting the killing curse, there was no suffering involved, far more merciful than plucking feathers for a barbecue, surely. The creatures might experience joy, but it was not pure. Expecto Patronum. A denser plume of white mist erupted from the tip of Cohen's wand, coalescing in an attempt to form a grand entity. Yet, he sensed resistance, an obstruction emanating from his own soul. It felt akin to the discomfort of having just relieved oneself, yet being compelled to touch it. With the mind urging the hand forward while the hand resisted with all its might. Cohen was casting the spell through this body, while his soul resisted, unwilling to relinquish cherished memories entirely. At this moment, Cohen found himself in a state of duality, desiring to cast the Patronus charm, yet simultaneously reluctant to do so. I shall henceforth refer to this phenomenon as the Cohen law. Ultimately, Cohen abandoned this attempt at casting the spell. Despite his efforts, he could not manifest the Patronus. A wretched Dementor was practicing the Patronus charm in my dream. How could I have such a nightmare? The Count sat rigidly in his nest like a stone owl, staring intently at Cohen. The most terrifying part was that Cohen had indeed summoned a non-corporeal Patronus. Perhaps he had. The moment the Count spoke, Cohen had already fixated on it. If one's soul instinctively recoils from releasing positive emotions, could one utilize another's instead? Cohen could absorb them. What are you doing? The Count trembled involuntarily at the sight of Cohen's fervently wicked expression. Typically, when Cohen wore such a face, it meant he was either about to be plucked of all his feathers or forced into some ludicrous act, like defecating on a student's head. You conjure a Patronus, Cohen urged, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Are you mad? The Count asked in confusion. I can't help but use that thing to bash you. Do you realize how utterly despicable you are in my eyes? You are akin to that perverse old man who stole Grindelwald's underwear. It was you who first suggested stealing Grindelwald's underwear, wasn't it? I was listening from outside the window. If Dumbledore knew you said such a thing, he would surely pluck every feather from your body. Cohen glared at the Count, saying, Stop rambling and hurry up. Fine, fine. The Count relented, smacking his lips in agreement. He flapped his wings and flew to the table, grasping his wand with his claws. Expecto Patronum. At that instant, the joyous emotions radiating from the Count surged. Cohen took a slurp. This time, rather than directly swallowing the sweet emotion, Cohen immediately released it. Expecto Patronum. A colossal entity erupted from the tip of Cohen's wand. Initially, it resembled a mist akin to a non-corporeal Patronus, but as it fully unfurled its form. Damn it, a Dementor Patronus. The Count, suddenly bereft of joy, gasped in shock. Chapter 52, The Joyful Dementor. Hooray, Cohen cheered. Oh, you ridiculous creature. The Count was so flustered he could scarcely articulate. His large eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets. This creature, formed from the joyous emotion Cohen had pilfered from the Count, floated at the apex of the request room. Aside from its silvery hue, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a typical Dementor. I must have fainted and not yet awakened. The Count declared with certainty. You wicked little Dementor, dare not alter my spring dream. Soon, a horde of owls will arrive. The Count turned away, refusing to look at Cohen and the silvery Dementor hovering in the room. He muttered the contents of his dream to himself, resembling a tuft of brown fur. This is utterly bizarre. It appears so sinister. It's akin to Satan suddenly tearing off his demonic skin and revealing Jesus within. Yet, Cohen paid no heed to the Count's feelings. The Patronus of an animagus reflects their animagus form, so it was entirely reasonable for Cohen, being a half-Dementor, to have a Dementor as his Patronus, wasn't it? Cohen currently possesses no formidable creatures to employ in his endeavors. He remains uncertain whether this guardian can effectively combat Dementors or Thestrals. Perhaps he could venture to Azkaban and procure a few Dementors? However, numerous complications arise. Cohen is not an entirely pure Dementor. Would they regard him with disdain? Would they perceive him as one of their own, or merely as a human? Or might they truly consider him a half-breed among their kind? Another significant concern looms. Cohen is unsure if he can consume them. As the existence of their souls remains ambiguous, few have delved deeply into this matter. The multitude of uncertainties necessitates incorporating a jaunt to Azkaban into this year's plans. Do you know where Azkaban is? Cohen inquired of the Count. Are you conversing with your Dementor guardian? The Count, huddled in a corner, asked without turning. I am addressing you, Cohen corrected. At least I have not yet descended into madness to converse with a mere figment of my imagination. With that, Cohen dispelled the spell. Nevertheless, the image of this guardian is indeed somewhat unpalatable to the average person. After all, most guardians typically embody the form of the creature to which their wielder feels the most affinity, while Dementors are undeniably devoid of any charm. This implies that Cohen cannot currently rely on this entity to validate his inner goodness and righteousness. Yet surely there exists a solution. The form of a guardian is mutable, is it not? What outrageous notion have you conjured now? The Count turned slowly, and upon witnessing the Dementor guardian's disappearance, he felt a weight lift from his heart. The guardian does not consume your happiness, Cohen interjected. That was my doing, but that is not the crux of the matter. Do you know the location of Azkaban? Are you planning to incite rebellion and coup d'etat at this moment? The Count queried skeptically, but you have only been enrolled for half a year. Minister Norton. I intend to initiate this plan post-graduation, Cohen replied earnestly. This trip to Azkaban is to seek out a few Dementors. What do you need Dementors for? The Count asked, suddenly alert, recalling Cohen's tendency to house that black unicorn in the room of requirement. You cannot be suggesting. I wish to keep a few, Cohen stated. Are you seeking a Dementor girlfriend? Both Cohen and the Count nearly exclaimed simultaneously. Is your mind solely occupied with hunger and desire? Cohen asked calmly. What purpose would you have in raising Dementors if not to find a wife? The Count countered. Can the joy of one bird sustain two of you? Do not compel me to flee now. Once I embark on the Owl Moon mission, you shall never catch me again. Not just two. I plan to keep several more. Cohen gestured with a finger. If they can engage with me amicably, that is. They will surely be friendly, given that you are but a fledgling Dementor. They will share with you the last remnants of joy within Azkaban, lest you starve. Every species tends to nurture its young, the Count remarked in a monotonous tone. If that is the case, it would indeed simplify matters, Cohen agreed with a nod of affirmation. Please note that I do not endorse the idea of nurturing Dementors, as they would pose a lethal threat to me. Should that occur, you would inevitably lose something profoundly significant, such as my loyalty, friendship, and various other connections. I have no intention of seeking your approval on this matter. Cohen stated bluntly that, regardless, you cannot interfere. Thus, where is Azkaban? If Dumbledore discovers your breeding of Dementors within the school, you shall face dire consequences. The Count implored once more. I could refrain from nurturing them, but I must set eyes upon Azkaban. Therefore, where is it located? I cannot simply fly to that wretched place. So, where is Azkaban? Cohen continued to inquire, pausing momentarily to add, just tell me the location, and I shall go myself. No specific address. Cohen frowned. The transportation of criminals relies on port keys. I have observed this previously, the Count replied. If you wish to search for it, you might end up drifting at sea for quite some time. Hence, my suggestion is to drift a little longer, and you may find it. Cohen was not overly concerned, as long as he could ascertain which body of water it was. However, this also implied that he would have to disappear from home or school for several days, which would likely hinder his chances this semester. During the summer, he might need to concoct some excuses to persuade Rose and Edward to allow him to venture out. Many matters require patience, such as the notion of nurturing Dementors, the ultimate ambition of becoming the Minister of Magic, the long-term strategy for resolving the issue of shattered souls, and the short-term goal of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 53. It is futile to press your cheek against a Dementor. Until dinner, Cohen had not seen Harry. It seemed he had not left the common room all day. Where's Harry? At the dining table, Ron absurdly stuffed 2 drumsticks into his mouth, mumbling incoherently, perhaps in the dormitory. I have been practicing spells in an empty classroom all day and have not seen Harry. It does not compare to the taste of beef stew. The teacher's table also had several vacant seats. Only Snape and Dumbledore were engaged in conversation, while the other professors had likely ventured to Hogsmeade for a few drinks. Cohen cast a glance at Quirrell's spot, which was empty. Quirrell was probably at the Hog's Head Tavern, hooded, playing cards with Hagrid. Originally, this remark should have been directed at Harry by Malfoy, but due to Rose and Edward's presence, Cohen was also inadvertently affected. Thus, Malfoy received a minor reprimand from Cohen. After being dragged into a restroom, he had not experienced joy the entire day, even trembling at the dining table. Moreover, Cohen had witnessed Malfoy departing the school with the main group. Why had he returned so swiftly, having finished his meal at lightning speed? Ron intended to pack some food for Harry, as he had not seen him at lunch either. This was mentioned because Malfoy was also glancing towards Cohen. Cohen could perceive the anxiety radiating from Malfoy. This indicated that Malfoy was awaiting an opportunity to be alone with Cohen, still unable to relinquish that inexplicable sense of pride. It was only when most of the hall's occupants had departed, even Dumbledore and Snape had left, that Malfoy, fidgeting and appearing reluctant, approached Cohen. You. Malfoy's gaze drifted uncertainly towards Cohen as he spoke. My father sent me to apologize to you. A flicker of understanding washed over Cohen. illuminating the reason behind Malfoy's sudden approach. "I said I'm sorry," Malfoy reiterated, as if grappling with the weight of such an admission. "Oh," Cohen echoed, reflecting Malfoy's sentiment. It appeared that Lucius sought to foster a cordial relationship between his son and Cohen. Undoubtedly aware of Cohen's notorious reputation as the dark magical experiment that had eluded death at the hands of the Ministry a decade prior. Consequently, Draco had refrained from making bold statements or engaging in petty tricks in Cohen's presence. The incident during potions class had been a rare lapse in restraint. Yet, children often struggle to comprehend the nuances of social courtesy, particularly the necessity of humbling oneself to appease others. Cohen's reaction was evidently not in alignment with Lucius's expectations for Draco's approach. Malfoy inhaled deeply. "I'm sorry. That's the third time you've said that." Cohen replied, his impatience surfacing. "Just say it plainly. Does your father intend to offer me something? How do you know I put something on you?" Malfoy asked, panic etching his features as memories of Cohen's actions the day before the holidays surged forth. He recalled the ominous spell or curse that had plagued his mind with dread and despair. "Wait, I have something else to say." Malfoy interjected hastily as Cohen stood to leave. "My father wishes to invite you to Malfoy Manor, anytime." "What would I do at your house?" Cohen replied, reluctant. "I have little free time during school." Suddenly, an idea struck Cohen, one regarding his plan to visit Azkaban, though Rose and Edward would undoubtedly oppose his journey there. Lucius was a different matter entirely. The more extreme and wicked Cohen appeared, the more Lucius would perceive him as a potential successor to the dark arts. "What about the summer?" Malfoy inquired eagerly. "Lucius has given me strict orders. Do you have plans for the holiday?" "I have no arrangements for the summer," Cohen admitted. "But you'll need to find a way to persuade my parents to allow me to visit. They are unlikely to be inclined to associate with your family. If you can't devise a suitable method, you may relay this situation to your father." Ultimately, Malfoy left behind a small gift box, claiming it was an apology from his father, Lucius. Their interaction seemed steeped in a transactional nature. The pursuit of knowledge often defies the odds, with failure being a common fate. In the sanctuary of the Room of Requirement, Cohen opened the gift box, unveiling a lake blue gemstone adorned with intricate and dense engravings, resembling a magical artifact of sorts. "It's rather foolish to put your warm face against a Dementor," the Earl remarked sarcastically after Cohen relayed a general overview of the situation. "Dementors are cold, especially for a child like you. Their family has always thrived by aligning themselves with the prevailing winds." Cohen offered no retort. From the perspective of familial dynamics, this behavior is quite rational. Were I in his position, I too would strive to cultivate a favorable relationship with Cohen, that seemingly indestructible malevolent entity. Alas, Malfoy has not been adequately nurtured. In Chapter 54, The Dragon Egg, Cohen tossed the stone into the cabinet within the room, which had already been filled with various items by him. Thanks to the protective runes crafted for Cohen by the Room of Requirement upon the walls, he harbored no concerns about any subterfuge from the Malfoy family. If Lucius were foolish enough to present a listening device as a gift on his first visit, it would indeed reflect poorly on the Malfoy lineage's sophistication. Fred and George were in the common room, dressing a round-headed goblin in a shrunken Santa Claus outfit. "Cohen, what do you think about placing this little Santa in the Great Hall?" Fred called out as he spotted Cohen. "It could also be Snape," he cautioned. "Perhaps they might even quarrel over the goblin." Fred and George chimed in unison. Though the brothers donned two distinctly different sweaters, Cohen suspected they had secretly swapped garments, rendering it impossible to discern who was Fred and who was George. "Cohen, do you think it looks flawed now?" Fred inquired. "We trimmed the thick calluses from its hands and feet and applied some hair growth serum. Now it resembles Santa Claus perfectly. At first glance, one might overlook the difference. Even Dumbledore, if he removed his spectacles, would likely fail to distinguish between them." Cohen circled the goblin, which boasted a fluffy white beard and was tugging at its cumbersome attire, clearly uncomfortable. "But you must find a way to prevent it from performing a striptease on the teacher's desk. It doesn't seem particularly fond of the outfit you've imposed upon it." Without considering the consequences, Cohen mused that the Cruciatus Curse could be employed, but given the necessity for the goblin to interact with Dumbledore, employing a malevolent spell was out of the question. This challenge would require the ingenuity of Fred and George. That should be easy enough. Goblin language? Cohen noted the title of a book, Introduction to Goblin Language. "What did you say?" He posed this question as the goblin had indeed ceased its movements, resembling a defeated creature. "We captured the other goblins from its den." George accurately conveyed the meaning of Fred's earlier utterance in goblin language, despite his ignorance of it. "Precisely," Fred exclaimed, high-fiving George. "You truly are remarkable." Cohen suddenly felt that his previous, simplistic inclination towards aggression was rather conservative. Perhaps those acromantulas could accomplish even more intriguing feats? "I hope to see Dumbledore cradling this Santa tomorrow. Have you seen Harry and Ron?" "Even if you did, you'd witness two naked versions of George," came the response. The dormitory bore no trace of Harry and Ron. It seemed Harry had taken Ron to the Mirror of Ariste. Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene to counsel Harry, a matter that required no further contemplation from Cohen. Thus, he could finally anticipate a restful night's sleep. Cohen peered out from beneath his disheveled blankets. Harry, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, revealed that they had encountered Dumbledore. Ron's ears still bore a hint of crimson as he advised them against indulging in illusions of grandeur, a sentiment he had only just grasped today. No worries. At least Professor Dumbledore didn't deduct any points from us. Otherwise, I have no doubt Percy would have written to my mother, Ron reassured, shuddering at the mere mention of Mrs. Weasley. After a relatively harmonious night, although Harry turned restlessly in the adjacent bed, Cohen slept soundly, immersed in dreams. He envisioned a colossal serpent, its deep green scales glistening, nestled within a cave beneath a thicket. The creature appeared serene, seemingly in a state of hibernation. Upon waking the next day, Cohen nearly forgot the dream, retaining only a vague impression of the cave and a sense of curling up. The Weasley brothers' Christmas gnome plan had been a resounding success. Dumbledore cheerfully escorted the gnome away, though its expression suggested dissatisfaction. Cohen, too, was not idle. On the day following the acquisition of the dragon egg, Hagrid penned a letter inviting Cohen to his hut to witness a peculiar discovery. In his excitement, Hagrid had even torn through the parchment, rendering some of the words nearly illegible. Upon arriving outside Hagrid's hut, Cohen knocked on the door. Hagrid, rather mysteriously, instructed Cohen to cover his eyes, carefully closing the door behind him before guiding him to the hearth. The temperature within the hut was quite warm. Tada! Hagrid exclaimed, revealing a dragon egg. I won it from a card player. I bet you've never seen anything like this. We can raise it together. Merlin's beard, first a black unicorn, and now a dragon egg. What an extraordinary year this is. Hagrid appeared immensely excited, his bushy black beard quivering with enthusiasm. Chapter 55. Norbert will use his life to heal his childhood. He truly loves raising creatures. Ari lay languidly on Hagrid's bed, reminding Cohen of its presence amidst numerous empty bottles of butterbeer. The floor was covered with a thick blanket, indicative of Hagrid's choice to sleep on the ground, a decision entirely unsurprising. Presently, however, Hagrid's focus was entirely on the dragon egg. But I know little about this, Cohen. Could you assist me in borrowing some books from the library? Perhaps on hatching fire dragons? Hagrid inquired eagerly. I never truly imagined I would possess a dragon egg. It looks absolutely magnificent. In truth, the egg was not particularly remarkable. It resembled a greatly enlarged duck egg, its shell dark and somewhat dirty. All right. I'll be heading to the library to return some books shortly, Cohen replied, and I would like to see what a fire dragon looks like. In truth, Cohen primarily sought to ascertain the strength of the dragon's soul. Previously, he had observed Fawkes at Dumbledore's abode, whose soul intensity mirrored that of Dumbledore himself. It was conceivable that the fire dragon's soul strength might also surpass expectations. Cohen's efficiency in borrowing books was commendable, as Madame Pants had grown accustomed to his thrice-weekly borrowing routine. As long as the tomes were not from the restricted section, her approval process was remarkably swift. This time, he borrowed the varieties of fire dragons in Britain and Ireland, from Dragon Eggs to Hell, a guide to raising fire dragons, and a book titled Raising Dragons for Pleasure and Profit. Madame Pants' keen gaze detected no signs of singed marks upon Cohen, leading her to dismiss the notion that an 11-year-old wizard could possibly acquire a dragon egg. The incubation period for dragons spanned 2 weeks. Cohen reminded Hagrid of his excessive enthusiasm, noting that dragons do not reside in nests made of cotton fabric, which could incinerate wooden structures. Subsequently, based on the description in the varieties of fire dragons in Britain and Ireland, Hagrid identified the egg as that of a Norwegian ridgeback. They needed to place the egg over a fire, as the mother dragon would breathe warmth upon it, and then await the hatching of the hatchling, which would require feeding with chicken blood and brandy every half-hour post-hatching. Could it be that the saliva of fire dragons is brandy? Cohen expressed skepticism regarding the book's claims. In its egg state, the hatchling possessed no soul, and Cohen could only await its emergence to observe. The incubation would take a full 2 weeks, thus the task of maintaining the fire fell to Hagrid. As the holiday drew to a close, they prepared to resume classes. However, more unsettling events loomed ahead. During the first weekend of the new term, Harry had a Quidditch match against Slytherin, with none other than Snape officiating as the referee. Snape as the referee? Ron incredulously inquired during breakfast. Was someone out of their mind? When had he ever served as a Quidditch referee? His intentions could not be trusted. Hermione, too, now harbored firm suspicions regarding Snape. Perhaps, Cohen, you could teach us the counter curse in case he attempts to harm Harry again. A saintly knight would not be vanquished by the same trick twice. Cohen shook his head, as the true instigator was not Snape, but Quirrell and himself. With Snape now officiating, Quirrell would surely be deterred from acting recklessly, as the referee could easily observe the entire field and discern who was casting malevolent curses. He had failed last time. This time, he could not risk repeating the same misstep. Harry and his companions were engulfed in distress. Perhaps we should withdraw from the match, Hermione suggested anxiously. Just claim you're ill? Ron proposed. Or pretend to have a broken leg? Hermione inquired. Actually break the leg. Ron seemed resolute. I could break your leg for you, Cohen asserted confidently, as long as you pay me 10 galleons. Considering I would be confined for a week for assaulting a fellow student. With that, Cohen drew forth his wand. Thank you very much. However, I cannot proceed in such a manner. Our team lacks a substitute seeker. If I withdraw, Gryffindor will be unable to compete in this match. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had braced themselves for the worst. Yet the Quidditch match unfolded precisely as Cohen had foreseen. Harry encountered no unforeseen mishaps. Moreover, Dumbledore's presence deterred Quirrell from any foul play. With no external interference, the match concluded in a mere 5 minutes, as Harry's speed on his broom seemed almost supernatural. He's cheating, exclaimed an unknown captain from Slytherin, recalling the last time he had accused Harry of unfairness for capturing the golden snitch with his mouth. But when it's on, Cohen retorted, dismissing the captain's complaints. This match was all about effort and sweat. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Indeed, a broad smile adorned Harry's face. The joy that enveloped Harry lingered for half a day, perhaps even less. For when Cohen next encountered Harry in the locker room, he was met with a visage filled with melancholy. Hermione and Ron beside him wore equally troubling expressions. After Cohen settled beside them, they began to speak in hushed tones about Harry's predicament post-match. Harry had intended to return his broom to the broom cupboard, but he spotted a hooded figure swiftly departing the castle towards the forbidden forest. I mounted my broom and followed, discovering it was Snape and Quirrell. I overheard their conversation. Harry said anxiously. Snape was blackmailing Quirrell, compelling him to assist in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Should we assassinate Snape? Cohen raised an eyebrow. If it were feasible. Harry mused dreamily. Forget it. Even in 5 years, you wouldn't be able to take Snape down alone. Cohen interrupted Harry's fantasy. Rather than focus on that, perhaps you should prioritize the homework you've neglected this week. In the second week, Harry resumed his unrestrained detective escapades at Hogwarts, spurred by the refreshing weekly assignments. Eager to decipher the enchantments safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone, Harry and his companions ventured to Hagrid, the only one they believed could provide insight into the stone. Inevitably, the other three discovered the secret of the large dragon egg concealed within Hagrid's abode. Hush! Hagrid ushered the four into his home, cautioning them not to disclose this. This is between Cohen and me. Hagrid, you've already exposed me, Cohen reminded him, though it bore little consequence. Oh, sorry, Hagrid clapped a hand over his mouth. You've been raising a dragon without telling us. Harry exclaimed incredulously at Cohen. That's illegal, Cohen. Hermione interjected anxiously, and Hagrid lives in a wooden hut. I'll relocate it once it's larger, Cohen assured, already contemplating a solution for the dragon. I'm keeping an eye on the time. Hagrid disregarded their legal discourse, fixated solely on when the egg would hatch. In 2 days, the little dragon will emerge. You certainly wouldn't want to miss this. You can be among the first it sees. Let us hope this hatchling is not frightened by the mixed breed of malevolent creatures upon its arrival. Cohen felt that Norbert would spend a lifetime healing the psychological scars left by his hatching. Chapter 56. The pure unicorn is your deception. The novelty of the dragon egg quickly faded for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, as they soon recalled the purpose of their visit. Hagrid. Harry called out to Hagrid, who was adding logs to the fire. Hagrid, humming a tuneless lullaby to the dragon egg, assumed Harry had a question regarding it. We believe Snape is plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I've told you, there's no need for concern. Snape would never wish to steal. Suddenly, Hagrid realized something. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? It was Cohen who mentioned it. Cohen confessed, his disappointment evident. I've come to terms with it. There are no secrets here. You all act like self-destructive pawns. What is a self-destructive pawn? Ron asked, intrigued. We don't know if you can tell us what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone aside from Fluffy, Hermione cautiously inquired. Of course, I cannot divulge that. Hagrid furrowed his brow. Firstly, I do not know myself. Secondly, you know too much already, so even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. That stone is quite safe here. Oh, Hagrid, you probably just don't want to tell us. Surely you are aware of all that transpires here. What could possibly escape your notice? Hermione said sweetly, her flattery palpable. The power of such a child's charm was undeniably formidable. As Cohen observed Hagrid's lips, hidden beneath his beard, struggling to suppress a smile. In truth, we merely wish to know who designed those protections, Hermione continued. We want to understand whom Dumbledore trusts besides you to assist him. Hagrid could not resist Hermione's charms. Well, it wouldn't hurt to share with you. Let me think. He borrowed Fluffy from me and then enlisted several other professors to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid counted on his fingers. Professor Quirrell, of course. Dumbledore himself also cast a spell. Oh, wait, there's one more person. Yes, Professor Snape was involved in the protection plan as well. Terrifying. Cohen suddenly realized that Hermione, merely an 11-year-old girl, was adept at manipulating the hearts of men. Women could be quite fearsome. Thankfully, He did not need to engage in such machinations. Dementors required no such social graces. The Patronus charm, the killing curse, or a Dementor's kiss, each could compel obedience. Or one could resort to more brutal methods, like smearing one's cursed, liquid-like blood upon another's face, or summoning a motherly charge from ally. Fortunately, the Count was not present. Otherwise, he would likely mock Cohen mercilessly. A loud thump resonated outside the cabin, and a brown screech owl perched on the windowsill. "It's your talking owl, Cohen," Hagrid reminded. Yet he pondered whether Cohen's loquacious owl would keep the matter of the dragon egg confidential. It manages to strike a delicate balance between keeping secrets and losing feathers and cloacas, Cohen confidently assured, slightly parting a window. Caution! The moment the cold air surged in, Hagrid hurriedly shielded the fire, fearful that the chill from outside might cool the dragon egg. "Be gentle. You're about to break my feathers." The Count protested after being yanked into the room by Cohen. "Do you not care for your pet? I toil tirelessly for you every day. You spend 99% of your time sleeping and pursuing Hedwig, yet not a single owl egg has appeared." Cohen ruthlessly exposed the Count's lies, adding, "And the owl feed I bought you is a gallon per bag. Do not forget your worth, 10 sickly owls. A gallon per bag." Ron emitted a desperate groan. As if on the verge of fainting, Cohen extracted a tightly rolled note from the Count's claws, inscribed with Quirrell's handwriting. "Come to the office." After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Harry, and the others, Cohen departed first. "Ah, Cohen," Quirrell greeted, still struggling to adjust his manner of speaking. "Now you can speak normally." Cohen cast a room-sealing charm at the office door. "Did you find the three-headed dog?" "Yes." However, Quirrell's expression seemed grim. "The Dark Lord was anxious for me to act swiftly. The power regained from the unicorn's blood is nearly dissipating, but Dumbledore has been at the school, and I dare not." "Fool!" Voldemort's voice thundered from the back of Quirrell's head. "Are you so afraid of that old man? Yet, it is you who fears Dumbledore the most, Mr. Voldemort." Cohen refrained from commenting on Voldemort's behavior. Perhaps he was too eager for the Philosopher's Stone. Impatient for a new body. Perhaps I could procure more unicorn blood for you. "We can wait for the centaurs," Quirrell pleaded, as the presence of Voldemort behind him made it seem as though he were talking to himself. "You seek unicorn blood?" Cohen suddenly inquired. "Nightmares can infiltrate unicorn herds because unicorns cannot discern the distinctions between curses. The curse flows within their own blood, and nightmares appear to them as merely differently colored kin. Given this, obtaining genuine unicorn blood does not seem insurmountable. If worst comes to worst, I could enlist Aaliyah's assistance." "What, Cohen, do you have other methods?" Quirrell asked eagerly, as if clutching a lifeline. This wretched dark magic experimenter always managed to deliver surprises, though these surprises often morphed into fright. "I am well acquainted with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. I am the purest, and I can procure unicorn blood for you," Cohen promised, entirely pure. "Splendid." Quirrell did not even doubt Cohen's capability. A child whom the Dark Lord trusted surely could not fail, especially one who unleashed unforgivable curses as if they were mere fireworks. "Unicorns possess powerful magic. I am delighted you can accomplish this." The tone of Voldemort's address to Cohen was evidently far more favorable than to Quirrell. "However, you are celebrating too soon." Cohen is not inclined to allow Voldemort to exploit his work without conditions. It is quite reasonable that Voldemort is satisfied with Cohen's character. Only the astute can perceive the essence of human relations, which are fundamentally driven by self-interest. In Chapter 57, a response to an invitation finds one in the Forbidden Forest. "As a unicorn, I demand the precise location of Azkaban." Cohen articulates his request. Initially, Cohen intended to extract a sum of money. Yet he finds himself less in need of pocket change, especially since Quirrell, due to the dragon egg incident, has been rendered destitute. Cohen is tempted to inquire about Quirrell's current state. Having turned to the dark arts, why does he not endeavor in more nefarious pursuits such as robbery, theft, or murder? Azkaban. Quirrell is perplexed about Cohen's intent for that place. Is there someone of significance imprisoned there? What is your purpose in going? In truth, Cohen is indeed seeking to gauge the nature of his connection with the Dementors. However, this is merely one of his motives. A far more pressing reason lies in Voldemort's Horcrux, Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup, which resides in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. If Cohen does not intend to risk a heist, he must consult the madwoman Bellatrix for some item of proof, thereby retrieving the cup with legitimate means. Moreover, Cohen possesses a condition that Bellatrix cannot refuse. The Dark Lord is not dead. Prove your loyalty, as his plans require your devotion. It is difficult to conceive that the woman, utterly obsessed with Voldemort, would have any grounds to decline after enduring such a prolonged wait. Exploration? Family visit? Quirrell's confusion deepens. I presumed. Even experimental subjects require materials. Cohen is somewhat surprised by Quirrell's insight. Is he not an exceptionally esteemed graduate of Ravenclaw? Has Voldemort so disturbed his mind? I know the location of Azkaban. Voldemort hisses, his voice intermittent, likely due to the waning effects of the unicorn blood. I will implant the memory into Quirrell's mind and employ legilimency. Observing Quirrell's face twist momentarily, Cohen subsequently uses legilimency once Quirrell regains his composure. Voldemort has visited Azkaban numerous times, not as an inmate, but to recruit the Dementors. Although the location cannot be marked if it exists within memory, the magic preventing its designation becomes ineffective. Upon clarifying Azkaban's position at sea, Cohen ceases the legilimency. Having endured 2 successive invasions of his mind, Quirrell now appears somewhat dazed. Cohen suddenly comprehends the reason for Quirrell's diminished faculties since aligning with Voldemort. Very well, the deal is struck, Cohen concludes with satisfaction. He no longer needs to drift aimlessly over the sea in search of Azkaban. Hagrid, it seems quite warm for Ellie, Cohen notes. Finding an excuse to escort Ellie away proves remarkably easy. The room of requirement is currently occupied by Cohen and the Count. Under such circumstances, it will not open or transform for others. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Hagrid exclaims, slapping his forehead in frustration. I was too engrossed in observing the dragon egg. Ugh, what a cad. Ellie retorts indignantly. My butterbeer has been unavailable for 3 days. You must not become a drunkard. Cohen sternly admonished Ollie. It was quite surprising to Cohen that butterbeer could render unicorns addicted. Successfully guiding Ollie away from Hagrid's hut, Cohen plunged into the forbidden forest. Hagrid was preoccupied with ensuring the proper temperature for the dragon eggs, too engrossed to confirm the student's entry into the forest. His enthusiasm for the dragon eggs was somewhat excessive. There was no need for such stringent conditions of maintaining 7 logs in the fireplace, as the temperature was quite adequate nonetheless. Can you locate the unicorn herd? Cohen inquired, pausing to think of a way to alter her appearance. After several failed coloring spells, Ollie now resembled a white unicorn. Although the unicorns could not discern any difference between Ollie and themselves, the centaurs certainly could. Hence, a necessary disguise was imperative. I can sense it, Ollie said, searching the air for the familiar scent of her kin. Besides Cohen, there were numerous traces of unicorn scents wafting in the atmosphere. Cohen and Ollie ventured deep into the forbidden forest, and at last, found the unicorn herd by a frozen lake. They were gathered by the water's edge, where a hole had been dug by a unicorn to allow them to drink. The surrounding snow blended almost seamlessly with their pristine white manes, and a warm mist enveloped the air, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Indeed, unicorns possessed an inherently sacred appearance. The lead male unicorn noticed Cohen and Ollie, trotting towards them. Did you come from outside the forest? Its voice was deep, suggesting its status as the leader of the herd. And Cohen found himself able to hear its voice even as it spoke to Ollie. You have a child. The unicorn leader leaned in to sniff Cohen, seemingly confirming his inclusion among their kind. Come, you must be weary. We have food and water here, and it is quite safe. Cohen was not convinced by the unicorn leader's assurances. Were it not for his undertaking of this task, Voldemort would have returned to slay yet another unicorn. Nevertheless, it was rather absurd how easily he had infiltrated the unicorns. Though they had eyes, they appeared nearly blind. Cohen did not resemble a unicorn foal in any regard. Relying solely on scent and kinship instincts to identify their kind seemed rather precarious, did it not? Or perhaps they did not consider the existence of a hybrid such as Cohen, for typically, such advanced recognition methods were deemed sufficient. New kin have arrived. The unicorn leader proclaimed to the resting unicorns by the lake. New members from the herd have come to the forest? Where? Let me have a sniff. Those unicorns that had been resting or frolicking immediately swarmed towards Cohen. A multitude of equine heads gathered around him and Ollie, sniffing curiously, occasionally rubbing their faces against Cohen. After narrowly avoiding the 8th horn that nearly pierced his eye, Cohen finally found a moment to rest. He felt somewhat unclean after being brushed against by every unicorn in the herd. The scent of the unicorns was quite pleasant, reminiscent of vanilla ice cream, which explained why the ingredients for the love potion included unicorn hair. You may reside here. Those sorcerers outside cannot harm you, the unicorn leader reassured Cohen and Arian. Previously, a monster harmed one of our lost kin. We must unite and not disperse again. Indeed, the 3 rivers had triumphed. You truly are formidable, my brothers. We barely made it into the 3 rivers. Chapter 58. How is this lad anything like a unicorn? The entire unicorn herd harbored immense goodwill and tolerance towards Cohen and Arian, quickly accepting Cohen's identity as a Hogwarts student. Do students and unicorns conflict? They were more inclined to trust the bond of blood, much like humans prefer to trust their own eyes. Blood magic was their vision. It can only be said that unicorns indeed lived up to their reputation as the most splendid creatures imaginable in fairy tales. Amidst the throng of unicorns, Cohen found himself compelled to sit by the lake. The circle of snow around them vanished under their magic, revealing the soft, verdant grass beneath. Who knew why there was green grass beneath the winter snow? It seemed the magic of the unicorns transformed everything around into a fairy tale. A golden unicorn foal, which is golden in youth and turns silver in adulthood, even gifted Cohen a pink flower. After delivering the flower into Cohen's palm, the little golden unicorn nestled in his embrace and began to roll around playfully. Unicorns possessed souls ranging from 15 to 40, and they bore a pure curse upon their spirits. Any attempt to slay them would result in the assailant being branded. Although Cohen was unclear about the specifics of this curse, related texts merely stated that when one kills such a pure, gentle, and helpless being out of greed and selfishness, they would inherit a wretched existence, one that was cursed. There were no recorded details on how exactly this curse manifested. Hence, there were countless desperate souls attempting to hunt unicorns for their blood, believing the curse to be inconsequential. However, this was far removed from Cohen's intentions. He merely sought to collect a small sample of blood. As a beloved new member of the unicorn herd, Cohen found it effortless to obtain either hair or blood. Even when he mentioned being threatened by a dark wizard who intended to harm his kin for blood, they eagerly offered their own. Especially the responsible unicorn leader, Theodore, who insisted on being the one to provide, fervently urging Cohen not to harm himself. It truly moved Cohen to tears. Thus, Cohen took only a single vial of blood, requesting no more. Is this all you need? Will that creature continue to pursue you? The unicorn chieftain, Feudo, inquired with palpable concern. Ding. Evil value, 100. Note, unicorns do not deceive one another. If it persists in its pursuit, I shall feign strength. Emulating Hermione, Cohen declared resolutely. Feudo affectionately tousled Cohen's hair, a gesture that brought warmth and healing. Cohen cast a healing spell upon its bleeding wound, and slowly, the injury began to mend. This act of kindness stirred warmth within Feudo, its gaze towards Cohen now imbued with greater tenderness. Goodness value, 100. Note, every nefarious villain plays a role. This is undeniably pure benevolence. Cohen was profoundly dissatisfied with this lowly system, which seemed intent on steering it down a path of wickedness, though in truth, Cohen required no such guidance. Rustling sounds emerged from the woods at the opposite end of the icy lake, reminiscent of galloping hooves. In an instant, Cohen recognized the source. The centaur, drawn by the scent of unicorn blood, was approaching. Is that fiend who attacked the unicorn returning, Feudo? A black-maned centaur named Bane burst forth from the thicket, bow and arrows slung across his back. I smell unicorn blood. How did he end up here? Bane's gaze fell upon Cohen. This peculiar wizard child bore an aura strikingly akin to that of the Dementor, which had inexplicably aided them in vanquishing the eight-eyed giant spider. Were it not for the proximity to the only unicorn clan in the forest, Bane would have turned a blind eye to the situation. He is our new kin. A unicorn foal, Feudo declared to Bane with a fierce cry. And his mother, Allie. That creature hardly resembles a unicorn. Bane exclaimed, his voice echoing through the trees, dislodging the snow from the branches as if a fresh snowfall had begun. He lacks even horns. Cohen clutched the small unicorn's sibling tightly, feeling vulnerable. You frightened him, Bane. Feudo's tone was laced with anger. We have our own standards of judgment. Are you blind? Bane retorted, equally incensed. Let us not forget that a unicorn was recently attacked. Yet, none of the unicorns sided with Bane. They steadfastly maintained Cohen's identity as a unicorn, to the point where Cohen began to believe it itself. Cohen had spent considerable time among the unicorns, their scent shifting in harmony with its emotions, fluctuating from vanilla ice cream to honey cake, and even briefly showcasing the aroma of a white rabbit candy, though Cohen was quite certain no such candy existed here. Given the opportunity, Cohen harbored a desire to raise a purebred unicorn. Are you implying I do not meet the standards? Allie inquired incredulously. You lack the scent of vanilla ice cream, and it would be wise not to harbor any peculiar thoughts towards me, Cohen cautioned, mind you. Such notions would be deemed inappropriate in human society. What nonsensical chatter you speak. If you find it unbearable, swiftly dissolve that unbreakable vow. Ari emitted an indignant snort from her nose. How can you be so peculiar, akin to that bird, with your mind filled with eccentricities? She nearly uttered, how did I bear such a creature? But reconsidered, realizing that Cohen was not truly of her making, as the wizards had merely taken her blood. Is it truly disadvantageous to follow me? Cohen retorted, I have treated both you and the Count quite well. The Count has the most expensive owl feed, and you have the butterbeer provided by Hagrid. I have not pressured you in any way. Or perhaps you might consider residing among the unicorns in the future. Cohen suddenly pondered the notion of befriending that group of unicorns. That sounds agreeable, Ari responded with an unusual swiftness. Cohen immediately sensed something amiss. Wait. You are not permitted to bring those unicorns along for drinking. Chapter 59, The Kitchen Fugitive. Years later, when Hagrid ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest to inspect the living conditions of the unicorns, he would often recall the afternoon when Cohen introduced him to that peculiar, black-coated unicorn who relished butterbeer. Yet, Cohen was indifferent to his alcoholic mother, his gambling father, his brother confined in prison, and his own shattered self. It appeared that the world had morphed into a grim and distorted reality, and Cohen had grown apathetic. Let it be rotten, he thought. One grows accustomed to decay over time. Thus, he could forego an outing that evening. Arriving at the second floor near the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Cohen noticed the door to Quirrell's office ajar, with voices engaged in conversation within. It was Snape, cornering Quirrell against the office wall. His left hand gripping Quirrell's collar while his right hand concealed beneath his cloak, as if clutching a wand. The stuttering Quirrell resembled a pitiful soul enduring workplace bullying. SS Severus. Quirrell stammered. What are you conspiring with that student named Cohen Norton? Snape's icy tone pierced the air. Dumbledore has grown suspicious of you. Have you truly discerned how to handle Hagrid's beast? I am Quirrell, he fumbled, rubbing his hands, unable to meet Snape's gaze. I have warned you once already, Quirrell. Snape advanced a step closer. This concerns the Dark Lord. Who? Snape suddenly turned his gaze toward the door. Ah, professors, good day. Engaged in conversation, are we? Cohen greeted them nonchalantly. How long have you been eavesdropping? Snape swooped down before Cohen like a bat. If I recall correctly, you were absent from the banquet, Mr. Norton. That is because I was assisting Hagrid with the unicorns, Cohen candidly replied, winking at Snape, who would surely report to Dumbledore. To be mingling with unicorns served as a potent testament to Cohen's benevolent character. Unicorns typically shunned male wizards. Snape elongated his tone as he addressed Cohen. I presume you are aware of the implications of harming a unicorn, yes? Do not speak foolishly. I get along splendidly with them. Cohen produced the unicorn foal for his little flower, accompanied by a golden fluff ball. The unicorn seemed to be shedding a bit, perhaps due to indulging in Hagrid's version of toffee. Snape's hollow gaze lingered on Cohen for a considerable time, and Cohen could not discern his intent. Snape had suppressed all emotion deep within his mind, rendering it impossible for Cohen to gauge the sentiments swirling around them. However, the evidence was irrefutable. Snape could not possibly report to Dumbledore that Cohen had even laid hands on a unicorn foal. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, Snape abruptly halted. I am merely assisting Hagrid in caring for the unicorn, Cohen retorted. Hagrid was not a professor. Snape seized upon a reason to deduct points, and Cohen harbored grave doubts that this justification had been premeditated by Snape to target Harry. Snape must have prepared a plethora of reasons for point deductions, all ready to be deployed from the moment Harry set foot in potions class. You, add those points back. After Snape departed, Cohen slammed the vial of unicorn blood onto Quirrell's desk, demanding, You truly. Quirrell stared in disbelief at the fresh unicorn blood Cohen had produced. The silvery liquid swirled slowly within the test tube, resembling a piece of art. How had Cohen accomplished such a feat? Would a unicorn allow a young wizard to take its blood? Or had Cohen, amidst the centaurs and unicorns, slain one and departed unscathed? The more Quirrell pondered, the more absurd it seemed. Satisfied, Cohen descended from the second floor and made his way down to the lower level of the Great Hall. If Cohen's memory served him correctly, there was a painting of a bowl of fruit in the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room. His recollection proved accurate. A brightly lit corridor indeed featured such a painting, adorned with a particularly vivid pear. Cohen reached out to scratch the pear, which emitted a series of giggles before transforming into a green doorknob. To be fair, the house elves at Hogwarts were quite cordial towards the students. As long as one knew the way to the kitchen, no student would ever go hungry. You need not be so frightened of me, Cohen remarked, observing the house elves scurrying away in a panic, akin to mice spotting a cat, finally huddling together in a corner. A few timid house elves emitted high-pitched squeals before vanishing in a puff of smoke. I merely seek some food. The moment Cohen uttered those words, he sensed he had misspoken, as they seemed to convey an entirely different meaning in the ears of the house elves. The Dementors have come to feast upon the house elves. The entire kitchen erupted like a firecracker, and after a cacophony of sounds, the frightened little elves nearly all fled. Cohen felt the need to devise a way to conceal his occasionally inconvenient nature as a Dementor. The magical world was rife with sensitive beings. Perhaps he ought to peruse the Goodwill value shop? There were so many items within, and Cohen had yet to muster the resolve to endure the tedium of sifting through it all. However, not all the house elves here had turned into cowards. Cohen noticed a small elf in the corner, steadfastly puffing up its slender chest, eyes tightly shut, as if it were a warrior prepared to face death. Believing that remaining here meant its soul would be devoured by Cohen, Dinky, fearless and loyal, vowed to protect the kitchens of Hogwarts. This house elf, named Dinky, attempted to numb itself with words as Cohen approached, yet Cohen could still perceive its trembling legs and the convulsions of its throat, as if death loomed perilously close. Unable to resist, Dinky cracked open a sliver of an eye, only to see the monstrous figure, imbued with a dark and malevolent essence, drawing nearer. The creature was now before it. The monster opened its mouth. It was going to consume its soul. Would you like some fried chicken and chips? Chapter 60, The Dragon-Rearing Enterprise. Dinky hastily covered its eyes, but in the next moment, it realized it was still alive, as the terrifying being before it uttered a phrase Dinky could comprehend. Huh, Dinky squeaked in alarm. Do Dementors eat fried chicken and chips? Sir, you're not here to consume Dinky, are you? Dinky fearfully peered through the gaps between its fingers at Cohen. The creature bore no dark cloak, nor did it possess the power to devour Dinky's soul. Have you ever encountered a monster that eats house elves and begins its conversation with a request for fried chicken and chips? Cohen remarked, somewhat incredulous. When I first entered, you all screamed and fled. Forgive us, sir. We were terrified. A ghost mentioned that a soul-devouring Dementor had arrived at the school. Dinky trembled as it spoke, thus. Everyone was frightened. We are bad elves, naughty elves. As it spoke, Dinky instinctively began to search for something nearby to punish itself. It found a reddened frying pan. Stop. Cohen interjected immediately. You are the only house elf left. If you burn yourself, my dinner will be ruined. This command proved far more effective than persuasion. And Dinky halted its motion of striking its own forehead with the pan, gazing at Cohen with large, teary eyes that resembled two luminous bulbs. Give me something to eat, and I shall declare you the finest house elf at Hogwarts, Cohen promised. This verbal accolade acted like a lit fuse, igniting a cacophony of sounds as the fleeing house elves emerged one after another. Sir, Fluff will make you fried chicken. I'm sorry, sir. Your chips. Sir, Kobe has plenty of freshly fried drumsticks. Why is there a house elf named Kobe? Cohen scarcely understood how he had escaped the kitchen within a mere minute. He found himself surrounded by towering heaps of food, precariously teetering and being pushed toward him, nearly overwhelmed by the onslaught of fried chicken and chips. If they were not house elves, Cohen might begin to suspect that someone was intent on driving him to his demise. Indeed, the study of how to vanquish a Dementor is a worthy pursuit, especially since no one has ventured down that path thus far. Upon returning to the common room, Cohen immediately spotted Harry, Hermione, and Ron engaged in a hushed discussion. Hermione has even brought you some food, Ron pointed out, gesturing toward a large bag of provisions on the table. Furthermore, Hagrid mentioned that the black unicorn outside is a gift from you. Just how many fascinating discoveries have you made in the Forbidden Forest? We should venture there together next time. The Forbidden Forest is perilous. Hermione admonished Ron, her disapproval evident. I believe we should refrain from such undertakings. That is different. It was to save Harry, Hermione countered, asserting that Cohen's excursion into the forest had been accompanied by a professor, and Professor Quirrell had not attended the feast, correct, Cohen? Setting aside the facts, Hermione's reasoning held merit. Ah, indeed, Cohen replied in agreement. Seating himself at the table, he discreetly swapped the now-cold food with a freshly prepared batch of fried chicken from his enchanted backpack. Perhaps he might even persuade Hagrid to part with some butterbeer. Along with the unicorn herd, he kept the latter thought to himself, hoping Hagrid would not go bankrupt from buying drinks. The newly hatched dragon required feeding every half hour with chicken blood and brandy. The Hogsmeade pub was soon to become Hagrid's primary procurement hub. As Cohen savored his meal, the trio was deep in conversation regarding Hagrid's dragon-keeping endeavors. Hagrid could end up in prison for this. Hermione expressed her concerns. Cohen, is it true that there is a place to raise a dragon? Harry recalled Cohen mentioning this at Hagrid's hut. Absolutely, Cohen said, patting his stomach contentedly after finishing his dinner at lightning speed. I have already considered the food situation. Based on the admirable qualities of Hogwarts house elves, keeping 10 dragons nourished should pose no significant challenge. Cohen did not intend to keep the dragons in his secret base. He believed that the Room of Requirement could be transformed into a dragon breeding ground. Cohen discovered that the room maintained its appearance only when he, the Count, or ally were present. Otherwise, it morphed into other forms. He had experimented with various magical creatures, including fluffballs, fire lizards, and even a rather reluctant acromantula. None of them produced the same results as the Count and ally. Cohen deduced that the room could only detect human or humanoid desires, and dragons did not fall into that category, being creatures driven more by instinct. Thus, Cohen could indeed nurture dragons in the breeding ground, allowing Hagrid and Harry to visit while preserving the secrecy of his hideout. However, he had no intention of revealing his base, especially with a plethora of tomes related to dark magic within, far too suspicious. The only potential issue lay with whether Norbert would be obedient. If the dragon proved untrainable, Cohen planned to ask Ron to write to Charlie, who was studying dragons in Romania. Yet one must prepare for contingencies, should it prove unmanageable. We may have no choice but to part ways with it, Cohen remarked cautiously, or perhaps. He mimicked a gesture of severing one's throat. Hagrid would surely be heartbroken, Harry speculated. Isn't your initial reaction rather cruel? Hermione interjected, frowning, after all. Ah, wait. A sudden spark of inspiration lit up Ron's face. I could write to my brother Charlie. He is studying dragons in Romania and would undoubtedly be of assistance. Ron's backup plan seemed quite reliable, yet at Cohen's insistence, they refrained from contacting Charlie immediately. The essence of a backup plan is that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it shall remain unutilized. 2 leisurely days of academic life swiftly passed, and by Thursday noon, Hagrid delivered a note, the edges singed. It's about to hatch. Chapter 61, Norbert retracted a message. Cohen had already mastered this, hence he spent the class browsing his system store, seeking items that might aid him in tending to magical creatures. Alas, there appeared to be no enchanted collars capable of commanding the little beasts. Thus, Cohen was left to rely on his own charm. After their charms lesson, they hastily packed their bags and rushed across the grounds to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid welcomed them with palpable enthusiasm. The temperature inside was noticeably warmer than their last visit, as Hagrid's fervor was entirely devoted to keeping the dragon egg warm. It was difficult to fathom the lavish life that awaited the hatchling. If the dragoness diet includes human flesh, I suspect Hagrid would readily offer himself as sustenance. Harry whispered anxiously to Cohen. You should be grateful that we are not the backup food, Cohen reassured. Hagrid has enough provisions for the dragon for several days. It's nearly here, Hagrid exclaimed, his face aglow, completely oblivious to their conversation. The egg lay on the table, its obsidian shell marked by a deep crack, occasionally emitting a series of soft clicks, accompanied by the movements of the hatchling within. Soul strength, 20. This dragon, merely moments from hatching, possessed an extraordinarily resilient soul, indeed. Dragons are formidable creatures, both physically and mentally. However, it remained weaker than Cohen, thus Cohen prevailed. Will it breathe fire upon emerging? Harry inquired, observing sparks escaping from the fissure, swallowing hard. The egg began to exude a scent of sulfur. I suspect it will, Hagrid responded uncertainly, but wait. It's pushing against the shell. Around the crack, new, fine fissures began to form, as if a small creature were using a hammer to break free from within. All held their breath, keenly observing the egg, Cohen fixated on the fresh network of cracks. Suddenly, he anticipated what would transpire next. Crack. The shell splintered, creating an irregularly shaped opening, and a dark little head emerged. In that first moment of hatching, it gaped wide in a yawn, but as it opened its eyes, its gaze met that of Cohen directly across from it. Cohen perceived an emotion of fear emanating from it, which perhaps accounted for its sudden paralysis. The air became ensnared in a peculiar stillness. Not just Cohen and the little dragon, but even Hagrid and Harry remained motionless. A soft thud echoed. Hagrid had indeed never encountered such a phenomenon in the myriad of dragon-rearing books he had perused. Perhaps our presence has frightened it, Cohen speculated. Or the hatchling may require some assistance to emerge. As Cohen assisted in prying open the eggshell, the hatchling emitted a whimpering sound. Resistance? Such defiance is futile. Cohen sensed its reluctance, yet no matter how fiercely it resisted, it could not forsake its birthright. The little dragon, unable to perceive Cohen's benevolence, desperately attempted to block the irregular opening with its body, trying to thwart Cohen from shattering the shell. However, it was futile. It faced a magical half-breed boggart. Be careful, Hagrid exclaimed as Cohen employed his magic to shatter the shell. Once the eggshell was reduced to fragments, there was no sanctuary left for the hatchling. Now, it lay completely exposed to the external air. It resembled a crumpled black umbrella, its spiny wings and dark, wrinkled membrane far larger than its body, adorned with bumpy horns on its head, pale nostrils, and protruding orange eyes. Even as the shell crumbled into debris, it struggled to bury itself within the remnants that had once sheltered it, tucking its head beneath its wings. This posture rendered it rather pitiable, casting Cohen in a rather malevolent light. It is truly beautiful, Hagrid said, his eyes glistening with tears. He extended a hand to caress the little dragon's wing. In response, the hatchling instinctively bit Hagrid, for it had glimpsed through the gap in its wings that the creature touching it was not the terrifying monster it had envisioned. Good heavens! It recognizes its mother, Hagrid exclaimed, moved by the moment. I believe it is merely startled, Cohen rationally deduced. Would you like to touch it? It is exquisite and has a delightful texture, Hagrid warmly invited the group. However, upon witnessing Hagrid's fingers swelling and turning green from the bite, Harry and the others instinctively retreated a step. Yet Cohen did not withdraw. He reached out toward the little dragon. Harry and the others regarded Cohen with newfound respect. Unlike Hagrid's experience, when Cohen stroked the hatchling's back, although it trembled violently, it did not turn to bite him. In the first moment of contact, the little dragon quivered intensely, almost like an ostrich attempting to bury its head beneath the wooden table, seeking to hide itself within the wood. Yet after several strokes from Cohen, it seemed to discover, with astonishment, that it had survived. The dreadful monster had not harmed it. The texture was not as pleasant as it had anticipated. However, it appeared obedient at present. It may consider you a mother as well, Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. You were the first it saw? Then it must have 5 mothers. Ron pointed out the flaw in Hagrid's logic. We're all right here. But none of us resemble a fire dragon. I have decided to name it Norbert. Hagrid selectively ignored Ron's pointed remarks and referred to the book Keeping Dragons for Pleasure and Profit, where he found that the little Norwegian ridgeback dragon was named Norbert. Once Norbert ascertained that Cohen meant it no harm, he finally folded his wings, which had been draped over his head, and faced Cohen, his head nearly touching the table. With his back and tail arched high, wriggling as if to curry favor with Cohen. It looks so much like, Harry said, somewhat oddly. A dog, Cohen added. Chapter 62, Dumbledore, No Dragons in the Castle. This gesture rendered the originally fearsome young dragon suddenly less intimidating, yet Harry and his friends were still reluctant to touch it. How fast do dragons grow, Hagrid? Hermione inquired, still a bit uneasy, as Norbert's sneeze sent sparks that singed a corner of the table. but he is only just 5 minutes old. With sufficient nourishment, he should reach juvenile size in just a few months. Hagrid replied, beaming. I'm sure of it. Hagrid. The faster he grows, the easier he'll be to discover, Harry interjected, reminding him. Hagrid, however, seemed unconcerned, especially after Cohen had mentioned that there were places in the castle suitable for raising it. After departing from Hagrid's hut, the three were filled with curiosity about the secret room Cohen had mentioned within the castle. Cohen intended to show them, of course not his own secret base, but rather how the room of requirement could be transformed into a dragon breeding ground. Here it is, Cohen announced as he opened the door. The view beyond the door was as vast as an endless wilderness, causing Harry, Ron, and Hermione to widen their eyes in astonishment. Once everyone had stepped through the door, Cohen closed it behind them to prevent any unsuspecting students wandering this dead-end corridor from witnessing what lay within. The sky inside was adorned with the sun, and clouds like cotton candy floated in the azure expanse. Had it not been for Cohen's reminder, they might have believed they were truly outdoors. This must be some profound magic. I've never even seen anything like it in books, Hermione exclaimed in awe. Isn't it boundless? It must be, Cohen replied. But it can certainly accommodate a dragon, and Hagrid could visit regularly to check on it and bring some food. This must have been a breeding ground for the school. Harry speculated, marveling at the size of the room, which could house many creatures. Cohen, how did you discover this? There are plenty of hidden chambers and secret passages in the castle. When I come across something peculiar, I feel compelled to investigate, to satisfy my curiosity. Don't you think? Cohen explained. Just like the staircase on the 5th floor. We initially had no idea that calling it a fool would send us to the 7th floor. I still don't understand that, Ron said cautiously. No wonder the last time we went to astronomy class, you were clearly behind us, but arrived at the rooftop first. With the realization that this room could accommodate another fire dragon, the anxiety that had hung over Harry and the others dissipated. Thanks to the invisibility cloak. All they needed to do was secretly transport Norbert to this room before Hagrid raised him larger than any human. If all goes according to plan, this endeavor is set to commence smoothly in 2 weeks. Alas, the scheme was abruptly interrupted by an elderly gentleman sporting a white beard. Unbeknownst to us, a mischievous specter or perhaps a painting had eavesdropped on the Gryffindor mischief makers, catching wind of words like Hogwarts and dragon. On the 3rd day of the dragon's hatching, a book accompanied by a phoenix feather materialized on Cohen's bedside table. Allow me to expose him. I shall vociferously denounce Dumbledore's clandestine dealings with students in the Great Hall tomorrow morning, remarked the Earl, who was nonchalantly guarding a white egg. You truly are a genius, Cohen praised. However, such actions would likely compel Dumbledore to implement measures to safeguard his reputation. None could predict the consequences of provoking a seemingly amiable old man. While Cohen was unlikely to meet a grim fate, the Earl would certainly find himself transformed into a charred Scottish round-faced creature. The book Dumbledore sent was titled The Application of the Undetectable Extension Charm in Architecture. Cohen recalled hearing this title mentioned by Mr. Ollivander prior to acquiring his wand, as he had expressed curiosity about the seemingly larger interior of the wand shop. Enclosed within the book was a letter penned in Dumbledore's distinctive, elongated artistic script. I have heard of your fondness for magical creatures. Perhaps this book will prove beneficial. It once aided a student of mine named Newt Scamander in constructing a magical suitcase, providing a safe and comfortable abode for his creatures. Furthermore, he cautioned, please refrain from keeping dangerous animals within Hogwarts Castle to avoid endangering your classmates and friends. Should you encounter any academic difficulties, you are welcome to seek assistance in my office. I have a fondness for cockroach clusters. From this, Cohen deduced that Dumbledore was firmly advising against the keeping of dragons at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's concerns were indeed valid. One could never be certain whether a student might inadvertently wander into a dragon breeding ground within the room of requirement, where Norbert might very well devour the lost student whole. I am not particularly inclined to admit my errors, Cohen stubbornly declared, but perhaps this time I must relent. What on earth is that beneath you, Earl? It was then that Cohen realized the Earl appeared to be. You truly are a cat girl. Curse your feline lineage. The Earl retorted, irritable due to his protective stance over the egg, as any parent might be. I am a male. The egg is not mine to lay. Have you finally come to terms with Hedwig? Cohen inquired. I assumed you were not particularly adept in that regard. Hedwig simply did not wish to bear offspring during the winter, the Earl logically explained. Now that spring approaches, I intend to rear a few sons and daughters. As for why it was the Earl incubating the egg rather than Hedwig, he attributed it to her less than ideal living conditions. However, amidst the responsibilities of parenthood, the Earl had indeed become less loquacious, significantly improving Cohen's reading environment. Faced with the impossibility of keeping a dragon in the room of requirement, Cohen was compelled to make a choice. Either find a new home for the dragon or, following Dumbledore's advice, procure a suitcase akin to Newt's. The latter is evidently more alluring. A mobile base has always been the most coveted desire of many during their childhood, and Cohen is no exception. Previously, Cohen attempted to transform that camelid pocket or an old box into a stable, compact base, but the magic above would invariably dissipate over time, resulting in the internal space shrinking significantly without notice. Moreover, the environment within remained perpetually dark, making it challenging to create any pleasing decorative style. While accommodating a giant beast or a unicorn for a short duration was manageable, Cohen yearned for his base to resemble a true base for long-term habitation. This book indeed offers numerous solutions from the perspective of alchemy and ancient runes. Coupled with Dumbledore's promise in his letter to seek assistance in the headmaster's office at any time, making the creation of such a box seem far from difficult. Let us commence. Chapter 63. Grant me this. The Freeloader. The book elaborates on how to permanently affix the concealment expansion charm to a physical container structure. In addition to the incantation, several ancient rune carvings that provide magical support are required, along with some special materials, such as the slime of a shape-shifting lizard, which can be found in the Potion Classroom's materials cabinet. However, there is one item absent from the Potion Classroom: the feathers of the bird snake. The bird snake, a serpentine creature adorned with feathers and wings, possesses the ability to alter its size at will. Its feathers are imbued with similar magical properties, making them ideal for establishing a long-term concealment expansion charm area. Yet, due to its eggs being composed of pure silver, the bird snake is frequently targeted by hunters, leading to its extremely dwindled population and consistently high prices for its feathers. According to the book's stipulations, Cohen estimated that to rear a fire dragon while ensuring he also has a dwelling, he would need at least 77 bird snake feathers, which would certainly leave the bird snake rather bare. Cohen had no intention of spending exorbitantly to procure 77 feathers. The market price for such items exceeds even that of unicorn hair, which belongs to the Ministry's 4th classification of magical creatures. After all, unicorns are somewhat more approachable. They permit individuals of pure heart to come near, and even Ollivander has managed to pluck a few strands from their tails, albeit narrowly escaping a fatal encounter. In contrast, bird snakes are exceedingly wary of humans due to the frequent theft of their eggs. Upon detecting human presence, they flee at remarkable speed, and if unable to escape, they transform their bodies into colossal sizes to crush their adversaries. This supply chain is rather conspicuous, isn't it? If you wish to purchase bird snake feathers, please contact Nerva Rodriguez in Dorset. Prices are negotiable, and shipping is swift, available throughout Europe. However, this is a matter for Dumbledore to address. I have seen in the book that ancient rune carvings require bird snake feathers. On Saturday morning, Cohen ventured to the headmaster's office, this time with genuinely positive news to share. But it is too expensive. Could you arrange something? Have we already reached the stage requiring the engraving of ancient runes? Dumbledore sat behind his desk, a stack of letters before him. He raised his head and regarded Cohen with a gentle expression, though he did not respond directly to him. Cohen's progress was somewhat beyond Dumbledore's expectations. Newt had only begun to fortify his suitcase with this method after graduation. The non-visible extension charm was nearly impossible for lower-year students. However, for Cohen, it seemed plausible. If Cohen truly behaved like an ordinary young wizard, Dumbledore might begin to suspect he would become a second Tom Riddle. Surely, not all the magical creatures materials Cohen possessed were merely for show. It seemed that the only difficulty lay in the materials. The feathers of the serpentine bird were exorbitantly priced. Perhaps he should consider becoming a full-time magical creature caretaker. Simply relying on the seasonal shedding of their fur could easily fund his daily indulgence in delightful pastries. Cohen showcased his half-finished suitcase to Dumbledore and articulated his aspirations, which greatly pleased the headmaster. The salary of a principal is not particularly high, Dumbledore remarked leisurely. You may choose to believe me or not, old man with a white beard. Cohen took Dumbledore's words as jest, impoverished. That was merely because Dumbledore currently had no need for money. In other words, galleons were but a number to Dumbledore, and no one could prevent him from obtaining what he desired. However, there was good news. Newt Scamander's serpentine birds had proliferated into a substantial population, and he happened to be one of my well-connected students. Dumbledore winked at Cohen through his crescent-shaped glasses, implying that he could acquire 77 feathers of the serpentine bird at no cost. Cohen's eyes sparkled as he met Dumbledore's gaze, indicating that he could purchase these intriguing magical materials from Newt at a reduced price, 7 galleons per feather, a bargain compared to unicorn tail hair. Dumbledore maintained his cheerful demeanor. Cohen, while obtaining something without effort may easily fulfill one's desires, remember that life is not solely about the outcome. The process holds far greater significance. Clearly, Dumbledore had likely learned about Cohen's infiltration into the unicorn herd through the centaurs and did not intend to fully finance Cohen's purchase of the serpentine bird feathers, as Cohen was quite wealthy in his own right. Yet securing a discount was certainly advantageous. Cohen planned to sell some of the venom from the 8-eyed giant spider, as he currently had little use for it himself. Should he need poison, he would prefer to use a sealed container filled with his own blood. After Cohen secured Newt's address and a letter of introduction, Dumbledore reminded him as he was about to depart. I am delighted that you have found something you enjoy at Hogwarts. Once your suitcase is complete, I can offer you some additional assistance. Newt once complained that his suitcase allowed those little creatures to escape unintentionally. Dumbledore surely did not wish for a dragon to suddenly burst forth from a suitcase, for that would likely necessitate a renovation plan costing millions of galleons for Hogwarts. Cohen acquiesced, for he intended to carry the box with him. Should the dragon escape during the summer and appear at number 5, Ashwinder Lane, one could only imagine the fury that would ignite within Rose. The family would then have to engage in a battle of wits with the Ministry of Magic. After meticulously filling vials with the venom of the acromantula, Cohen stowed them in a bag and instructed the Count to fly them to Diagon Alley. Surely, they wouldn't spill, would they? The Count regarded the bulging bag, filled with vials of venom, with profound unease. I still have children to care for. What if something happens on the way? I shall assist you in delivering the egg to Hedwig's location. Besides, how do you know this egg is not your offspring? Cohen reassured him. This reassurance earned Cohen a disdainful eye roll from the Count. Once the funds were secured, and after purchasing the feather of a bird snake, Cohen would be able to refurbish his mobile base. Chapter 64. The Puppy Dragon is as follows. The Count's flying speed was limited, and Cohen could not expedite the process of selling the venom to procure the feathers. During a week of waiting, Cohen and Harry witnessed the entire transformation of the originally fist-sized Norbert into the hound-sized fawn. On Wednesday afternoon, they arrived at Hagrid's door. It seems to be growing too quickly. I have a feeling it will be as large as this house by next week. Ron was exceedingly reluctant to enter Hagrid's abode, as Norbert was rampaging inside, causing the wooden structure to tremble with the force of its robust tail. Merely from the outside, one could surmise the chaos within. No worries. Once Cohen goes in, it will calm down, Harry advised Ron with great experience. For some reason, every time Cohen entered, Norbert would become remarkably quiet. Perhaps it merely fears me, Cohen pretended to speculate. Perhaps it has developed a psychological scar from having its shell cracked open. Indeed, imagine at birth. A colossal creature attempts to pull you out of your shell, Ron theatrically remarked, mimicking the terrifying visage of a monstrous figure with his hands grasping at the air. I hope it does not set Hagrid's house ablaze, Hermione noted, catching a whiff of something charred, unsure if it was Hagrid's beard or his home. Cohen approached and knocked on the door, whereupon Norbert's roars and Fong's whimpers echoed from within. Oh, don't fret, Norbert, calm down and listen. Hagrid was struggling to maintain control over Norbert. After a scuffle, the door creaked open. The remaining 3 stepped back in unison, waiting for Cohen to intimidate Norbert before entering, to avoid any accidental harm. As Cohen pushed the door ajar, he beheld Hagrid cradling Norbert as if it were a babe. The dragon's back arched, yet it still writhed, attempting to break free. With a crackle, sparks erupted from its nostrils, and several patches of Hagrid's beard had already been singed. Upon Cohen's appearance in Norbert's line of sight, the creature immediately ceased its struggle and, akin to an eel, slipped from Hagrid's embrace, joyfully nuzzling against Cohen's leg. At this point, Norbert had nearly reached the height of Cohen's waist. This phenomenon could be likened to Stockholm Syndrome. Cohen gazed in utter bewilderment at Norbert, who was circling around him. When Norbert had just hatched, it exhibited signs of fear upon seeing Cohen. Yet now, as it nestled beside him, it radiated sheer joy. Even after Cohen affectionately petted its head, the creature's happiness seemed to intensify. What could this be? A shiver of delight? Once Norbert became docile, the world around them appeared to quiet down. Fortunately, Hagrid's abode was adorned with blankets and trinkets made from magical creatures' pelts, many of which were fire-resistant. Therefore, Norbert could only singe the wooden furniture and walls, as well as Hagrid's beard. It was utterly adorable. Hagrid, with tears glistening in his eyes, watched as Norbert curled up around Cohen's legs. Harry, Hermione, and Ron remained silent. They did not find this black dragon particularly charming, especially as they sat amidst the ruins it had created. Scattered remnants of fabric and unidentified creature fur littered the ground, and Hagrid's unicorn hair blanket lay in tatters, as if it had served as Norbert's teething toy. Now, it had a new one, a rough wooden dragon sculpture carved by Hagrid, marked with fresh bite marks. Perhaps it had been sculpted from wood of a particular wand tree, as it had not been incinerated by Norbert. I actually feel quite indifferent, Cohen remarked neutrally. From a certain angle, it was indeed quite charming, particularly when it was calm. If it could maintain this demeanor akin to a puppy, it would certainly make for a refreshing and useful pet. Should we transport it to that room in a few days? Harry inquired. By the way, the reason I brought you here to find Norbert today is precisely this. Cohen intended to convey Dumbledore's sentiment. We cannot keep it in the castle any longer. What? Hermione exclaimed in alarm. But it will grow to the size of a house by the end of the term. Does that mean I can raise it in the forest? Hagrid asked hopefully. No, once its wing membranes become thicker, it will be able to fly. And then the entire school will know there is a dragon in the Forbidden Forest, Cohen replied, shaking his head. The Board of Governors would not permit it to remain alive here. The Ministry of Magical Creatures would send someone to eliminate it. Eliminate it? Harry asked cautiously. If it falls within the usable age range for dragon materials, it would be killed to harvest its blood and skin, Cohen succinctly explained. If it does not meet the age criteria, it would likely be captured. They cannot do this. Hagrid lamented. It is too cruel. Norbert seemed to understand Cohen's meaning, beginning to nuzzle Cohen's belly in an attempt to win him over with its endearing actions. If a less appealing creature were to nuzzle in such a manner, it would likely indicate some form of distress. Why can we not keep it in that room? Hermione, with a hint of concern, inquired if they might need to ask Ron to contact his brother Charlie. However, the dragon at Charlie's place would ultimately be transformed into wizarding materials, wouldn't it? Harry, with a clear mind, remarked that it seemed the outcome was the same regardless. Upon hearing that Dumbledore was aware of Norbert, Hagrid's face instantly drained of color. Dumbledore knows? Hagrid's voice trembled, realizing that nothing could escape the professor's notice. Don't be too hard on yourself, Hagrid, Cohen reassured. Dumbledore hasn't forbidden this matter. Although it is illegal, at least he won't report us. Moreover, he seems inclined to assist us. Oh my, Dumbledore truly. Hagrid covered his face, unsure of what to say, feeling the weight of trust he had placed in the professor. What about a solution? Ron cautiously asked, if worst comes to worst. I can write a letter to Charlie right now. He will surely help. We could keep it in a box. Chapter 65, Dumbledore's Reminder. This alternative plan received unanimous approval. In a box? Can I fit in there? Hagrid anxiously questioned after agreeing. After reading the letter, he felt a kinship with the sender. The Count tossed the bulging bag onto the table, the clinking of the galleons inside ringing out. His intention was to offer his own box to Cohen, had it not been for the consideration of those magical creatures. Indeed, the Count awkwardly replied. After I spoke in human terms, he initially intended to purchase me from you. A thankless wretch, Cohen remarked without mercy. But he suddenly reneged when I inquired about the possibility of rescinding the owl purchase contract. The Count angrily plopped down onto the owl's perch, conveniently covering his own egg. You hairless ones are nothing but trouble. I can see that now. As Cohen climbed into the newly acquired suitcase he bought for this purpose, and completed the expansion of the entire box using these phoenix feathers, the space became astonishingly vast. Cohen had initially thought the 700 represented volume, hence he allocated an additional budget. It turned out that 700 referred to the side length. Cohen gasped in surprise. The interior of the box had expanded to accommodate a dragon's size using merely 7 phoenix feathers. Adhering to the virtue of not being wasteful, Cohen decided to utilize all 77 feathers. Now, the dimensions of the box were beyond his calculations, and a single spell cast therein revealed no boundaries. Is this the wizard's ingenuity? It felt as though purchasing a house had become unnecessary. Furthermore, Newt raised endangered species extensively. An ordinary merchant could hardly produce more than 70 feathers at once, as it would require plucking an entire family of phoenixes. Moreover, the feathers from regular merchants were often gathered by chance in the deep woods. After stabilizing the space, Cohen set about designing the interior layout of the box, incorporating elements like sky, grass, and sun. However, he soon encountered a significant issue. These transformations were not included in the standard spells, transfiguration guide, or compendium of charms. When faced with difficulties, seek the principal. Thus, Cohen, having emerged from the box, made his way directly to the principal's office, despite the impending curfew. The heap of cockroaches. Cohen uttered the password to the stone gargoyle at the staircase. Dumbledore had not altered this password for an entire week. It seemed the allure of the cockroach heap was indeed irresistible. Knock, knock, knock. Cohen ascended the stairs and arrived at the door of the principal's office. Raising his hand to rap gently on the door, "Enter," came the voice. Cohen, dragging the box behind him, pushed the door open to find Dumbledore clad in a deep blue robe, his long white beard cascading down to his waist. Do you keep your beard outside or inside the covers while you sleep at night? Cohen could not help but inquire. Dumbledore gazed intently at Cohen. Surely, the child could not have come at this late hour merely to pose such a question. However, upon noticing the box Cohen was dragging, Dumbledore understood that the preparations for raising a dragon were indeed complete. My beard can be rolled up like a towel, yet I find I prefer my visage unadorned. Dumbledore chuckled softly. I see your box is finished. The joy of completing such a project is entirely understandable, but do forgive me. Adequate sleep is essential for both the elderly and the young alike. If you weren't a peculiar old man trailing an 11-year-old wizard at this hour, that statement might carry some weight, Cohen mused inwardly. Yet, before Dumbledore, Cohen maintained a wide-eyed, pitiful expression. Dumbledore had contemplated numerous ways to interact with Cohen, but the sight of a young Dementor attempting to charm him was rather unsettling. Very well, Dumbledore realized he could not resist the reasonable requests of his students, which was precisely why he had imposed certain restrictions outside his office. However, rather than directly altering the scene within the box to meet Cohen's desires, he chose to elucidate the relevant spells and theories of transfiguration, leaving Cohen with an aged set of notes that appeared to date back several decades. Cohen, I believe it is necessary to remind you of a few matters. after assisting Cohen in conjuring the sky, sun, and grass within the box. Dumbledore's tone shifted from its usual relaxed demeanor to one of concern. He addressed Cohen with a serious tone. As you become more conspicuous in the outside world, troubles and unexpected events will invariably seek you out. Before that time, you must mature into someone capable of handling such challenges. Cohen was well aware of what Dumbledore meant. If the Ministry of Magic were to discover that he was rapidly evolving into a being beyond their control, who could predict how tumultuous his life would become? Dumbledore feared that should the Ministry notice any unusual circumstances surrounding Cohen, they would react with the alarm of a startled bird, imposing coercive measures upon him. Even though they had previously been ineffective in managing Cohen, such actions would only serve to transform Cohen into an adversarial force, a truth Dumbledore fully understood. Which is why he was determined to do everything in his power to avert such a fate. At Hogwarts, one's safety is assured. However, outside its hallowed grounds, it is prudent to refrain from undertaking any astonishing actions that may invite unnecessary trouble. After Cohen completed the sealing charm on the exterior of the box, Dumbledore imparted his final piece of advice. With a mischievous wink, he resembled a playful old rascal. Chapter 66. The examination is a competitive arms race of anxiety. Dumbledore's counsel held limited significance for Cohen, yet it was nonetheless beneficial. Cohen was already aware of this. For had he not harbored aspirations of becoming the Minister of Magic, he would not have sought to address historical grievances through peaceful means. The greatest impact of Dumbledore's gesture was the goodwill it conveyed towards Cohen. The implication was clear. Should the Ministry of Magic confront Cohen, branding him as a nefarious dark magical creature, Dumbledore would stand in his corner. Congratulations, Dumbledore's favorability rating with Cohen is at an impressive 10. Tomorrow, the Niffler could be safely introduced. Perhaps even designated sections could be established within, cultivating genuine grass and raising sheep to create a self-sustaining food chain for the Niffler, along with other intriguing and valuable creatures. Should the unicorn herd in the forest be amenable, Cohen also contemplated smuggling them in, as each one was akin to pure gold. Possessing melodious voices and an aroma reminiscent of ice cream, Cohen adored them immensely. Had he not witnessed a similar scene in the 8th floor room? Cohen felt a twinge of exasperation at Harry and Ron's relentless entanglement. Was there truly a need for such urgency to witness it? Such lofty ambitions, he remarked. Ever since you mentioned that undetectable extinction charm, I've done some research, Hermione reminded him, walking alongside Cohen. The Ministry has imposed stringent regulations on that charm, Cohen. It is illegal to use it on personal belongings. Raising dragons isn't exactly legal either, Hermione, Cohen retorted. As long as we're not caught, it doesn't count as unlawful. Besides, we have Dumbledore on our side. We can always claim it was his doing. After all, we're still young. Who would believe that young wizards are capable of such feats? Hermione hesitated, seemingly finding merit in Cohen's reasoning. Was this a manifestation of Harry's last remaining conscience? Yet, it was indeed a fact. Cohen's conscience seemed to have vanished. Perhaps it had never existed. Furthermore, he was Dumbledore. Surely the Ministry would not apprehend him merely for casting an undetectable extinction charm on a box that would render the Ministry a laughingstock. Upon reaching Hagrid's door, even the Niffler could discern Cohen's footsteps. The moment Cohen approached the entrance, the previously noisy interior fell abruptly silent. As Cohen pushed the door open, the Niffler bolted into his arms, only to be unceremoniously kicked away by Cohen. I nearly thought you were attempting to murder me, Cohen explained to the aggrieved Niffler, whose wings were pinched. Next time you see me, try not to be so exuberant. I fear I might instinctively react with something more perilous. Careless as it was, what if this corporeal form were to sustain damage? Once inside, Cohen unveiled the box before the others. Inside lay a staircase illuminated with ethereal light. It appears rather too narrow for a person to enter, Harry remarked. Uncertainty evident in his tone. Just take the first step, leave the rest to magic, Cohen urged, giving Harry a gentle push as he peered into the interior of the box. The once constricted staircase enveloped Harry instantaneously, prompting a gasp from Hermione beside him. Next was Hagrid, who thankfully did not encounter any hindrance, thanks to the modifications Cohen and Dumbledore had made to facilitate entry. Once everyone had descended, Cohen followed suit, accompanied by Norbert. Upon descending the staircase, they were greeted by a magnificent expanse conjured by magic, lush meadows, flowing streams, and a sky that seemed as real as any in the mundane world, complete with a gentle breeze and the ominous approach of dark clouds. Is this a weather charm? Hermione pondered, recalling a spell she had encountered in various spells leading to natural disasters. A charm capable of such vast meteorological coverage must be quite complex. It was Dumbledore's doing, or rather, Cohen's, though explaining the intricacies would be tedious, and he was not inclined to teach. By Merlin's beard, Norbert, look. Now you can soar freely. Hagrid exclaimed joyfully to Norbert. I can help you build a nest here where no one will come to harm you. Cohen had initially intended to leave the construction of the dwelling to Hagrid, planning to make some adjustments later on. Will I be able to visit Norbert often? Hagrid asked, wiping away tears and assuring, absolutely, Cohen. I promise to build you a grand house, and Norbert will have a cozy nest. Cohen intended to take the box away at the end of the semester, which meant Hagrid had 5 months to complete this significant undertaking. There would also be a troublesome dragon to consider. Would Norbert refrain from setting fire to Hagrid's newly constructed abode if left unsupervised? Cohen was not particularly worried. Norbert was growing increasingly intelligent and understood the consequences of causing mischief in such matters. 5 months. Hermione suddenly recalled something dreadful. What is it, Hermione? Is something going to happen in 5 months? Harry asked, perplexed. The final exams. We only have 5 months until the finals. To clarify, it's not merely 5 months left, it's also 5 months to prepare, Cohen countered, disliking the propagation of anxiety. A bit of last-minute cramming should suffice. What happens if we fail the exam? Ron inquired, equally confused. After muttering a lengthy tirade, Hermione hurried off to the library. I feel that the Philosopher's Stone and the dragon pale in comparison to her frenzy, Ron remarked. Does she place too much importance on exams? Be cautious discussing such matters in front of Hermione, Cohen rationally advised, especially if we hope to borrow her notes later. Can we postpone the plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone until after the finals? Cohen mused as he passed the 3rd floor and spotted Quirrell, who discreetly beckoned him, suggesting he had something to discuss. I genuinely wish to join you all this time, Cohen said sincerely, but both Ron and Harry cast skeptical glances in response. However, I must indeed visit Quirrell. I had promised him last time. And you surely do not wish for him to be coerced by Snape into revealing the means to bypass the protections of the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed. Harry nodded in agreement upon hearing this, for Professor Quirrell truly requires support. After the last Quidditch match, his voice had sounded as though it were on the verge of collapse. Shall we assist him? Ron inquired eagerly, wondering if the 3 of them might instill a bit more confidence within him. Yet, it might also lead him to feel as though he had betrayed a secret. Cohen declined Ron's offer to join them. If the 2 accompanied him, how could he discuss the matter of stealing the Philosopher's Stone with Quirrell? Let us not forget that we ought not to be aware of the Philosopher's Stone's existence. Quirrell appeared even more anxious than Hermione, who had just rushed to the library. I truly cannot, Quirrell stammered, fear evident in his trembling voice, as if he were genuinely becoming tongue-tied. It was Dumbledore who summoned me to the headmaster's office. Did he take any action against you? Cohen asked in a low voice. Truly, the malevolent Englishman, still vigorous despite being over a century old. What do you mean by that? Cohen probed further. Dumbledore did not impose any unwelcome advances upon you, did he? He is a man, Quirrell exclaimed incredulously. So am I. Precisely. It is for this reason that I harbor suspicions. Cohen nodded sagely. From Dumbledore's perspective, you are not unappealing, neglecting the fact of your baldness. If you were to abandon your plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone and subsequently face reprimand from the Noseless One, I would offer you my consolation. He did not do anything to me. Dumbledore merely discussed a few matters with me, and I suspect he might. You suspect he might be aware of your intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen completed Quirrell's sentence. So, your fear does not stem from Dumbledore's potential advances. Of course not, Quirrell sobbed. Then what on earth is your excuse? Cohen exclaimed in exasperation. Is it truly so simple that you are too frightened to steal the Philosopher's Stone? No wonder Voldemort feels the need to apply pressure. Were I in your position, I would also regard him as a source of anxiety. Furthermore, if Quirrell himself falters, how could Cohen justifiably proceed with the theft of the Philosopher's Stone? This individual appears to possess no steadfast beliefs. If you do not steal it, how will the Noseless One be resurrected? How can I assist? And how shall we overthrow the Ministry of Magic's dominion over the world? Cohen earnestly admonished. You must not be so self-centered. Quirrell's expression was gradually solidifying. He felt ensnared within some illusionary magic of Dumbledore's. Now, Cohen appeared to be a fusion of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Be a bit bolder. Once the Philosopher's Stone is in your possession, you can simply flee. All you need to do is devise a means to lure Dumbledore away, perhaps by drafting a letter in the Ministry's tone, and it seems I have an idea. Cohen suddenly conceived a plan. There is Cohen at the school. Thus, it appeared that the Ministry had yet another reason to seek Dumbledore, allowing Quirrell and himself to distract him in such a manner. Of course, Cohen was fully aware that no matter how plausible the reason, Dumbledore would not be persuaded. However, he would undoubtedly leave the school temporarily, allowing Harry and Voldemort to confront one another. As Dumbledore wisely stated, excessive protection merely fosters complacency. Only through tumultuous storms can trees grow stronger. Upon sharing the plan with Quirrell and Voldemort, they collectively acknowledged that, although rudimentary, it was indeed the only viable method at their disposal. Voldemort, in a state of insatiable hunger, urged them not to delay. When shall we act? Cohen eagerly inquired, suggesting that it would be best to proceed sooner. Perhaps 2 weeks prior to the final examinations. I can concoct an excuse for a leave of absence, and you can cast the killing curse on me. I shall feign death until the conclusion of the exams, thus freeing me from the burden of revision. Quirrell felt as though his ears had betrayed him. What did you just say? Which curse are you referring to? The killing curse, of course. Don't you know it? I demonstrated it to you last time when you mentioned teaching me dark magic. Cohen frowned. If that cannot be accomplished, perhaps you should consider replacing your current lackey? His expectations are rather low. I mean, that spell is lethal. Quirrell felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. It was merely the final examination after all. Just cast the curse as instructed, whether it succeeds or not. I shall handle the details, Cohen asserted earnestly. Otherwise, how can I exonerate myself once you have pilfered the Philosopher's Stone? You are already sufficiently wicked, but I am still young. My academic credentials and a pristine educational background are of utmost importance to me. Voldemort unilaterally consented to the proposal, while Quirrell's bewilderment remained unvoiced. Having endured a ghostly existence for a decade, Voldemort was closer than ever to reclaiming his corporeal form, with his thoughts singularly focused on obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Ultimately, they decided on a timeline set for 2 weeks before the final examinations, a period when other professors would be preoccupied with preparing their exams, allowing Quirrell greater freedom. Moreover, it was customary for the Ministry of Magic to send over various assessment reports and job preference forms for outstanding Hogwarts graduates, aimed at directly employing those who met the standards of the ultimate wizarding examination. Indeed, the end of the world seemed to culminate in bureaucracy. By the way, didn't Snape approach you previously? I heard Harry mention that they are now suspecting Snape of attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Cohen suddenly inquired. Moreover, during my last visit, I overheard Snape asking about me. Are you collaborating with him? Chapter 68. Engaging in a brief routine. Cohen feigned ignorance, donning a mask of confusion, for he was well aware that Snape had no intention of aiding Voldemort in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. So, you do not collaborate with him? Quirrell hesitated. The Dark Lord is rather distrustful of him. He was once a follower of the Dark Lord, yet now he finds himself in Dumbledore's camp. During our last attempt to eliminate Harry Potter, he was even reciting counterspells. In truth, Cohen was complicit as well, though he refrained from divulging this. After all, Quirrell would not discern which incantations had entwined during their chaotic encounter on the broom, whether they were the distraction charm or the counterspell. Bah, traitor! Cohen feigned anger while joining in the criticism of Snape, a servant to 2 masters, a turncoat. What does mean? Chilo inquired. It's a dialect from other regions. A term for traitors, Cohen elucidated. Rest assured, I have always despised treacherous betrayers, and I would never betray you. Chilo felt reassured by Cohen, especially given that Cohen had previously brought a troll into the school to wreak havoc and had assisted them in backstabbing a unicorn to extract its blood. If he did not truly yearn for the Dark Lord, how could a newly admitted young wizard dare to engage in such acts? Moreover, one could not overlook how this fellow toyed with dark magic in his office, casting the killing curse as if it were mere child's play. Chilo even suspected that Cohen might have endured some form of childhood trauma, instilling within him an intense murderous intent towards the world, such that every casually cast killing curse could deliver a devastating blow. In reality, this was merely due to the fact that the teaching materials Cohen was assigned were composed of corpses and small animals. If an innocent living person were to be introduced, Cohen might well be unable to employ the death curse. After spending half an hour berating Snape alongside Chilo and Voldemort, Cohen departed joyfully, for Snape had been deducting points from him all year. The remainder of the first year flew by swiftly, and Cohen found himself unwittingly ensnared in a lethargic cycle of monotony, attending classes, dining, and sleeping, with hardly any visits to the Forbidden Forest. The spiders within the Forbidden Forest had retreated into their burrows, and their numbers had dwindled, seemingly having grasped the notion that the more they proliferated, the more Cohen consumed. Thus, they began to cease their reproduction. When Cohen inquired with Hagrid, he learned that Aaliyah often came to request alcohol, with no sightings of other unicorns. However, Cohen suspected that the truth was that the other unicorns had succumbed to inebriation, while only Aaliyah, a rather un-unicorn-like nightmare, remained impervious to the alcohol's numbing effects. Hagrid's construction project was nearing completion, and due to the instability of his magic, he preferred to rely on his hands rather than the flower-patterned umbrella concealing his broken wand. They found themselves ensnared in a dreadful cycle of anxiety over upcoming exams without adequate preparation, yet feeling exhausted by study, thinking, let's play a little longer before facing the impending exams. This led to both of them neither learning effectively nor enjoying their leisure time. The students were on the brink of madness, as it was impossible to self-learn an entire year's curriculum in just 1 month. Only Hermione and the Ravenclaw students seemed to genuinely engage in daily review and preparation. I've noticed you seem unconcerned about the exams, the Count remarked with a sardonic tone. Have you already prepared? Or do you plan to work at Azkaban after being expelled? I've noticed that the egg you were incubating has vanished, Cohen countered in kind. Did it fail to hatch? Or did you discover that the owl inside was a rather unsightly shade of brown? The Count seethed, even if he lacked teeth. He turned away in anger, curling up on the owl perch, having been frustrated over this matter for quite some time, resembling a spurned spouse. The egg was neither the Earl's nor, in truth, Hedwig ultimately chose to live alongside the little yellow feathered owl, for the Earl was excessively fervent. Cohen then turned his attention back to the Dungeons and Dragons sandbox gifted by Edward. It was evidently not a mere decorative object. Cohen only discovered its true nature as a magical gaming device when he retrieved it from the wardrobe in April. By merely directing the wand at the interface of the display case, one could manipulate the clay figures within. He was a good man. And good men ought to have 108 offspring. Alas, it seemed Edward did not have any biological children, while Rose and Cohen shared some familial ties. Edward appeared to be entirely of elven descent. In truth, Cohen could comprehend why Edward and Rose might wish to have children, although he was perplexed as to why they had yet to ignite the flames of procreation. 10 years of solitary companionship between a man and a woman without any activity. Surely it could not be that Edward was incapable? Considering his soul's strength at 10 o'clock, Cohen speculated that he might have suffered some form of dark magical affliction, which should not pertain to Cohen himself, as he held no memories of having consumed Edward's soul. Cohen decided to pause the progress here, to prove that he had completed the level. At this point, it was already late at night. The rain tapped against the window, and a drenched creature burst through the window. Good heavens! Had God just lost control? The Earl, upon entering, met God with hostility. With such a torrential downpour, I nearly fell into the lake. Do not speak of the rain in such a distasteful manner. Cohen noticed a letter clutched in the Earl's grasp, now dampened by the rain. A letter? It's from Chiaro. After tossing the soaking letter to Cohen, the Earl rolled up his feathered trousers and dashed towards the hearth, intent on drying his plumage. Cohen opened the envelope. The ink had become smudged by the rain, yet the message remained discernible. Tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. Meet at the entrance. Chapter 69, The Traitor Lurking. It appeared that Chiaro was finally about to make a move. Cohen was quite pleased with this arrangement, as he had nearly exhausted the Dungeons and Dragons sandbox and was in dire need of a new source of amusement. Who? Harry cautiously glanced towards the hole behind the picture frame, from which Cohen emerged, relieving Harry's tension. Are you plotting a coup? Cohen initiated the accusation first, questioning why they were awake at such an hour. Cohen, I heard something today. Harry eagerly pulled Cohen into their small group, just outside Chiaro's office. I overheard that Chiaro had relented. Chiaro's office? Cohen felt it was rather strange that Harry could hear the commotion inside so easily, given that he had previously advised Chiaro to maintain confidentiality. Yes, Harry was making an effort to lower his voice, but to no avail. It remained quite loud. I heard Chiaro say, all right. Snape must have threatened him into revealing how to lift Chiaro's restrictions. But what of Hagrid? Do you remember, Harry? Hagrid's three-headed dog would prevent Snape from passing. Hermione, more alert than the others, reminded them that Harry tended to lose his composure in such moments. Hagrid. Harry's face instantly paled. What troubles you, Harry? Ron inquired with a hint of concern, noticing the unease etched on Harry's face. Perhaps Hagrid had inadvertently divulged something. Cohen was acutely aware of the reason behind Harry's expression. He needed to lure Harry into the corridor on the 4th floor, for according to Dumbledore's enchantment, only those who sought the Philosopher's Stone with pure intentions could obtain it from the mirror. Neither Cohen nor Quirrell fit this criterion. The mirror could not directly perceive Cohen's heart, and indeed, he harbored ulterior motives regarding the stone. Thus, Harry was an indispensable element in this equation. What? Hermione and Ron exclaimed in unison. Do you think so too, Cohen? Harry's heart raced at the synchronicity of their thoughts. That day, Hagrid had ventured out to procure butterbeer for Cohen's unicorn, only to encounter a hooded figure who lost a dragon egg in a card game. Hagrid's greatest desire was to acquire a fire dragon, yet a stranger in a tavern happened to possess a dragon egg in his pocket. How many people walk around with a dragon egg? That is illegal. Do you not think Hagrid is exceedingly fortunate? Harry blurted out, his breath becoming ragged. And there's another matter, Cohen incited. Snape is a Death Eater, or so I heard Quirrell say. What? Ron's eyes widened in shock. What is a Death Eater? Harry was unfamiliar with the term. Followers of Voldemort. Cohen intended to escalate the situation further. If Snape were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he could potentially resurrect Voldemort. How could Dumbledore allow him to teach at the school? Harry felt as if his eardrums might burst. He was one of Voldemort's followers. Can we not speak that name? Ron shuddered. For children in the Wizarding World, that name was almost akin to a bedtime horror story. I shouldn't have sent Lily to Hagrid. Cohen feigned exasperation. It's not your fault, Cohen. None of us knew, Harry reassured him, dismissing the possibility of Cohen's involvement with utmost trust. As long as we can stop it. Hagrid might not have said anything. Hermione attempted to calm Harry's frayed nerves. Harry, don't be too hasty. We can ask Hagrid tomorrow. You seem as though you are about to run out of the castle right now. And Dumbledore is here as well, Ron added, wary of Harry's impulsiveness leading him to break school rules by sneaking out at midnight. As long as Dumbledore is around, the Philosopher's Stone must be safe. Hermione and Ron successfully persuaded Harry, appealing to his Gryffindor sensibilities about losing points. After all, Dumbledore appeared to be the stone's greatest safeguard at present. Cohen could hear Harry tossing and turning in the adjacent bed, demonstrating the weight of his responsibilities as the savior. It made Cohen, one of the culprits behind Harry's unrest, feel somewhat guilty. This reminded Cohen of a joke he had heard in a previous life. During class, the teacher asked the children what they aspired to be when they grew up. One child declared he wanted to be a police officer, to which the teacher replied, "Then you must be cautious of your desk mate. He claims he wants to rob a bank when he grows up." Harry's insomnia had nothing to do with Cohen. Even amidst the clamor of the adjoining bed, Cohen could enjoy a night of slumber akin to that of the deceased. The following morning, Cohen and Ron were roused by Harry, who bore dark circles under his eyes. "Hurry, we must seek out Hagrid," Harry urged. Had it not been for the restriction barring boys from the girls' dormitory, he would have nearly burst into Hermione's room to drag her from her blankets. "That would surely render you a rogue, Harry," Cohen reminded him. The savior engaging in such behavior towards a female classmate would undoubtedly make the front page of the Daily Prophet. However, the day was destined to be filled with disheartening news for Harry. Hagrid had inadvertently revealed the matter concerning Fluffy, the three-headed dog, which simply required some music to fall into a deep slumber. During breakfast, they encountered Hermione. "What happened to you all?" she inquired, immediately discerning the mud on their clothing. "Did Hagrid say anything?" "He slipped up," Harry whispered to Hermione. "We need to inform Professor Dumbledore about this." Yet, worse news awaited them. Throughout breakfast, they failed to catch a glimpse of Dumbledore at the staff table. Moreover, Harry was certain Snape was casting them a sinister glance from his seat. "We should check the headmaster's office. Perhaps Dumbledore is occupied," Hermione suggested cautiously. Once the conditions for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone were confirmed, Harry was determined to venture to the fourth-floor corridor. This also implied that if they were discovered, expulsion was inevitable, and she, along with Ron and Cohen, would not allow Harry to undertake such a perilous endeavor alone. "But where is the headmaster's office?" Ron queried, perplexed. After so many months, the password was likely no longer Cockroach Cluster. "However, the password I used previously must have been changed," Cohen warned. And indeed, this proved to be the case. Upon arriving at the entrance to the headmaster's office, the statue barred their passage. "Cockroach Cluster? Lemon Drop? Honeyduke's Toffee?" Cohen attempted various passwords, but the statue remained unmoved. "Surely it has been changed after all these months," Hermione remarked, frowning. "But what are you doing here?" Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from behind them. She pursed her lips, regarding the four students with a stern expression. "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore," Harry quickly replied. "It concerns the Philosopher's Stone." Chapter 70, Voldemort. Loyalty. McGonagall's books tumbled to the floor, yet she made no move to retrieve them. "How do you know?" she asked, her gaze filled with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism directed at Harry. "Professor, I believe it is imperative that Dumbledore is informed about Snape's attempts to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Harry struggled to make his statement more credible. However, it was evident that McGonagall was not inclined to believe him. "Professor Dumbledore is en route to London. He has received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic." McGonagall's gaze lingered on Cohen for a moment longer. Cohen understood that the letter was a forgery created by Quirrell, concerning the surveillance of himself as a dark magic experiment subject. Professor McGonagall departed after picking up the book, yet her words held no significance for Harry or for Cohen. If the protective measures remained unchanged from the original text, those obstacles would prove nearly ineffective for Cohen. Even Dumbledore had left, and Harry, having spent the night awake, was now in a state of extreme exhilaration. It seemed that this was the only course of action, was it not? "You appear to be even more agitated than Snape." Cohen began to doubt whether the individual attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone was himself or Harry. "I am going to the fourth-floor corridor tonight, ahead of Snape, to secure the stone," Harry declared resolutely. "You must be mad," Ron exclaimed. "You'll be expelled." Hermione added, "You can't do this." "What does expulsion matter?" Harry retorted, his voice loud, indifferent to the fact that he was in the corridor. Fortunately, students were either attending classes or studying in the library or common room. No one was likely to interrupt. "Don't you understand? If Snape obtains the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will resurrect. Have you not heard what it was like when he ruled supreme? If he succeeds, this place will transform into a school devoted to the dark arts." Harry's fervent words quelled any further objections from Ron and Hermione. "I have an invisibility cloak. I can use it to access the fourth-floor corridor tonight." "You don't intend to go alone, do you?" Ron resolved. "I will accompany you." "Me too," Hermione stated without hesitation. "I can search through the books I've read. Perhaps there are spells that might be useful. But you will be expelled as well." Harry had not anticipated their willingness to join him in this perilous endeavor, especially Hermione's. "Don't be foolish. We cannot let you act alone," Hermione insisted. "We are friends. Remember?" Cohen, remaining silent in the background, planned to enter with Quirrell later that night. Finally, night fell, and both sides began to stir. Harry, Ron, and Hermione convened in the common room. "Where's Cohen?" Harry inquired, unable to locate him anywhere. "Surely not. He is bolder than we are," Hermione remarked, puzzled. An enchanted object in the common room might know Cohen's whereabouts. Why are you looking at me? The fat friar responded, currently indulging in the midnight feast that the Weasley twins had pilfered from the kitchen. That lad isn't my responsibility. Kidnapped? Harry seized upon the key term in the fat friar's words. Cohen has been kidnapped? By some professor, the fat friar explained, following Cohen's plan. It seems they intend to deal with me. I suppose I shall soon become a wayward owl. May I stay with you? I can regale you with jokes daily. And all you need to do is provide me with food. Oh no, Cohen must have been captured by Snape. Hermione said anxiously. What should we do? Shall we rescue him? Ron asked, flustered. We cannot go to save him, Harry said, equally flustered, but then a spark of realization struck him. Wait. Snape is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He either brought Cohen along or has confined him. If we search for him, we will be falling directly into Snape's trap. Harry's eyes sparkled with realization. This was Snape's ploy to delay us. You're truly astute, the Count remarked, albeit somewhat strained in his praise. In truth, Cohen was indeed being accompanied by a professor, though it was not Snape. His burdens were already plentiful, and one more would hardly matter. At the entrance of the corridor on the 4th floor, Cohen and Quirrell had met. So, we are to play music, Cohen said, skillfully donning his gloves. Why are you wearing gloves? Quirrell inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he held a magical harp. Ah, my apologies, it's a habit. We are not here to commit murder. Cohen replied, realizing his oversight. You see, I dislike having blood on my hands, and wearing gloves helps avoid leaving traces, such as fingerprints. Quirrell fell silent, doubting his own qualifications as a servant of the Dark Lord. He quietly stepped forward to open the door, and the three-headed beast, alerted by the noise, immediately rose, ready to pounce. In the next moment, the harp began to play a magical tune, and the massive dog seemed to be pressed by an invisible button to slumber. Tumbling to the ground in a daze, its triple snores mingling with the music. Not quite as impressive as the unicorn eye rays, Cohen commented. Although Ollie's heart might be captivated by butterbeer, at least she wouldn't faint at the mere whiff of it. The subsequent traps were identical to those in Cohen's memory. After jumping through the trapdoor, they landed in a vast expanse of pitch-black devil's snare. Cohen and Quirrell effortlessly slipped through before it could ensnare them. The next challenge involved Flitwick's flying keys. Quirrell chased after a large key for quite some time, and growing impatient. Cohen transformed into a Dementor and swiftly enveloped the conspicuously large antique key. Did you just? Quirrell exclaimed, wide-eyed, as he dismounted from his broom, staring at the now-restored Cohen. What was that? A bat? An animagus? Or? Quirrell felt that the form Cohen had assumed resembled something else. No. It can't be. No one could transform into a Dementor. That's impossible. Such a creature. No. Dementors are not even truly creatures. They do not belong to the realm of matter. Do not inquire too deeply into things you do not understand. Your superior is cooperating with me, not you. Just know that we are on the same side, Cohen stated, as his time with Quirrell was nearing its end, and he had no intention of providing further explanations. Rest assured, I am quite loyal. Chapter 71. Quirrell. He does all my work. Cohen did not specify to whom his loyalty lay. Loyalty to oneself is also loyalty. After traversing Flitwick's traps, they entered a far larger chamber, which had been shrouded in darkness, but transformed into a blaze of light the moment they stepped inside. The entrance connected to a gigantic black and white chessboard, flanked by towering chess pieces resembling giants, yet devoid of faces. Professor McGonagall's creation required them to win this chess match to advance to the next challenge. However, these enchanted chess pieces, transformed by Professor McGonagall, possessed magical, virtual souls, akin to the little teacup bird she had given Cohen previously, which he could likewise consume. Soul strength. 5. I have delved into the intricacies of chess. Chi Luo inhaled deeply, convinced of victory. You cannot be serious about playing chess, Cohen inquired, a hint of incredulity in his tone, as if he were embracing the role of a villain. Follow me. Cohen strode directly onto the chessboard. The magic of McGonagall was palpable. Chi Luo attempted to call out to Cohen, but the unfolding scene upon the chessboard sent chills down his spine once more. Upon Cohen's audacious entry, the pieces unsheathed their weapons, brandishing blades towards him. Yet, as they approached within 2 meters, ethereal wisps of translucent substance were drawn away, cascading into Cohen's very being. What has he done? Were these not creations of transfiguration? Why did it seem as if Cohen had siphoned the very essence from them? What manner of sorcery is this? Chi Luo swallowed hard. Hurry up, Chi Luo, the voice of Voldemort urged from the back of his mind. No time for idle chatter. Chi Luo hastily complied, though he dared not venture too close to Cohen. If this boy bore the visage and abilities reminiscent of a Dementor, he might very well be one. Once he followed Voldemort, casting the Patronus charm would be impossible. He had attempted it once before, nearly falling victim to the dark worms summoned by the spell. How could he resist a Dementor with a human consciousness, one that craved souls rather than joy? The next challenge was Chi Luo's giant. This particular giant was pregnant, and thus in a furious state. Chi Luo had intended to prove himself before Voldemort. But Cohen had already seized the opportunity. The soulless giant meandered about like a mindless automaton, no longer attempting to attack anyone. For the first time, Chi Luo felt an overwhelming fear, a sensation more intense than even facing Voldemort. The worst Voldemort could do was torment or kill him, if he were cowardly enough. Perhaps he could linger on as a ghost. However, if Cohen were to suddenly take offense and end his life, he would likely forfeit even the chance to become a spirit. How could Dumbledore permit such a being into the school? Chi Luo's legs trembled slightly, the distance between him and Cohen stretching to nearly 4 meters. Initially, he believed that someone had conducted a perilous magical experiment on Cohen, resulting in the child's extraordinary magical traits, perhaps a consequence of Voldemort's transformative spells. It now appeared that the Bach family's experiments had ventured into more forbidden realms. How had they fused a Dementor with a human? Chi Luo had thought the notion of Cohen being a Dementor was absurd enough. But the dark presence clinging to the back of his head conveyed a sense of longing. To Voldemort, Cohen was a treasure, one to be exploited. A gem that yearned for darkness and corruption. Why are you standing so far away? Cohen turned, noticing Chi Luo had retreated considerably, urging him to come closer. Chi Luo followed awkwardly, feeling it strange for an adult wizard to trail behind a young wizard who had barely begun his studies. The next challenge lay in Snape's potions. In the center of the room stood a long table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles, accompanied by a note. Cohen initially intended to attempt deciphering it, but upon realizing he could not comprehend it, he abandoned the effort. He recognized that there was no necessity for them to engage in the riddle presented on the note. Transforming once more into his Dementor form, Cohen no longer restrained the frigid aura that his true essence exuded. No ordinary flame could harm a being that did not exist. After all, this fire was not conjured by a guardian spirit. Wrapped in trembling, Chilo passed through the flames, leading them to the final treasure location. The mirror of Ariste was positioned in the center of the desolate room, concealing the Philosopher's Stone within. The entire sequence resembled a series of trials. Although the professor's spells were indeed impenetrable to a typical wizard, should Voldemort truly arrive, these obstacles would prove ineffective. Even without Cohen, Chilo would not remain stuck at any checkpoint, as the anxious Voldemort would undoubtedly provide a solution. This was more akin to a trial prepared for Harry and his companions. Once again, it was the mirror. Cohen appropriately inquired. Last time I gazed into it, I saw my Dementor empire. Might the Philosopher's Stone be concealed within? Yes, perhaps, Chilo responded, feeling increasingly useless. To the Dark Lord, he seemed merely a vessel for a soul. Cohen had seized all the tasks he could perform. He even refrained from speaking ill of Cohen, for the boy could easily end his existence. They approached the mirror. Allow me to see. Voldemort's voice emanated from the back of Chilo's head. Obediently, Chilo unwound his scarf. The noseless face leaned closer to the mirror's surface. I see the Philosopher's Stone. Obtain it. Voldemort gazed hungrily at something within the reflection, yet it remained out of reach. He turned to Cohen and asked, Cohen, can you acquire it? Shift a bit. Let me see again. Cohen pushed Chilo aside and positioned himself before the mirror, casually touching the surface to reveal a glimpse within. This time, the image within the mirror had shifted slightly. Once more, it is my Dementor empire. But this time I hold the Philosopher's Stone, Cohen declared. Curse it, perhaps I should simply shatter this mirror. Do not rush, Voldemort hissed. There will be a way. I can sense it. Voldemort's instincts were not mistaken. The seemingly indomitable child entered through the flames after that statement. Harry stood dumbfounded by the situation. Chapter 72, Stand Down. Voldemort, Dumbledore is outside. Chilo, Cohen. Harry felt as though his heart had stopped, a suffocating sensation spreading from his throat throughout his entire being. I thought it was Snape. Harry found himself struggling to articulate, his gaze drawn to Chilo's bald head, now exposed after removing the hood, revealing a simultaneously familiar and terrifying visage on the back of his head. No, the Count said Cohen was kidnapped. Yes, Cohen has been abducted, Chilo muttered in silence, instinctively waiting for Cohen to speak. But Cohen remained silent, having entered in advanced performance mode, following Harry into the chamber. A gust of wind, imbued with a soul intensity of 99, accompanied them. Harry's reflection in the mirror locked eyes with Voldemort, the scar on his forehead burning fiercely. Voldemort, Cohen introduced to Quirrell, gesturing towards Harry, is the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen, come here. We must unite. Harry urged, his voice laced with urgency. They are the villains. Harry, you do not believe that I coerced your friend to stand by my side, do you? Voldemort seemed to relish the astonished expression on Harry's face. Your friend Cohen has long been on my side. Impossible. Harry bravely retorted, you shall not harm my friend. Cohen will seize him to utilize him, Voldemort sneered. Dumbledore was still observing, and Cohen complied with Voldemort's intention, for otherwise, he would not acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen, no? Harry pleaded, watching as Cohen pointed his wand at him with a pained expression. Cohen undoubtedly possessed far more spells than Harry, who had no means to counteract. I'm sorry, Harry. Cohen said kindly. Bind him swiftly. A rope slithered forth from the tip of Cohen's wand, ensnaring Harry tightly. Cohen, we cannot assist him, Harry exclaimed anxiously. Who do you intend to defeat with mere words? Cohen calmly asked, drawing Harry towards the mirror. To Voldemort, this was a mocking taunt of Harry's audacity. But to Harry and the concealed Dumbledore, it seemed Cohen was conveying that two young wizards could not rely on brute force to confront Voldemort. Look into the mirror. Can you retrieve the Philosopher's Stone? Cohen nudged Harry, lifting the binding from him as he stood before the mirror. What do you see? Quirrell inquired impatiently. Tell me. What do you see? I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, Harry fabricated, as Cohen noticed something heavy had fallen into Harry's right pocket. I won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Liar. Voldemort shrieked. He has obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Seize it. Quirrell lunged at Harry, attempting to snatch the stone from him. Harry was knocked to the ground, but Quirrell, the aggressor, did not fare well. His hand blistered as it made contact with Harry, as though burned by fire. Master, I cannot hold him, my hand. Quirrell cried out in agony, releasing Harry and retreating. Cohen, Voldemort demanded, though Cohen was already inclined to comply. Cohen firmly restrained Harry, extracting the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. No, Cohen, you cannot. Harry struggled in vain, clearly outmatched by Cohen's strength, bolstered by a healthier upbringing. Ding. Harry Potter's acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone has been thwarted. Evil Side Quest, 17, completed, sin value 1000, reward Frost Morning available for collection. Upon obtaining the stone, Cohen suddenly experienced an exceedingly peculiar sensation. The magical stone in Cohen's hand seemed to possess an unsettling connection with him. It felt as though he could draw it into his body, much like absorbing a soul, as long as Cohen wished it. The stone could gradually merge with his very being, already nestled within the palm of his hand. Plans had shifted. Cohen now devised a more morally advantageous scheme to appropriate the stone. In the midst of grappling with Harry, Cohen leaned closer, whispering into his ear. Yet, before Harry could utter a word, Cohen had already risen from the ground. Hurry, Cohen, give me the stone. Voldemort demands it. But Cohen remained still, taking a deep breath. Harry knew he had to flee with Cohen and the stone without delay. The plan was unfolding successfully, and Cohen could sense an overwhelming aura of relief permeating the room. Harry felt comforted that his friend had not betrayed him. Dumbledore found solace in Cohen's decision not to assist Voldemort. And Voldemort reveled in having obtained the stone from Harry, thanks to Cohen's aid. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone had triumphed. And Cohen felt he deserved 1,000 points of goodwill from the system. Give it to you? Cohen refused to approach Voldemort, declaring, not unless I become a corpse. Voldemort was not surprised, having previously heard Cohen's intent to cast the killing curse to shed his suspicions. Kill him, Voldemort shouted at Quirrell. Cohen dashed toward the door. If Quirrell were not a fool, the curse would surely strike true. Avada Kedavra. No. Harry watched as the green light struck Cohen's back, reminiscent of the nightmares where his parents were slain by a similar beam. Dumbledore, however, did not believe the curse could harm Cohen. He had witnessed the one-year-old Cohen withstand hundreds of killing curses unscathed. As Quirrell shifted his focus to Harry, who stood protectively in front of Cohen's body, Dumbledore materialized at the entrance of the room. Voldemort's triumphant expression froze. In less than half a second, he abandoned Quirrell's body, deeming the stone irrelevant. Escaping was now paramount. Quirrell, forsaken by Voldemort, collapsed, his soul and body having been consumed for far too long. He would soon perish once Voldemort departed. Professor Dumbledore? Harry, now in tears, implored the newly arrived Dumbledore. Please, save Cohen. Quirrell just cast a spell on him, and he is unresponsive. Harry was unaware of the implications. Yet Cohen's body had grown icy at an alarming speed. Dumbledore cast a sleeping charm on Harry to prevent his overwhelming sorrow, needing to assess Cohen's condition. Cohen, awaken. Voldemort has gone. Nothing can harm you now. When Dumbledore realized that Cohen appeared to have truly fallen victim to the killing curse, he felt a sense of losing control. Now, Cohen was merely a lifeless husk, devoid of a soul, and Dumbledore could find no sign of life within him. Cohen, in an invisible, ethereal form, observed Dumbledore's expression. This was the first time Cohen had witnessed Dumbledore appearing so utterly frightened. Chapter 73, Dumbledore, please don't do this. I'm afraid. Cohen, Dumbledore softly called out. Perhaps Cohen's soul possessed characteristics akin to that of a Dementor. He should not be dead. Dumbledore attempted to perceive the surge of Cohen's magic within the surrounding air, but found nothing. Only the liquid curses within Cohen and the radiant magical stone in his palm, shining like the sun. In his spectral form, Cohen was powerless to act. Thus, he could only observe. Although Dumbledore's trembling demeanor instilled a twinge of guilt in Cohen, akin to having made a morbid jest about his own demise before an elder, he temporarily suppressed his conscience for the sake of the stone. The stone had already merged halfway into Cohen's palm. For him, its significance transcended mere soul integrity, potentially offering additional expansive effects. He had no reason to relinquish such an object. Dumbledore pressed his wand against Cohen's heart, murmuring incantations as several spells enveloped Cohen. Yet all proved futile. The inalterable grim outcome seemed to age Dumbledore by a decade in an instant. A child had perished here, and he had failed to intercept the killing curse, believing he understood everything about Cohen and assuming that a half-blood Dementor could not be killed. He thought he had witnessed countless killing curses that posed no threat to Cohen, leading him to mistakenly believe that this particular curse would have no effect on Cohen in his current state. He could have easily prevented it, merely by transfiguring a nearby stone or allowing Fawkes to be reborn. Dumbledore felt he ought to apologize to Cohen. Yet he silently levitated the two lifeless children from the ground. Dumbledore was acutely aware of the weight of such knowledge. The passage of years often breeds a sense of déjà vu. It always unfolds this way, with fate casting stones anew just as one begins to forget a certain feeling, stirring ripples once more. He bore greater responsibilities. How would he explain this to Cohen's parents? In a fortnight, summer vacation would commence, and Edward and Rose were eagerly preparing to take Cohen on a trip, only to receive the devastating news of their child's abrupt passing at school. With a modicum of empathy, one could grasp that suffocating sensation born of love. Dumbledore transported both Cohen and Harry to the infirmary. However, Cohen was placed in a separate room. A corpse in a public ward might frighten the other students. Madame Pomfrey rushed out upon hearing commotion, only to discover the headmaster, accompanied by two motionless students. "Poppy, please take care of Harry. He is quite exhausted." Having not slept all night and having endured much today, Dumbledore instructed Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall hurried into the hospital, clad in her nightgown, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. Due to Cohen having absorbed the magical essence of those giant chess pieces, they had not engaged in that match, and Ron had not made the ultimate sacrifice. They had ventured out to find Professor McGonagall after Harry consumed the potion that allowed him to traverse the black flames. "How is Harry?" Professor McGonagall's face was etched with concern as she beheld Harry being placed on a hospital bed by Dumbledore. "He is merely fatigued. There is no grave issue," Dumbledore wearily stated. "Poppy will attend to him. Minerva, come with me. We have matters of significance to discuss." Once the professors retreated deeper into the infirmary, Ron and Hermione rushed to Harry's bedside. "It's just exhaustion. I shall look after him. You two must get some rest." Madame Pomfrey sternly ushered Ron and Hermione away, noting that it was well past midnight. "You are children, and you require ample sleep, unless you wish to find yourselves in a similar state as him." She never inquired about the causes of students' injuries, for fear that such questioning would deter them from seeking medical attention, allowing treatable magical ailments to fester into chronic conditions. Cohen followed Dumbledore and McGonagall into a private ward, where his own lifeless body lay cold and still, an eerie sight from a spectral perspective. "Cohen, this is..." Professor McGonagall initially struggled to comprehend Dumbledore's rationale for placing him here, but upon seeing Cohen's pallid visage, her voice caught in her throat. "Cohen is dead," Dumbledore stated calmly. He was coerced by Quirrell into attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone from Harry, yet he never truly aided Quirrell. He refused to surrender the stone and was struck down by Quirrell's killing curse. Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. "I could have saved him." There was regret in Dumbledore's tone. "So many times, there were opportunities." "It is not your fault, Albus," McGonagall replied, unable to approach Cohen's body. She clutched her heart, having held affection for every student, even those who were mischievous. Suddenly, she recalled a scene she had witnessed. Cohen should not have succumbed to the killing curse. Experience should not serve as an excuse for peril. "We must all understand this," Dumbledore sighed. "We must write to Edward and Rose. Allow me to compose the letters. All this fault lies with me." After Professor McGonagall sorrowfully departed, Dumbledore approached Cohen's remains. "Do not fear," Cohen thought, as he gazed in astonishment at the century-old man nearing his corpse. Yet, Dumbledore did not act irrationally. He merely opened Cohen's tightly clenched right hand. The Philosopher's Stone should not remain here. Voldemort may return. But when Dumbledore observed the state of Cohen's palm, he froze. The vibrant red stone was nearly engulfed within Cohen's hand, as though it were melting into his very blood. Now exposed, only a small fragment of the stone remained visible, visibly continuing to merge with Cohen's flesh at an alarming rate. An array of possibilities flooded Dumbledore's mind in that instant. Cohen is the creation of alchemy, as is the Philosopher's Stone. As above, so below. Thus, the miracle of the one is fulfilled. Chapter 74. An immediate assault in the purebred banshee form is imperative. After Cohen witnessed Dumbledore whisper a few words, he departed from the scene. He refrained from attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone from Cohen's grasp, perhaps wishing to avoid the splatter of Cohen's blood upon himself, or possibly because the stone had diminished to a size scarcely larger than a fingernail, beyond salvation. In any case, the stone belonged to Cohen. Those who desired it would have to extract it from his liquid, cursed blood. The Philosopher's Stone had indeed melted within Cohen's being, and that potent, almost tangible magic coursed through him, frantically surging into his soul upon its recognition. Cohen beheld the scene from his previous dream, the smooth, rounded vial surrounded by wailing phantoms. In this vision, Cohen consumed everything visible, the vial shattered. And towering figures of humans gasped in astonishment, many attempting to flee. Yet it was futile. The humans in the dream were all slain by Cohen. For he could only perceive the intoxicating aroma of their sweet souls. Most animals met a similar fate, though 2 were spared, as they evoked a sense of familiarity within him. As the souls devoured grew in number, Cohen's vision within the dream became increasingly lucid until he paused while extracting the final soul. It was Herbert. The dream's Cohen let him go, seemingly imbued with some vestiges of past memories. The dream concluded with an extraordinary clarity. Cohen even glimpsed another source of his bloodline, a long, slithering shadow on the ground, which he surmised to be a serpent, a basilisk, or perhaps a longhorned water serpent. However, Cohen noted the absence of horns upon that shadow's head, and he realized that had he truly possessed the ability to slay with his gaze, the entirety of the school would likely have perished. How did the researchers in this laboratory control the basilisk? Did any of them speak Parseltongue? Cohen recalled that the remaining speakers of Parseltongue seemed to be only Voldemort and Harry, and the Gaunt family should have become extinct by now. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The essential question was whether Cohen could inherit some aspect of serpentine nature, such as the gift of speaking to snakes. He resolved to seek out a serpent to test his ability, having never attempted it before. Ding! Tom Riddle's acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone has been thwarted. The Good Deed Quest, 17, has been completed. Goodness value, 1,000. Reward: Cloak of the Death's Tracker is available for collection. Both the Cloak of the Death's Tracker and the Morning Frost were stored in the system's backpack upon collection. They were accompanied by remarkably stylish descriptions, nearly leading Cohen to believe that this system was the creation of Edward. Yet, it seemed improbable that Edward would bestow such valuable rewards upon him. Cloak of the Death's Tracker. Description: It transforms hills and valleys into gateways, leading to an eternal chorus of screams. Passive Shadow of the Void. When you consume the soul of a creature, you and your possessions gain a lasting invisibility for 20 minutes. There are no restrictions on the type of creature whose soul may be consumed. Thus, Cohen merely needs to prepare a collection of small creatures whenever he requires invisibility. A swift gulp will activate this effect. Is this truly a reward for good behavior? Cohen feels that this reward is tempting him towards mass slaughter. Another reward is a weapon, Mornfrost. Description: A chilling breeze stirs, awaiting its release. Passive Ice Heart. Any damage inflicted using this weapon will encase the target in frost. Spells. Cantrips, physical attacks. Its appearance is quite striking, emanating a metallic sheen with a silver-white long handle, extending 10 centimeters taller than Cohen himself. At its apex rests a pale blue diamond-shaped ice crystal, radiating a subtle chill. The good news is that it can also serve as a wand. Cohen tested it, and found it operates similarly to his own wand. The bad news is that it is far too heavy. Cohen believes he will need several more years of strength before he can wield it effectively, while many spells require the wand to be waved. Consequently, it has been relegated to the cold storage, possibly to be used later for striking someone, while also imparting a freezing effect. It has been assessed as a visually appealing toy, perhaps to be embraced during the summer heat. After examining the rewards granted by the system, Cohen began to reflect upon his own transformations. Having just consumed a piece of magical stone, surely there must be some changes. Soul Integrity, 30. Cohen recalls that prior to his actions, his soul integrity was at 272. The magical stone should not have only restored such a minuscule amount. In fact, Cohen can no longer sense the magical energy that should have lingered after the stone's dissolution. It should have been fully absorbed by now. Could it be that the primary function of the magical stone lies elsewhere? Skeptically, he detached from his physical form, and upon exiting his corporeal vessel, Cohen felt a notable difference. His soul had become more corporeal. Alternatively, he realized he could manifest his soul into a more tangible form, resembling a Dementor, leading Cohen to the startling realization that he had indeed transformed into one, a purebred. Testing this newfound ability, he actively materialized his soul, allowing him to touch objects in the physical realm. While exhibiting several traits of a Dementor, the area surrounding him grew cold, and the water in a nearby vase froze upon his approach. Ding! Special ability unlocked. Undying Ethereal Body, 1010. Note: your soul has successfully acquired nearly all the abilities of a Dementor, becoming an entity of non-existence. You are no longer of the Mudborn. Fully realized, indeed fully realized. Cohen apologized to the magical stone for his earlier loud proclamations. The mere ability to manifest his soul at will into a Dementor is already extraordinary. Although Cohen can also transform into a Dementor, his physical body cannot suddenly phase through walls like his soul. Soul integrity can be gradually developed and accumulated. The mechanism to achieve this is what Cohen yearns for the most. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, filled with joy. However, development must continue. Although Voldemort cannot kill Cohen, Cohen is equally incapable of vanquishing Voldemort. With all plans now completed, Cohen intends to abandon the scheme of feigning death to evade his final examinations, as the duration required is excessively prolonged. And he does not wish to unduly distress Edward and Rose. While it may suffice to frighten Dumbledore, alarming his foster parents seems somewhat excessive. Yet, matters often veer off course even amidst seemingly perfect plans. Cohen once again found himself compelled to revise his strategy due to unforeseen circumstances. The following day, Edward and Rose hastily arrived at the school, where they engaged in an impassioned quarrel with Dumbledore beside Cohen's lifeless body. It was Dumbledore's subsequent words that prompted Cohen to unexpectedly postpone his resurrection. Nicolemay. Cohen no longer needed to devise a rationale for his revival. Chapter 75. Nicolemay could certainly not refuse this. The next morning, upon receiving news of Cohen's predicament, Mr. and Mrs. Norton rushed through the Flu network to the school, having previously arranged access to facilitate travel with Cohen. In Cohen's hospital room, Edward sat silently beside his bed, gazing at Cohen's now cold body. Initially, he had thought that Cohen's misfortune meant he had inadvertently siphoned someone's soul. Meanwhile, Rose confronted Dumbledore. Cohen wrote to us just the other day, stating he was preparing for his finals, and now you tell me he died right under your nose. Rose questioned Dumbledore with the ferocity of a tiger. He was mine and Edward's. The latter part of Rose's statement faltered as she choked on her grief. I can understand that feeling. It is all my fault. Dumbledore calmly expressed his remorse. I will. You understand nothing. Rose shouted, her eyes bloodshot. You have no son. You merely watched him. Edward moved closer to the emotionally shattered Rose, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, offering her a place to weep. I did not conceal the truth to evade my responsibilities. Dumbledore stated, it is because I comprehend that lies will not alleviate the pain that love brings. Cohen was a brave and kind-hearted child. We have all witnessed this. I would rather he be a little wicked if it meant he could live, Rose sobbed, no longer the formidable presence she once was. He will receive an award for special contributions to the school. He is already dead, Edward said, raising his gaze to Dumbledore. Now, present the award. Suddenly, Edward was struck by a troubling thought. What if Cohen had been? He did not voice the notion, yet its implication was unmistakable. As a malevolent amalgamation of dark magic, nurtured within the greatest white wizard school, and then perishing within a mere year, one could easily draw certain conclusions. I have not, nor ever will, harm Cohen, Dumbledore asserted, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary old man. Where's Quirrell? Rose withdrew from Edward's embrace, leaving large tear stains on his shirt. Having seemingly finished her weeping, she had drawn her wand at some point, gripping it tightly like a dagger. After a moment of bewilderment, Rose and Edward resolved to take Cohen for burial, having been so engrossed in the performance that they had momentarily forgotten about the task of resurrection. However, Dumbledore's next words caused Cohen's soul, which had initially retreated into his body, to emerge once more. What? Edward furrowed his brow, asking, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. A remedy, Dumbledore explained. The research that created Cohen pertains to a realm of alchemical taboos that has never been successfully traversed, a homunculus. I noticed that the Philosopher's Stone dissolved into his flesh upon contact. Logically, its magic should reside within this body indefinitely. Yet, this morning, I discovered it had vanished. Which is quite irregular. The stone belonged to my friend Nicholas Flamel. For whatever reason, I believe he should examine this matter. Even though he previously expressed a desire to journey to the afterlife with his wife. You mean there is hope? Edward swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Cohen's fate hung in the balance, and Rose fixed her gaze on Dumbledore. Nicholas possesses profound knowledge of alchemy. He may be able to devise a way to save Cohen. Why didn't you say so earlier? Edward exclaimed, realization dawning. I knew Cohen wouldn't be so easily lost. He has us. I hesitate to cultivate a hope only to watch it shatter. Such cruelty is unbearable, Dumbledore cautioned. I do not understand why the magic of the Philosopher's Stone has suddenly and completely dissipated, which leads me to speculate that Cohen's soul may still reside within or around his body. Nicholas will arrive this afternoon. Please do not extend your anger and grievances towards him. He is unaware of this situation and bears no fault. Cohen, who had initially contemplated rising from his bed to shout, felt his resolve wane. He sensed a flicker of determination. Perhaps he could strive to inherit some of Nicholas's legacy. Given that he had no son, like Hagrid, who could not refuse a unicorn's request for butterbeer, Cohen had his own reason that Nicholas could not deny. He was the only homunculus experiment in the world to have survived for such a length of time. Dumbledore departed. As there were numerous matters at the school requiring his attention, news of Cohen's death had not yet spread among the students. Edward and Rose remained by Cohen's side. Meanwhile, Harry, having sustained no injuries, awoke that day and stealthily ventured to Cohen's hospital room, eager to ascertain whether Professor Dumbledore had succeeded in saving him. Upon entering, Harry was taken aback to find Mr. and Mrs. Norton, unsure of what to say. Mr. Norton, Mrs. Norton, Harry stammered. I'm so sorry, was all he could think to utter. After apologizing several more times, he fled the room. Edward remained lost in thought, pondering Dumbledore's words regarding the Philosopher's Stone, which had dissolved within Cohen's body and subsequently vanished. The meaning conveyed by Dumbledore is quite evident. The magic of the Philosopher's Stone cannot vanish into thin air. Since it is not contained within Cohen's body, it implies that Cohen's soul has consumed them. This indicates that Cohen's essence still lingers here. Can Cohen hear their discourse? Chapter 76. Encounters are not destined. They are the result of my intricate schemes and exhaustive efforts. Cohen? Edward suddenly inquired into the surrounding air. Rose looked at Edward, perplexed. Have you forgotten what Cohen is? The more Edward pondered, the more it seemed right. Cohen is a Dementor. Noticing Rose's confusion, Edward hastily continued to elucidate. If Cohen's soul has consumed the Philosopher's Stone, it means he must still be present. Perhaps he can even hear our words. Let me see if he can absorb my joy. Edward appeared quite exhilarated. Cohen, I understand this may be difficult for you to accept, but I must clarify. Edward leaned beside Cohen's lifeless form and said, Professor Dumbledore was correct. You are indeed a hybrid of many beings. But fret not, your parents have always loved you, regardless of what you have become. His choice of words was exceedingly careful, lest he cause Cohen distress. Fortunately, among your mixed heritage, there exists a creature known as a Dementor. You should be able to perceive the joy within us, shouldn't you? Why not try to absorb a bit? Let your parents know you are still alive. Edward was uncertain how a Dementor perceives humans. However, the silver lining was that Cohen was exceptionally adept at both soul and joy absorption, and Edward's rather unorthodox teaching methods did not significantly hinder this. Edward anxiously awaited any sign or the chilling presence typical of a Dementor. Rose, too, began to harbor renewed hope due to Edward's theory. 1 second, 2 seconds, silence. The anticipation on their faces gradually waned. Suddenly, Edward shivered, as if a frigid hand had brushed against his shoulder. Rose then felt the same icy sensation on her own shoulder. Cohen did not intend to siphon off his adoptive parents' joy or souls. He merely sought to validate his existence without inflicting any harm. This action undoubtedly rekindled the previously somber emotions of Edward and Rose. What could be more heartening than the notion that Cohen still lives? Ding. Kindness value. 10. Note. Bushkaman. You truly possess a conscience. Until the afternoon, the withered figure of Nicole May, resembling a specter, arrived in the company of Dumbledore to this infirmary. Edward and Rose's elevated spirits remained undiminished. Professor Dumbledore, Cohen is alive. Upon Dumbledore's entrance, Edward exuberantly exclaimed, his voice unable to suppress a significant rise in pitch. Oh dear. Nicole May winced, rubbing his ears, which ached from the volume that reverberated painfully against his fragile eardrums. Ah, my apologies, Mr. LeMay. Edward quickly lowered his voice in apology. The elderly man, with his ashen hair and frail form, seemed to embody nothing but age and fragility, making it nearly impossible to associate him with the illustrious alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries, as he appeared to be on the brink of death. Oh, it's fine. I am Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas quickly emerged from his reverie, realizing he should have donned his hearing aid. Yet he hesitated to appear fully equipped at Albus's school, fearing it might come off as rude. In truth, he bore no offense, Nicholas. Dumbledore welcomed his old friend warmly and introduced him to the couple, Edward and Rose, Cohen's parents. Greetings. Nicholas extended his hand. Though this habitual gesture often resulted in the crushing of some bones, Edward was horrified to discover he had exerted too much force. Or perhaps it was simply difficult to gauge the appropriate strength when shaking hands with Nicholas Flamel, whose hand felt as fragile as damp paper left to dry. Oh, it's quite all right. It usually goes like this. In but a fleeting moment, the residual magic from the Philosopher's Stone restored his bones. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Dumbledore recognized the urgency on both sides, particularly concerning Cohen's situation. Soul intensity, 99. For a 600-year-old alchemist, such a figure seemed reasonable. Cohen suspected that the soul intensity reading of 99 was not due to the limitations of Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel's own soul intensities, but rather because the system could only register up to that value. Indeed, where is that child? Ah, here. Nicholas scanned the infirmary for Cohen's presence, not in terms of his physical body, but rather in search of his soul. Can you see me? Cohen, seated on another bed, inquired of Nicholas Flamel, who had presumed that the master alchemist would require some artifacts to perceive a soul. It appeared he could not hear the voice of the soul, perhaps due to the traces of the Philosopher's Stone within Cohen that enabled him to discern its location. After all, Nicholas was the creator of the stone and must possess some means of locating it. It seemed that Cohen had not fully absorbed the stone yet. Oh, he is indeed still here. Nicholas, adopting a gait reminiscent of a light jog, but effectively just pacing, hastened to Cohen's soul. Is Cohen there? Rose and Edward could not see Cohen's spirit, only witnessing Nicholas gazing into the air. What you just mentioned about Cohen still being alive, what is the basis for that? Dumbledore asked Edward. We encouraged Cohen to attempt some interaction, Edward explained in hushed tones, mindful not to further strain Nicholas Flamel's eardrums. As he felt the icy touch of Cohen's presence on his and Rose's shoulders. It cannot be so easily accomplished. That would imply Nicholas Flamel had done nothing. Cohen was meticulously devising the correct method for revival. At the very least, he needed to utilize some method. Whether it proved effective was another matter. But a rationale was essential. A perfect creation, these conflicting elemental components artfully interwove without any signs of rejection. Nicholas observed Cohen, the diminutive figure encased within the bottle, as if appreciating a fine work of art. Albus, you should have informed me of this news sooner. I had no inkling of any relevant information. We all yearn to provide this child with a normal childhood. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic exerts stringent control over this child's identity, forbidding any information about him from reaching the outside world. Dumbledore elucidated that most believe he is merely a serendipitous creation of the Bach family's experiment. A mere roll of the dice that landed on the highest point. Chance and miracles invariably accompany one another. The more Nico observed Cohen, the more he was enchanted. The child was perfection itself, surely a selection of destiny, allowing me to encounter him before my imminent departure. What a notion of destiny. It is I who have meticulously orchestrated and schemed to bring this about. Observing the expression on Nico's face, one that conveyed a desire to live several more decades to thoroughly study Cohen, the child realized his plan had succeeded. Chapter 77, The Inheritance 2 years later. After Nico had attempted several methods to revive Cohen, the latter felt it was time for his own approach to take effect. He moved. Edward exclaimed, joy radiating from him. Look at Cohen's hand. Cohen first wiggled his fingers, as depicted in dramas, then gradually opened his eyes, blinking a few times. Cohen felt immense satisfaction with his performance, as he sensed no hint of skepticism from those around him. Suddenly, a tide of joy surged toward him. Cohen! Rose exclaimed, lifting him from the bed and enveloping him in a tight embrace, fearful of another mishap. Mom, you're going to suffocate me. Cohen gasped. Rose quickly released him, tenderly rubbing his neck in concern. In contrast to Rose, Edward appeared much calmer, his hands clenched together, trembling with excitement. Thank you, truly, thank you. Edward nervously expressed his gratitude to Nico. I cannot fathom what would have happened without your assistance. I am delighted to witness such an outcome. Dumbledore sighed in relief. Cohen had survived, sparing him from the torment of conscience. Perhaps he should inquire later with Nico about which spell had been effective, but for now, it would be prudent to allow this child, who had just brushed with death, to reunite with his parents. I believe we should give Cohen and his family some space. Dumbledore suggested to Nico. Of course, Nico replied. Though he was indeed curious about Cohen, he was never one to rush. Perhaps later I might have a chance to converse with Cohen privately. I am intrigued by certain aspects of his situation. I have never witnessed a bottled person survive for such a length of time. Edward and Rose had no objections, and Cohen was more than willing to engage in a discussion with this ghostly, emaciated elder. After all, the Philosopher's Stone he had consumed was far more precious than Nico's simple request. Dumbledore and Nico temporarily exited the infirmary, where they encountered Harry. Upon opening the door, Harry caught sight of the revived Cohen, which brought him relief as well. After basking in the concern from all quarters, Cohen was now faced with more somber matters. For instance, the truth that his adoptive parents could no longer suppress. Cohen, I believe we must confide some truths to you. Edward and Rose exchanged glances, prompting Edward to elaborate on matters usually discussed between him and Cohen, as it was typically Edward and Cohen who shared a closer bond, while Rose predominantly assumed the role of caretaker and disciplinarian. You must have heard about your heritage just now, right? The fact that I am a hybrid of various creatures? Edward inquired. I did hear, otherwise I wouldn't have touched your shoulders, Cohen replied, nodding. Is there anything you do not understand? I can elucidate it for you. Just as Edward was about to begin explaining from the start, he suddenly realized that Cohen had invited them to ask any questions they might have. I have felt different since childhood, Cohen confessed, akin to a child revealing a secret. After coming to this school, I have been grappling with my identity, especially after Professor Chilo coerced me into assisting him in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. He claimed I was a subject of dark magic experimentation. Don't believe that nonsense, Rose said, her heart aching as she embraced Cohen. You are our child, now and forever, not some experimental subject. I'm 11, not 1, Mom, Cohen continued. And I love you both, which is why I want to understand what I truly am, to prevent inadvertently causing you harm. I have nearly grasped the happenings at Bach Manor and my peculiar traits akin to Dementors. Are you frightened? Edward asked, concern etched on his face. Me? Cohen pointed to himself. What should I be afraid of? Being different from others? Edward questioned, clearly troubled that Cohen might develop psychological issues due to this realization. I'm not scared. I just consider it a unique type of magic I've learned, Cohen replied earnestly. After all, he possessed the appearance of an ordinary person, allowing him to seamlessly blend into human society without the need for mental turmoil over it. That's a relief, Edward sighed. I have always worried that this would trouble you. Rose shot Edward a stern glance, halting him from continuing, lest his subsequent words burden Cohen with discomfort. Some rather unfortunate thoughts. Edward quickly amended his remark. Rest assured, I am currently in a very healthy state, both mentally and physically. Moreover, prior to Professor Chilo's ambush, I had been working on a significant breeding project with Hagrid concerning several magical creatures. Cohen reassured his adoptive parents. I've also become quite familiar with a herd of unicorns. They often visit Hagrid for food. Cohen slightly concealed his escapades into the Forbidden Forest to avoid inciting Rose's fury. This reassurance seemed to have a positive effect, as both Edward and Rose appeared genuinely pleased that Cohen had found a wholesome hobby. However, had they known that this hobby of magical creature breeding encompassed illegal dragons and forbidden dark magical creatures like nightmares, their smiles might have vanished in an instant. The conversation transitioned from Cohen's studies to the Dungeons & Dragons sandbox that Edward had gifted him. What? You didn't engage in romance there? I specifically crafted a plethora of beautiful female characters for you, Edward exclaimed incredulously. I even created numerous romantic storylines. You weren't just leveling up and fighting monsters the entire time, were you? Due to the inappropriate nature of subsequent events, Edward faced a reprimand from Rose, which ultimately restored harmony within the household. Cohen's demise turned out to be merely a false alarm, and both Edward and Rose did not linger at school. Dumbledore assured them once again that Cohen would be entirely safe within the school grounds. Rose also extended her apologies for some of the inappropriate remarks she made to Dumbledore earlier that morning. However, Dumbledore did not accept her apology. Instead, he insisted that her actions were justified and that he, in fact, owed her an apology for his earlier missteps. Everything seemed to return to normal, with only two notable changes in the school: the deceased Chilo and the magical stone consumed by Cohen. After dinner, Nickel came alone to Cohen's hospital room. Mr. Cohen, he greeted as Cohen sat up. Thank you for saving me. It was only polite to say so. Honestly, I'm not quite sure which spell worked, he admitted. Nickel displayed none of the airs of an elder. He hurriedly approached the bedside next to Cohen and sat down so they could engage in a heartfelt exchange. I just spoke with your parents, and Albus, you should have a slight understanding of your lineage by now, Nickel gently inquired. You are quite special, Cohen. He continued. This is not a jest. I have encountered numerous alchemical studies, though I personally would never engage in such morally questionable experiments. Yet, without exception, those miniature beings perished within 3 years. The experimental materials and types in this research were nearly identical, differing only in the selection of biological materials, which have always been the least significant aspect of the study. Nickel asked, Child, do you know what this implies? It suggests that the Bach family has rolled a grand success, referring to a 20-sided die casting a perfect 20. Cohen momentarily struggled to comprehend Nickel's words. Those mixed materials, belonging to different species, will repel each other. Only a potent magical force can bind them together, and even then, it is merely a binding. Broken things are easily shattered. Nickel continued. You possess one significant distinction from those miniature beings that failed to survive. You have something that no other experimental subjects possess or could ever possess: Albus's unwavering belief in the miraculous power of love. Nickel chuckled softly. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? I am Cohen, adopted by Edward and Rose after my birth. He felt this was somewhat inaccurate, and it couldn't possibly be the case. Suddenly, Cohen realized the truth. It wasn't that he was loved only after being adopted. There was someone who had long placed his hopes, love, and sorrows upon Cohen, Herbert Bach, still imprisoned beside the ruins of Bach Manor. Is love truly magical? Cohen had harbored doubts about this in the past, and he still questioned it now. Of course, this was merely one possible hypothesis. Nickel shook his head. If it were 300 years ago, I might have been eager to study you. Back then, I was still young and possessed a fervent thirst for knowledge. 3 centuries ago, Nickel was already over 300 years old. By any measure, he cannot be considered youthful. Cohen perceived that Nickel's sense of time had become somewhat diluted. However, at this moment, I would much prefer to witness children like you growing up carefree and healthy. Nickel chuckled. I had thought you sought me out for research purposes, Cohen remarked, somewhat puzzled that Nickel had requested a private conversation, which turned out to be merely a heart-to-heart discussion. He anticipated inquiries regarding his peculiar abilities, or perhaps a question about the Philosopher's Stone. Cohen understood what Nickel was alluding to. The next journey is death, Cohen. Nickel stated openly, for those with a clear mind, death is merely another grand adventure. My wife and I have lived long enough. It is time to seek new vistas. Nickel extended a dry, elongated hand and gently stroked Cohen's hair. Cherish those you love while there is still time. Before departing, he left a letter on Cohen's bedside. As Cohen picked up the letter, intending to ask something, he found that Nickel had already vanished. Must it be so fairy tale-like? Cohen mused, astonished. He could teleport. Yet he had exerted himself to run here with his aged body. Upon opening the letter, he discovered a piece of paper inscribed with a few lines and an antique brass key. The key was intricately adorned with precise engravings. Nickel's creations were never commonplace. The contents of the letter were brief, yet significant. Cohen, are you interested in alchemy? If so, you may visit my workshop in 2 years. There will be resources to aid your studies in alchemy. The final sentence appeared to be penned in a more recent hand, as if Nickel had added a thoughtful afterthought. I suspect you will greatly benefit from assistance at the source of alchemy, as I have noticed your soul is incomplete. Therefore, regardless of your interest, do come in 2 years. Chapter 78. Leave the summer homework to my bird. An inheritance 2 years hence. Cohen tucked the key into his system backpack, lest he misplace it. If he were to lose it, he would have to request another from Dumbledore, and who knows if Nickel would still be alive by then. Yet you seem utterly unperturbed, the Count observed, perplexed by Cohen's complete lack of urgency as he continued to replay that set of Dungeons and Dragons sandbox games. With Edward's guidance, Cohen had begun to explore other branches of the game, such as dating simulators. Setting aside the fact that the races of these characters held no allure for him, the challenge of conquering them one by one was rather enjoyable, providing a thrill akin to manipulating emotions. During exams, Cohen merely needed to shape his soul into a long strip to peek at answers and could pass by copying Hermione's 70. There was no need to spend time memorizing those points. By the way, you should also take a look at my textbooks when you have the time. Cohen abruptly reminded the Count. It would be useful during the summer. Goo goo goo. The Count tilted his head, emitting a sound of confusion. 2 weeks swiftly passed. And while for Cohen the days flew by, the experience was markedly different for the other students. The entire school was filled with the sight of students clinging to their books, memorizing facts by rote. Even Harry and Ron had to suppress their usual playful spirits, counting down the seemingly endless days until the conclusion of their final examinations. At last, the moment arrived for the last test, which was history of magic. It was unfathomable that, in light of recent events, the school still proceeded with examinations. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron, rubbing his fiery red hair, gloomily flipped through his notes on history of magic, which he had copied from Hermione, rendering them a fresh textbook in his eyes. Given that the defense against the dark arts exam had been cancelled due to Quirrell's incident, it was a small mercy. Cohen entered the common room just in time to catch Ron's lamentations. You only need to memorize a few pivotal dates and names. The rest can be fabricated. As long as your answers are sufficiently verbose, the teacher will surely grant some pity points. Is that really true? Harry's eyes lit up at the thought. The significance and impact of various key events in the Wizarding World were exceptionally difficult to remember, tedious, and repetitive. I managed my history exams in a similar manner, relying solely on instinct. Cohen kindly offered his method, leaving its efficacy at Hogwarts to be determined by Harry's luck. Harry and Ron wholeheartedly endorsed Cohen's emergency strategy, and the following day, they successfully filled the entire examination sheet using his approach. After the exam, the pent-up emotions of the young wizards erupted with jubilant cheers at the moment of submission, almost shaking the classroom's ceiling. Professor Binns, floating in midair, nearly mistook the commotion for an attack. At long last, I swear I will study diligently from now on and never resort to cramming again, Ron declared after a long exhale. I bet you will say that every year, Cohen replied, utterly unconvinced by Ron's vow, wagering 10 galleons that he would still procrastinate until the last minute before exams in his second year. But I don't even have 10 galleons, Ron lamented. The exam was far easier than I had anticipated, Hermione said breezily. I actually didn't need to memorize the Werewolf Code of Conduct from 1637 or the details of the Goblin Rebellion. She seemed to enjoy revisiting the exam content post-assessment, though Ron expressed that such an activity made him feel nauseous. Thus, they decided to venture outside the castle. How about a visit to Hagrid? Cohen suggested, hoping to check on his trunk and Norbert. I hope he hasn't grown to the size of a house, Harry said anxiously. Is Hagrid still alive? It's been 2 weeks since we last visited him. Crossing the grounds, they arrived at Hagrid's small hut. Cohen initially guessed that Hagrid would be tending to Norbert, but out of courtesy, he knocked on the door. Who is it? Came Hagrid's rather dejected voice. Coming. The door creaked open, revealing Hagrid's familiar figure. However, he did not greet them with his usual warmth, but instead stared at them for a moment in surprise. Harry noticed the redness around Hagrid's eyes, and Hagrid appeared quite anxious. Are we going to stand at the door all day? Cohen lightened the mood. Hagrid, somewhat slow to react, led them into the house, where the air was thick with the salty scent of tears. Once inside, they quickly discerned the source of the saline aroma. Hagrid trembled, large tears soaking into his beard. Hagrid, feeling a twinge of sympathy, tried to console him, but words eluded him. It's all right, Hagrid. Look, I'm alive, Cohen, the one who had nearly perished, generously reassured. And even if you don't tell him, he will eventually find out. You and Harry were nearly killed by him. It's all my fault. You should keep your distance from me. I'm no good. I should have been expelled long ago, Hagrid cried, even louder. All right, Hagrid, let me be honest with you. Even if you don't tell him, I will have to eventually. Cohen thought of a way to ease Hagrid's pain, because I have researched the three-headed dog. We won't blame you, Hagrid, Harry chimed in to soothe him. Professor Dumbledore doesn't blame you either. We're still good friends. and we have several major projects to complete together. Cohen interjected, Hagrid, how is Norbert? I've helped build a cozy nest for him. He should be quite happy now. Chapter 79. A mysterious attack on the unicorn herd in the Forbidden Forest. Revitalized, Hagrid led them into Cohen's box, bringing along an entire dead sheep as Norbert's lunch. The once barren wilderness now boasted 2 structures. Near the entrance, Hagrid had erected a colossal 2-story wooden house, appearing even more luxurious than his own. Hagrid, how many trees did you fell? Harry swallowed hard. This wooden house must have required hundreds of trunks. Oh, I enlisted Professor Sprout's help to gather some tree fertilizer. It didn't take long to procure plenty of wood. Hagrid scratched his head. I was worried Cohen might find it too small. It's already larger than my home. Cohen praised Hagrid's craftsmanship. You are truly a god of architecture. Cohen's compliments brought a smile to Hagrid's face. The malevolent Dementor had gained a bit more experience in human interaction. This house was initially intended by Cohen as a backup base, just a place to sleep. Now, it exceeded Cohen's expectations, saving him the trouble of rebuilding. The interior layout aligned perfectly with Cohen's vision. Hagrid had prepared several bedrooms on the 2nd floor and equipped the 1st floor with a workshop, study, kitchen, restroom, and a spacious living room. Since I had to come in to decorate, I made the door frame a size larger, Hagrid nervously explained. It's wonderful, Ron exclaimed. I want to live here. My bedroom is upstairs with the noisy ghoul. Most of the essential infrastructure had been set up by Hagrid, including wooden tables, chairs, and beds, allowing Cohen to move in at any time. The sole drawback may be the absence of a water supply and drainage system. However, with the availability of spells such as the freshwater charm and the vanishing charm, these issues can be easily resolved. Cohen is quite pleased with the new abode, and Hagrid feels a sense of joy in being able to assist him. A true win-win situation. Harry hopes to escape the summer heat in the sanctuary, while Hermione believes that Cohen ought to cast some fire protection spells outside the cabin to prevent Norbert from inadvertently igniting the wooden structure. What about Norbert? Cohen inquired. How large has he grown now? It surprised Cohen that Norbert did not rush to him the moment he entered, especially considering that Hagrid had brought in a bloody dead sheep. Norbert's nest is situated nearby, a man-made cave that Cohen had previously assisted in conjuring from this box, creating a small hill with a cave-like structure, which Hagrid had then finally decorated. Harry and the others remained cautiously outside. They were hesitant to venture into a dragon's lair that could potentially house a creature larger than Hagrid himself. Only Cohen and Hagrid ventured inside. With a flicker of light, Cohen illuminated the tip of his wand. To enhance the mysterious aura of the dragon's cave, he elongated its length and added some twists and turns, ensuring that Norbert would have an epic experience. The deeper they went, the louder the dragon's soft snoring became, until they reached the innermost part, where a vast array of gold and silver coins was laid out by Hagrid, and there lay Norbert, coiled atop them, roughly the size of a small car. Hagrid, where did you acquire such a fortune? Cohen did not need to count the coins. Merely carpeting the expansive cave with them was impressive enough. I gathered them from the Niffler burrows in the forest. They must be the lost coins of former students, Hagrid replied. I read that dragons enjoy lounging on piles of treasure, so I thought, why not? The scent of the dead sheep made Norbert twitch his nose. He opened his eyes, and his orange irises gleamed brightly in the dim surroundings. Upon spotting Hagrid, he recognized the source of food, noting that the sheep was smaller than the cow from yesterday. He nonetheless found it quite palatable. Then he saw Cohen. Goodness, it's my ancestor. His pupils dilated, and he sprang up. Norbert, as if guided by muscle memory, began to wag his tail vigorously, attempting to burrow into Cohen's embrace, though now his head was nearly as large as Cohen's upper body. Tame it down, Cohen exclaimed. It seems Norbert truly adores you, Hagrid remarked with heartfelt emotion. Look what I brought you, good boy. Hagrid tossed the dead sheep towards Norbert, who expertly caught it in his jaws and began to feast, blood splattering in the process. The scene was rather gruesome, prompting Cohen to step away, content to observe whether Norbert behaved well without needing to witness the dragon's predatory display as Hagrid did. Although Norbert's physical form grew rapidly, Cohen noticed that its soul developed at a much slower pace, maintaining a strength around 20 points. This could perhaps be related to the overall lifespan of the species. Cohen speculated that a creature's soul might only fully mature as its life draws to a close. Reflecting on what Nicodemus and Dumbledore had said, that death is merely another grand adventure, Cohen pondered whether the soul transitions to another realm after death, especially since he himself had traversed into this world after his demise. With the visit concluding successfully, Cohen felt immense satisfaction with the project contained within the box, as it saved him considerable effort. Thanks to the presence of Butterbeer, Hagrid believed that the magical unicorn would not refuse them. You cannot venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. It is far too perilous, Hagrid declared with grave seriousness. However, Cohen sensed that Hagrid would soon regret his decision, as they could already faintly detect the scent of alcohol along their path. Oh, Merlin's beard. They arrived at the lakeside where the unicorns often rested. only to be startled by the sight of several fallen unicorns. Arya, whose fur had been dyed white by Cohen, had reverted to its original black and was leisurely sipping from a barrel of butterbeer, surrounded by a chaotic scattering of empty containers. There isn't a single capable one among them, Arya remarked, appearing slightly unsteady. Hagrid, how much butterbeer did you give Arya? Cohen inquired, inspecting the fallen unicorns on the ground, relieved to find them all still alive. It was evident that they had merely succumbed to intoxication. Yet Arya's demeanor amidst the sprawled unicorns made it seem as though she had vanquished them all. I thought only she would enjoy butterbeer. How have all the unicorns become drunks? Hagrid appeared struck by lightning. Chapter 80. The soul-sucking scheme of a certain individual. Intoxicated unicorns pose a significant danger within the forest, compelling Hagrid to hastily prepare an antidote for their inebriation. He had never encountered unicorns inebriated before, and whether the antidote meant for humans would be effective for them remained uncertain. Overwhelmed with urgency, Hagrid had little objection to Cohen's intent to take Arya back in the box. Not a chance. Isn't this my only indulgence? Can I enjoy it properly? With a soft snore, Arya fell asleep. Had she truly turned all the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest into alcoholics? The Count tilted his head and asked, "What drink is so delightful?" "Cease your perilous thoughts," Cohen interjected, wary of what audacious statements or actions might arise from a drunken escapade. Yet from the Count's expression, it seemed he was more inclined to experiment. Cohen's belongings were not particularly numerous, aside from a few trinkets pilfered from the forest creatures that could be sold. He was left with only Edward's large chessboard and some books. "What is this?" Cohen queried, pulling out a blue gemstone from the cupboard. A token of apology from the Malfoy family, the Count reminded him, observing it resembled a talisman. "But do you truly require a talisman?" The Malfoy family wished to invite Cohen to Malfoy Manor, which he accepted, intending to seize the opportunity to visit Azkaban. "Take it and amuse yourself." Cohen cast a stone towards the Count, the runes upon it indeed activated by magic, exhibiting effects reminiscent of the ironclad charm. However, it is important to note that Cohen had already mastered the ironclad charm after enhancing his soul's strength, and he found little necessity for such spells, especially since the ironclad charm could not provide protection against the guardian charm. Scholars studying the ironclad charm likely never contemplated that it might be employed as a defense against guardians. The suites in the cabinet were nearly depleted as Cohen transferred all his belongings into his own residence. He also discreetly appropriated several blankets from the wish-granting room, spreading them across the various bedrooms in his compact domicile. This semester's house cup, unsurprisingly, belonged to Gryffindor, as there were no significant point deductions from Harry and his friends' nocturnal escapades, coupled with Cohen's insistence that Quirrell occasionally add points. Gryffindor comfortably secured first place with a total of 510 points. Consequently, Cohen's special contribution award to the school, augmented by an additional 150 points, lacked any exhilarating sense of a dramatic comeback. "Just look at Malfoy's expression," Ron remarked gleefully. "I heard Slytherin had won the championship for 6 consecutive years, and now it has come to an abrupt halt since he arrived. Is there truly no monetary reward for the school's special contribution award?" Cohen expressed his disappointment. Although he felt indifferent towards the House Cup and knew that not everyone would receive a solid gold trophy, the notion that the Special Contribution Award was merely a trophy displayed in the school seemed rather devalued. Cohen doubted anyone would venture to the trophy room to peruse the list of past awardees, particularly as there were no contact details for the laureates. The results of the final exams were announced the following day, and Harry and Ron successfully navigated through the tests, expressing immense gratitude for the historical magic answering techniques Cohen had shared. 72 points. How splendid! Harry exclaimed excitedly upon receiving his report card. Meanwhile, Cohen consistently scored around 90 points in each subject, as Hermione achieved a perfect score of 120 points. Cohen's meticulously crafted plan for achieving a flawless percentage through copying left no room for error. It was all about coasting through, and as long as the professors remained oblivious, it was deemed a success. In addition to the report cards, there was a notice warning them against using magic during the holidays. Yet, in reality, this was a ruse. The Ministry of Magic could not precisely determine who had performed magic within a certain area, only detecting a broad range. Since Cohen's parents were wizards, he could use magic without concern. Such matters were seldom disclosed in wizarding families, as allowing young wizards to disregard the restrictions on out-of-school magic could lead to difficulties in discipline. This inadvertently benefited Harry, who, had the Nortons not moved to Privet Drive, would have been completely unable to engage with any magic. However, Cohen had no intention of revealing this information to Harry. God only knows what reckless acts the impetuous Harry might commit against the Dursleys if he were allowed to use magic freely. Such a revelation could transform their relationship from that of classmates to a dynamic akin to that of a prison warden and inmate. Therefore, Cohen intended to relish this privilege solely for himself. "Are you all coming to my house this summer?" Ron inquired as they were about to disembark, addressing the other three. "You all can come," I will write to invite you. Of course, Harry replied eagerly, if the Dursleys allow me out. What about you, Cohen? I might be busy. Cohen furrowed his brow, but he wouldn't be busy for long, judging by the time. Hermione, however, had plans to travel to France with her parents and regretfully declined the invitation, promising to accept next time. They gradually passed through the sturdy wall, where their families awaited outside. Rose was engaged in a discussion with the Granger couple regarding the layout of the Times, while Vernon Dursley cautiously maintained his distance from them. In the past, he would have interjected, but ever since he learned of the wizarding children in these families, he had drawn a clear line. Public places. Cohen struggled to articulate. You are 42 years old. Rose pointedly stated the truth, urging him not to act like a 5-year-old. After placing their luggage in the compartment, Cohen settled into the back seat of the car. By the way, Cohen, are you interested in traveling? After dropping Rose off at the Murdoch Newsgroup building, Edward suddenly recalled the arrangement he had previously mentioned to her. Are you referring to the kind of travel where one wastes their holiday being led around various attractions by a group of adults, taking weary photographs, and ultimately declaring that the trip was splendid? Cohen inquired. Rest assured, I have an old classmate intending to organize a tour in the Wizarding World, exclusively for young wizards. There should be quite a few of your classmates joining. Parents are not invited, so no adults will interfere. I wanted to know if you would participate, Edward explained. Your mother and I believe you might benefit from some relaxation. Of course, if you prefer to stay at home, we can simply decline the invitation. Wait a moment. An unexpected overseas trip, with no adult wizards allowed, from the source of an old classmate. It sounds like abduction. Cohen responded eagerly. All right, he agreed enthusiastically. Edward was taken aback by Cohen's swift acceptance. When do we depart? Cohen asked. The departure is scheduled for the end of July, so there's no rush. Edward replied, turning the steering wheel as they took a corner. Remember to bring Count with you. If anything arises, have him inform us. Strangely enough, it's remarkable that you managed to procure the most extraordinary owl for the least amount of money. I have never seen a talking owl before. It must be the envy of many young wizards at school, Edward chatted amiably. Very few magical creatures can speak, and even fewer are domesticated. Envy? Cohen sensed that Edward might possess a slight misunderstanding regarding Count. No child would fancy an owl that rambles incessantly. I keep him purely out of goodwill, to prevent him from causing a ruckus among the other young wizards. However, this statement wasn't entirely true. Although Count was chatty, he could be quite entertaining at times. Cohen continued to raise Count partly because he could serve as a surprise weapon. No one would expect an owl to cast spells. For this reason, Cohen had even fashioned a small pocket for a wand, which he secured to Count's right claw. Upon returning home, Cohen gave Edward a minor first-year shock by leading him into his mysterious box. What on earth is so secretive? Edward inquired curiously after Cohen hinted that there was a surprise inside the box. Merlin's trousers. After being pushed into the box by Cohen, Edward waited for the dizzy spell to dissipate and was instantly entranced by the vast expanse within. Where did you acquire this seamless extension enchantment for the sky? Edward exclaimed in astonishment. Professor Dumbledore assisted in creating this box, allowing Hagrid and me to house creatures here, Cohen replied, tossing the responsibility onto Dumbledore. Remember not to disclose our situation. It's illegal, and you wouldn't want to draw Dumbledore's attention, would you? Ah, I see. This explanation seemed more palatable to Edward. If it involved Dumbledore, the creation of something extravagant was hardly surprising. Cohen intended to first show Edward the house, and they arrived at the entrance of the wooden cabin. Did you also incorporate a powerful cushioning charm and isolation spell? I see no signs of turbulence, and the seamless extension spell shouldn't yield such vastness, Edward mused. His curiosity piqued by the box's construction. He realized that the house inside was a stroke of genius. This isn't the first of its kind. Professor Dumbledore mentioned a student of his, Newt, who possesses a similar portable base for housing magical creatures, Cohen noted. Referring to the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander. So, what have you been housing here, or what do you plan to house? Edward inquired eagerly, having noticed no creatures roaming about, aside from the house, and a hill with a cave. I recall that the gamekeeper Hagrid has a fondness for large creatures. You aren't keeping. Edward initially intended to jest about housing a dragon, but suddenly sensed a massive being approaching from behind. The heavy breathing drowned out the sunlight that had been shining on the cabin door. Norbert, how did you get out? Cohen questioned, glancing behind Edward. Before turning around, Edward caught a whiff of sulfur in the air. You have been keeping large creatures, haven't you? He gulped, deciding to turn. Edward found himself face to face with Norbert, the enormous dragon, whose massive head nearly brushed his nose, its orange vertical pupils curiously fixated on him. Roar? He hurriedly withdrew his wand, pondering which spell could possibly penetrate dragon hide. Don't worry, Dad. He's very obedient, Cohen reassured, maneuvering around Edward's elbow. Indeed, Norbert was quite well behaved. Upon hearing their relationship, the dragon affectionately licked Edward's face with its tongue. Edward's expression contorted in disgust. The slick sensation, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and a hint of sulfur, was overwhelming. Dragon, surely your brain hasn't been incapacitated for this long? Cohen asked incredulously. I thought you would adore dragons. You gifted me that sandbox containing a brass dragon girl transformed into a draconic form. I believed you had an affinity for such things. That was merely an adventure story. Reality is quite different, Edward corrected. Raising a dragon is perilous and illegal. Is it truly? Cohen blinked a few times with a pitiful expression. All right, don't mention this to your mother. Edward sighed. She certainly would not approve of you raising a dragon here. In a heartbeat. She would write to Dumbledore and give him a stern reprimand. However, after collecting himself, Edward began to feel a flicker of curiosity about the dragon in reality. But is it truly obedient? Will it bite if I touch it? You know, a typical wizard might never encounter a fire dragon in their lifetime. It is best if you accompany me. It seems to heed only my commands, Cohen cautioned. Your reaction makes me uncertain whether to show you another pet. Having already seen a fire dragon, what more terrifying creatures could there possibly be? Edward steeled himself. What else do you keep? Cohen led Edward to a study on the first floor, temporarily designated as Aria's resting place, as the unicorn could not ascend the stairs. Upon opening the door, a pitch-black unicorn fixed its gaze upon them. It emanated an aura of curses and death, its eyes devoid of color. Resembling a lifeless entity as it locked eyes with Edward, he felt as though he could scarcely catch his breath. Yet, it was somewhat safer than a fire dragon, an evil-aligned unicorn, a frequent figure in Muggle fantasy tales. Thud. Aria merely cast a glance before turning back to the task it had been diligently engaged in prior to their entrance. A solid boulder lay within the room, and it was tirelessly drilling into the stone with its sharp horn. The stone, enchanted by Cohen, had already developed numerous cracks, and once Aria completely shattered it, it would swiftly return to its original state. What is it doing? Edward inquired. Recovering from alcohol addiction, Cohen replied nonchalantly. Without alcohol, it seems as if a temptress is crawling all over it, so I arranged for it to have a task to distract it. Chapter 82, The Key to Malfoy Manor. Thank you. Recovering from alcohol. Edward felt as if the entire world had grown unfamiliar. While the dragon resembled a dog, that could be attributed to training methods. But this bizarre black unicorn was an alcoholic? No, that didn't seem to be the crux of the matter. The real question was how Cohen had come into contact with such creatures at school. What on earth have you been doing at school? Eating, sleeping, attending classes. Exploring the castle, caring for small animals. Quite ordinary. Really, Cohen recounted his first-year experiences. Attending Hogwarts without engaging in these activities is akin to becoming the Minister of Magic without exploiting subordinates. It reflects a deficiency in one's life pursuits and perspective. Such individuals fail to grasp the benefits brought by pragmatism, only perceiving the sloth and comfort of languishing in the common room, forever stalling their potential and thus destined for a relatively unsuccessful life. Stop scolding me, Edward thought, increasingly convinced that Cohen was describing his own situation. When Cohen suggested that Edward move in to help care for Norbert and Aria, Edward swiftly declined the offer. If I am not in the bedroom at night, Rose will only arrive at one conclusion, that I have perished, Edward said cautiously. A good man, your mother truly trusts you. I had presumed she would harbor two speculations. Either you had perished or sought solace with another woman, Cohen remarked. The outcome remains unchanged, Edward replied dryly. Although Edward could not serve as free labor for Cohen, he could still assist him in other ways. For instance, he could exchange some of the unicorn hair provided by Cohen for money, which he would then use to procure a substantial flock of sheep and grass seeds, nurturing them within Cohen's box to ensure a prolonged food supply for Norbert. You all are utterly bizarre, the Count commented one night in July, after Edward had cleaned his hands, stained with sheep's blood, and stealthily exited Cohen's bedroom. It feels as though your father is indulging in some peculiar sensation. This is easily comprehensible. Consider this. If you were involved with a certain female owl at school and she demanded you refrain from mingling with other owls, then one night Hedwig approached you, inquiring if you wished to soar together. Cohen rationally stated that you would undoubtedly acquiesce. And you might even ponder the implications of your school owl discovering such an affair, the thrill of moral transgression, indeed. Edward merely opted for a method of risk that was neither fatal nor ethically dubious to experience the thrill of recklessness. Exciting, the Count's eyes brightened, only to dim again the next moment. But I have not yet engaged with any of the school's female owls, though you have not consorted with other owls. Hedwig has, Cohen mischievously countered. Morality is a human construct. As an owl, you need not adhere to it. What a splendid idea, the Count exclaimed in delight. Finally, Cohen managed to send the Count away, thus preventing him from concocting any whimsical schemes out of sheer boredom. This was necessary as Cohen had observed that since the last time he saw Alice so enraptured by alcohol, the Count had begun to show a keen interest in alcoholic beverages. He would even attempt to sample a few sips when Edward indulged in the evening, only to be shooed away by Edward, citing that birds should not consume alcohol. July proved to be somewhat tormenting for Harry, as the Dursleys though ignorant of his inability to perform magic outside school, were aware that Harry could only intimidate Dudley with his wand. The Dursleys' attitude towards him had not improved significantly. At most, they refrained from pushing him too hard or criticizing his parents in his presence. Due to Cohen being a classmate of Harry's, the Dursleys began to distance themselves from the Nortons. Rose served as an editor for the Times, which prompted Mr. Dursley to adopt a more turtle-like approach, ignoring the Nortons entirely and simultaneously forbidding Harry from visiting them. However, July passed swiftly for Cohen, filled with busyness. A pasture for the sheep had been established within the box. The grassland conjured through transfiguration could not sustain the flock, yet thanks to the magical fertilizer, the newly planted real grass grew with remarkable rapidity, even accelerating the sheep's breeding rate considerably. This led Cohen to suspect that perhaps something amiss was mixed into that fertilizer. Nevertheless, since these sheep were meant for Norbert's consumption, it mattered little if they were purely magical or otherwise. A dragon's stomach is not so fragile. Compared to Norbert, Allie is considerably easier to care for. Cohen discovered that she is, in fact, herbivorous, and that butterbeer is merely a snack for her. Then eat grass, Cohen suggested, insisting that she learn to embrace her instincts. Embrace yourself. I want to drink butterbeer. Unfortunately, Cohen's plan to help Allie abstain from alcohol has yet to yield results. This may not stem from a physiological addiction, but rather a psychological one. Just as everything seemed to be heading towards sustainability, good news arrived. On July 30th, Lucius sent his house elf, Dobby, with a letter. Here you are, sir. The little elf, with bat-like ears, squeaked nervously, appearing rather disheveled. It instinctively wanted to flee upon seeing Cohen, much like any other house elf. However, delivering the letter was Lucius's command, and it had to comply. After delivering the letter to Cohen's room, it fled in a panic, fearing Cohen might siphon away its soul. In the letter, Lucius subtly informed Cohen about the upcoming small wizarding trip at the end of the month, mentioning that his son Draco would also be attending. He had bribed the relevant personnel, and there would be 2 different keys available for the young wizards to choose from. Cohen and Draco could select the same one. The wording in the letter was quite cautious. If Cohen preferred not to go on the trip, he could simply disregard the letter. Lucius also apologized for Draco's previous offenses and promised further compensation upon Cohen's arrival at Malfoy Manor. Truly perceptive, Cohen remarked, who could withstand their household? They are so adept at being opportunistic. These featherless ones are even less resolute than I, the Count concurred. I have never yielded to your authority. Oh, and how is your old romance with Hedwig? Cohen retorted. The Count turned away to gaze at the moonlight, falling silent. Chapter 83. We are harmonious and friendly classmates. July 31st, clear skies. Harry spent the entire day doing chores, as a wealthy builder and his wife were set to dine at the Dursleys, with Uncle Vernon hoping for a substantial order. The sorrows and joys of people are seldom shared. Thus, when Harry saw Cohen leaving with a suitcase alongside Edward, he merely found it noisy. Cohen, however, held a different perspective. After secretly passing Harry a birthday gift over the fence, he was finally able to embark on some escapades with Edward and Rose. The rendezvous point was a park temporarily acquired from the Ministry of Magic, shielded from Muggles, allowing the Quidditch travel group to gather. Is this truly a legitimate travel group? Cohen wondered, surprised to see several classmates present, including the Patil sisters from his year, Mandy Brocklehurst from Ravenclaw, and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. Additionally, there were numerous unfamiliar classmates, as Cohen always struggled to remember too many names. Is there a classmate you fancy? Edward whispered in Cohen's ear. I've just turned 12, Cohen replied. Cohen stiffly reminded. Where did you learn about rushing into marriage? Dating and marriage are 2 distinct matters. It would be wise to engage in more romantic experiences to accumulate wisdom. Edward retorted with notable confidence. Or do you suppose I ensnared your mother through mere happenstance? Do you truly intend to utter that statement with such pride? Cohen countered. Moreover, dating without the intention of marriage is nothing short of frivolity. Cohen resolutely asserted. I have my own plans. As for dating, Edward might as well state that someone had displeased him and instruct Cohen to eliminate that individual and their entire family. The outcome would be the same regardless. Cohen had yet to discover a means to subdue the liquid curse, or rather, apart from switching bodies, there might be no solution at all. The body that Cohen currently inhabited was a veritable amalgamation of various dark creatures. Aside from the fact that touching him would not result in death, nothing within him was suitable for a normal person to handle. However, Edward evidently misconstrued Cohen's intent, believing that Cohen's self-assured plans indicated he was already engaged in a promising relationship. Edward did not linger long. After handing over the payment for Cohen's entry, he departed in his vehicle. Just before leaving, Edward presented Cohen with a necklace, stating that if he encountered an urgent predicament, he should shatter it. The spell contained within would synchronize with the vase in his living room, allowing them to come searching for Cohen upon discovering the vase had broken. How wonderful. Is this what it feels like to be loved? Cohen felt a warm glow within his soul, akin to that of a Dementor. Malfoy. Cohen spotted the pale classmate amidst the crowd, who trembled slightly upon being called by Cohen. Cohen surmised that Lucius had likely informed Draco of the general situation to prevent any further offense towards Cohen that could lead to dire consequences. However, this warning seemed somewhat excessive. Draco was merely a 12-year-old child, suddenly confronted with the knowledge that his classmate was a creature capable of consuming joy and souls, and that he had previously had an unpleasant encounter with this very classmate. To dare to stand before Cohen was already a considerable act of sacrifice. "You need not fear me. I am not a madman and do not indiscriminately consume souls," Cohen felt compelled to clarify, though it seemed that the more he explained, the more frightened Malfoy became. Carrying a suitcase, Cohen followed Malfoy into a tent erected at the edge of the gathering area. It was empty, save for some flyers piled in the corner and an old wooden table. Before long, a tall, thin, middle-aged man entered, carrying a cloth bag. "Is everyone here?" The man inquired of Malfoy. "Is it just you?" "Yes," Malfoy nodded. The man poured the contents of the bag onto the table within the tent and pulled out a watch from his pocket. "There are 10 minutes remaining. Manage your time well, as I must attend to other matters shortly. Is that acceptable?" With that, the lanky man hurriedly exited. He cast a suspicious glance at Cohen and asked, "You do realize this trip is to Malfoy Manor, correct?" Malfoy looked at Cohen in terror, attempting to convey some unspoken message through his gaze. It is highly probable that this individual has experienced a pang of conscience, suspecting some involvement in human trafficking. After all, the Malfoy family has gone to great lengths and expended considerable resources merely to send a young wizard to Malfoy Manor, which indeed raises suspicions. Malfoy exhaled in relief. "Forget it. I was almost on the verge of forgetting your previous affront. Do not be so fearful. It would tarnish my image as a benevolent person," Cohen advised earnestly. "Especially in the school environment. Do not allow your timidity to undermine my reputation. You are aware of the consequences when a well-laid plan is disrupted, are you not?" "Yes." "Yes," Malfoy fervently nodded. 10 minutes later, Malfoy and Cohen reached for the potion bottles in unison. With a flash of blue light, a sensation of swirling distortion enveloped Cohen, as if a hook had latched onto his navel, lifting him off the ground and propelling him swiftly toward an unknown destination. Moments later, they landed. Cohen, familiar with the sensation of flight, stood firmly upon the ground, while the less experienced Malfoy swayed dizzily, nearly losing his balance. They had now arrived at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. The manor stood as a grand lordly residence, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens. At the center of the pathway leading to the manor's entrance was a fountain crafted from white marble, with several white peacocks gracing the surrounding lawns. In stark contrast to the now ruined Bork Manor, the Malfoy estate exuded an aura of ancient prestige. Navigating through the misty iron gates and along the cobblestone path, the silent Malfoy led Cohen to his home. Lucius and Narcissa awaited them at the door. In a manner akin to a desperate escape, Malfoy darted behind Narcissa, while Lucius cast a stern gaze at him, clearly directed at Cohen. Such was the nature of social propriety. "Cohen, we appreciate your taking the time to visit Malfoy Manor. Draco often speaks of you. Please, do come in," Lucius graciously invited. "Dobby, prepare refreshments for our guest." Chapter 84 Voldemort? He is rather pitiful. The interior of Malfoy Manor was adorned with opulent furnishings, with expensive furniture, a marble fireplace reflecting the flickering flames, and gilded mirrors. The spacious foyer was lined with various portraits adorning the walls, while the stone floor was nearly entirely covered by luxurious carpets. Given that Draco was their only child, it is evident how he has been spoiled. Raising a child is indeed a complex endeavor. Perhaps caring for magical creatures is simpler, as evidenced by how obedient Norbert is, refusing to expel anything but red fire. However, Cohen's purpose for being there was not to exchange child-rearing insights, but rather to seize the opportunity to slip away to Azkaban. He intended to visit relatives and inquire with Bellatrix regarding the credentials necessary to access the vault. The Hufflepuff cup resided in the Lestrange family's vault, while Voldemort's diary from his school days was located within Malfoy Manor itself. This trip would allow him to acquire 2 Horcruxes. Thus, when Lucius suggested that Draco accompany Cohen on a tour, Cohen outright declined. Only Lucius and Cohen remained in the study of Malfoy Manor. The soul strength of the Malfoy couple is merely 20, which is the standard level for wizards, making them relatively easy to handle. Azkaban. Lucius furrowed his brow. Is this progress not a tad too swift? Releasing individuals from Azkaban in the first year? What on earth has the Bach family created? However, Lucius quickly recognized that he should not interfere, much like one would not question the thoughts of the Dark Lord. Did you summon me for something to say or inquire about? I hardly believe that Draco's single transgression warrants such an abundance of apologies, Cohen stated bluntly. Moreover, you indeed possess capabilities that could be of assistance to me, or rather, to Voldemort. At the mere mention of Voldemort's name, Lucius's complexion drained of color. The malevolent curse no longer had effect. He had been informed that only while he was alive did that name possess the power to nullify restrictions and reveal locations. And now he existed in a state of specter. Voldemort indeed seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone and has temporarily allied himself with me, Cohen continued. Lucius's breathing quickened. He has failed, has he not? Did Draco not mention this? Cohen expressed with a hint of disappointment. I even aided him considerably, yet alas. One must admit he has become somewhat of a coward. I had procured the Philosopher's Stone for him, according to our initial plan. He was to cast the killing curse upon me and seize it for himself, thereby concluding the scheme perfectly. He would gain the chance of resurrection, and I could continue to masquerade as a good individual under Dumbledore's watch. Cohen harbored immense dissatisfaction with Voldemort. The killing curse? Is that what allows one to remain a good person after being struck? Yet, considering the rumors of the Bach family's involvement in creating dark magical experiments intertwined with the Dementors, it seems rather plausible. Thus, Lucius no longer dared to perceive Cohen as merely a child possessing formidable power. Collaborating with the Dark Lord while consciously evading suspicion through death was not something a mere child could accomplish. Lucius genuinely wished to believe that Cohen was merely boasting. Yet the intelligence from his position as a school governor confirmed that Cohen spoke the truth. Nicholas Flamel had indeed arrived at Hogwarts, and Cohen had not perished under the killing curse. The Philosopher's Stone could only be utilized for prolonging life or generating gold, devoid of any ability to resurrect the deceased. Furthermore, he had heard whispers of Flamel's intention to depart from this world. What could prompt one who had lived over 6 centuries thanks to the Philosopher's Stone to embrace death so readily? The answer was unequivocal. Cohen had consumed the stone, and Flamel could not extract it once more. Nevertheless, he remains a valuable ally. His influence within the magical realm is advantageous for me, Cohen articulated. Since the route involving the Philosopher's Stone has proven unfeasible, we intend to seek alternative methods. I have come with a newly added objective. If there is any way we can assist, the Malfoy family shall naturally exert every effort, Lucius promptly assured, recognizing that this matter transcended mere cordial relations with Cohen. It involved the plans of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord had once proclaimed that he had traversed further than anyone on the path to immortality. To preserve the Malfoy family, he must promptly choose a side. 2 items, Cohen remarked. One is the diary you have here, which Voldemort entrusted to your care. Yes, indeed. I have kept it under strict supervision, he replied. Thankfully, no harm has been done yet. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic. This should ensure a year of tranquil academic life. However, Cohen still harbored an unsettling feeling. Matters seldom unfold as desired. The more one longs for a serene existence, the more life seems to veer towards chaos. A golden cup from the Lestrange vault, Cohen continued. Voldemort requires these 2 items for his resurrection, and thus, I need your assistance in locating them. The diary is manageable since it is in your possession, but retrieving the golden cup poses a challenge. Following the incident where Quirrell was caught attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts with Voldemort, security measures have intensified, preventing access through the usual swift routes. Moreover, the remaining members of the Lestrange family are imprisoned in Azkaban, rendering them unable to assist. Cohen leisurely stated, therefore, I shall proceed to Azkaban to obtain proof from Bellatrix or Rodolphus to access the vault, while you facilitate the retrieval of the cup. Rest assured, I shall inform Voldemort of your contribution afterward. He will certainly pardon your prior betrayal, Cohen assured him earnestly. Chapter 85. Returning to Azkaban felt akin to returning home. Lucius chose to trust Cohen, for the diary had been entrusted to him by Voldemort, and no one else could possibly be aware of it. As for the golden cup in the Lestrange vault, even Lucius had never heard of it. If it weren't for Voldemort's associates, its existence would remain a mystery. Choosing to assist the Dark Lord upon hearing the whispers was a significant act, even if those rumors proved false. He could always claim he was merely too hasty and misled. However, if he opted to refuse aid to the Dark Lord, Lucius could already envision himself interred in the Malfoy family tomb. I can certainly assist you in entering the Lestrange vault, provided there are items to validate your identity, Lucius asserted, but Azkaban. Although it is said that Cohen has integrated a portion of the Dementor's bloodline, he still appears human. I shall need to find someone. As he spoke, Cohen transformed, presenting Lucius with a glimpse of a higher form of Dementor. The towering, decayed figure draped in black robes replaced the dark-haired boy who had stood before Lucius, draining warmth from the air and the very essence of his soul. Lucius gasped, instinctively stepping back until he collided with a cabinet behind him, nearly toppling a vase perched atop it. A chill surged into his lungs, and he felt as though even his breath had been frozen. Stop! Stop! Lucius exclaimed, I understand. As a dark wizard, he possessed no means to contend with Dementors. Typically, such creatures did not seek trouble with them, as they were often allies rather than prey. Collaboration proceeds smoothly, Lucius rasped. The partnership with Lucius was progressing favorably, with both parties exceedingly satisfied with the outcome. Cohen acquired Voldemort's diary, while Lucius received Cohen's assurance. Everything would turn out well. As Lucius bid farewell to Cohen, he comforted the worried Narcissa, whose concerns were manifold. She feared not only the potential failure of the Dark Lord's resurrection, but also the repercussions of their prior assistance to him being revealed, which could lead their family to Azkaban. Additionally, she worried that once Voldemort returned, he would settle old scores. Given the substantial sum of gold they had expended to preserve Lucius as the backbone of their family, even exposing many Death Eaters in the process, they found themselves in a predicament with no viable alternatives. A wrong choice could lead to their utter downfall. Meanwhile, Cohen, having distanced himself from the Malfoy family's entanglements and pressures, was primarily focused on securing the Horcruxes and enhancing his own abilities. Voldemort was likely at 50 points now. The previous label indicated 4,010, though it was possible that the stolen souls were somewhat unstable for him. Nevertheless, Cohen preferred to prepare for the worst. The silver lining, however, was that the plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the academic year did not cause a rift between him and Voldemort. Cohen had indeed executed his role as planned, securing the stone, feigning death, and allowing Voldemort to confront Quirrell, who was free to engage Cohen without any sacrificial protection spells in place. Voldemort's failure was purely due to his fright upon encountering Dumbledore. Should he inquire about his failure, Cohen would have ample justification. What kind of team was I part of? The team to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and with just 3 individuals present. I lay feigning death on the ground. Yet, the moment Voldemort glimpsed Dumbledore, he froze like a child meeting his father, unwilling to take a few steps to seize the stone before fleeing. Was success even a possibility under such circumstances? It was not. Following the loss of the stone, the next defeat would be the Chamber of Secrets, followed by the Goblet of Fire, then the Order of the Phoenix, culminating in the Deathly Hallows. After that, what was left to lose? It would be prudent for Voldemort to first comprehend the core belief of his resurrection. Retreating at the slightest difficulty while blaming others for not exerting themselves was utterly shameful. This sequence of events was undeniably flawless, with Cohen standing atop the moral high ground, casting judgment that even led Voldemort to feel pathetic. However, it was uncertain when Cohen would next confront Voldemort, as his immediate priority was to reach Azkaban. According to the memories provided by Voldemort, Azkaban was situated on a small island in the North Sea, northeast of England, while the Malfoy estate lay in Wiltshire, southwest of England. Cohen was reluctant to traverse the entirety of Britain in his Dementor form, as it would attract too much attention. Thus, his first step was to journey to a friend of Lucius', whose family owned a holiday cottage in Yorkshire, conveniently connected to a private network of flue powder that could be used freely. Upon arriving at Lucius' friend's residence, he encountered a plump, bald collector named Montgomery Knott, an elderly gentleman from a pure-blood family, who, unlike many of his ilk, did not seem overly sinister. After presenting Lucius's letter of introduction and expressing his intention to travel to Yorkshire, Montgomery warmly welcomed Cohen inside and guided him through the flue powder to his residence in Yorkshire. The atmosphere was stifling, and the excitement among the wizards was palpable. Even the potions seemed remarkably potent. After promising to mention Cohen to Lucius, Cohen departed from Montgomery's holiday retreat. Although the location was near the beach, Cohen chose not to take off directly from there, as Montgomery would surely see him. Fortunately, the Dementors possessed cloaks that concealed their boxes. Otherwise, a Dementor carrying a box would have drawn too much attention. Chapter 86, The Satisfied Little Black Cloaks. Due to the existence of Azkaban, Cohen felt justified in wandering around the area. Surely a few Dementors would occasionally drift out and about. Cohen dove from the cliff, flying close to the surface of the sea. If any distant wizards glanced this way, they would only see dark spots on the water, likely mistaking them for some magical creature of the ocean. Muggles cannot see Dementors. What might the collective of Dementors at Azkaban be like? Cohen remained quite curious, as they were the essence of his 60 species. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter a single Dementor. Theoretically, their ability to form alliances with the Ministry of Magic and even defect to Voldemort's side indicated that they possessed both thought and consciousness. It was highly probable that there were individuals akin to animal leaders among them. Otherwise, it would be challenging to control a large number of Dementors in a confined area. Surely, this group of Dementors could not simply be content little black cloaks that remained satisfied as long as there was ample food. Thanks to a clear location, Cohen's search was remarkably swift. After just over an hour, he finally spotted the island shrouded in ominous clouds above the sea, due to some magical magnetic field. Despite the sunny weather outside, this place remained perpetually dark and overcast. Surrounded by steep cliffs, the island was dominated by a single structure that nearly occupied its entire expanse. It was a fortress resembling a hollow, towering triangular prism, with its gray-black exterior blending seamlessly into the surrounding gloomy sky. Cohen could already see some Dementors drifting outside. They seemed to be patrolling, searching for any potential new food sources. Yet, this endeavor was destined to be futile, as no one could escape a prison alive in a state of madness and despair, nor would anyone willingly approach such a ghastly place. Suddenly, Cohen felt a pang of sympathy for the Dementors, akin to witnessing his own offspring wandering around with empty stomachs. Why on earth did he feel compassion for the Dementors? Was there truly a sense of racial identity in this place? Two Dementors had already floated over to engage him. No, no. The two Dementors circled around Cohen. Yet they did not hinder his continued flight toward Azkaban. So small, so thin. They drew closer to Cohen out of concern. He could distinctly sense their thoughts, or rather, it seemed that Dementors communicated through this mental connection, replaced by the most intuitive sensations rather than words. Cohen's human thought patterns quickly transformed these feelings into English. He could not perceive the soul intensity of the Dementors, or rather, the Dementors lacked souls altogether. They appeared to be a distinctly different form of life, unlike any other species in this world. Yet, Cohen felt a peculiar affinity towards them, reciprocated by their awareness of him. Hungry? Inquired Dementor 1. There is food here, announced Dementor 2, flying in front of Cohen, eager to lead him to a place where sustenance awaited. Such an endearing race. Cohen followed them through an iron gate at the base of a fortress, and surprisingly, they even knew how to use a key. No. The cacophony of thoughts resonated in Cohen's mind as he entered. The multitude of Dementors drifting through the prison corridor immediately noticed this intriguing individual. In their mental exchange, they, much like the oblivious Trisolarans, regarded Cohen's presence with mere curiosity. Hungry? So thin. There is food here. There is food here. Each one wished to share the prisoners from their cells with Cohen, perceiving him as too small and frail. Why not? Cohen followed one of them into a cell, where a sign outside bore the name Antonin Dolohov, presumably another Death Eater. All good fellows. Cohen chose not to engage in the usual pleasantries and instead relished the offering, especially since the target was a Death Eater, indulging without exhausting his scant moral compass. However, just as Cohen prepared for a sweet treat, he discovered that this curled-up Death Eater possessed little joy, reduced to a solitary soul shadowed by a heap of unpalatable negative emotions. Is this what you typically consume? Cohen inquired, somewhat strained through their mental link. The Dementor sharing food with him appeared puzzled. Food, delicious. It kindly demonstrated, drawing close to Dolohov's head, extracting a wisp of happiness from the dark, negative emotions. Resembling a pitiful creature scavenging in a garbage heap. Cohen now understood why Dementors could not resist the Quidditch pitch while guarding Hogwarts. Goodness. Their existence was scarcely better than that of the prisoners. Frustrated, Cohen wondered when the Dementors would rise. You go ahead and eat, he said. All right. Cohen departed from the cell. Truly, they were a contented bunch of little black cloaks. Now Cohen comprehended fully. Voldemort's ability to enlist Dementors during the Second War stemmed purely from the Ministry of Magic's inadequate provisions. How much better it would be to communicate with Muggles and bring in some Muggle death row inmates to nourish them. It is possible that the wizards of the Ministry of Magic have grown overly arrogant, believing that merely managing the Dementors with minimal effort would suffice. However, they have at least discerned that the Dementors lack a leader. Their simplicity renders them susceptible to being lured by a mere morsel of food. Whenever Cohen raises his arm in a call for sustenance, they rush towards the indicated location without hesitation, preferring the communication within their own kind over the language of humans. Yet, this is not an opportune moment for rebellion. Cohen has yet to establish roots in various domains. Any attempt to forge a regime now would likely end in a fate akin to that of Voldemort and his followers. A reign of terror is untenable in this realm of fairy tale logic. Who knows when a group of impassioned youths might suddenly emerge, shouting of friendship and bonds, and rally against him, potentially bringing him to his knees with the favor of fate. Cohen possesses a more viable and secure plan for a savior's dominion. However, before any plans can be set in motion, he must first locate Bellatrix. Chapter 87. The prisoners of Azkaban are not numerous. In truth, the number of wizards in the wizarding world is quite limited. The inmates occupy only a tiny segment of this place, with the vast majority of Azkaban remaining empty, making it relatively easy for Cohen to find Bella. This woman is confined at the end of a prison corridor, her hair disheveled as she leans against the iron bars, her face grotesquely contorted against the filthy bars in an attempt to mock her neighboring Sirius Black, due to the thick walls separating the cells. Bella can only taunt Sirius with her voice. No one can see the ghastly expression she makes. Oh, my dear cousin, what delightful dreams have you been having today? Bella cackled maniacally. Did you dream of Harry Potter being tortured to death? Or perhaps the Dark Lord came to reward his most faithful servant? Oh, I forget. You are utterly unworthy of being his servant. How could anyone be imprisoned by their own comrades? Ha! Shut up. Sirius leaned against the wall, his unkempt hair obscuring his face, his frame gaunt and skeletal. His cold command fell flat, having no effect. Oh, please, do not harm James or Harry, Bella reiterated in a nauseating tone, echoing Sirius's nightmarish murmurs. Ha! What do you hope to prevent in your dreams? James Potter is dead, and that Harry Potter will soon meet the same fate. The Dark Lord will slay them all. Only those like me, the most loyal, shall be rewarded. Bella's newfound delight attracted a Dementor, but Cohen managed to squeeze through, prompting the creature to cede its morsel of sustenance to him. its new, diminutive companion. Here is your food. It nudged Cohen, passing the key into his hands as if guiding a novice. Don't consume it all, there will be more. Cohen drifted towards Bella's cell, taking the place of the Dementor. Upon witnessing the approach of the Dementor, she exhibited no sign of trepidation. She had become accustomed to these creatures, viewing them as mere trials set forth by the Dark Lord. Having endured such tests, she would emerge as his most devoted servant. When Cohen unlocked the cell door, she turned to him, playfully contorting her face into a grotesque expression. Soul strength, 39. Uncertain whether she would deploy the mental block, Cohen refrained from using the Patronus charm at first, wary of inciting her defenses. Come, you hideous creature, filthy wretch. Come kiss me. Let us share a moment of intimacy. Bella awaited the entity to siphon away her joy or soul, believing her loyalty would be proven through death. Only by offering her life to the Dark Lord would he recognize her devotion. She closed her eyes, deliberately mimicking a gesture of affection, utterly deranged. Yet, the expected chill of her soul did not manifest, prompting Bella to abruptly open her eyes. The Dark Lord had a plan. Cohen rasped. The Dark Lord requires you to affirm your loyalty. Bellatrix's eyes widened, her face contorting into a more sinister and frenzied smile. I knew it. She cackled, her voice hoarse with exhilaration. He needs to be resurrected. He requires a loyal servant, but you are not present. He is furious, Cohen stated progressively. But I am in Azkaban. I am loyal. I have always sought him out. I am nothing like those traitorous cowards. Fear and anxiety flickered across Bella's face, as if the Dark Lord's misunderstanding pained her more than death itself. I shall assist him. I will offer everything to him. The cup is still there. Bella shrieked. It is safe. Master can reclaim it at any moment. The guards at Gringotts had grown stricter. He was now weakened and needed to regain strength, Cohen remarked. He wishes to enter the Lestrange vault. Once accomplished, you shall receive the reward of loyalty. Of course, Bella exclaimed, eager to demonstrate her fidelity. The object is mine and Rodolphus's wands. In the compartment behind the fireplace at the Lestrange Manor. Resurrect him. Let him know I am his most devoted servant. What? Sirius, who had initially assumed Bella was merely deranged, suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation upon her mention of resurrection. Who is next door? Who are you speaking to? Cohen exited the cell, securing the iron bars once more. Eat more. Go eat. I am satiated. Cohen returned the key, which joyfully floated towards Bella's cell. Stop. What are you? Sirius pressed against the iron bars, nearly squashing himself in the process, resembling his cousin's recent demeanor. What did you say to her? Who sent you? You need not concern yourself with that, Cohen replied, approaching Sirius's cell, conjuring his wand from his enchanted bag. Oblivion. Cohen recalled that the ministry would periodically send inspectors. Sirius would undoubtedly disclose the information he had overheard regarding Voldemort's resurrection, as well as details concerning the Lestrange vault. The issue may not be significant, yet the situation could become rather troublesome. Cohen wished for a more straightforward plan, one with less unpredictability. There were no other prisoners in this corridor. Cohen had initially contemplated consuming a few souls before his departure. However, upon observing the pitiful Dementors who could only extract fleeting joy from the minds of these prisoners, he felt a pang of compassion. At that moment, his conscience surged to its peak, prompting him to forego the opportunity to absorb a modicum of soul essence, deciding instead to reserve his appetite for a future need. Note, I implore you, do not let your conscience be employed for nefarious purposes. The identity and influence of Voldemort are indeed quite advantageous. Chapter 88, All Out. However, Cohen did not intend to return immediately. After leaving the prison section inhabited by inmates, he sought an empty room on the top floor. Over the centuries, all movable items from this fortress had long been scavenged. Even the floor tiles had been stripped bare. Cohen surmised that the original owner, the deranged sorcerer Extus, had once engraved runes into the floor, rendering it a valuable relic. Setting down his suitcase, Cohen prepared to occupy himself for a while. Sunshine, expansive meadows, rivers, and caves awaited him, since the Count adamantly refused to accompany Cohen into Azkaban. Even after Cohen assured him that Dementors would not harm animals, he had no choice but to confine the Count within the suitcase. The Count should now be in Cohen's room along with Ally. He wondered if they had clashed again. Cohen recalled that the Count and Ally had always had a contentious relationship, stemming from a language barrier compounded by the Count's indiscretion. Creak. Cohen pushed open the door and stepped inside. The living room bore no trace of the Count, but there seemed to be some commotion in Ally's study. Had they engaged in a fight? A foreboding sensation washed over him as he considered the Count's long-standing romantic misfortunes and the implications of a solitary male and female in close quarters. Upon entering the study, a series of chain reactions unfolded. An overuse of invisibility magic caused an entire wall to vanish, revealing the outside of the Norbert cave and an empty sheet pen. The Count nervously unfurled his wings, uncertain of his next move, while Ally shifted from a prone position to a standing one, visibly tense. The Count, in a state of panic, exclaimed to Ally, "Did you not mention embarking on a grand plan?" Ally dared not meet Cohen's gaze. "Do not feign a clandestine affair." "I can smell the butterbeer," Cohen remarked coldly. "Besides, an affair is hardly more noble than thievery. I simply could not resist." Ally defended herself. "I was merely experimenting." The Count attempted to rationalize his actions. "I have just suffered a setback in love." "Is Hedwig the only female owl in all of Britain?" Cohen retorted harshly. "Do not elevate your failures in courtship to such grandiose heights." "And you, Ally? I believe we must foster a harmonious and affectionate small group without resorting to commands to abstain from alcohol. After all, it has not yet reached the point of life or death." Cohen turned to Ally. "Do you truly think I prohibit your drinking out of fear of spending money?" "No. Is that not so? I am protecting your physical and mental well-being." Cohen lamented, expressing his frustration at the absurdity of having a drunken creature in his care. "Moreover, you seem to be growing increasingly susceptible to intoxication. This indicates a diminishing tolerance to alcohol, which is quite unlike other beings. While they develop greater resilience with each drink, you seem to succumb more easily. If this continues, you will soon be consumed by this vice, eventually transforming into a mindless nightmare, only to be compassionately extinguished by me. The last of your kind in this world." "Do you mean I can drink?" The Count inquired with curiosity, noting that his alcohol tolerance had indeed increased. "Drinking harms the kidneys," Cohen replied calmly. The Count's expression turned to one of horror. "Here I am, genuinely concerned for your well-being. And you all treat my words as mere whispers in the wind." Cohen expressed his disappointment. "At least Nob is more sensible when given sheep. He only consumes one at a time." Cohen's words abruptly halted as he suddenly realized something was amiss within the box. He gazed at the wall, rendered transparent by either the Count or Ollie, which faced Nob's cave, and the empty sheep pen. The pen was desolate and devoid of life. "He is not much of a dragon," the Count wickedly remarked, "not much better than us. You must admit, pets are not that easy to manage." Moments later, Nob, Ollie, and the Count formed a line outside the house, arranged by size. Nob, as if in apology, nudged a charred sheep, scorched by flames, towards Cohen with his head, carefully pawing the ground with his front limbs, then lowering his head in submission. "You've truly moved me," Cohen exclaimed, unusually expressive. "But I have raised over 300 sheep for you. Have you devoured them all? How is this possible in just a few days? How am I to sustain this?" "Other dragons lead lives of slumber within their caves, feasting only every few months. I provided you with 3 or 4 meals daily. Was that not enough? Do you understand the concept of sustainability? Leave a couple behind. Instead, you've consumed all 300 in one sitting. What do you intend to do? Have the bones mate and produce lambs for your consumption? Pitying yourself one tea help. I am a wraith, emotionless." Nob resembled a repentant kitten, yet Cohen knew the creature understood its wrongdoing and would likely repeat it. "Consuming over 300 in a day means you'll be confined to your cave for the next 6 months, as there will be no food for you henceforth. And you, Count, cease your laughter. Drink your stolen wine if you must, but should you become infertile, I shall not take you to a physician. Ollie, you, I am your mother. Then allow me to inject some of my blood. I am your father," Cohen retorted. "During work hours, titles must be upheld, no nepotism permitted. The last time I referred to you as mother was because the term sounded cool in battle. Henceforth, no more drinking. You must adopt a healthier hobby, one befitting a normal unicorn." They all now enjoy drinking as well. After reprimanding the 3 pets, Cohen restrained the urge to eliminate them all. None of them were a source of ease. They were disobedient, particularly Nob. He had envisioned a perfect biological chain: sheep grazing, dragons consuming sheep, dragons producing waste to nourish the grass, but Nob could not restrain his appetite. The butterbeer, pilfered by Ollie and the Count, was confiscated entirely by Cohen, who issued them a stern warning. However, on this occasion, an unfamiliar Dementor appeared outside, one that Cohen had never encountered before. It appeared to be smaller than the other Dementors, which Cohen had assumed all bore identical appearances. Father? Chapter 89, 12 years old, yet already a father. And what about this little creature? Cohen gazed at the diminutive Dementor before him, perplexed. Theoretically, Dementors do not reproduce in the same manner as ordinary creatures. Their proliferation resembles that of fungi, flourishing in dark, decayed, and despairing locales. However, the author of The Origins of Evil Life could not have conducted an exhaustive study on the Dementor population, so there might be discrepancies. Nevertheless, the notion of a small Dementor addressing Cohen as father was undeniably bizarre. Cohen conveyed his bewilderment to it. Father. The mental connection seemed to confirm Cohen's identity for the creature, which immediately surged towards him, radiating a joyful emotion that was unusual for a Dementor. Had it also escaped from that laboratory? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Cohen did not deter its approach. "Shall I examine your memories?" Cohen probed into the little black cloak's recollections through their mental link. It offered no resistance. In fact, all Dementors appeared to be unguarded around Cohen, suggesting their species was exceptionally united and affectionate. Perhaps Eden resembled this. A significant portion of the small Dementor's memories was evidently centered on the Bach estate. The researchers had captured a Dementor and subjected it to various primitive experiments, such as dispersing it with a Patronus charm and subsequently immersing it in liquid curses. Cohen was curious about the wizard who had cast the Patronus. It appeared bird-like. And did the Bach family truly possess a wizard capable of conjuring a formidable Patronus? Alchemy often follows a brutally simplistic approach, embodying the logic of trial and error. Perhaps it was divine intervention that exhausted their efforts, but ultimately, the researchers succeeded. The original subject had disintegrated into several fragments, most of which were confined within bottles, forming the basis of the bottled beings. Yet, a remnant had scattered outside and sprouted a new Dementor on a corpse within the laboratory. Thus, the small Dementor calling Cohen father was indeed accurate. This was the manner in which Dementors proliferated. The corpse in question was also quite peculiar. It belonged to Cohen Bach. The fact that the small Dementor could exhibit emotions likely indicated that it had absorbed something from that body. As a byproduct of the experiment, the little Dementor was expelled by the researchers, while Cohen's corpse continued to serve as a material for experimentation. However, if the joyful emotions of this small Dementor stemmed from Cohen Bach, it implied that the soul of Cohen's original self once lingered within that body. Consequently, after the small Dementor merged with the human soul and departed, Cohen Bach's corpse should have merely been an ordinary shell. Why then would it later display a sense of humanity and spare its own kin? Is it solely a matter of instinct? If that were the case, then the crucial factor influencing the success or failure of this experiment, as articulated by Nicoleme, would not be love. Cohen is more inclined to speculate that the essence of Cohen himself had long ago been shattered by some curse, leaving his soul fragmented and ensnared within his corporeal form. After all, the Bach family had plotted to use him as a test subject and orchestrated the plan to eliminate him. Perhaps the little Dementor merely took away a portion of his soul, while the remaining fragments constituted the former Cohen, persisting until a year ago when he traversed through time. Regardless, this little Dementor is indeed a kind of kin to him. The little Dementor snuggled close to Cohen, playfully rubbing against him. Cohen could sense its joyful and familiar essence, compact yet delightful. However, its incessant attachment was becoming a concern. After allowing it to frolic freely for half an hour, he finally reached his limit. "All right, have you had enough? I must be on my way." Cohen attempted to leave it behind, but it was evidently reluctant to part ways. Whenever Cohen drifted in any direction, it followed suit, unwaveringly loyal. "I'm not going to take your tasty treats," it chimed in after a moment of contemplation. Was it worried about being deprived of food? Cohen felt a hint of embarrassment. Bringing it along was feasible, but housing it in a box was out of the question. Even though Dementors do not typically threaten animals, both the Count and Norbert might be startled by its presence. Moreover, Dementors are averse to light, and the box would often bask under the sun, with even the night bringing forth bright moonlight. "Would you like to crawl in here?" Cohen inquired, gesturing towards the cornered thestral leather pouch he had opened before it. The contents had already been transferred to the box, including books from the underground laboratory and the rune cage that once held Allie. Initially, Cohen had intended to fit the box inside this pouch for easier transport. But problems arose quickly. The pouch could remain unresponsive within the box for an extended period, yet once the box was placed inside, the enchantment for seamless expansion would rapidly begin to dissipate. Cohen suspected this was due to the absence of feathered serpent quills in the crafting of his thestral leather pouch. Nevertheless, this concern was now rendered moot. The little Dementor willingly burrowed inside, and for the moment, it had found a home. Due to the pouch being so close to Cohen, it could still relish the sensation of snuggling against him. Unexpectedly acquiring this little companion had turned this trip to Azkaban into an unforeseen delight. Although this creature might prove largely ineffectual, given that Cohen himself is a Dementor, it could potentially serve as a surprise asset when facing adversaries with overwhelmingly potent souls. As he awaited the arrival of night, Cohen explored Azkaban, gradually becoming familiar with the other Dementors. The Dementors here were kind-hearted, their voices melodious, and Cohen found himself quite enamored with them. Yet, he also bore witness to their darker side. In the evening, a wizard from the Ministry of Magic arrived at the entrance of Azkaban via Portkey, tasked with delivering meals to the inmates. The moment he materialized, he was encircled by a throng of Dementors, who clamored for sustenance until he conjured a leopard-shaped Patronus, preventing himself from being devoured at once. "This is not for you," he disdainfully remarked to the Dementors as he set a large crate upon the ground. Disheartened, the Dementors dispersed. Unlike their encounters with Cohen, they did not greet him. Instead, they lunged directly at their prey unless deterred by a Patronus or reasoned with. Although the Dementors could comprehend human language, they rarely heeded it, preferring to feast at will, much like ignoring a chicken's pleas before slaughter. Their sense of beauty and virtue was only extended to their own kind. Chapter 90. He has come to join us. After the Ministry's food courier departed, the Dementors began distributing the contents of the crate among the various cells, thereby prolonging the inmates' lives. allowing them to savor their moments of joy for a little longer. Cohen harbored hopes that the niffler in his crate would learn self-sufficiency rather than simply lying in its den and consuming everything in one go. Even the Dementors understood that enjoying a hearty meal was preferable to merely being satiated. Knock, knock, knock. Cohen rapped on his door, and the bald old man appeared, puffing in his pajamas. Finished your day of sightseeing? Montgomery wore a perpetually cheerful expression, characteristic of a seasoned trickster. Children's intentions shift rapidly. Would you like to stay and play for a few days? He warmly inquired after ushering Cohen inside. Cohen regarded the bald man skeptically. Everyone seemed to harbor ulterior motives, aligning perfectly with his stereotypical image of English old-timers. Montgomery wisely refrained from further persuasion, recognizing that it was prudent, for should Cohen sense anything amiss, he would resort to self-defense. Cohen was well aware that boys must protect themselves, especially in England. Lucius awaited in the hall, seemingly anticipating Cohen's brief excursion to Azkaban. Upon inquiry, Cohen entered the room, prompting Lucius to rise from his armchair to greet him. The Lestrange family vault? Lucius had his own ambitions. Although the principal members of the Lestrange lineage resided predominantly in France, the English branch of the family remained exceedingly affluent. Yes, Cohen discerned from Lucius's tone that he sought to extract some unexpected wealth from the Lestrange vault, though Cohen felt indifferent to this prospect. If he truly needed money, he could simply seek Hagrid's assistance or pilfer from the Niffler's mattress, selling a few strands of unicorn hair or dragon scales, as well as substances like dragon's blood and acromantula venom. It was all too easy to amass wealth in the wizarding world, particularly for someone like Cohen, who was well-versed in the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. The evidence for Gringotts lay with the wands of Bella and Rodolphus, hidden behind the fireplace in the Lestrange Manor in England, Cohen stated. However, Lucius's expression appeared rather peculiar. What is the matter? Cohen inquired. The Lestrange Manor has been destroyed. Lucius replied cryptically. After both of them were imprisoned in Azkaban, certain individuals, harboring grudges from the past, laid waste to it. It is understandable that Bellatrix, this deranged woman, committed countless heinous acts under Voldemort's command and thus garnered many enemies. It would indeed be strange if her home remained unscathed after Voldemort's downfall and the capture of everyone. There must have been some form of protective magic lingering there. Take me there tomorrow, and we shall uncover the truth, Cohen stated. And then they would proceed to Gringotts to retrieve the cup, concluding their plan. It should be so, Lucius cautiously agreed, returning to familiar surroundings. There is no place quite like home. Furthermore, he felt it necessary to introduce the little Dementor to the Count, lest it surprise him later on. You truly brought a Dementor with you? The Count exclaimed, his eyes wide as he observed the little creature Cohen released from his pocket. It insisted on following me. I couldn't bear to hurt its feelings, Cohen reasoned. Do not worry, it will not harm you. Look, it is not even attempting to extract your soul. He gestured towards the small Dementor floating nearby. And the little black cloak is rather charming, provided it does not extend its hands from beneath its robe. Charming? You dare to call that thing charming? The Count replied dryly. I knew you would eventually become like the other Dementors. I have decided to name it Mick. Since it calls me father, it shall be Mick Norton. Cohen disregarded the Count's complaints. How touching, the familial bond of a Dementor. Would you kiss the mouth of the same person? The Count retorted sharply. I can no longer feel joy, he said with fierce intensity. Once, this would have brought me great happiness. Now, I feel none at all. You cannot keep it here. I shall perish. Though I feel rather indifferent. Alia was not as averse to the little Dementor. Her emotions remained unaffected. On the contrary, she found herself rather fond of it. I knew it would be just you, Count. Opposing this, Cohen sighed. I merely wish to give you a heads up. It will reside in my Niffler-skin pocket and shall not stay here. Early the next morning, Cohen arose. The hungry Nobber was making quite a racket on the ground, rolling about, but Cohen paid him no mind, for it had devoured the entire flock clean. This was the painful lesson he sought. Hunger would teach it a lesson. After a few days of fasting, he would find it new sheep to strengthen its resolve. If it failed to improve, he would simply acquire a dragon. There was no shortage of dragon eggs in this world, and if its willpower was lacking, there would always be new little dragons to serve as companions. Ding. Sin value 10. Note. Viewed from any angle, it appears quite malevolent, yet somehow does not resemble a villain. How is that achieved? Moreover, Cohen was not concerned about it overpowering the Count and Alia. Those who are favored often feel invincible. Little female dragon, do you require owl treats? The Count had already flown outside early in the morning, flaunting his breakfast before Nobber, causing the latter to drool. Indeed, the atmosphere exuded a familial warmth. Cohen departed the box with a sense of satisfaction. Next, he was to venture to the Riddle Manor in search of a wand. Chapter 91, The Night Bus. The ruins of Riddle Manor were not far from Malfoy Manor, and since most of the structures had been obliterated by spells, Lucius directly transported Cohen here via apparition. Bathed in sunlight, the dilapidated Riddle Manor appeared forlorn, its remnants eerily reminiscent of the scene Cohen had encountered at Bach Manor. However, there were no significant traces of dark magic remaining, which was precisely why the valuables within Riddle Manor had been entirely looted. Can you discern where the fireplace is? Lucius inquired, casting a skeptical gaze over the ruins. He believed that anything of value had already been removed, as he had previously come to collect some items, which he later sold to Borgin and Burks. Surely, wands were not included in that haul. Cohen narrowed his eyes, perceiving the emotions and essence of the wand. Akin to what he had witnessed at Ollivander's, there was a lack of soul intensity, though it possessed a delightful aroma, strangely. He found himself unable to consume it at that moment. "I found it," Cohen declared, striding purposefully through the ruins towards the location of the wand's essence. This area was clearly concealed by magic, allowing even a person to pass through it. Revelio. Cohen tapped the spot where the wand was hidden with his wand. The incantation produced a slight effect, revealing a faint outline of a fireplace for a fleeting second before it vanished once more. Cohen attempted again, this time reaching out to touch it. It had substance. Having substance makes things easier, he mused. Revelio. Cohen uttered the spell a third time. Perhaps we should try an explosive spell, Lucius began to suggest. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light struck the vaguely materializing fireplace, and in an instant, debris flew in all directions as the protective enchantments dissipated, creating a considerable breach. Lucius gasped, instinctively retreating further from Cohen's position. Cohen's ability to cast the killing curse did not particularly surprise Lucius, as it would have been more astonishing if the creation from that experiment had behaved like an ordinary young wizard. However, should not the use of the killing curse require an intense desire to kill aimed at the target? Why did Cohen harbor such a profound murderous intent towards a mere stone? Did his mind dwell solely on destruction and chaos? Cohen effortlessly retrieved the box containing the two wands from behind the shattered fireplace. Most of our vaults are protected against such spells, Lucius remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Since Gringotts was not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, Lucius's quest for funds proceeded relatively smoothly. Nevertheless, Cohen remained unconcerned. Having learned from the experiences of his first year, he knew that mingling with dark wizards would not incite undue suspicion from Harry. Moreover, Cohen had become increasingly adept at weaving lies, sometimes even managing to deceive himself, such as when he expressed disappointment in Voldemort before Lucius. Soul intensity, 25. In comparison to the diary with a mere 10 points of soul intensity that Lucius gifted himself yesterday, the cup is indeed far more nourishing. Upon witnessing Cohen stow the cup into a pocket exuding an eerie, frigid aura, Lucius expressed his anxiety. "I will speak to him," Cohen assured. Lucius, still quite young, had naively placed his trust in the words of a Dementor. "Welcome aboard the night bus, the emergency transportation for wizards in distress. Just extend your wand-bearing hand and board the vehicle, and we shall whisk you away to your desired destination. I am Tucker von Braun, your conductor for today." A vibrantly purple, three-tiered bus appeared as if conjured from thin air before Cohen. The individual reciting the introduction in a weary tone was not the original Stan Shunpike, but rather an exhausted-looking elder wizard. "Are you lost?" the conductor Tucker inquired, noticing Cohen's youthful appearance, which seemed to suggest he was merely 11 or 12 years old. "No. I am traveling, but Muggle transport is far too slow, and I lack Muggle currency." This was indeed true. The pocket money Rose had given Cohen had all transformed into silver sickles and golden galleons, leaving him with a mere 7 pounds in Muggle currency. "You appear to be quite the noble young master," Tucker quipped, his drooping eyelids giving him the demeanor of a jaded old curmudgeon. "What is your name?" "Draco Malfoy." Cohen selected a name, certain that the Malfoy family would never ride such a bus, thus alleviating any concern of being recognized. "How does one get to the ruins of Bach Manor?" "Quite a distance, indeed," Tucker muttered, his head seemingly muddled from years of the bus's tumultuous journeys. "1 galleon and 3 sickles. If you wish to indulge in chocolate, add another 3 sickles." "Very well, I shall take a piece of chocolate." Cohen paid 1 galleon and 6 sickles. "Take this bed." Tucker handed the ticket to Cohen and led him to a bed with a brass four-poster frame. There were no seats. Each tier accommodated 6 or 7 movable beds. "Aaron Bach Manor." Tucker drowsily called to the driver. "It is Bach Manor," Cohen reminded him with strained patience. No wonder the conductor would be replaced in a couple of years. This elder named Tucker clearly struggled to fulfill his duties. Chapter 92. This time, it was an overt familial visit. "Bach Manor?" Aaron inquired, perplexed. "I have a distant cousin imprisoned there. I intend to visit him," Cohen replied. "Isn't that quite humane?" "Indeed," Aaron responded with relief. "Hardly anyone goes there. The last visit was from a ministry employee conducting a routine inspection." Once the bus set off, Cohen sensed that it was not only the conductor who required replacement. The driver, Aaron Plank, appeared to be of similar age to Tucker, sporting thick glasses that made him resemble a shriveled walnut. The erratic speed, oscillating between rapid bursts and sluggish lurches, rendered the journey dizzying and nauseating. Despite Cohen's efforts to combat motion sickness, this tumultuous ride left his stomach in turmoil. and he felt he might soon regurgitate the soul and joy he had consumed. After an indeterminate amount of time, following a sudden halt, Cohen exited the vehicle with a pallid complexion. The night bus had come to a stop at the edge of the woods surrounding the Boak Manor. Shaking his head to regain his senses, Cohen felt the solid ground beneath him once more. This bus had accomplished what no other could. It had successfully bewildered a Dementor. As he traversed the woodland with his suitcase in hand, he once again beheld the familiar wooden cabin. Why were there so many wooden houses in the magical realm? His suitcase contained a wooden cottage, his father's abode was also a wooden structure, and even Hagrid resided in a wooden dwelling. Was the entire world merely an expansive wooden cabin? The atmosphere suddenly took on a philosophical tone. On this visit to his family, Cohen need not worry about erasing traces afterward. In the eyes of Dumbledore and Edward, Cohen had already come to terms with his heritage, making this visit entirely legitimate. However, before he could exit the inner circle of the woods, he came to an abrupt halt. Two unfamiliar wizards emerged from Herbert's cabin and, after a loud noise, dissipated away. Were they here for a routine inspection? It was uncertain whether the two deceased Aurors had any follow-up. The Ministry of Magic would likely be unable to trace them, leaving only two names marked as missing. They had not come for a customary inspection, but had merely descended from the sky upon noticing the snow cleared from the ruins. Once the two strangers departed, Cohen stepped out of the woods and approached Herbert's door, knocking lightly. "What? Is a mere humiliation not sufficient? Must you also steal my dinner?" Herbert exclaimed, opening the door in a fit of anger. "Were you bullied?" Cohen inquired curiously. Herbert gazed at him as if suddenly rendered speechless. Who were those two individuals? What did they insult you about? Cohen squeezed past Herbert into the cabin. "Shall I assist you in confronting them? You're here, but no, don't." Herbert hurriedly waved his hands. "Don't provoke them. I don't want to see you suffer because of me." He closed the door, the chains and shackles clanking ominously. "Oh, wait a moment." Herbert's eye suddenly lit up. "I made you a birthday gift." He rummaged beneath the dilapidated wooden bed and finally unearthed a small trinket from a pile of clutter. It was a wooden carving of a little boy, somewhat rudimentary. Yet it was the only material Herbert could find. "I feared that carving a face might render it unappealing and displease you." Herbert cautiously handed it to Cohen, omitting the facial features. "It's quite charming. I shall place it on my bedside." Cohen joyfully accepted the gift. "I came here to see you and share some matters, which would help me feel increasingly human." "You are already human," Herbert corrected him, "the finest child in the world." "Every parent says that about their child," Cohen replied. Herbert chuckled, appearing considerably younger. After all, he was only 49, though he had seemed much older. "Would you prefer to hear the good news from my life, or the bad news?" Cohen tucked the wooden carving into his pocket. Compared to placing it in a box or a pouch made of the hide of a horned beast hung at his waist, placing it in his pocket suggested a deeper significance attached to it. This would surely touch Herbert's heart. Cohen found himself somewhat disliking this tendency of his. As if every action he took was calculated to manipulate others, instinctively steering the emotions of those around him. This left both love and humanity feeling rather hollow. "Bad news?" Herbert inquired nervously. "I encountered Voldemort at the end of the term," Cohen replied. "He asked me to help him steal the Philosopher's Stone. Others are aware of this, but you have been here, so I imagine you haven't heard." At the mention of Voldemort's name, Herbert shivered, losing interest even in why the Philosopher's Stone was at Hogwarts. "Did he harm you?" Herbert leaned in anxiously, eager to check for any injuries or signs of dark magic, forgetting momentarily that Cohen himself was a creation of dark magic. "Not really. He cast the killing curse at me, but it was ineffective," Cohen stated. "You know, Dementors cannot be killed, so you need not worry about my safety." "That's a relief," Herbert sighed. "Is there any good news?" "Yes. My soul left my body during the encounter," Cohen explained. "After being struck by the killing curse, Dumbledore summoned Nicholas Flamel to assist. Guess what? The Philosopher's Stone is now mine, and Nicholas intends to teach me some alchemical knowledge." He continued. He also shared insights regarding the success of the potion in the bottle, highlighting the reasons I differ so fundamentally from other subjects in history. Cohen gazed at Herbert, seeking to comprehend the pivotal factors influencing the outcome of the experiment as mentioned by Nicholas. He said I possess something extra. "Extra? What is it?" Herbert's gaze met Cohen's. "Love," Cohen replied. "During that experiment, there was only one person who harbored such feelings for me." Cohen had not found any memories of crucial magic in Herbert's recollections, yet he firmly believed that mere love could not dictate the results of alchemy. Even Lily's love for Harry required the involvement of a sacrificial protection spell. Herbert seemed to know something. "I only wish for you to survive." Chapter 93, The Unique Soul. "So what exactly did you do?" Cohen asked, having long hesitated to reveal the truth. "Even if you killed a few people, it wouldn't matter. I've taken many lives myself." However, Herbert dared not continue looking into Cohen's eyes. A gentle reminder, Cohen interjected. "I actually dislike very few people, aside from the madmen who kill indiscriminately and the fools who wish to take my life. The ones I find most intolerable are those who linger in silence, withholding the truth." Herbert struggled internally, unable to fathom why Cohen resisted revealing the truth. All evidence was clear. Herbert's son, Cohen Bach, had been completely revived. Even in the laboratory, Cohen had uniquely spared Herbert. No matter how nefarious the experiment, it had succeeded, and Cohen's actions and words revealed a disturbingly low moral compass. Even if Herbert had engaged in a multitude of unsavory dealings for this experiment, what of it? Wait a moment. What kind of revelation would compel Herbert to remain silent, while the truth tormented him profoundly? Initially, Cohen assumed that Herbert's concern stemmed solely from his estrangement from his son. However, it now appeared to resonate with a deeper emotion, a jealousy that Edward and Rose could possess Cohen, yet he could not. At that moment, Cohen sensed Herbert's apprehension, a fear of confronting something unsettling, yet he refrained from voicing this notion, believing that Herbert's kindness towards him was rooted in the lingering hope that a fragment of his son's soul resided within Cohen. Now, it seemed evident that Herbert had long accepted the tragic reality of his son's demise, yet remained unable to confront this painful truth. A self-deceiving lie had allowed him to cling to hope until now. You have long known that Cohen Bach is deceased, have you not? In both body and spirit, Cohen inquired. So what did you do at that time? How could you be so certain of Cohen's spiritual death? Herbert could no longer bear the weight of the conversation. He wept, shielding his eyes, hunched over on the edge of the bed, sobbing like a child. I am so sorry. I could not save my Rose and... Rose. Cohen furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does this have to do with Rose? Hasn't she long severed ties with the Bach family upon her marriage to Edward? Herbert had no reason to rekindle any connection with her. Suddenly, Cohen realized a critical inconsistency. Herbert had referred to Rose as his favorite sister, indicating a close relationship. Moreover, Rose and Edward had never mentioned Herbert in Cohen's presence, aware as they were of the experimental circumstances. Cohen did not perceive them as possessive individuals reluctant to allow their adoptive son to meet his biological father, a married couple, a decade without children, yet filled with affection for an adopted, perilous half-soul-sucking entity, combined with Edward's abysmally low soul strength. The clarity dawned upon Cohen. Rose and Edward had not adopted Cohen merely because he was Rose's nephew or due to an overflow of parental affection. They had once had a child. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Herbert revealed the truth, his eyes reddening as he sought Cohen's forgiveness. What happened to that child? Cohen asked calmly. I. Soul-sucking. Cohen aimed his wand at him, this time disregarding any consideration for Herbert's feelings, ruthlessly seizing the memories Herbert sought to bury deep within his mind. Previously, he had been too lenient, only glimpsing what Herbert wished him to see. Indeed, Rose and Edward had a child, and fortuitously, Rose had named this child Cohen. At that time, the experiment was veering towards a grim outcome. The soul of the miniature figure within the bottle was growing increasingly faint. The curse had failed to ensnare Cohen Bach's complete soul. It was fragmented. Cohen understood the reason. The small soul-sucking creature that now resided in his pocket had taken a portion of Cohen Bach's essence. The mad scientists in the laboratory devised a new plan. They sought a fresh soul to serve as a vessel for their experiments, which could not afford to fail, even if it meant stitching it together 1,000 times. Thus, their focus shifted to another suitable soul, Rose's child. I had attempted to prevent Herbert's tears from mingling with his beard. I could not save you. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Cohen furrowed his brow, remarking that my stubbornness made him wonder if I had turned into a human trafficker. I could have intervened. All it would have taken was the resolve to destroy that half-finished jar, and everything would have ended. Herbert could never forgive himself. But I hesitated, just for a second or two. I held my wand aloft, and they discovered my subtle maneuver, imprisoning me in response. I was powerless. Cohen chose not to continue listening to Herbert's fragmented remorse, instead perusing through his memories. The researchers had stolen Rose's child, broken Herbert's legs, and confined him to a secret chamber because he had attempted to sabotage the experiment to protect his sister's child. They spared Herbert, Cohen surmised, due to the necessity of a father's blood and soul to manage unforeseen complications in the experiment. The experiment succeeded, yet not entirely. With the new soul, Cohen instinctively eradicated all the wizards and muggle test subjects in the manor, once mere resources for studying the relationship between Dementors and souls, who now lay on the brink of death. He released those beings that brought him comfort, Isla, an unnamed giant serpent, and another colossal creature, along with Herbert. Herbert understood better than anyone that Cohen's mercy was not born of lingering memories or familial affection, but rather a sheer familiarity with the physical form. His son had long since perished. The body had died in 1980, the soul in 1981. What inhabited that vessel at the time was perhaps only a minuscule part of Rose and Edward's son, Cohen Norton. It was all Cohen, yet not entirely Cohen. It felt like a cruel jest of fate, a manifestation of magic. This research bore little difference from the previous bottled figurines, Cohen remarked. The critical factor lay with Rose and Edward. After you destroyed the entire manor, Rose and Edward arrived. Herbert murmured, his voice resonating with the imagery Cohen recalled, as if it were a narrated film. You were unstable then, resembling a stitched-together doll, the essence of your soul seeping from the seams. I informed them that their child had been stolen by those researchers, yet the soul remained alive, existing within this new experimental body. They wept for you as you teetered on the brink of death. I knew that the Cohen who belonged to me had long departed from this world. Yet I still yearned to save you. Herbert's voice grew softer. How did you manage to save me? Cohen inquired, as the memories flowed from the tip of his wand into his mind. A spell, an evil, self-destructive incantation. I wish to mend you. Herbert stared blankly at Cohen, as if gazing upon his former child. One mistake invariably begets another. I tore apart my own soul in an attempt to stitch you back together, but it was insufficient, far from enough. You were shattered beyond repair. Cohen spoke in a low voice. You divulged that incantation to Edward and Rose, did you not? Herbert nodded, as if he had exhausted all his strength. I did not reveal the truth to Rose. I feel I am deserving of my fate. If only I had refused to surrender your body, if I had not assisted them in completing their prior experiments, if I had mustered the resolve to act before they intended harm towards Rose's child. Everything began to make sense. Why there were so many fragments of souls at the ruins of Bach Manor. Why Edward's soul strength was merely 10 points. Why Rose and Edward cherished Cohen so deeply. And why, throughout the years, they had never brought Cohen to see Herbert. The mended soul would eventually unravel, much like a shattered mirror that can never be perfectly reassembled. The soul pieced together by Edward and Rose had shattered last year, which is why the current Cohen, a transient from another realm, had to take over. Although the foreign souls lacked strength, they possessed stability, allowing Cohen to survive. Nicole had been mistaken. Love did not enable the little being in the bottle to endure. Yet, she was also correct. Love sustained the little being until the age of 11. Otherwise, Cohen would have perished before the arrival of the traveler. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Cohen's mind. It was his own, yet he was certain he had never uttered those words. I feel I am dying. I know I am a wicked monster. Fairy tales say that wicked monsters ultimately perish, but I am unafraid. But my parents love me dearly. I do not wish for them to witness my demise. If possible, I hope another soul can take my place, to accompany them. Chapter 94. Now that they are all gone, there should be no Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, right? Cohen inquired. Do you not intend to reveal the truth to Rose? She believes you are an accomplice in the abduction of her child. I feared she would slay me, Herbert replied, his countenance ashen. However, upon learning the source of the experiment, she took you away without taking any action. Some things are more terrifying than death. Cohen nodded. Yet she may believe you provided the incantation and even tore apart your own soul to remedy the situation, thus sparing you from death. After knowing all this, do you not resent me? Herbert asked uncertainly. To keep your soul in tatters and continue living. Living is all that matters, Cohen replied nonchalantly. As I have stated, that band of culprits has all been consumed by me. Rose and Edward willingly tore their souls to save their son. Whether you continue to blame yourself or find solace in it is your choice. In any case, I am still alive, and I will continue to accompany them both. Thus, everyone emerges victorious, and the overall outcome remains favorable. Truly? Really? Herbert asked with melancholy. Oh, very well. Herbert clumsily rose to bid farewell. Huh, woolen socks? Have you been possessed by Dumbledore? Cohen queried, bemused, but thankfully, socks are not expensive. Having come to terms with all that had transpired, Cohen departed from Bach Manor and boarded the night bus once more. I went to visit a relative in prison, not to serve time myself, thank you. Cohen corrected with a hint of annoyance, tossing 2 gold galleons to Tucker. To Surrey, in the vicinity of Little Whinging, at number 5 on Privet Drive. Yet another jarring journey. Cohen swore he would never again endure this vehicle. Once prepared with some medical supplies for the separation, Cohen promptly began practicing his apparition. Knock, knock, knock. Cohen had forgotten his keys. Edward's voice echoed from behind the door. However, upon opening it, he found no one there. Looking down, it was I. Cohen said as he squeezed into the living room, relaxing on the sofa. He retrieved 2 chocolate bars from his pocket, inadvertently dropping the wooden figurine that Herbert had gifted him. Edward paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation. Oh, it's nothing. Romantic endeavors come with their triumphs and failures. It's perfectly normal. Besides, she carved you a small statue, which indicates she must have harbored some feelings for you. Edward comforted, pulling Cohen into an embrace. Yet, Cohen deftly slipped from under Edward's elbow. The conversation was poised to take an uncomfortable turn. Cohen was reluctant to intertwine his visit to Herbert with the betrayal from his girlfriend. By the way, Norbert devoured all the sheep we raised. Cohen redirected the topic. Don't look at me like that. I didn't eat them. Yes, over 300, all gone. So, I plan to starve them for a few days to teach them a lesson, but before school starts, we definitely need to buy another batch of sheep. Life at home returned to a more normal rhythm, and Cohen began to enjoy Edward and Rose's affection without the weight of mental burdens. After all, Cohen was indeed their beloved son, at least in spirit, a year prior. In early August, Cohen succumbed to temptation and consumed the diary and the fragment of Voldemort's soul from the Hufflepuff cup. Now, his soul integrity had risen to 33. The diary's soul potency was too weak, resulting in only a minor enhancement, 1 from the diary and 2 from the cup. Nonetheless, any increase was a positive development. For according to Cohen's initial predictions, the diary might have been as ineffective for him as the young Acromantulas, perhaps due to its nature as a Horcrux. Its effects were far superior to those achieved by consuming ordinary souls. So, the question arose, now that the second year's essence had already entered Cohen's being. Would this year be a tranquil one? Cohen hoped so, yet an odd feeling lingered in his heart. Aside from the Horcrux matter, Cohen also learned from Edward that Harry had been taken to the Weasley household for a visit. The Dursleys had erupted in fury. It seemed Harry had messed up something significant, but several of the Weasley children had come to escort him away. Edward remarked while reading the newspaper in the living room. "Oh, this year it appears your defense against the dark arts teacher is Gilderoy Lockhart. The front page features him. It states he applied to Hogwarts and they ceased hiring for the position. It seems he is quite renowned. The more one lacks something, the more one tends to flaunt it. He is indeed a womanizer, and one can only hope that Mother will not be enamored by him." Cohen showed little concern for this inept teacher, hastily consuming his breakfast. "I wager that what he teaches is hardly better than a simple greeting. Am I truly so impressive in your eyes?" Edward pondered, sensing something amiss. Was Cohen complimenting him, or was it otherwise? Indeed, they drove here, but do not be foolish. A car soaring into the sky would surely attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Arthur, after all, is the head of the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Artifacts, Edward explained, despite the considerable commotion emanating from the Dursleys' home. However, they managed to retrieve Harry. So the situation should not be dire. It is hard to say. Cohen did not clarify whether the ambiguity pertained to the car or the Dursleys. On the morning of August 10th, an owl from Hogwarts delivered Cohen's textbook list for the upcoming term. "Look at this narcissist." Cohen pointed at the 7 volumes of Lockhart's works listed, proving to Edward that he had indeed won his previous bet. Who would actually use their own books as teaching materials? Edward found this puzzling. Perhaps Lockhart's writings were genuine? If he were truly that remarkable, he would not be writing books and peddling photos of his own smile. Cohen, with clarity, remarked that, if possible, he would prefer not to purchase Lockhart's books. Alas, the textbooks are mandatory, especially those newly added by the new professor, and even second-hand copies are unavailable. On the day the list arrived, Cohen accompanied Edward to Diagon Alley to procure books and new robes. Cohen had grown considerably, rendering his previous robes rather short. It was unfortunate that they did not encounter Harry and Ron. While passing by the broom shop, Edward inquired if Cohen still harbored a fear of heights. Cohen had also bought 327 sheep for Norbert, who, having been starved for 3 weeks, surprisingly did not devour them in a fit of vengeance, but instead began to regulate his daily intake. Norbert is quite the promising creature, very obedient. "And what of you, my dear Count?" On the eve before school commenced, Cohen addressed the Count. "Surely that parcel delivered to our home today is not the egg-laying potion prepared specially for me by the Owl Emporium?" Chapter 95, The Mad Girl Luna. "Ah, I am merely preparing to find a new companion," the Count said, attempting to obscure the fact that he both indulged in risky drinking and feared sterilization. "How did you send a letter?" Cohen was just about to inquire why the Count opted for mail order, but the mere mention of rights suddenly reminded Cohen of a terrifying thought. "I forgot to complete my summer homework," he exclaimed. He blamed the oversight on Voldemort, the Malfoys, the Dark Cloaks of Azkaban, Norbert, and even you, Count. You did not remind me. Cohen grasped at the lifeline, recalling how, at the end of last term, he was advised to review his textbooks. Now it was time for the Count to repay him. "Hasten to assist me in completing my assignments, considering you have already mastered the art of writing letters. You expect a bird to do your homework for you? Impossible. Work and school are your responsibilities, not those of the feathered realm. Buy another copy." The Earl raised the stakes and insisted that I allow him a week of indulgence in alcohol. "Have you truly become addicted?" Cohen retorted with feigned anger. "Otherwise, I would never assist you with your homework." The Earl, undeterred by the prospect of death, replied with bravado, "I possess far more backbone than that wretched dragon." In light of this, Cohen appeared to make a considerable concession, suggesting that if the Earl could complete his assignments tonight, he might reluctantly grant him a week of respite. "I will ensure it is done," the Earl promised hastily, as if fearing Cohen would retract his offer. With the deal struck, Cohen revealed his true, mercenary nature. This was merely a facet of his grand design. Who genuinely cared if the Earl's indulgence in alcohol might harm his kidneys? It merely served to create a vulnerability for the Earl. After all, to compel the Earl to deliver quality work, one must present him with an enticing reward. Ding. Sin value, 10. Note, even birds are exploited. Your lack of humanity is rather excessive. Humanity is a matter for consideration. And Cohen felt that possessing a modicum of compassion was quite sufficient. In Hogwarts, one becomes the capitalistic Dementor. One night, one miracle. I believe in your capabilities, my Earl. Cohen encouraged before drifting off to sleep. Beneath the glow of the desk lamp, an owl was magically manipulating a quill to compose an essay. What a charming fairy tale existence this was. A wondrous owl assisting with summer homework. A new idea sparked in Cohen's mind. The Earl could expand his ventures at Hogwarts, perhaps offering ghostwriting services to alleviate his own ennui. He even devised a catchy slogan. Why not consult the marvelous owl? Yet, no matter how extraordinary the owl, it could hardly withstand a night of fervent writing. On the morning of the first day of school, Cohen reluctantly dragged himself from bed, urged on by Edward, as traffic even on Muggle roads would be congested. Lo and behold, upon opening his eyes, he beheld the Earl sprawled across the desk, seemingly lifeless. Surely, he could not have perished merely from completing homework. No, his soul remained tethered within his body, and Cohen sighed in relief. The ingenious owl ghostwriting plan could not be allowed to falter before it even took flight. Besides, he had merely brokered a transaction with it. If the task proved insurmountable, he could simply abandon it without exhausting himself to the brink of death. However, it appeared that rather than being utterly drained, the Earl yearned instead for 2 doses of the egg-laying elixir and a week of drinking privileges. Cohen's myriad assignments were flawlessly completed by the Earl. 14 parchment pages of essays demonstrated the Earl's vast knowledge, leading Cohen to believe that his claims of having lived for centuries were indeed credible. Yet, the fact that he could not even manage a single female owl after so many years indicated that the Earl still had room for improvement. After organizing the completed assignments, Cohen placed the Earl into a birdcage. Everything seemed to proceed normally until, upon arriving at King's Cross Station at 10:45, traversing platform 9 3/4, boarding the train, and selecting an empty compartment towards the rear, Cohen suddenly realized he had forgotten something. How unfortunate it is that the dream of riding in a flying car has been dashed. Cohen still sought to unravel the mystery of whether Mr. Weasley's vehicle possessed a soul. The original text mentioned that this car had dwelled in the Forbidden Forest for quite some time, even becoming feral. Yet, inanimate objects cannot assume such wildness. As the train rumbled to life, Cohen gazed out the window, anticipating the imminent appearance of a vintage blue car amidst the clouds, soon to be splashed across the headlines of the Daily Prophet. Just as Cohen planned to keep a distant watch, attempting to discern the strength of the car's soul, the compartment door swung open. Cohen assumed it was Hermione, as Harry and Ron were absent, and Hermione would surely seek someone to inquire about the situation. However, it was another girl who stepped in. She possessed silver eyes, dark golden brown hair, and pale skin, her expression one of apparent astonishment, though it seemed she might always wear such a visage. "Hello, may I sit here?" Her voice was ethereal, as if drifting from a distant realm. "Please do." "There's no one here," Cohen replied casually, turning back to gaze out the window. Cohen Norton, he introduced himself. "I'm Luna Lovegood," she said. "Are you waiting for your friends? Will they be among the clouds?" "Pretty much," Cohen replied, spotting the car. The vehicle bore 6 soul strength tags. Aside from Hedwig's fixed 3 points and Voldemort's fragment of 40 points, Cohen found it impossible to differentiate between Harry, Ron, Wormtail, and the car itself. The soul strength of young wizards was known to grow, and Cohen had not seen Harry and Ron for a month. However, this at least indicated that the car possessed a soul strength of at least 10 points. He needed to find a way to inquire what Mr. Weasley had done to the car. If it were possible to conjure souls with magic, Cohen would have to accelerate his own development. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration skills had produced souls that felt rather lackluster, failing to enhance Cohen's current abilities. "A car flying in the sky," Luna mused, her voice dreamy as she too gazed in Cohen's direction. "Father was right. Hogwarts is filled with delightful wonders. Their invisibility device is broken," Cohen noted. "This will expose them to a multitude of muggles, and the journey from London to Hogwarts is still too long for a car. We will witness that vehicle's charming celestial collision upon our arrival at school." "Ha ha!" Luna burst into laughter, her mirth so infectious that she had to press a hand to her chest, gasping for breath. "How delightful! A car! A charming celestial collision! Has that mad girl always been this way?"